Chow Yi had never imagined that a jet-black motorcycle helmet would drag him into such a bizarre adventure. Late at night, a sudden, urgent knock sounded at his apartment door. Puzzled, he peeked out, but found no one there, only a cardboard box resting quietly against the wall. The recipient was clearly his name, with most of the phone number obscured, but no sender information whatsoever. A mysterious package with no known origin, yet undeniably real, set a quiet alarm ringing in Chow Yi's mind. Curious, he carried the box back to his bedroom. Inside was a sleek black helmet accompanied by an instruction manual. A motorcycle helmet with a manual? It was enough to make him raise an eyebrow. Chow Yi pondered. Could this be a gift from one of his many female bosses? He had so many that pinpointing the exact sender was impossible. Though his job was just to play games as a paid booster or companion, constant attention from his bosses was nothing new. He carefully examined the helmet. Its pure black shell bore no markings, yet radiated a strong sense of advanced technology. It felt weighty, but exquisitely crafted. He double-checked to make sure this wasn't some prank. Did someone know his birthday was coming up? A flicker of speculation crossed his mind, but more than anything, he was baffled. When he lifted the visor and slipped the helmet on, he was stunned by the comfort, perfect fit, and breathability. Everything his 7th Zandiyuan helmet had lacked, overturned in an instant. Just as he marveled at how seriously fancy this gift was, a hum buzzed in his ears. A white streak like lightning flashed across the visor, and suddenly a holographic projection burst forth, engulfing him. A cold, mechanical voice spoke. Congratulations. You have been selected for entry into the realm of divine descent. Confirm acceptance? Chow Yi froze. Before him stretched a dark, enigmatic void and a giant glowing screen, but with only 2 options, and the no option was grayed out. Impossible to pick. Trapped, with no other choice, anger swelling, he punched the yes option. The screen shattered with a crash, flames roared to life, and the illusion dissolved. Before him was a breathtaking sight. 2 suns hung in the sky, one bright, one dim like molten gold and lava intertwined, their light and shadow cycling endlessly. Mountains along the horizon shifted and transformed into thunderous stone giants. Rivers flowed backward, and the land's creatures fought fiercely. Fire demons clashed violently with rock colossi, flying rocks igniting blazing fires. 12-winged archangels radiated holy light. Wind spirits swept across the sky, and knights danced amidst crackling lightning. The ever-changing beings made Chow Yi feel like he was witnessing a divine war among gods. Suddenly, darkness faded, and he was plunged back into grim, crowded dorm room with a dozen roommates asleep in a large shared bunk. A yellowed squat toilet and sink sat crookedly nearby. The foul stench and worn surroundings shocked him. Clad in rough gray prison garb, he looked far from normal. Before he could think further, needles of pain stabbed sharply into his head, forcing him to curl up, clutching his skull, agony consuming him. Fragmented yet familiar images flashed in his mind, memories forced in, alien yet old. He realized he was no longer merely the real-world Chow Yi, but trapped deep inside this realm of divine descent. Tianan Province, Yunhai District, Zhuahong City. In a blur, a player's status panel appeared in his mind. A mechanical voice kept prompting. Nickname, unnamed. Please name promptly. Note: in-game nicknames are only visible to other players and do not affect realm natives. Race, human. Main class, none. Subclass, none. Level, none. Status, surface life 100, core life 100, surface stamina 90, core stamina 95, surface spirit 75, core spirit 80. Meanwhile, a chaos meter blinked sharply, warning Chow Yi. Do not allow chaos level to become too high or too low. A sharp image of his in-game self surfaced, a handsome young man with sharp features, pale skin, 1.78 meters tall, average height, but well-proportioned. This handsome face was the magnet that drew countless female bosses and investors. The gray prison jumpsuit stood out starkly, and in the lower right of the panel, a glowing exit button beckoned. Chow Yi grimaced. Is this really a game? And I can log out? The mechanical voice resumed, cold and clear. No exit during combat. No exit while detected by natives. Exiting normally will delete character and possessions. Exit must be in a private safe location. Resigned, Chow Yi selected exit. After a 5-second countdown, everything went black and he suddenly found himself back in reality, sitting in his esports chair with the mysterious helmet still on his head. Reflecting on the bizarre chain of events, Chow Yi thought wryly. He had expected something like a sword art online fantasy conquering the divine descent realm, summoning apocalypse gods and demons, starting a heroic legend. Instead, everything had ended without fanfare, leaving only confusion behind. This, he realized, was the rich person's survival plan for the apocalypse. And he was pretty certain that alone, a poor guy like him wouldn't last 3 days. Startled back to reality, Chow Yi shook his head sharply. He casually set the virtual headset he had just taken off onto the center of his desk. His fingers quickly tapped the keyboard, waking the computer from its darkened screen after long standby. The monitor lit up, casting a faint blue glow onto his pale face. Chao Yi immediately opened the browser and followed the steps he remembered to check the access records for the Land of Divine Descent. The records were indeed still there. But when he clicked the link, the page only displayed a cold message. Page not found. Beep beep beep. The green bubble icon in the lower right corner of the screen suddenly flashed. Chao Yi moved the mouse, and a prompt popped up. The Land of Divine Descent Intelligent Game Assistant requests to add you as a friend. He clicked accept, then threw back a question. Are you human, ghost, or alien? Just a straight-up question mark to challenge it. Honestly, the brief few minutes he spent logged in made him completely unable to believe this game came from Earth. The sheer realism, the light, particles, modeling matched the real world perfectly, beyond anything he had seen in virtual MMORPG novels. If not for the occasional mechanical prompts in his ear and the faint player panel flashing in his mind, he might have suspected he was really living in another dimension. The chat window immediately replied, I am your dedicated intelligent game assistant, here to answer any questions about the Land of Divine Descent. An AI? And it could add friends automatically? Chao Yi sneered. Creating this kind of cutting-edge tech, plus pulling information about him, was apparently a trivial matter. He typed, is this really just a game? The Land of Divine Descent is a groundbreaking virtual MMORPG that differs fundamentally from all other games on the market. Then a flood of information streamed through. 1. The virtual headset has nearly limitless power, so no worry about running out of battery. 2. Once the headset is worn to log in, the player's body enters a deep sleep, eliminating risk of sudden death. 3. Game time to real-time ratio is 1:1. 4. Characters have no preset classes on creation. All content must be explored within the game. 5. The system implants character background and worldview memories to help players better immerse themselves. Wait, Chao Yi. He quickly typed, those new memories suddenly appearing in my head. Did you guys do that? How? Are there any side effects? Aside from a slight headache, I feel okay. The assistant replied, these memories are simply text and image information implanted, which combine to form new memories. Physical impact is minimal. You will adapt quickly. Chao Yi shook his head. If this tech is so incredible, why not give it to students for learning? Make a headset like this and guarantee everyone gets into top universities. After 2 seconds of silence came the response. I will report your feedback and arrange for a professional mental status evaluation. Chao Yi stared at the screen and couldn't help but complain. This AI has zero sense of humor. At the bottom of the chat window, the final system message froze in place. The current immersion level of the Land of Divine Descent is 100, adjustment unavailable at this time. Chao Yi. The AI assistant's electronic voice suddenly cut off, then added, when I say question mark, it's not that I have a question, it means you have a problem. This game is this hardcore? Chao Yi raised an eyebrow and shot back. Can I just not play? Of course, it's your choice. If you don't log in for a long time, the staff will come to reclaim your virtual headset and give it to the next player. Under the dim light of the living room, the sleek silver helmet's metal shell glimmered coldly. Chao Yi's fingers traced the metallic ridges as if caressing an alien artifact. Play? Why not? Even if it's alien tech invading Tianlan planet, so what? If the sky falls, the tall guys will hold it up. What does that have to do with a nobody like me? He smiled wryly. Besides, no player can resist a truly immersive virtual MMO. How many players do you have now? What classes are there in the game? The helmet is hard to manufacture, so the player base is still small but growing. For specifics, players need to explore the land of the gods themselves. Called an intelligent game assistant, but it's really not very smart, Chao Yi said, shutting down his computer. He plugged in his phone charger, grabbed the helmet, and lay back on his bed. Let me see what this virtual MMO is really about. Land of the Gods, Initiate. Once the mask snapped closed, the world plunged instantly into pitch black. The next instant, the scene shifted, and he found himself standing in a cold, damp prison cell. This high-tech stuff? It's incredible. But what the hell is with starting in a prison? Faded lights spilled through rusted bars, casting shapes on the peeling walls mottled with water stains and mold. A plaque in the corner read, Zhuohong City, Shewa District. Chao Yi sat up, pulling up his player panel while sorting through the shattered fragments of his memory. Damn, he barely made sense of a fraction when an abrupt curse came from beside him. You goddamn sitting here wasting time in the middle of the night? The voice was rough and unfamiliar. Chao Yi instantly guessed. This was no language from Daxiate, didn't sound like any Daxia dialect, nor any Tianlan planet language he knew. Memory shards clicked into place quickly. He suddenly realized. This was Qingyu, the official language of the Land of the Gods' southern continent. While this world building actually goes so far as to directly implant languages, he marveled. Wish they'd use this tech for learning instead. One memory implant, and he instantly mastered a foreign world language. Fuck you. I'm talking to you, okay? Before the words had faded, a sudden kick slammed into the bunk beside him. The cell was cramped. The kick wasn't strong but enough to ignite Chao Yi's temper. System prompt. You have encountered the character Wang Shan. Wang Shan was in his early 20s, scruffy bearded with a fierce-looking face. Chao Yi turned to him coldly. Say that again? Fuck you, Wang Shan didn't even get to finish the cuss. Chow Yi sprang up, trapping Wang Shan's torso with his knee and driving a brutal elbow into his ribs. Raised in the countryside, he was no city kid who took punches without fighting back in the countryside. If you don't fight, you get bullied. You might not know how, but you can't be afraid. Half conscious, Wang Shan barely dodged in time. Still, the heavy, powerful elbow slammed into his cheek. Wang Shan cried out in pain, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He felt several of his teeth loosened by Chow Yi's relentless blows. Furious, he cursed loudly, "Fuck you." Snapping back to reality, he swung his arms wildly overhead. Yet, his physique was no match for Chow Yi's, and being on the lower ground with no initiative, most of his punches missed, leaving him open for Chow Yi to seize the advantage. From above, Chow Yi landed a series of heavy, bone-crunching punches on his face. The sounds of their fight quickly roused the other inmates crowding the bunk. Some sat up, then jumped to their feet seeing the chaos. One stepped forward, sliding an elbow behind Chow Yi's neck to drag him down, pretending to break up the fight, but clearly siding with Wang Shan. Unfortunately, this puny dog was skinny and weak, and Chow Yi leaned back, effortlessly rolling them both onto the cold floor. Damn it, what's this? Ready to throw down, huh? Another of Chow Yi's loyal pals leapt down from the top bunk, kicking the puny dog who was about to rise, knocking him flat. True brotherhood and loyalty on display. Within half a minute, the cramped cell erupted into chaos as everyone got tangled in the brawl. Fists flew from all directions, elbows and knees struck wildly. Chow Yi could no longer tell friend from foe, so he ignored the random attacks around him and drove a fierce kick into Wang Shan's chest, sending him crashing back onto the bunk. A chaotic fight with wild punches everywhere accomplishes nothing. No one will go down. So Chow Yi locked onto a single target, determined to trade hits evenly. Launching himself forward, fists and elbows hammered down relentlessly, forcing Wang Shan to scream in agony, his face smeared with blood. Fuck! Sharp whistles pierced the air as urgent curses rang out from outside. One gas lamp after another lit up the dim corridor. The sound of punches thudding echoed incessantly. What's going on? What are you doing? A few wardens burst in, their batons slamming the cell door to break it open. Put your hands on your head. Get down. The clubs swung hard, knocking two inmates grappling at the door to the ground with a crash. Out of the corner of his eye, Chow Yi saw the wardens enter. Quickly dropping off Wang Shan, he backed into a corner, squatted down with hands on his head, and called out clearly, "Reporting, sir." Wang Shan started it. At that moment, Chow Yi's hands were covered in blood, and Wang Shan's face was equally smeared with it. It was obvious who was the aggressor and who was the victim, yet the truth was, Wang Shan had thrown the first punch. But in this dim, damp cell reeking of rust and mildew, the peace officers didn't care about who started it. Anyone passing by would get hit with the baton, no questions asked, to teach these lowlifes a lesson. There wasn't a single good egg in this room. The 12 men were either street fighters or petty thieves, nothing truly heinous, but definitely far from law-abiding citizens. As the rough wooden baton whooshed toward him, Chow Yi instinctively inhaled sharply and shrugged his shoulders. When the blow landed, however, it was less painful than he expected. The officer was holding back. Looking up, Chow Yi recognized the face swinging the baton, Zhang Yang. Memories flooded in clinking glasses at a night market stall. Thick bills discreetly slipped into his pocket. Zhang Yang was the son-in-law of Lu Guifan, Chow Yi's landlord. Introduced by Lu Guifan, the two had met by chance, and ever since Chow Yi pulled off a big score, meaning a theft, had always set aside a cut for Zhang Yang. Behave yourselves. Zhang Yang barked, banging his baton on the iron bars until it clanged loudly, making everyone shrink back. Patrolling around, he jabbed the baton first at Wang Shan, then at Chow Yi, his tone fierce. Go over there and clean up. Only Wang Shan was truly hurt. All the blood on Chow Yi's hands was from Wang Shan, while Chow Yi's own bruises were minor and in harmless spots. With the officers present, no one dared to show defiance. Zhang Yang's cold gaze forced Chow Yi and the other 11 inmates to lie down in a row on the cold, damp concrete. As the defeated party, Wang Shan slunk into a corner near the squat toilet, while Chow Yi remained motionless in his place. If I hear one sound from this cell tonight, everyone's sentence gets extended, Zhang Yang threatened before storming out with a few colleagues, cursing under his breath. The heavy iron door slammed shut, and silence instantly swallowed the cramped cell, leaving only the buzzing of a dim yellow bulb. Technically, by the standard of a 5-star good citizen graduating from 9 years of compulsory education and holding a degree from the Daxia Federation's higher institutes, Chow Yi was not the kind of hot-headed brute who only acted on violence. But his memories told him this society called Land of Divine Descent was far less advanced than the civilization he once knew on Tianlan Star. Here, the level of technology and living standards were about a century behind what Tianlan Star had been. Xiaohua District, the largest administrative zone under Zhuohong City, and its biggest slum, was home to millions of society's bottom rung. Most survived day after day through grueling, mechanical manual labor, poverty, filth, violence, gambling, and vice defined this land. In such a context, hoping to solve problems through civilized means was nearly impossible. Street punks like Chow E were as common as ants in Shewa. They held no formal jobs and refused both to carry sandbags at the docks or screw bolts in factories. He was even less willing to scavenge through trash heaps, to be a mere scavenger. The only way he knew to make money was through shady, underhanded means. Chow E hadn't made a name for himself in the underground world, but he held one ace up his sleeve: his skill at stealing. Thanks to that craft, the dirty money he earned each month was enough to rival the middle class in the Shawa district. Unfortunately, his spending far outpaced his income. Smoking, drinking, gambling, chasing women, all were insatiable money pits. In the end, he didn't have a penny saved. Instead, he was buried under a mountain of debt from high-interest loans at the casino. Had he not been recently picked up by the Public Security Bureau, the loan sharks from the Viper gang would have most likely dragged him off to be torn apart. What a damn miserable life. Thankfully, his body was still relatively healthy, no serious diseases yet. Thinking that through, Chow E suddenly felt that starting life behind bars wasn't the worst possible beginning. Night was deep and dark. He didn't know if the other prisoners were asleep, but he felt wired and restless, yet afraid to move carelessly. Minor thefts like his typically resulted in less than 10 days of custody and a fine, but had lost count of how many days he had actually been locked up. If he had to endure any longer, this sentence might feel endless. With nothing else to do, he turned over and over in bed, studying the player panel. Unlike traditional online games, Land of the Gods had no levels, experience bars, health or mana bars, or attribute points. Instead, it used energy level stage, status, and a completely baffling chaos value. The energy level stage seemed roughly equivalent to a level, though possibly only unlocked after choosing a profession. Status corresponded to health, stamina, and spirit, but instead of text it showed 3 clear-colored icons and 1 gray locked icon. From left to right, red represented health, green stamina, white spirit, and the gray icon on the far right remained a mystery. Each icon consisted of 10 fill lines and embedded lightning symbols. The fill lines indicated surface level status, the lightning bolts represented core status, and the opacity of each showed the remaining percentage. Chow E regarded this display as a fully realistic data model. Though the system offered no detailed explanation, his years of gaming experience helped him quickly catch on. The surface values reflected his immediate condition. For example, a recent fight had lowered his surface health to 93, meaning only superficial wounds. His core health remained at 100, indicating no critical damage. Surface stamina and spirit were also low. An intense brawl had drained most of his energy, plus the sealed memories swirling in his mind left him dizzy. But his core stamina was still ample, while his core spirit showed dark spots, likely needing rest to fully recover. He guessed core status might determine the upper limit and recovery speed of surface attributes, while large fluctuations on the surface might harm the core in return. But what exactly was the chaos value? The system's only hint was, it couldn't be too high or too low, leaving him completely baffled. Time passed without him noticing, until drowsiness quietly crept in. Half asleep, a sudden burning urge to pee and a heavy need to defecate hit him at once. Damn, he had actually fallen asleep. So this game required sleep-in bathroom breaks too? He rolled off the bed and rushed to the grimy squat toilet, releasing the flood. Surprisingly, the flow was smoother than in real life. The cell was a small, cramped room with no windows, instantly filled with overpowering odors. Chow E's explosive release seemed to signal others one by one. The other prisoners were roused awake and joined this involuntary symphony of excretion. The mixed stench made his scalp tingle. Wang Shan, fat and flushed-faced, sat on his bed and glared at Chow E with a fierce look, but said nothing. Woo woo woo. A sharp, urgent whistle cut through the thick air. Lights on. Time to get up. Chow E ignored Wang Shan and hurried to tidy his bed with the others. The iron gate clanged open, and a group of prisoners lined up to leave the cell. The damp smell of rust was swept away by the cool morning breeze, and Chow E took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling as if his soul was being cleansed. In the next instant, his pupils dilated wildly. Beneath the rising sun, bathed in dawn's glow, Chow E saw not one, but 2 suns ascending side by side on the horizon. 666. It turned out that the 2 suns Chow E saw in the opening cutscene actually existed in the world of divine descent, not just some flashy special effects. A quick glance showed him that every native there was totally unfazed by the double suns overhead, as if it were perfectly natural. Chow E's mind stirred. If there were 2 suns during the day, could there really be 7 moons at night? That would surely make the nights bright. Maybe they didn't even need lamps after dark. After the sheriff's lecture, roll call, slogans, and ideological education, the prisoners were herded into the mess hall. Breakfast was pitiful: 2 steamed buns, a small plate of salted vegetables, and a bowl of clear broth with not a single drop of oil on the surface. Chow E silently sighed again. 666. This taste is rough as hell, but since it's eating in a game, the novelty makes up for everything. Besides, he was starving. Within a few minutes, he devoured the buns, vegetables, and broth. When he finished eating, he checked his status panel. Stamina and spirit had gone up slightly, especially his core spirit value, boosted noticeably by the feeling of fullness. Next on the schedule was forced labor, but the sheriff singled him out instead, calling his name and taking him aside. "You're released. Watch yourself from now on," Zhang Yang said flatly, and dropped the words. Chow Yi froze for half a second, then quickly thanked him over and over. To be honest, he couldn't even remember how many days he had been locked up. Just last night, he was still scheming how to assert his dominance over Wang Shan and survive some time in prison. Now he was free at dawn. Still, Wang Shan definitely needed to be dealt with once back in the real world. He'd find a way to teach that guy a lesson. Under Zhang Yang's supervision, he collected all his personal belongings from when he was imprisoned, a brand new novice kit. Dark coarse cotton short-sleeve shirt, work pants, and a pair of high-top work boots. The style was still plain, but a lot easier on the eyes than the prison uniform. Besides that, he had an old pocket watch, a key, and not a single penny. The money was either confiscated or used to pay fines. In fact, this place wasn't a real prison, but merely a detention center behind the Public Security Bureau. Only those who broke the criminal laws of the Southern Great State were sent to proper jails. Stepping out the bureau's gate, Chow Yi took a deep breath of the fresh air that symbolized freedom and muttered in his heart, "Goodbye forever. Never coming back." He pulled out the pocket watch and checked the time, 9:15. At this moment, he finally understood that the biggest feature of Divine Descent was there was absolutely no newbie tutorial. Most online games assign quests at the starting point, holding players' hands with clear instructions and goals. Here, it was like real life was dumped wholesale into the game, a whole second life. On the street, a horse-drawn carriage clattered over the concrete road, hooves striking a clear rhythm. Nearby, a rickshaw puller parked under the shade of a phoenix tree, rolling up his sleeves to cool off. Watching the carriage move forward and the puller resting in the shade, Chow Yi felt a strong sense of historical gravity wash over him. The feeling was as if he had truly stepped back 100 years. Chow Yi stood frozen for a few moments, but decided to head home, first at least to have some place to land in this so-called land of the gods. By home, he didn't mean any property under his name. Someone like Chow Yi could never afford to buy a place in Zhuohong City, no matter how hard he worked all his life. Instead, he rented a single apartment from landlady Lu Gafenth, notorious ferocious mother-in-law of Zhang Yang's family. Don't be fooled by the word apartment. The 6-story tenement building was crumbling and cramped. Dim hallways, peeling walls, air thick with mildew and cooking grease. None of the rooms had private bathrooms, gas, or running water. Some windows were even bricked up. Each floor shared one public toilet, stinking like a swamp inside. Water had to be drawn from a public faucet in the courtyard, often requiring waiting in line while dodging puddles of foul wastewater on the ground. It was a rat hole fit only for dogs, yet the monthly rent was at least 4 copper coins just because it was at ground level. Copper coins were the official currency of the southern Tian state. A strong young dockworker toiling all week might barely make 3 copper coins. To rent a single sunlit room with a window would cost at least 8 copper coins a month. Chow Yi's monthly income hovered around 30 copper coins, occasionally higher if he managed to poach a big fat sheep. But he spent money so fast he never saved a dime. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, burning with frustration. Turning off the main road into the slums alley, the air suddenly felt sticky and sour like rotten cloth. The once smooth concrete crumbled into rutted dirt paths. Trash was tossed at every corner while flies buzzed wildly. The stench of vomit, excrement, and open-air latrines hit his nose like a punch. Frail old men crouched along the walls. Dullied children played in mud and filthy water. Everyone looked grimy and worn. No matter how dramatically tragic a novel tried to paint it, it couldn't capture even a tenth of the true squalor here. Only minutes in, Chow Yi felt his stomach twisting and churning. Money. He had to find a way to make money. He gritted his teeth in silent rage. This game's way too damn realistic. "Chow Yi, you think you're so good at dodging, huh?" A harsh voice came from deep in the narrow alley. Chow Yi looked up to see a tall youth over 6 feet with a long scar across his face blocking the alley's end. Character discovered, Lin Long. His heart skipped a beat. Crap, a member of the Viper gang. He still hadn't paid off his usury debts. Instinctively, Chow Yi tried to back away and turn around to flee, only to find 2 more young men blocking his path behind him. Character discovered, Lin Hu. Character discovered, Lin Bao. The 3 Lin brothers Long, Hu, and Bao were low-level enforcers for the Viper gang, whom Chow Yi privately mocked as the Lin family livestock. Actually, Lin Long wasn't the lowest rank. As the eldest brother, he oversaw his 2 younger siblings and half a dozen underlings, handling security, lending, and debt collection like a small-time boss. "Is Ted still trying to run?" Lin Long cursed, grabbing a wooden stick from the side with one hand. A while ago, Chow Yi borrowed 50 bronze cuts from the Viper gang at exorbitant interest rates, which had now ballooned to 200 bronze cuts. At this moment, he found himself cornered deep in Binghuai Alley by Lin Long, Lin Hu, and Lin Bao, the ruthless enforcers of the gang. He had to find a way out at all costs. Getting beaten senseless meant failure. Staring at the 200 bronze cuts flashing on his task panel, Chao Yi's mouth twitched involuntarily. Even if he saved every penny without eating or drinking for half a year, he still couldn't pay that off. These bastards were way too predatory. Brother Long, I'm not running away. I have the money, I'll pay it back, he said, forcing a smile that barely hid his tension. His body was taut as a bowstring, his mind racing. Going heathen was certain death, but if he fell into the hands of these three Lin brutes, a serious beating was guaranteed, nothing less than 100 real pain. Besides, only a fool would give high-interest loans more money. Lin Long grinned, stepping closer with a wooden stick in hand. Not satisfied with just the stick's intimidation, he fished out a crumpled cigarette to light, but after patting himself down, couldn't find a lighter. That was Chao Yi's chance. His eyes lit up, and he quickly put on an ingratiating smile as he stepped forward. Brother Long, I've got a light. Behind him, Lin Hu and Lin Bao slowly closed in. Confident Chao Yi wouldn't dare fight back. With only a step between them, Chao Yi pretended to reach into his pocket for a match, though there were no matches at all, only a swift and ruthless monkey steel peach move. Say goodbye to your oregano, he snarled mentally, striking with lightning speed. Lin Long's eyes went wide in shock. His wooden stick clattered to the ground as he curled up, clutching his groin, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Damn! Lin Hu and Lin Bao swore behind him. Not wasting a second, Chao Yi bent down, grabbed the stick, and swung it hard against Lin Long's forehead. Blood splattered instantly, the big head and small head both blooming red. Then he slipped a worn wallet from Lin Long's pocket into his own, stepped over the crumpled man, and ran like the wind. Only then did Lin Hu and Lin Bao spring into action, rushing to their howling brother's side. Looking at Lin Long's split-open head and then the fading figure of Chao Yi, the two hesitated. Don't bother with me. Chase him after that kid. Lin Long groaned from the ground, his roar echoing through the alley. Whether he pays today or not, he's going to say goodbye to my oregano, for sure. Binghuai Alley twisted and turned like a knotted mess. Chao Yi had lived here for 5 or 6 years. He knew every corner blindfolded. By contrast, the Lin brothers were clueless about the terrain. He darted into the maze of lanes, footfalls light and precise, turning corners, scaling walls, weaving through clotheslines like a startled raccoon waking from hibernation. Behind him, curses and footsteps rose and fell, but they never caught up. For a thief, the most important skill wasn't stealing, it was running fast. Whether I get away with stealing or not doesn't really matter, the main thing is not to let those guys catch me and beat me to a pulp. Huh, 3 idiots. You want your damn money back? Chao Yi sprinted full tilt, clearly feeling how ridiculously light this game body felt if he ran like this in real life. Had have been out of breath ages ago, with blisters worn raw on his feet. The shouting and curses behind him were quickly left behind the corner. After a few sharp turns, the noisy bickering of the two worthless Lin family lackeys completely faded away, leaving only the sound of wind echoing through the alley. Ignoring the dirty water and dust on the ground, he slid down to lean against the wall and gasped for air. 20 minutes of full throttle running had his heart pounding in his throat, and his throat felt like it had a red-hot iron rod stuck in it. Every breath burned fiercely. Damn! Chao Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing himself silently for seriously offending the Lin family trio this time. But when the fight actually came, he wasn't about to stand there and take a beating. It was a game mission, after all, and he was here to play, not to get tortured. Mission: Alley Crisis completed. Rating: excellent. Bonus reward 40. Please claim in a safe and private location. As the system message popped up, Chao Yi's eyes lit up. So the mission had a rating too? Jackpot. As for what the Force Essence was, that could wait. Everyone knew treasure chests always held good stuff. Smirking to himself, he said coldly, just wait. You 3 idiots. He'll deal with you sooner or later. As long as he stayed alive and grew stronger, what were the Lin family triad to him? He pulled out the old wallet, head just snagged Lin Long's. Inside were 3 5-denomination copper notes, neatly stacked. Copper notes were paper-like currency engraved with copper, designed for convenience, and came in 1, 2, and 5 denominations. Besides these 15 copper notes, there were also 3 1-denomination copper notes, and coins worth 50 and 2 25 units of Li Fun. Li Fun was a subunit of copper currency widely used in the southern mainland, minted only as coins in 1, 2, 5, 10, 25, and 50 denominations. 1 copper note equaled 100 Li Fun. Damn, Lin Long's got some decent money on him, nearly 20 copper notes in cash. Chao Yi hefted the wallet thoughtfully, growing confident. For now, at least, my gaming life isn't about to get any harder. Appreciate the hospitality. He sneered, propping himself up against the wall, then staggered toward his rental apartment. The most dangerous place is usually the safest. Chao Yi was convinced that with the Lin family idiot's brains, there was no way they'd expect him to run back to his own place. Sure enough, there wasn't a single suspicious figure near the apartment, much less any of Lin Long's goons. As he entered the courtyard, he intended to fetch some water at the communal tap, but stopped himself. Water cost money. 1 leaf one for just 10 liters, and it tasted like rusty iron soup anyway. Dong dong dong. The small detached courtyard on the first floor belonged to the landlord, Lu Guifan, a rare gem with a private bathroom, flush toilet, shower, running water, and gas. It was every tenant's dream home in the slum of Binghuai Alley. Rent for a place with a courtyard here was at least 15 copper notes a month. Most people didn't even dare dream of affording it. The courtyard gate was unlocked. Chow Yi pushed it open and knocked on the door. "Aunt Lu, are you there? I want to buy a bucket of water." Lu Guifan usually sold boiled water much cleaner than the city tap water, 2 liters for just 1 leaf fun, a price 5 times higher than municipal water, but pure enough to drink straight. "Oh, so even a busy guy like you knows how to come back." As soon as Chow Yi stepped into the shabby entrance hall, Lu Guifan immediately grabbed a chance to start it on him. She caught sight of the 25-leaf and coin he pulled from Lin Long's wallet, her eyes lighting up. With a sly chuckle, she pinched the coin into her cloth pouch. "Out making money again. Remember, rent's due in 5 days. Otherwise, they'll just toss all that junk in your room out on the street." This little old lady was always sharp-tongued. If it weren't for those few coins in front of her, she'd have already cursed out Chow Yi's entire ancestral line. But with that cutting tongue, no one in Binghuai Alley dared cross her. Her eldest son owned properties and connections in Zhuahong City's wealthy district. Her oldest son-in-law worked for the municipal government, and her younger son-in-law was the local peacekeeper. Leaning on that kind of influence, she jacked up apartment rents a bit, yet vacancies remained scarce. Even the real gangsters didn't dare stir trouble openly. Chow Yi ignored her, grabbing the shared water kettle and heading to the courtyard tap. The sound of metal hitting metal echoed as he filled 2 liters of cold water. "Only that much? Is it enough?" Lu Guifan pressed on. "It's enough, Aunt Lu." The old woman disappointedly hefted the kettle, then still slipped some change into his palm. 2 10-leaf and coins and 2 2-leaf and coins. Muttering under her breath, she said, "Rich folks sure know how to make money, squeezing water fees out of everything. Don't forget to return the kettle." Truth was, Chow Yi didn't intend to stay in Binghuai Alley tonight. If his throat weren't so dry he felt like smoking fire, he'd rather head to a tavern for a drink than get fleeced for water money by this old lady again. "Damn it," he cursed low, one hand holding the kettle, the other pinching his nose against the stench in the stairwell as he trudged up to the 5th floor, occasionally kicking away broken chairs and crumpled newspapers piled on the steps. Room 513, just over 15 square meters, with a small window facing the light well. Monthly rent was 6 copper coins. The window never saw sunlight, and even a kerosene lamp barely brightened the room. By the window sat a little coal stove for cooking, though its choking smoke meant Chow Yi had never dared light a fire. He always ate out, rarely bringing food home, leaving the cramped room marginally less oppressive. He set the kettle on the table and sat on the only wooden stool. First, he rinsed his cup with the fresh water, then tilted his head back, chugging 3 cups in a row. Almost half of the 2 liters disappeared in no time. Checking his pocket watch, 11 o'clock sharp. He tossed the watch onto the pillow and collapsed onto the narrow bed. Had spent half the morning playing The Land of God's Descent, where the volume of insults on the game channel was enough to rival a day of arguing with trolls from Zuanmabe. Even worse. In Zwan, the insults were usually about cyber mothers, but in The Land of God's Descent, they almost always escalated to real mothers. Chow Yi just felt tired, hungry, and sleepy. The 2 big steamed buns from breakfast were long gone, and his empty stomach kept rumbling. The player had yet to name their character. The sudden cold, mechanical voice startled Chow Yi, making his whole body shiver and sharpening his senses instantly. "Prime Minister Chow." The system's prompt cut through the silence without any courtesy, deliberately emphasizing the ID. There was absolutely no mistake. The universe was vast, with plenty of preliminary setup. Stay tuned for what comes next. Without overthinking, Chow Yi swiped his finger through the air and the player interface appeared. Skillfully, he typed in his most frequently used game ID. Name confirmed. After lying still for another 2 minutes, he finally struggled out of his warm bed and tapped Claim Quest Rewards on the panel. Quest Reward Settlement in progress. You have received 14 units of Basic Force Essence. Since the player is currently not a professional, Basic Force Essence cannot be claimed now. The reward is temporarily held in the quest panel and can be withdrawn at any time. Additional Quest Reward Bonus 40 will increase luck value when drawing from random treasure chests. Please roll the lucky dice. The higher the number, the greater the chance to obtain a high-level treasure chest. As the voice finished, a 3-dimensional image of a 6-sided dice with glowing runes floated in his mind, quite flashy. A bit over the top, Chow Yi muttered with a smirk, then willed the dice to roll. The dice tumbled in his field of view, clinking as it went, finally landing with a sharp snap on 3. Darn, only a 30 discount? Extra luck? Does that mean I'd only roll a 1 or 2 otherwise? He couldn't help but grumble. The system remained unfazed. You have obtained 1 Crade treasure chest. Treasure chests are ranked from low to high as E, D, C, B, A, and S. The higher the grade, the greater the probability of high-quality loot, but not guaranteed. Low grade may also bring surprises. Regardless of the outcome, at least one reward will match the chest's quality. A grade chest contain exactly one item, grade up to 6 items, with intermediate grades increasing accordingly. Before the system finished speaking, a beautifully crafted silver-blue chest appeared in Qiao Yihu's palm, engraved with mysterious runes. It was cool and heavy, as if forged from pure silver. No way. Pure silver? How much could this be worth? His daydream of sudden wealth instantly overshadowed his earlier complaints about the system's loot rules. Unfortunately, the fantasy lasted only seconds. He took a deep breath, cupped the chest in both hands, and carefully opened it. Silver blue light exploded outward, illuminating the entire room. You have obtained Fate Diviner Profession Card 1. Runic Contract Thunder Shockwave 1. Arthur Strauss Potion Handbook 1. The chest dissolved into light, leaving 3 neatly arranged items on the bed. A lavish card about twice the size of a poker card, with silver-plated edges. A scroll made of animal hide, rolled into a tube. An ancient book bound in weathered leather. As for the priceless chest itself, it had vanished. Qiao Yihu clearly only had the right to open, not the ownership of the box. He stared blankly and reached out, swiping at empty air, stunned. Half a minute passed before he snapped back to reality. Profession card? He picked up the card. A cold chill sparked at his fingertips. The card's front showed a black-robed figure with their face completely hidden in shadow beneath a hood. The back was covered in dense, chaotic black lines that made his head spin when he stared at them. In the blink of an eye, countless indistinct moving images flooded his mind. Sky, stars, earth, mountains, oceans, surreal dreamscapes. The chaotic lines twisted and intertwined, forming an unseeable pupil that wove an indescribable web of fate. Profession card, Fate Diviner. Those who try to control fate will inevitably find themselves controlled by it instead. The profession card is the most effective and direct magical item for players to change their class. When used, the system takes just a few seconds to send the player into the full class transition process. However, not everyone is compatible with every profession card. Even if a card seems suitable, failure is still possible. Whether successful or not, the card vanishes in a flash of light. In most cases, failure only wastes the opportunity, but on rare occasions it can cause the character to die instantly. Since the main profession is permanent once chosen, the system's warning "please choose carefully" hangs like a grim reminder over every player. Qiao Yi held the profession card labeled Fate Diviner, glowing with a dark purple aura, his index and middle fingers tightening slightly. Damn, he muttered, then immediately added, forget it, his voice oddly out of place in the dimly lit rented room. At first, had assumed the class system in the land of divine descent would follow the old trinity of warrior, mage, and cleric. But this card shattered that expectation. Mysterious, solemn, powerful, elusive, an indescribable aura of prestige radiated from it. On the card's surface, blurry animated images flickered repeatedly. A slowly rotating star chart, swirling dreamlike mist, a shifting scale of fate. Though the system panel offered no detailed explanation, Qiao Yi grasped the gist. The Fate Diviner commanded a full suite of esoteric powers related to astronomy, astrology, geography, dreams, and destiny. In everyday terms, knowing the stars above and the earth below, able to interpret dreams and divinations. His mouth twitched as he casually tossed the card back onto the bedspread. Isn't this just some street-side huckster's gimmick? Even ignoring the charlatan connotations, the Fate Diviner hardly seemed like a main offensive class. Another system prompt popped up. The main profession is unique and unchangeable. Changing classes required utmost caution. Worse still, Qiao Yi had no idea what other professions might exist in the land of divine descent. If the Fate Diviner turned out to be dead and trash, his whole gaming career would be ruined after all. This game meant permadeath, with character deletion and no chance to restart. So how could he tell if he genuinely matched the profession card? Was there some kind of soul-level resonance to signal compatibility? Hoping for a sign, he picked the card up again, but felt no thing, no liking, no dislike. Clearly, the path of class change was riddled with hidden risks. Forcing an ill-fitting profession would only bring hardship. Thinking of the professionals, a sudden flash of fragmented memories crossed his mind. The land of divine descent was a world secretly steeped in extraordinary powers, though ordinary people rarely encountered them in their lifetimes. Small-time gangsters and drunks who mingled in taverns were the most likely to run errands for those gifted with these powers. Taverns naturally served as information hubs, with patrons coming and going like roving spies. The true big players scorned dirty work like tracking, errands, and surveillance, delegating such tasks to societal outcasts like Qiao Yi. Those who possessed supernatural powers were collectively called professionals. According to the system panel, a profession card is not the only way to change careers, but it is the easiest. Qiao Yi quickly concluded that to get a profession card, he had to obtain a treasure chest, and to get a treasure chest, he had to complete tasks. Of course, the panel's wording hinted that besides tasks, there might be other hidden methods to acquire them. As he pondered this, he slipped the Fate's Sorcerer Profession card shimmering faintly with a golden glow into his pocket. While he wasn't particularly drawn to the Fate's Sorcerer, the card served as a last resort backup plan. If he couldn't find an ideal profession soon, settling for this would be better than nothing. After securing the profession card, he grabbed the now slightly stiffened beast-hide scroll. Rune Contract, Thunder Shockwave. Effect. Unleashes a thunderous shockwave on a specified area within 50 meters, dealing lightning damage to all units inside, and causing knockback, launch, paralysis, stun, and other negative effects. The closer to the center, the stronger the effect. Rank, low tier. Though low ranking, it is well preserved and fully functional. Extras. Includes a primal force storage rune, meaning even non-profession users can activate it. Activation. Hold the scroll and silently whisper or loudly shout thunder in the primal runic language in your mind. Cooldown, 24 natural hours. Side effects. One hand will randomly twitch for 5 to 10 minutes after use, accompanied by a slight decline in cognitive ability. An instant cast magic scroll? Sounds pretty powerful. Chowie studied it over and over. But a new question surfaced in his mind: what exactly is primal force? Is it magic power? The gray icon in the status bar that hasn't unlocked yet? He guessed instinctively that primal force might only be truly accessible after changing professions. As for the primal runic language, what kind of spell was that? He tried to read the rune's info like he did with the player panel. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice exploded in his ear. Aminos. Chowie froze, doubting he heard it right. He focused again. Aminos. Aminos. Yes, the syllables sounding like aminos corresponded to the primal rune word for thunder. He couldn't help but let out a dry chuckle at the thought. If he shouted aminos mid-battle, any nearby player would probably burst out laughing. Thankfully, it could be whispered silently, but in a life-or-death moment, how many people could resist shouting their skill's name? In any case, this scroll was definitely a razor-sharp weapon. As for the exact damage? Unknown, but it was the extraordinary power of a professional more than enough to deal with those 3 villains from the Lin family. With that in mind, he decisively tucked the rune contract, Thunder Shockwave, into his right pocket. This was currently his strongest life-saving card, even more practical than the Fate's Sorcerer card. The last item was a thick, worn tome. Arturo Strauss Potion Handbook. Contents: a compendium of decades of knowledge from the potion master Arturo Strauss. Value: priceless. Well said, books truly hold golden treasures. Chowie's eyes lit up. Potion master? That's another profession? Hope it's not some quack selling fake medicine. Though joking, he eagerly flipped open the handbook. However, after just 2 pages, he was stunned. The dense terms and detailed brewing steps flooded in like a mountain of foreign text, leaving him utterly bewildered. Because Chowie couldn't read. As a street tough who had never set foot inside a school, it was only natural that he couldn't make sense of the square characters in books. Though it wasn't like he was completely illiterate. He could recognize currency denominations and the few characters on the signs of the taverns and dance halls he frequented. But the pages of this potion brewer's handbook before him were filled with symbols like chicken scratch, nothing like the official Qing language of Tian Incontinent. From Chowie's limited understanding, the land of divine descent was home to hundreds of languages, with Qing being just one of 7 main ones. Outside Tian Incontinent, many people didn't even understand Qing. And just hearing the name Arturo Strauss made him sure the person wasn't Locke. Also using another language made perfect sense. Like the planet Sky Blue, the land of divine descent was a world of many races. Tian Incontinent was predominantly yellow-skinned people, but also had small populations of whites and blacks. If Qing was roughly equivalent to the Xia language, they shared similar usage, context, and meaning. But across other continents, the proportion of white and black people might be higher. Chowie couldn't say for sure. After all, he had never even left Zhuohong City, and understanding the wider world was no easier than crossing all the major federations on Sky Blue. If I really become a potion brewer someday, this handbook will be a treasure, Chowie thought, stroking the cover. If he ended up in another profession, he'd try to sell it for a good price. Gurgle, his stomach protested, reminding him his login had lasted too long. No matter how high-tech his cyber stomach was, it couldn't compete with a real Onif. His body collapsed. He wouldn't be able to play at all. Chowie dug his beat-up shoulder bag out from under the bed, shoved the handbook inside, and strapped it on. According to logout rules, items on the person disappeared with the player, so he wasn't worried about theft. He sighed deeply after exiting the game and took off the virtual reality headset, which was basically black tech. He felt refreshed, as if he'd just had a deep sleep. Checking his phone, 11:30. The land of divine descent's time actually synced with reality? Had gotten the delivery just after 10 p.m. and logged in straight away. Was that long intro cutscene, or did he fall asleep in the virtual prison? Still puzzled, he headed to the bathroom to relieve himself. Honestly, I was holding it in for too long over there. The sound of the flushing toilet brought unprecedented relief. His game character was younger and stronger with double the energy, but the tired, scruffy 26-year-old facing him in the mirror wasn't exactly a young man anymore. Chowie shaved while reflecting on this. After ordering takeout, He slipped on a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, thongs for his feet, and prepared to go downstairs for a walk and to take the dog out after all. The body was the foundation for gaming, and he felt restless without moving. It was even more obvious as he aged. Actually, he didn't own a dog, but there was a stray in the neighborhood everyone treated like the community pet. No one knew what breed he was. A sleek, all-black dog, slender and full of energy, darting left and right through the neighborhood. His coat gleamed with a glossy shine, and his sharp eyes sparkled like two little lanterns. Everyone called him Xiao He, or Little Black. It wasn't by chance that Xiao He became the community's favorite. He looked impressively noble and had an unexpectedly gentle temperament. Whenever someone passed by, he'd wag his tail excitedly and rise up on his two front paws, bowing politely, as if performing a well-rehearsed greeting, friendly, but never noisy. Soon, neighbors took turns feeding him a scoop of kibble, others a can of dog food. In just a few months, this once skinny stray had grown glossy and sleek, like a dark ripple dancing in the sunlight. Today, Xiao Yi brought Xiao He a gift, a chew stick head just bought at a pet shop near the neighborhood. Following the green belt Xiao He loved to roam, it didn't take long to find him. As soon as Xiao He spotted him, he wagged his tail wildly, grabbed the chew stick, and trotted closely behind like a loyal little shadow. Jianghai City lay in the southern part of the Daxia Federation. The summer air was heavy and humid, almost dripping with moisture. After just 5 minutes walking, man and dog squeezed into the thick shade of the phoenix trees, gasping for breath. Though there was only one sun in the sky, the heat felt more brutal than in Xinzhou, a place with its double suns beating down. Xiao Yi wiped sweat from his brow, muttering, "Is this a beaver's fault?" But his hand never stopped gently stroking Xiao He's soft head, quietly plotting the next game-like chapter of his life. It was clear he couldn't keep living in Binghuai Alley. First, the place was filthy and run down, reeking of mold even on the floor. Second, the Lin family's 3 beasts had missed him today, but would surely camp out again tomorrow. Those were the only tricks their limited minds could muster. Xiao Yi clenched the Thunderblast device he'd brought back from Shenzhou. He wasn't afraid to use it if things got serious, but no one knew just how destructive it really was. If it went off in the city, it might even draw the special forces from Bureau 749, the ones watching over superpowered users. That would mean breaking the laws of the southern continent, with punishments ranging from jail time to outright account deletion. He wasn't at his last resort. Yi wouldn't unleash it to go down with the Lin family's lowlifes. So the safest plan was to move out tonight. Although the Poison Snake Gang controlled a quarter of the lower district, leaving that muddy underground territory would make it much harder for bottom-rung leaders like Lin Long to track him. As long as he found a new place to settle, figured out how to trigger the main quest again, and opened a few treasure chests, his current mess could be cleaned up easily. He had to admit, he owed Lin Long's fortune of 20 copper coins of thanks. Without that cash, he wouldn't even have been able to buy water, let alone pay for a move. Just as he was thinking this, his phone buzzed suddenly. A green chat notification popped up with a ding. Opening it, he saw a message. "Do you have time lately? I have a big job to offer you." Sender: Wang Yaochao, Yi's landlord. A woman who was more mature than most, or rather, a striking beauty. Wang Yao was in her early 30s. Not exactly stunning, but she carried a natural charm. Tall and curvy, married qualities that might be drawbacks for others, but hit the mark perfectly for Xiao Yi. Unfortunately, had only met her once after signing the lease 2 years ago, and hadn't seen her up close since. After discovering he was a game snack, Wang Yao often came by the shop and insisted he team up with her for battle royale games. The fees he earned from playing with her even offset his rent. But 3 months ago, the internet-addicted housewife suddenly quit gaming and disappeared for a while, much to Xiao Yi's relief. He casually switched to check his green bubble balance. The numbers lined up neatly: ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, 680, 000. Enough to live comfortably for a long time. Glancing back at the message, he smiled to himself. Taking jobs wasn't nearly as fun as adventuring in Shenzhou. Ahem. Xiao Yi cleared his throat. "No time, Wang Jia. Got other things going on lately." He typed while sending a series of crisp popping bubble sounds. Within seconds, Wang Yao's doghead .jpg popped up on the screen. "Wang Jia, what have you been up to lately? Why haven't you played games recently?" Immediately, Wang Yao replied with a doghead .jpg, "I just found a new game." "What game? Is it that fun?" Xiao Yi shot back another doghead .jpg. "Secret X." Without missing a beat, Wang Yao responded, "Forget it. If you're not gonna join, I'll have my bestie find someone else." "Bestie? Is she pretty?" The thought flashed through his mind, just as his fingers paused. No way am I really going to send that. The AI assistant had reminded him repeatedly that although the player base of Land of the Divine Descent wasn't huge, it was already well established. If he could establish himself as a skilled player there and gather a couple of top-tier items, he could easily make a killing in gold from wealthy players. In MMORPGs, making money through power leveling or companionship services wasn't in the same league as this. Especially since this game was built with cutting-edge virtual reality tech, pay-to-win players were incredibly fierce. Even if he failed to get rare items, he could still make a fortune purely by reselling virtual currency. Back in the day, someone actually moved out with an entire property's worth of loot from dungeon, and 800 heroes. It wasn't just a legend. The doorbell rang as the delivery driver called to hurry him up. Chow Yi rubbed the head of his little black dog, then went to pick up the food. After a satisfying meal, he glanced at the digital clock on the wall. 13:15 time to log in. Hope Cyber Chow, he doesn't starve out there. After logging out, his character usually entered a sleep state. Opening the player panel, he saw his stamina and spirit had slightly recovered, but his hunger had increased. Plus, after drinking so much water, his bladder was about to burst. He bent down to rummage through the storage box under his bed and pulled out a relatively clean set of spare clothes. The style and color matched the newbie outfit in the game almost exactly, plain gray. Aside from that, he only had a thicker winter long sleeve set left, which wasn't valuable or convenient to carry. Decision made. Leave all the junk behind in this rental and just take his ID, pocket watch, wallet, and a few key items. After changing, he stuffed these into a messenger bag, pushed open the door, and set the key against the wall on the floor. When the old landlord Lu Guifan came to collect rent, shed naturally, no head moved out. And why no heads up? Huh. Lu Guifan wouldn't keep such news to herself. If she knew head left, word would reach Lin Long in no time. Better to leave a smokescreen to distract the Lin family's pests for now. The sour stench from the downstairs public restroom hit him like a wave. Chow Yi held his breath and hurried inside to relieve himself. Exiting the alley, he thought for a moment. There were 3 cheap taverns around Binghuai Alley where he usually ate, drank, bragged, flirted, and gathered information. But when it came to actual business, he never operated near home territory. Rabbits don't eat grass by their own burrow. Given the Lin family's intelligence level, they'd probably already placed those 3 taverns under close watch. He'd never be foolish enough to fall into a trap. Lin Long was notorious for holding grudges. Chow Yi was almost certain that by now Lin Long had circulated a wanted notice for him within the Venom Snake gang. Considering the copper stamp seal, anyone from the gang who saw him would surely alert Lin Long immediately. It was best to stay as far away as possible from the territory controlled by the Viper gang. In this area, many hotels, taverns, and dance halls were actually owned by the Viper gang. Chow Yi mentally reviewed his options and quickly settled on the Four Seas Tavern, a place that was not only distant from the Viper gang, but also served as a hub for gathering intelligence and finding middlemen. The clientele there was a colorful mix of scammers, black market dealers, fake medicine peddlers, and pimps too varied to categorize fully, as the tavern was backed by a relatively reliable intelligence network where many quality assignments were posted. In fact, Chow Yi wasn't without allies. Just as beggars had the Beggars sect, thieves naturally had their own loosely organized flying hero faction. This group was divided into territories overseen by several notorious kingpins. Whoever pledged allegiance to a particular kingpin could only work in that area. Crossing boundaries could result in having one's tendons cut as punishment. Remembering this rule, he decided to drop by the Four Seas Tavern to contact his flying hero friends and see if he could find an affordable yet decent place to stay. The 20 copper coins Lin Long had on him looked like a decent sum, but if he spent recklessly, they would disappear quickly. He couldn't depend on stealing food anymore and would have to try his luck at the tavern looking for jobs that paid in round coins. After settling on a budget plan, Chow Yi took a longer route out of Binghuai Alley toward the main road in the Shaohua district. There were municipal horse-drawn carriages there, operating similarly to Tianlong Star's bus system. Passengers boarded at designated stops, routes were fixed, and fares started at 3 Liefen for 5 stops, with an extra Liefen charged for every 2 stops beyond that. If he found the carriages too slow, he could opt for a rickshaw, but those were being phased out by city planning. On the west side of Zhuohong Market, in the wealthy district, all rickshaws had ceased operation years ago. The municipal carriage crept along the concrete road. Street vendors shouted out in turn. Meat buns, noodles with gravy, candied hawthorn sticks. The bustling street scene was full of life, though calling out candied hawthorn in the blazing summer felt oddly out of place. After 2 transfers and an hour-long journey costing 7 Liefen, Chow Yi finally reached the Four Seas Tavern stop. Pushing open the door, he almost thought he'd come to the wrong place. At midday, there were only a few scattered patrons inside. Behind the bar, the bartender mechanically wiped glasses, his face a perfect picture of boredom. Then, a system notification popped up. You have discovered the character Little Overlord E-Reader. Chow Yi moved toward the bar to order, but his eyes caught the bartender's title, Bartender. Little Overlord Idaran. He nearly spat out his drink. Who on earth gave themselves this name? Obviously a player. The bartender noticed Chow Yi's ID too, and his hand trembled so much the glass almost slipped. Chancellor Chow. Player meets player, and their eyes watered with disbelief. Locking eyes, Chow Yi paused and lowered his voice, testing in Daxiao language. Qin Feng? Chow Yi. Holy crap. A true hometown connection. Qin Feng was 3 years younger than him at university. In their senior year, Chow Yi had met Qin Feng playing Werewolf, and later they became friends on Penguin platform, often joining Werewolf games and occasionally playing some LOL together. After graduation, Chow Yi moved to Dagong and they lost touch. So who would have thought they'd reunite in a game today? I can't believe the next time I see you is inside a game. No kidding. Chow Yi felt that the world was truly unfair. After graduating from university, he headed south to Jianghai City, while Qin Feng stayed in their northern hometown, one in the south, the other in the north, over 1,000 kilometers apart. Yet by some strange twist of fate, they ran into each other inside a virtual online game called Land of the Gods Descending. The game's Four Seas Tavern originally had 3 bartenders working in shifts, but Chow Yi could never recall the identity of the third. Seeing him in person now, it suddenly clicked. No wonder. Why couldn't I remember the third guy? It was you all along. Land of the Gods Descending had an unusual mechanic. Players didn't just appear out of nowhere, but replaced existing characters already living on that continent. To protect their real-world identities, memories between the replaced characters automatically blurred. It was no surprise Chow Yi only remembered a guy named Qin Feng at the tavern, but could never fully picture his face or full name. How long have you been playing? Chow Yi lowered his voice. About 10 days, Qin Feng replied, drying a glass. You're here because of that helmet thing too, right? Yeah, but I just tried it on once while riding my motorcycle. You don't ride. So how'd you get caught up? Qin Feng looked around. A few scattered customers hadn't noticed them. Then he murmured, when I saw the helmet, I just had this weird urge to try it on. Like something was pushing me in my head, some kind of mental suggestion. Chow Yi shivered at the memory of the impulse. Creepy to think about. Maybe aliens invaded Earth and are using us as pawns? Or maybe the Land of the Gods Descending game itself is bleeding into reality. Qin Feng countered. Their college camaraderie was still intact, and soon their conversation drifted off in another direction. Enough speculation, I'm starving. Let's get some food first, then a pint of dark beer, Chow Yi said, rubbing his stomach. Qin Feng blinked. Pick whatever you want, but no dark beer here. No beer at a tavern? Are you running some kind of market stall now? Qin Feng shrugged. When was the last time you read a newspaper? 5 days ago, Tiannan province announced a prohibition on alcohol. Brewing, transporting, and selling any drink over 0.5 alcohol by volume is illegal. It's not just the Four Seas Taverna one in Zhuahong City dares sell booze. They're enforcing it like the gun ban 14 years ago. If you get caught, huge fines are unavoidable. The Public Security Bureau is making a killing off this policy. Without alcohol to sell, the business had plummeted. They were considering transforming the tavern into a full restaurant and had even hired a new chef for the kitchen. Qin Feng offered, want some iced lemon tea or cola instead? You probably want like anything else. Chow Yi thought it over and gave up on drinks. They'll have the tomato beef brisket soup with rice porridge. The kitchen quickly bustled to life. Moments later, a steaming bowl of rich, red tomato broth with tender beef brisket arrived. Qin Feng silently handed over a glass of ice water free of charge, as a courtesy. No way are you really that rich. Qin Feng's astonished voice still hung in the air, while the bowl of tomato beef brisket soup over rice on the bar was clearly priced at 25 li fun. To better grasp its cost, he quickly ran through the local prices in his mind. Cornmeal 3 li fun per jean, flour 6 li fun per jean, rice 12 li fun per jean, and beef brisket about 30 li fun per jean. Due to crop yields, rice in the Tiannan province was always expensive. In contrast, wheat, corn, and sorghum grew abundantly, so ordinary families usually ate flour and coarse grains daily, reserving steamed rice only for festivals. Roughly calculated, this single bowl of tomato beef brisket soup over rice cost as much as a family's entire daily expenses. Qin Feng worked as a bartender here, earning a weekly base salary of just 2 copper and 50 li fun. The newcomer Chow Yi, who had only just entered the game, waved his hand and ordered the most expensive dish, sparking only one thought in Qin Feng's mind: luxury. You just started playing this game, right? Where'd you get so much money? Robbed it, Chow Yi answered matter-of-factly. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. If you earn your money honestly, it's easier to spend without regret, but never skimp on food. Poor nutrition weakens your body fast. If trouble comes, you won't even be able to run. Within 5 minutes, the steaming bowl of tomato beef brisket soup over rice was served at the bar. The brisket had been slow-cooked until tender, the tomatoes sautéed until saucy, then poured into beef broth and simmered slowly until rich and red. The tart sweetness of the tomato intertwined with the deep savoriness of the beef, filling the air with an inviting aroma. Many cultural aspects of Tiannan province resembled those of the Daxia Federation on the planet Tianlan. Ways of social interaction, language habits, even preferences for staples like rice, steamed buns, and noodles. Yet its social system and daily lifestyle patterns were more similar to the Freedom Federation. As Chow Yi observed Zhuahong City, he evaluated in his mind a blend of civilizations, seeming fractured, yet somehow uniquely integrated. Have you seen other players? Chow Yi asked as he ate. Qin Feng nodded. Have they all changed classes yet? Why didn't you ask if I switched? Would a professional still be working as a bartender here? Qin Feng paused, then whispered, lies don't hurt. Truth is the sharp blade. Switching classes is hard. How hard can it be? Just get a profession card, right? Chow Yi was dismissive. Easy to say. The problem is those cards are rare even in the supernatural world. Chowie had just logged into the game and hadn't mingled with real players yet. Naturally, he didn't realize how valuable a Kraid treasure chest item could be. So did you switch classes? He pressed. Nope. Qin Feng raised his middle finger and waved it at him. Any big events lately? Any quick ways to make money? Mentioning money, Qin Feng immediately switched from bartender mode to informant mode, lowering his voice to start speaking. Suddenly, a customer approached the bar, and he swallowed back his words. Ahem, what'll it be? One the man began, then caught sight of Chow E greedily eating nearby, paused, and corrected himself. A lemon iced tea, please. With other customers around the bar, Qin Feng couldn't whisper anymore. The man suddenly seemed to remember something, glanced at the clock on the wall, then quickly finished his tea and strode away. Why ban alcohol? Chow E asked, watching the man approaching briskly, his mind full of questions. Alcohol breeds violence and crime. Qin Feng replied, sitting up straight and speaking in the exact formal tone from the official document. But if you cut off the alcohol supply suddenly, that just sparks another wave of violence and crime. Chow E frowned, pushing back. Then he lowered his voice and asked, what were you trying to tell me earlier? Qin Feng cleared his throat and spoke quietly, leaning close to his ear in the language of Daxia. There's been a shocking grand theft in Qinghe District, Western City. Chow Yi's pupils contracted, but he still pretended to fiddle with the glasses on the bar casually. Zhuohong City was split in two by an old canal called Jichuan. West of Jichuan Bridge was the wealthy West City. To the east lay the scruffier East City. East City comprised 5 main districts. Along the river were the smokestack-filled port zone and fish market district. Farther east were 3 slums. The poorest and most outer was Xiaohua District. A bit better were the Beiza and Nansa districts nestled in the middle. To West City residents, all 3 were slums. But middle-class residents of Xiaohua saw Beiza and Nansa as paradise, with many saving every penny just hoping to move there. West City was a completely different scene. Qinghe and Guandili were 2 sprawling upscale residential areas, plus the sparkling financial and commercial Huashang district, all oozing luxury. Chow E usually hung around Xiaohua district. Whenever he ventured into West City, his shabby clothes made the patrolling security assistant stare at him uncomfortably, like a beggar crashing a high society party. Qin Feng continued, 10 days ago, the estate of Viscount Upagio was burgled. They stole a very rare ancient artifact. He raised one finger. Rumored value, 10,000 taiha. 10,000 copper coins? Chow E thought he misheard. No, 10,000 taiha, Qin Feng corrected. Chow E blinked, nearly sitting up straight from shock. 1 taiha was worth 100 copper coins, a currency reserved for the ultra-rich. The average person's annual income was barely 100 copper coins. They also mentioned each in 10 copper coins to 1 each in, which converted into 1 million copper coins, or 100 million liefen, an absurd number. Chow E suspected this was just street exaggeration. After all, unlike inflation-ravaged Tianlong planet, the purchasing power of liefen was still strong. I think it's exaggerated too. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. So, solved the case yet? Of course not. Qin Feng pulled a sketch from under the bar and spread it on the table. Otherwise, how could I say there's money to be made? The Public Security Bureau hasn't issued any announcement, but they're searching the entire city for this guy. The man in the drawing looked around 30, crew cut, square face, ordinary features like any passerby with no memorable traits. Chow E stared a while, sure he had never seen him before. If he actually knew him, that would be strange. The Viscount was truly a member of high society. Although nobility had long faded with the passing of time, and no longer played an active role in the politics of Tiannan continent, becoming little more than a symbol in the business world, those old aristocrats still held astonishing wealth. Someone who could break into the Viscount's manor was definitely not a petty street thief like Chow E. Qin Feng was uncertain, offering only a casual remark. A professional? If the information was valuable, a single lead could be sold for 10 or even 100 copper coins. 666. This really was a way to make money. However, Zhuohong City had a population of over 1 million. Searching for someone whose name they didn't even know with only a sketch was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Feng shook his head. This isn't the kind of profit I'm talking about. Then what do you want to do? Chow E leaned forward to look around the shop. Qin Feng lowered his voice. Hit the snake gang, big score this time. Chow E's eyes suddenly lit up. Now you're talking. Tell me the details. Zhuohong City's alcohol ban was strict, and no one dared break the law in the city itself, but the surrounding counties were relatively calm. Qin Feng's intel showed the Snake Gang had a small team transporting illegal brewed stout to Baiyang County for a covert deal. Bootleg liquor? That's some deep waters. Chow E clicked his tongue. Gamers are gamers. Even though God's Land deleted characters on death, the adventurous spirit was ingrained in their bones. Before the ban, a jar of stout sold for 15 li per liter. Now the market price was at least 1 copper coin per liter. A barrel held 200 liters worth 200 copper coins. The gang was moving 40 barrels that was worth 8,000 copper coins. Chow E's annual salary was only 400 copper coins. He'd have to live on nothing but air for 20 years just to match that haul. That's a big deal. He rubbed his hands and whispered, "You guys already have a plan? You guys?" Qin Feng clearly included himself. "For players in total. Our chances weren't very good before, but now with you, it's perfect. Only 5 of them altogether?" Chow Yi gulped. "Are you crazy? The snake gang may be small, but they still have at least a dozen people. Guns are banned, but they can get revolvers and shotguns easily enough, maybe even old rifles. If we're going to rob this shipment, how do you plan to handle it? The gear? We can't just have revolvers. Everyone should have a rifle, and we need to stockpile ammo and practice shooting. Otherwise, our accuracy is just luck." The craziness innate to players flared up completely. His first reaction wasn't rejection, but to weigh the feasibility of the deal. Qin Feng was clearly well prepared. Both had studied at top university-ish, wouldn't act recklessly. "We've thought through all that." "Fine. So what's next?" "This place isn't safe." Qin Feng glanced behind the counter. "Stay here and have a drink. When I finish my night shift, I'll take you to meet the other players." The other players. Chow Yi lifted the now cold tomato soup and swallowed it in one gulp. The tangy, sweet broth slid down his throat into his stomach, but all he felt was a tightening in his chest. The difficulty of changing professions weighed on his mind like a heavy stone. Even if someone got a profession card, no one dared to risk their entire fortune on the spot. What if it turned out to be a trash class that ruined the character? On top of that, early in the game, information about professions was almost non-existent, so players had to scramble to gather intel first in order to make a barely informed choice without regret. Of course, some newbies didn't even understand how to switch professions at all. Bang! The wooden door of the Four Seas Tavern was kicked open, splinters flying everywhere. A rough shout followed. "Chow Yi, you son of a..." Under the flickering lantern light, knives and iron rods flashed menacingly as a gang of thugs swarmed inside. Chow Yi shuddered. "Damn it, how did Lin Long know I was here?" System notifications instantly flooded his screen. "You triggered the quest. Four Seas Turmoil. Quest details. One wave has yet to settle before another arrives. Members of the venomous snake gang you just shook off have tracked your whereabouts once again. Use your sharp mind to figure out how to escape this time. Quest rewards. 15 basic force essences, 1 random alchemy blueprint." Note: alchemy blueprints and treasure chests shouldn't appear at your level. But well, you triggered a high difficulty quest on your first day, didn't you? "Accept quest?" "Yes. What do you want?" "Damn, don't you know where this is?" Some bouncers from the tavern swung their clubs and rushed forward, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer number of opponents. The Four Seas Tavern wasn't affiliated with any gang, but it was still part of the underground network normally. They hired a few guys just to prevent trouble, definitely not strong enough to fend off Lin Long's crew. Chow Yi knew exactly where Lin Long got so many underlings from, must have hired muscle from other gangs, or simply gathered nearby street thugs together. Lin Long's head was wrapped in bandages, and he walked with a limp. Despite his comical appearance, his murderous intent was palpable. On the other side of the bar, Qin Feng was also stunned by the chaos. Sure enough, robbing money came with a price. Lin Long raised the iron rod in his hand and shouted loudly, "I don't want to make an enemy of the Four Seas Tavern, just hand over that BYD. Everything broken today will be compensated threefold." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. The borrowed thugs snarled like wolves and tigers, pushing the tavern bouncers aside arrogantly as they charged toward Chow Yi. Damn! Chow Yi swept his gaze left and right. The guest area was completely sealed off. The kitchen. He suddenly thought of the small door with the window leading to the tavern kitchen. Without hesitation, he planted his hands on the bar and flipped over, sliding behind the counter. Qin Feng reacted just as fast. After a shocked shit, he crouched under the bar, pulled open a drawer, and furiously pointed inside with both hands. Chow Yi followed his finger's direction. The drawer quietly held a revolver, its silver extended barrel gleaming coldly under the light, its lines rugged and sturdy. Qin Feng's gun. Where the hell did this guy get money to buy such top-tier equipment? Before he could think further, Chow Yi had already grabbed the gun. Silver Crown Snake Revolver. Item type: common weapon. Total length 295 mm. Barrel length 180 mm. Chambered for 7.6235 mm rounds. Unloaded weight 1.8 kilograms. Capacity 6 rounds. Effective range 100 m. Data is fictional. Do not compare to real life. A specially crafted revolver with an extended barrel, finely made and powerful. If mastered, it could even pose a deadly threat to beginners and extraordinary beings alike. What a heavy gun. Could a revolver really have an effective range of 100 meters? Chow Yi held the silver cobra in his hand, both amazed and delighted. Good brother. Truly reliable. He suddenly raised his arm and swept across the bar, knocking over a line of glass cups and plates, shattering them everywhere. Lin Long's men, about to flip the table, were forced to retreat step by step. In an instant, the bar counter became an improvised barrier. But Chow Yi's mind was racing. No. Now that I have a gun, why run? What if Lin Long has a gun too? Zhuohong City had strict gun control, and most of Lin Long's men wouldn't dare carry firearms. The Public Safety Bureau loved to to find those caught with them. But if Chow Yi started shooting wildly in broad daylight at the Four Seas Tavern, he'd definitely make the front page of the Zhuahong Daily, embarrassing the police department. Then every lowlife and scoundrel in the Xia district would be after him. Forget escaping the city. Even Qin Feng would get hit with a huge fine for violent crime and could be locked up for years. Lin family's 3 lackeys would never expect me to have a gun. Chow Yi's eyes hardened. He shoved the revolver into his slung bag and dashed toward the kitchen. As soon as the door opened, a pot of boiling beef broth steamed fiercely. Chow Yi grabbed the whole pot and flung it straight at the doorway. Bang crash. The scalding broth mixed with chunks of meat exploded outward. The first thug who charged and screamed and tumbled, blocking those behind him at the door. Chaos erupted in the kitchen, the cooks staring wide-eyed in terror. Without waiting for a response, Chow Yi pushed open the back window and leapt out. His shoes hit the windowsill. His heart pounded wildly, but he ignored the pain and sprinted into the narrow alley on the right. But Lin family's 3 lackeys had planned ahead. Lin Hu and Lin Bao led men through the back door, deploying forces outside to cut off Chow Yi's escape route. No brains in this mafia family, but they knew how to fight. Everyone from Four Seas whoever catches Chow Yi gets 50 copper coins. Lin Long's anguished roar echoed from inside the tavern like a whip cracking over his men's backs, instantly spurring them into a frantic frenzy. Even the tavern's hired thugs were tempted. 50 copper coins was a fortune. Damn you, Lin Long. Chow Yi cursed under his breath, toppling a wooden rack filled with odds, and ends the crash and clatter echoing behind him. He zigzagged through the unfamiliar alleyways, growing more anxious by the second as the heavy footsteps of pursuers closed in just around the corner. Ya! A shout rang out the narrow alley ahead suddenly yielded a small punk wielding a thick wooden club, charging at him. Surrounded, nowhere to dodge. Chow Yi steeled himself and drew the silver cobra. The extended barrel gleamed cold and sharp in the sunlight. The punk, holding the club high, suddenly grew weak in the knees and froze. Brother, why didn't you say you had a gun sooner? Seizing the moment, Chow Yi grabbed the club with his left hand and kicked hard into the punk's chest. Bang. The thug was sent flying, knocking over a row of trash bins. The pause lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, but before Chow Yi could move again, he heard Lin Hu and Lin Bao leading their men rounding the corner in pursuit. Chow Yi glanced back. The alley behind him was already completely blocked by the men Lin Hu and Lin Bao had brought, and now a new group of strangers had appeared in front, clearly not members of the Viper gang. The temptation of 50 copper coins was enough to make these desperate fugitives rush in for a quick score. Don't move. If you come any closer, they'll shoot. Chow Yi knew he wasn't nearly as calm as he appeared on the surface. This was his first time holding a gun, and trying to hit a target from 10 meters away was almost impossible, especially with only 6 bullets in the chamber. You little bastard, damn you. How dare you even think about shooting? Lin Long gritted his teeth, pushing past the thugs in front of him, dragging his injured leg inch by inch toward Chow Yi. Did Chow Yi dare to fire? Of course he dared. His only worry was accuracy. Lin Long slowed by the injury, and until the boss was right in front of him, killing a few underlings wouldn't matter. He frantically recalled all the gun-holding stances from movies and games, slowly raising the barrel to point at Lin Long. The distance between them was definitely more than 10 meters, probably closer to 15. No one hand is too shaky. He dropped the wooden stick from his left hand and gripped the revolver with both hands. Just as he steadied the silver-crowned snake revolver, adrenaline surged wildly through him, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably, not from fear, but from exhilaration. After all, the firearms ban in the Daxiao Federation was 100 times stricter than in Zhuahong City. Who had ever handled a real gun before? Let alone a revolver that smelled like the Old West. But from Lin Long's perspective, this trembling looked like pure terror. Haha, look at the little bastard shaking like he's about to soil himself. In the narrow, filthy alley, laughter broke out again and again. Even some onlookers who weren't part of the Viper gang bravely stepped closer to Chow Yi. These lowlifes, who've never been to school, had no idea what adrenaline meant. Bang! The thunderous gunshot instantly silenced all the laughter. Lin Long clutched his thigh and fell to the ground screaming. The gory wound sprayed the dirty alley floor red. Chow Yi's very first shot actually hit, although he aimed for the head. The bullet only struck the thigh, but a hit was a hit. Bang! Bang! The second and third shots followed in quick succession. The recoil from the extended barrel made his arms numb and both hands ache, but he still pulled the trigger. Neither bullet hit Lin Long again, nor his 2 companions Lin Hu and Lin Bao, but stray fragments of the bullets sprayed blood onto 2 nearby underlings, who fell where they stood. The alley exploded with the scent of blood, shock, fear, and screams. Most of the thugs turned and fled. Only those with both courage and brains remembered there were only 3 rounds left in the gun. But these bullies, who only preyed on weaker foes, now cared only about escaping with their lives. Damn it! Lin Hu screamed hoarsely. He only has 3 bullets left. Who's scared? Bang! The gunshot drowned out his roar. The 4th bullet howled through the air, and Chow Yi felt his blood burn with feverish heat. At the moment he fired the 4th shot, Chow Yi realized the whole world had changed. The The sky felt incredibly close, while the earth seemed unusually distant. The scene in front of him appeared magnified, as if through a lens. Lin Hu's voice grew faint, and his movements slowed down, stretched into slow motion. Chao Yi's consciousness sharply focused on his own gaze and the crosshairs, aligning perfectly with Lin Hu's head. The bullet silently pierced through Lin Hu's forehead. The extended barrel of the silver crown revolver firing 7.62mm rounds packed a power far beyond the tiny bullet holes shown in movies. Lin Hu's head was practically blown apart, blood spraying out like a ruptured waterfall, splattering through the air. Suddenly, an inexplicable, innate shooting talent surged within you. A system notification appeared. You have mastered basic shooting proficiency, a skill applicable to all classes. No matter the firearm you wield, your draw speed, weapon stability, and accuracy are all enhanced. This bonus even extends somewhat to ranged weapons like bows, crossbows, and hidden blades. The strange sensation arrived rapidly and, just as quickly, it faded. Chao Yi was suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion, feeling completely drained both physically and mentally. Though the heightened aiming state had vanished, he still felt the silver crown revolver was an extension of his own body, responding perfectly to his control. Bang! The fifth bullet screamed out, striking Lin Bao's right calf as he fled in disarray, knocking him to the ground immediately. From over 20 meters away, this wasn't random loot, it was a deadly, precise shot. Compared to that, the first bullet hitting Lin Long had been sheer fortune. Don't kill me. Chao Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. Lin Bao pleaded desperately. Of the Lin family's 3 brothers, only Lin Bao and Lin Long remained the once proud and imposing trio, now reduced to just terrified survivors. Chao Yi's face remained expressionless as he spun the silver crown revolver, performing a flawless gun twirl. Only a true revolver master could move like that. Lin Long's heart sank into deep confusion. Was this still the Chao Yi he once knew? Sadly, this was no longer the old friend. This was the most ruthless and dangerous player in the land of divine descent. The extended barrel of the silver crown pressed coldly against Lin Long's forehead, causing an uncontrollable shiver. I suggest none of you move. I have only 1 bullet left. Move, and you die? Everyone able to flee had already scattered down the alley, leaving only the 2 unlucky ones hit by stray bullets lifeless on the spot. Lin Long froze, whispering a desperate plea. Please, don't kill me. Hey, race the deal, I really have only 1 bullet left. Only one of you will live. Chao Yi said coldly. Suddenly Lin Bao shouted, kill him. Kill Lin Long. He's the one who set us up. When facing life and death, brotherhood means nothing. Lin Long was stunned, seeing his own brother for who he truly was for the first time. We can only survive if one of us dies, right? If I kill Lin Bao, let me go? Lin Long's eyes flickered with a faint spark of hope as he struggled to pick up a nearby cleaver, inching toward Lin Bao. Flash. The cleaver came down, and Lin Bao could only raise his arm to block. A scream tore through the air. Another strike, the cleaver pierced through his chest, blood gushing out. Lin Bao collapsed, life draining fast. Can I go now? Lin Long's face was stained with blood, humbled like a dog on its knees. There was no dignity left in him. Sure. Chao Yi nodded, but then pressed his foot onto Lin Long while pointing the silver barrel at his head. No, no, Lin Long shouted, his head trembling violently under the gun. Bang! His skull exploded instantly, flesh and bone fragments flying, smashing against the dirt road, the walls, and even splattering onto Chao Yi. Ha 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 ha! Chao Yi slumped weakly against the grimy, damp wall like a heap of collapsing mud, sliding slowly down the mottled gray surface. A low, hoarse sound escaped from his throat, a tangled mix of laughter and sobs, emotions so confused even he couldn't tell what drove them. Was it his body protesting? Or his mind fracturing? He couldn't say, nor did he want to analyze it. All he knew was that the clean clothes he had just changed into were soaked through with blood again. Dark red clots coated the backs of his hands and his cheeks. The coppery sweetness of blood rolled in the narrow alley, stinging his nostrils. A system prompt appeared. Your chaos level increased by 5 points. Current chaos, 85. Mission turmoil across the 4 seas completed. Rating, excellent. Extra 40 mission reward granted. Ugh, damn, the curse didn't come from Chao Yi. Qin Feng, still worried, had silently followed behind. Now he pressed his hand firmly against the wall, his stomach churning so violently he nearly vomited bile. The god-ascended land was in utter chaos. In the past 10 days, he had witnessed countless violent clashes, but nothing as shocking as this scene. Lin Long and Lin Hu's heads blown apart by a gunshot. Half their brain matter stuck to the ground, their bodies a mangled mess of blood and flesh. Big brother, we have to get out of here, the cops will be here soon. Qin Feng fought back the nausea and struggled to pull Chao Yi up from the ground, helping him regain some clarity. Chao Yi silently handed the bloodstained silver crown snake pistol back to Qin Feng, then bent down to search the bodies. His movements were cold and mechanical. Since they had killed, they had to take everything valuable left behind. Lin Long's wallet had been taken earlier that morning and contained only 2 copper coins. Lin Hu and Lin Bao were much wealthier, together holding 15 copper coins and 50 leaf fun. The two followers were poor, with only 80 leaf in between them. Where to? Chow Yi asked. A single word, but it carried the fierce determination born of fire and blood. In this city district where gun bans were strict, a firefight with hot weapons was rare, especially one that left 5 dead. Someone would definitely report it. Yet the Public Security Bureau was notoriously slow. Unless the media blew it up, gang fights like this usually ended with a cursory investigation. In an era before surveillance cameras, thorough inquiries were difficult, questioning every witness in the Four Seas Tavern, tracing the victim's social ties, but the thugs were long scattered and unwilling to cooperate. Most likely, the case would just gather dust in an archive, which was Chow Yi's confidence in drawing his gun. What was truly dangerous was the Snake Gang's retaliation. What started as a debt dispute between Chow Yi and Lin Long's small crew had turned into 5 deaths, including a minor leader. The Snake Gang would not forgive or forget. Before tonight ended, most likely, wanted posters with his face would plaster every shadowed corner of the Xiaxia district. Come to my place, Qin Feng said quietly. He knew the area around the Four Seas Tavern like the back of his hand. Winding through narrow alleys, twisting and turning to shake off any watchers, he led Chow Yi to a rental apartment not far away. This area is called Zhongluo Alley. Although it's still dirty, messy, and run down, it looks a lot better than Binghuai Alley. The streets are still littered with fallen leaves and cigarette butts, but at least there's no stench of rotten sewage. Most of the residents here earn regular wages, and although life is tight, it's relatively stable. Qin Feng, like them, rented a small one-bedroom apartment in an old building much bigger than the cramped room Chow Yi had stayed in before. Over 30 square meters, with sun-facing windows, a private bathroom and shower, and fully equipped with gas and running water. The rent is 12 copper coins per month. Qin Feng's base salary is modest, but his real income comes from customer tips and the gray earnings from the Four Seas Tavern. Plus, unlike Chow Yi, he doesn't indulge in drinking, gambling, or other vices, so he can afford it. Go wash up first. They'll find you some clothes of mine, Qin Feng said while rummaging through his stuff. The clothes were a bit large, but wearable. Chow Yi nodded and shut the door to the bathroom. The shower head was rusty and the water pressure weak, but the hot water still cascaded down his body. Wrapped in warmth, his tense nerves finally eased. 5 minutes later, he emerged wrapped in a towel. You all right? Qin Feng peeked in. He'll manage, Chow Yi replied in a normal tone. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Feng relaxed. This game was far too real, and when it comes to killing, you have to face it early unless you plan to quit the land of the gods completely. So, how did it feel? Qin Feng pressed. Chow Yi raised an eyebrow. He didn't experience the stomach cramps or distraction you see in movies. Maybe he was naturally tough or just indifferent. Honestly, he barely felt anything. He quickly changed into Qin Feng's clean clothes, dug out the wallet head just taken, and handed over half the copper coins and leafin inside. What's this for? You earned it as loot. Real brothers keep it fair. Without your silver crown snake revolver, things would have been worse. Qin Feng scratched his head. How about you stay here? The Viper Gang definitely can't find me. Indeed, the two had no social ties in the land of the gods, and no matter how hard the Viper Gang searched, Qin Feng was off their radar. We'll see about that, Chow Yi said, neither refusing nor accepting. Instead, he asked, where did you get that revolver? First day login reward. At the black market, even the worst revolvers cost 350 copper coins. A well-made silver crown snake would fetch around 1,000. Clearly, Qin Feng couldn't have paid that out of pocket. There's food at home. Fix yourself something if you're hungry. I have to get back to the tavern. The boss probably coming. The Four Seas Tavern got trashed by Lin Long, and after his death, the boss has to deal with the Viper Gang's pressure. Qin Feng grabbed his coat and left in a hurry. The door shut, leaving the room quiet. Chow Yi let out a long breath and collapsed face up on Qin Feng's bed like a corpse. Claiming mission rewards. Mission rewards processing. You have received 21 units of basic force essence, temporarily stored on your mission panel. What exactly is this force essence? Counting the previous 14 points, Chow Yi now had 35 total. The way random alchemy blueprints are distributed is the same as random treasure chests. Any extra rewards convert into bonus luck points, which then trigger a dice roll. The higher the roll, the greater the chance of drawing a high-quality blueprint. Are you sure Sacred Descent wasn't developed in collaboration with penguins? Chow Yi muttered to himself as he mentally rolled a 6-sided die. The dice spun with a crisp whirring sound before finally settling firmly on a 4. You have obtained the Alchemy Blueprint, Traveler's Cache. A one-time use fully automatic alchemy blueprint. Simply input the specified primal materials, and it will directly produce one Traveler's Cache. Traveler's Cache, a belt-shaped spatial storage item, contains 12 independent compartments, each measuring 60 centimeters, 60 centimeters, 60 centimeters. Required materials. 1. 120G spatial stone. 2. 1 intact mature phase spider silk sac. 3. 12G mithril. 4. 12G adamantine thread. 5. Sufficient leather from any transcendent creature. 6. 5G Earth Essence Crystal. Note 1. The blueprint is exquisitely crafted and well preserved. Current crafting success rate is 87. Note 2. The blueprint will self-destruct upon use, regardless of success or failure. A faint golden light flickered, and an ancient piece of beast hide materialized into Chao Yi's palm. The rough leather was warm to the touch, and dark gold runes shimmered faintly along the scroll edges. He could only stare blankly, his face clearly written with the word bewildered. In this 100 realistic virtual MMORPG, there are no system backpacks. Inventory weight depends entirely on the player's stamina. To expand storage, you must rely on various storage items. Finished goods are outrageously expensive. Even blueprints are hard to come by, and crafting them is an even taller mountain. Just buying the materials alone drains ordinary players' resources. Worse yet, Chao Yi hadn't even stepped foot into the transcendent world yet. Spatial stone, phase spider silk sacks, earth essence. These terms might as well have been written in an ancient language. Judging just by the material complexity and storage specs, he knew the traveler's cache was no low-quality item. The existence of an alchemy blueprint also led him straight to think of the associated profession alchemist. Maybe the profession had a different name in sacred descent, but it had to exist. Otherwise, where would the blueprint come from? Unfortunately, even holding the blueprint, he had no idea when he might actually craft the finished product. After a moment's thought, he stuffed the traveler's cache blueprint and the previously acquired potion handbook into his worn shoulder bag. Who would have thought that inside an ordinary person's battered old bag quietly lay two extremely valuable transcendent items? Chaos Value 5. Basic Shooting Specialization acquired. The Chaos value rose again as he fired a gun to kill someone, and he learned Basic Shooting Specialization. But what exactly was Chaos value? Mental disorder? A measure of insanity? Does killing always increase it? He felt no abnormality at the moment. What consequences might arise if the Chaos value became too high or too low? He had no clue. He'll need to exchange experience with other players tonight. Thinking this, he recalled the people Qin Feng introduced and felt a bit relieved, though he silently reminded himself to stay vigilant when meeting other players. Qin Feng's contacts should be reliable, but when it comes to encounters with other players, caution is always necessary. After all, this was a game where death meant no revival. Once you killed an opponent, you could loot all their belongings. So at this moment, Chao Yi was quite well off in terms of both gear and cash. Although he hadn't seen Qin Feng for a long time, the fact that Qin Feng left him a weapon still conveyed that strong brotherly bond. They valued each other. The costly silver crown revolver was left for him as a means of protection. In case something happens, I need to have a weapon, Chao Yi said, feeling the cold metal of the gun. His thumb flicked the trigger lightly as he spun the revolver through various tricks. In this game, skills didn't immediately make someone an expert, but rather enhanced their ability to learn and unlock potential. After mastering basic shooting proficiency, he wasn't a sharpshooter overnight, and still had to practice to improve. Luckily, as a modern person, had watched countless movies and played many shooting games, so guns weren't unfamiliar. Just recalling the smooth way cowboys twirled their guns made the silver crown dance at his fingertips. This was the result of his newly enhanced learning ability. His potential was also noticeably awakened. Every time Chao Yi raised the gun, he could sense a strange, aiming feeling, as if his eyes automatically locked onto the target. He rifled through Qin Feng's drawer, loaded 5 bullets deliberately, leaving one chamber empty to prevent accidental discharge. The rookie is still too young, he muttered to himself. He put the revolver away and glanced at the pocket watch. It was only 9 o'clock, and Qin Feng hadn't handed over duty yet, so he had time to rest a bit. Learning skills required intense focus, which drained both body and mind. Now relaxed, exhaustion washed over him like a tide. Chao Yi leaned against the corner, clutching the revolver as he drifted into a deep sleep. Click. He had no idea how long had passed when he was suddenly jolted awake by the soft sound of a door unlocking. Instinctively, Chao Yi rolled over and aimed the silver crown at the doorway. In the dark room, Qin Feng lit the gas lamp, but was startled to find the long-barreled gun pointed right at him. Seeing it was Qin Feng, Chao Yi exhaled in relief but kept his grip firm. Qin Feng chuckled. You're way too jumpy. Come on, be honest, what have you been up to all this time? Your reaction's like a fugitive on the run. Chao Yi shrugged. This game's just too fun. I can't afford to get wiped out. He set the revolver on the table as his stomach growled loudly and his bladder protested. Qin Feng handed him a baseball cap. Perfect timing. He'll introduce you to the rest of the gang, and we can grab a few drinks. They're all eager to meet you, the ruthless killer with 5 kills on your first day. Apparently, Qin Feng had already posted about Chao Yi's 5-kill spree in the Green Bubble group chat, where the newbies who hadn't made their first kill yet were keen to see him in person. Qin Feng opened a cabinet and pulled out a sling bag, stuffing the silver crown inside. By the rules, Chao Yi should have a proper gun holster, but carrying one on his belt would be too obvious for the sheriff. An underarm holster required a jacket, and the temperature in Zhuahong City wasn't cool enough to wear one comfortably. The sling bag was the safest choice, though slower to draw. It had no other drawbacks. Before heading out, Chow Yi took one last look around the room and remarked, "Good houses really are different. This is the cleanest bathroom I've seen in the Divine Descent lands." After a quick wash, he put on the cap to disguise himself a bit, slung the bag over his shoulder, and followed Qin Feng out the door. "You've triggered the mission. Eliminate the Viper Gang." The mission: eliminate the Viper Gang. The Viper Gang has plastered your bounty posters all over Zhuahong City's underworld. The situation is at a deadlock. You could run away from Zhuahong City like a beaten dog, or you could make a crazier, bolder move to declare war on the Viper Gang. The reward: unknown. Because this is a long-term mission, the payout scales with the player's strength. If you manage to pull this off as an ordinary person, it would be nothing short of a miracle, and the reward would be correspondingly generous. If you attempt it as a professional, the difficulty drops, but so does the payout. This strength difficulty balance system keeps the game fair. After all, if high-level players can easily claim huge rewards meant for lower-level challenges, the whole world's balance would collapse. Chow Yi suddenly stopped walking. Qin Feng instinctively thought he had noticed something and reached into his messenger bag with one hand. "It's nothing, I just feel like wandering around this openly might not be too safe." Chow Yi lowered his voice. "Bro, you've pissed off the Viper Gang, but you're not some notorious outlaw with a government bounty on your head." Qin Feng glanced around. "It's pitch dark, who would recognize you?" Besides, he shook his silver-crowned snake revolver strapped to his shoulder. "If we run into trouble, I've got your back." It was already past 9 at night. The sparse street lamps in the Xiaohua district cast a yellow haze. The gas lamps in cheap bars and dance halls glowed dimly, while only the upscale restaurants shone brightly. Unless Chow Yi got wildly unlucky and ran into someone he knew, no one on the street would connect this hunched young man walking fast with the blurred profile on the bounty posters. The real bad luck happened earlier at the Four Seas Tavern. After Chow Yi's monkey steel peach stunt on Lin Long immediately used his connections to post a 10 copper coin bounty on finding clues. By chance, the man ordering lemon iced tea in the Four Seas Tavern was one of Lin Long's cronies, and that's how the word got out. Thinking of this, Chow Yi lowered his baseball cap again, patted his empty messenger bag, and quietly wondered if he should arm himself with a revolver. Even if its firepower couldn't match Qin Feng's silver-crowned snake, being able to shoot would help. Unfortunately, all the mission gear was exotic and couldn't be converted into cash. His pockets were embarrassingly empty. The two of them left Zhongluo Alley and walked half an hour along Xiaohua North Road, finally arriving at their destination, the Happy Tavern. Unlike the cheap dives hidden in alleys, this place had a storefront right on the main street, with upscale decor and obvious class. Neon signs flickered warmly orange in the night. Located in the northern district of Xiaohua, while Chow Yi usually operated in the southern Binghuai Alley district quite a distance. Usually, reaching here would require transferring between two municipal buses, so he rarely came. After all, this wasn't his usual territory, and getting caught by the police here would be trouble. A waiter bowed respectfully and led them down a corridor. The wooden floor creaked softly underfoot, and the dim wall lamps cast the shadow of Qin Feng's broad shoulders and narrow waist, alongside Chow Yi's slightly hunched back. With no incidents along the way, they stopped in front of a door marked with a bronze plaque bearing the number 4. Room 4. Pushing open the door, a warm aroma greeted them. The round table, covered with a clean white cloth and neatly arranged utensils, looked nothing like a den of crime. The Happy Tavern was not controlled by any underground faction. It was simply a legitimate restaurant business. The tavern regularly paid a protection fee to the largest gang in the northern district, the Bloodhand Gang. The main hall was quiet and sparse, with only a few scattered diners sitting in the corners. Ever since the prohibition was enacted, almost every tavern in Zhuahong City had an air of desolation. But just upstairs on the second floor of the same building, the private rooms at the Happy Tavern were fully booked and not a single one was available. The Happy Tavern itself didn't sell any alcohol. It only rented out private rooms. The prohibition law made drinking in public places strictly illegal, and while drinking alone at home was allowed, inviting 2 or more friends to drink together was also against the law. The regulations were as harsh as a razor's edge, forcing citizens to either find loopholes or avoid clinking glasses even in their own living rooms. Thanks to well-placed connections within the upright legal world, the Happy Tavern managed to turn private room drinking into a gray area business. Neighbors could report loud noises to the authorities, and if the report succeeded, they could even claim a reward at the police station, making the value of these private rooms all the more evident. "Whoa, you're all here." Qin Feng pushed open the door to the innermost private room. Chow Yi looked up to see 3 players already seated inside. "You spot character Summer Rhapsody. You spot characters One Hunter. You spot character Chicken Soup's here." Each of these IDs was brighter than the last. Chow Yi found it hard to tell which one was the main player. In the end, his gaze landed on Summer Rhapsody. Experts exchange meaning with a single look. Anyone unfamiliar probably needed to check Douyin first. Summer Rhapsody felt a little awkward under that. "You get me?" I get you eye contact and forced a dry laugh. "Have you ordered yet?" Qin Feng asked casually. "Already done, just waiting on you too." Summer Rhapsody waved to signal the waiter to bring the food. As the door closed, Qin Feng introduced the three players. This is Chancellor Chao, a top player who scored 5 kills on his very first day online. Keep it low-key. Chao Yi raised a hand casually, his demeanor unbothered. Summer Rhapsody scrutinized Chao Yi carefully, then suddenly lit up in recognition. No wonder you looked familiar, I just saw your bounty order a couple of days ago. The Venom Snake gang didn't demand outsiders to catch targets, they only collected intel. One location spotted for 20 copper coins. In with the Venom Snake gang, Summer Rhapsody admitted calmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chao Yi slipped his right hand into his pocket, gripping his Thunderstrike stun gun. Don't be nervous. Summer Rhapsody smiled. 20 copper coins isn't worth my time. We're planning a big deal, 8,000 copper coins. There was no mistaking which sum was bigger compared to 20. Qin Feng added, no half measures if we want to pull this off, then cast a reassuring glance at Chao Yi. Chao Yi raised an eyebrow and slowly drew his hand out of his pocket. Show some good faith first. Summer Rhapsody shared a task panel with him. Player Summer Rhapsody shares task, illegal liquor. Task, illegal liquor. The Venom Snake gang's Chai Kuan faction is transporting a batch of valuable illegal liquor to Baiyang County to trade with the local Cine gang. You already have intel and can choose. 1. Steal the liquor, or 2. Get even greedier and take the Cine gang's copper coins too. Reward, 50 basic force essences, 1 random loot box. Do you accept? Looking at the task panel shared by Summer Rhapsody, Chao Yi couldn't help but think, well, this is intense. Your target isn't the Snake gang's illicit liquor itself, but the money the Cine gang uses to pay for it? Summer Reverie snapped his fingers. Talking to smart people sure saves time. He never really cared about that shipment of strong liquor. Stealing money was the simplest and cleanest deal. Grab it and split it right away. Liquor, on the other hand, meant finding buyers and channels it involved too many complications. The Snake gang has long traded with Cine gang in Baiyang County, backed by a major power in Zhuohong City. They've got the guns and the numbers. Turf wars never let outsiders interfere. Any inexperienced gang foolish enough to deal with county-level gangs would end up with nothing but bones and scraps. So Summer Reverie had an early plan. Intercept the money right when the handoff happened. The players had one ace up their sleeves, the Dachau language. The locals couldn't understand a word. Even if they spoke it openly in front of servers, they'd just be dismissed as speaking some obscure dialect, never raising suspicion. Ahem. Summer Reverie cleared his throat. As the double agent of the Snake gang, he was actually the catalyst for this illicit liquor transport mission. 15 days ago, had just landed in this god-ascended land. Using his modern brain and some clever ideas, he quickly became the right-hand man to Snake gang's second-in-command, Chai Kuan, all while secretly plotting to stab them in the back. Once the target was locked in, he immediately contacted another player, little overlord Dictaphone, Qin Feng. Qin Feng worked as a bartender at the Four Seas Tavern, sharp-eyed and well-informed intel as plentiful as the drinks he served. The two hit it off and recruited Zwan Motherhunter and Chicken Soups here to join their squad. The 5 conspired together, ready for the big play. At the meeting table, Summer Reverie spread out a rough hand-drawn route map. My boss Chai Kuan and 17 others are escorting the liquor to Baiyang County, he said, tapping the paper with his knuckles. For old-school long guns, probably black market cobbled-together junk. The rest are all revolvers and sawed-off shotguns, barely a threat beyond 50 meters. Recently, anti-smuggling enforcement had become razor-sharp. No one dared take trains or cargo ships. Chai Kun's only option was to use donkey carts on back roads. The convoy moved by day, hiding, traveling by night, finally meeting the Cine gang at an abandoned factory on Baiyang's outskirts. Summer Reverie had all the details, route, timing, and guard posts memorized. Knowing their hand gives us plenty of room to maneuver. He looked around with a smile. Before he could finish, Chao Yi raised his hand to interrupt. What about our guns? Don't tell me you can get long guns and afford them. Trying to take the Snake and Cine gangs down with a few rusty revolvers? Stop dreaming. Unless we've got a Real Arthur Morgan here. He added, a decent long gun costs twice as much as a revolver, and they don't show up on the market often. 5 of them plus ammo. That's a deal that leaves us broke and possibly dead. Spend money? Chicken Soups here laughed it off. No way. In truth, even combining all 5 players' cash wouldn't buy them a single long rifle. In the warehouse manager at the Public Security Bureau in Beza District. Inside this old warehouse, there's a nearly forgotten armory. The key is in his pocket. No one has come to inspect it for months. He once sneaked inside quietly. Under layers of dust and cobwebs lay a few standard-issue Fengquan rifles. Though the exteriors were weathered, pulling the trigger would still produce a shot. He could easily take the guns whenever needed and return them without leaving any trace. Qin Feng's crew clearly did their homework. They weren't bluffing. The real problem was the ammunition. The armory was completely empty, not a single bullet in sight. Summer Reverie glanced at Chao Yi without explanation. Chao Yi understood. Overall, the players had much stronger combat abilities than the locals except for the professionals. The special skills obtained through unique scenarios or events allowed them to suppress gang members quickly as long as they had guns. Summer Reveries' confidence to challenge the Viper gang came from this advantage. With enough bullets, even just one night of practice would let the players shoot far more accurately than the Viper gang's clumsy fighters. Knowing Chai Kun's men, it wasn't just about aiming. The real question was whether they could even spot a person clearly from 200 meters away. Someone had to fill the ammunition shortage. The Zwan Hunter stepped up. In a small crew like theirs, no one was there to slack off. Everyone played a role in the plan. The Zwan Hunter had access to a black market arms dealer supplying 7.6255mm rounds, available in any quantity, but the problem was that they lacked the money. Practicing with firearms required ammo, and fighting the Viper and Cine gangs would need even more, at least 1,000 rounds, ideally 2,000. The dealer charged 1 copper coin per 3 bullets. Even with bulk discounts, 2,000 rounds would cost 600 copper coins. Luckily, the terms were flexible, 30 deposit up front, the rest upon inspection. The Zwan Hunter planned to borrow the deposit from the Viper gang's loan sharks through Summer Reverie's contacts. After all, once the deal was done, Summer Reverie wouldn't be mingling with the Viper gang anymore, so they might as well squeeze all they could out of that identity. The order was for 2,000 rounds plus several revolvers. The transaction definitely couldn't happen in the city. It would likely be arranged at a remote, abandoned farm or factory on the outskirts. The balance? They had no hope of borrowing that much, so they planned to double-cross the arms dealer, kill him on the spot, and settle the debt with the goods. But Jitong was tied down by his official job in Beza District and couldn't get involved. Summer Reverie had to stay close to Chai Kun and was also out of action. The only ones who could actually pull the trigger were the Zwan Hunter and Little Overlord Speaker. A weapons deal worth thousands of copper coins definitely couldn't be handled by the arms dealer in person. The Zwan Hunter knew the situation well. Relying on just himself and Little Overlord was hardly enough. Even if they caught their opponents off guard, they probably couldn't get past the guards on the other side. In reality, he was just an ordinary guy who had never really killed anyone, and Little Overlord was about the same. That's why Qin Feng said Chao Yi was arriving at exactly the right time. Once Chao Yi joined the team, their chances shot up immediately. Right after logging in, Chao Yi had demonstrated formidable combat skills by going head-to-head in a tough fight. Though the Zwan Hunter didn't know his real identity, the phrase kills without blinking was enough to instill respect. If not for living in a law-abiding society, this guy would probably be a ruthless outlaw. Everyone gathered round as Chao Yi tapped his knuckles on the table, breaking down their plan step by step. The overall idea was simple and ruthless: take down one black market player by another. No complicated tricks. Everyone knew the more complex the plan, the more likely it was to fail. The only question was whether their firepower could suppress the enemy. I've got good aim. I can handle the black market folks, Chao Yi said calmly. Close quarters gunfights are just about who pulls the trigger first. Of course, accuracy isn't guaranteed. That one sentence put everyone's minds at ease. Chao Yi had clearly faced life-or-death gunfights. His shooting skills were top tier. The Zwan Hunter and Little Overlord weren't inexperienced either. They'd each unlocked some extraordinary abilities on their own missions. They couldn't risk using them freely in the city, but outside in the countryside, no one cared. If pushed too far, a single amino's move could send their enemies spiraling skyward. I don't have a gun, Chao Yi added. Doesn't matter, Summer Rhapsody replied. They'll get you 2 revolvers when I get back. I heard Little Overlord already has a customized, upgraded one. My old guns won't compare. Then Chai Kun laid out the schedule. We leave at night 3 days from now. Take country roads from Zhuahong City to Baiyang County, about 100 miles. The roads are rough, and the donkeys will need rest carrying the liquor, so it'll take at least 4 days to reach the abandoned factory. Next step in the plan: if the 3 manage to steal the ammo, Ji Tang Lai Ke's job is to sneak out Fengquan. After that, they'll rent a wagon to travel light and set up an ambush near the factory. So I'm stealing Fengquan tonight. Ji Tang Lai Ke looked at the group. Summer Rhapsody and the Zwan Hunter exchanged looks. Then I'll come with you to borrow money from the Viper gang? Place orders tonight, and the deal's done tomorrow. Summer Rhapsody thought for a few seconds, then slapped his thigh hard. Let's do it. Hesitation means defeat. No time to waste. They all put out their cigarettes, wiped their plates, and went their separate ways. Once the money was secured, the 5 would split it evenly. Splitting the funds from the Cine gang had already been agreed before Chao Yi joined. This was explained especially for him. Chao Yi had no objections, of course. At the thought of jumping into action soon, several players immediately dropped the idea of drinking. No one wanted to mess up because of alcohol. Throughout history, countless important missions had been ruined by a bottle. Chicken Soup Xiao gave a rueful shake to the 2 bottles of aged liquor in his backpack and swore under his breath, damn. So I just brought the booze for nothing? Since Zhuahong City implemented strict controls, buying alcohol required an ID and queuing at designated stores, limited to 100 milliliters per day regardless of type. The bottles Chicken Soup Xiao brought were rare collectibles, so there was nothing to be done. Everyone quickly polished off the dishes on the table, spending a total of 3 copper tokens, an average of 60 li each. After tidying up, they split up. Chicken Soup Xiao went back to steel guns. Swan Hunter Mom followed Summer Rhapsody to raise funds and contact the arms dealer, while Qin Feng took Xiao Yi home to move all the bullets and then headed out to the countryside. They had already picked a Hideo Yuta deserted wooden cabin deep in the forest. Once the operation started, neither Qin Feng nor Swan Hunter Mom would return to Zhuahong City proper. Yaich, hey, race the silver crown snake for you. I'll use the gun Summer Rhapsody brought, Qin Feng said as he handed over the silver revolver, knowing well that giving the best gear to the frontliners was the survival code among slackers. Xiao Yi didn't hesitate and stuffed the silver crown snake into his sling bag. After roughly 3 hours of trekking across mountains and streams, they arrived at the cabin in the early morning. It was so remote that even wild dogs were scarce. No matter how angry the forces behind the arms dealer were, they couldn't reach this place anytime soon. Inside, water and rations prepared by Summer Rhapsody were neatly arranged in a corner enough to sustain the group for some time. Outside the cabin, a rough wooden target stood in the clearing. Moonlight poured down, its silver glow almost like a spotlight. Strangely, the night sky over the divine land lacked the legendary 7 moons, showing only one oversized silver moon stuck on the horizon. Seeing the target, Xiao Yi's palm itched. He pulled out the silver crown snake to try the boost from his basic shooting specialization. Summer Rhapsody promised a batch of ammo soon. Qin Feng had over 30 rounds now, plenty for practice. Are you sure there's no one nearby? Xiao Yi checked. Not even a dog. Qin Feng shrugged. Estimating about 30 meters, Xiao Yi stopped and pulled back the cylinder. With a snap of his fingers tightening on the grip, bang, bang, bang. 3 sharp shots shattered the silent wilderness. 30 meters, at night, shooting one-handed. Qin Feng approached the target and immediately spotted the bullet holes, swearing loudly, holy shit. All 5 shots hit, 3 in the 8 ring, 1 in the 9 ring, and 1 right in the 10 ring. Are you hacking? Never turned it off, Xiao Yi joked, passing the gun over. Your turn. Qin Feng took it with a bitter smile. Loading 6 bullets into the cylinder had been secretly practicing for a week or so, but still lacked confidence. To be safe, he stepped closer to 20 meters. After 6 shots, all bullet holes hit the target, but the best was only in the 9 ring. With this round, Xiao Yi finally had a clearer idea of the player's actual combat abilities. With Qin Feng's current accuracy, he could easily outshoot most low-level gang members. If he could get enough ammo to practice repeatedly, and then switch to a rifle with longer range and more consistent power, he might even look like a sharpshooter to ordinary people. Teaming up with Xia Ri Guangxiang, that double agent as an insider, taking down either the Viper Gang or the Honor Gang would be no problem at all. TSK. Qin Feng shook his head, but knew full well his skill level was on a completely different scale from Xiao Yi's. Xiao Yi was shooting at targets 30 meters away, and that was just a warm-up after activating his skill potential. The stats were crystal clear. Xiao Yi was a natural shooting prodigy. He had never undergone system training, but the moment he held a gun, he effortlessly entered a strange, super-aiming state. Taking the silver crown snake pistol from Qin Feng, Xiao Yi smoothly loaded 6 bullets. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp shots rang out, and the target paper 30 meters away trembled slightly. Qin Feng stepped closer and saw that among the 6 shots, only 1 landed in 8 ring. All the others were 9 or 10 rings, with bullet holes almost clustered at the bullseye. Xiao Yi handed the gun back, but Qin Feng hurriedly waved it off. By now, he completely understood. On the path of mastering firearms, neither he nor the other 3 players had much chance to surpass Xiao Yi. The only way for him to improve his shooting drastically was to grind with massive amounts of ammunition. But Xiao Yi seemed to be cheating the system. Every trigger pull improved him further. He'll train more when I get ammo, Qin Feng muttered bitterly. Talent like that was something you could envy, but not copy. Fortunately, the Divine Descent realm was an extraordinary world where profession and ability were the real currency, so maybe his own talent would shine in other ways. Thinking back to how Xiao Yi had always carried him through university and now was still carrying him, Qin Feng felt a tight knot in his chest. So frustrating. Qin Feng put the gun down. Xiao Yi calmly loaded another 6 rounds and raised the pistol to aim at the bullseye. As he focused, he felt his blood start to boil. The target before his eyes seemed magnified. Even the wind in the air appeared slowed, with streaks of lines clearly visible in his vision. Crazy, right? Where did wind lines come from? He grimaced at the thought, but his sight lingered on Qin Feng's face, catching even the faint twitch of his eyebrows in slow motion. Bang, bang, bang. 6 bullets erupted in rapid succession. When finished, Xiao Yi's arms ached and his spirit felt drained. Qin Feng dashed to the target and saw 6 perfectly aligned bullet holes clustered tightly, almost overlapping at the center. Damn, he thought, alarmed. That kind of firepower and accuracy level cheat tech couldn't do better. Exiting his super aiming state, Xiao Yi shook out the numbness from his right hand caused by recoil, then moved back to 50 meters standard revolver's max range. Reloading calmly, he raised the gun and fired with a steady breathing rhythm. 7 ring, 8 ring, 8 ring, 9 ring, 10 ring, 10 ring. The speed was slower, but the accuracy remained astonishing. Clearly, Even without that strange focus state, Chao Yi's skill was improving rapidly. Once fully concentrating or emotionally charged, he could trigger super aiming again. Reloading once more, he closed his eyes and stood still as if meditating. The next moment, his eyes snapped open, arms raised, muzzle locked in, and fingers squeezed the trigger, the whole movement flowing smoothly like lightning streaking across the sky. Before Qin Feng could even react, he saw that Chao Yi had completely emptied the cylinder 6 bullets. Not a single miss. Every shot a perfect 10-ring hit. After 2 consecutive rounds of super aiming, Chao Yi felt as if his energy had been drained dry. He casually pulled up his player stats. Surface stamina 58, surface spirit 62. He knew all too well that with his current physical strength, he couldn't sustain super aiming for long. But gunfights were never about endurance. Life and death decisions happened in the blink of an eye. After reading this terrifying new record, Qin Feng swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. If he ever faced Chao Yi in a shootout, he probably wouldn't even have time to realize how he died. And that was with Chao Yi only wielding a relatively weak revolver. If given a standard issue Chakwan assault rifle, it was likely Qin Feng wouldn't see a thing before being headshot on the spot. I'm tired. Chao Yi casually tossed the silver crown snake revolver to Qin Feng and pushed open the now cleared, dilapidated wooden hut. Inside, a rough grass mat lay on the floor, and several large wooden barrels filled with water stood in the corner. He stretched out on the mat and closed his eyes to rest. Half awake, half asleep, footsteps approached outside. Chao Yi's senses snapped alert. He sprang up and opened the door to find Summer Reverie standing there, carrying 2 cloth bags. She had kept her promise to revolvers and 100 spare rounds. The shabby guns were clearly homemade, labeled inferior quality revolvers on their status panels, with an effective range of only 35 meters and less than a third of the power of the Silver Crown Snake. Yet, to a sharpshooter, a gun was just an extension of the fingers. Summer Reverie's eyes widened as she watched Chao Yi raise the 2 beat-up pistols in turn and fire 6 shots each, a perfect 10-ring hit. No way. Dude, are you hacking? She blurted an expletive. Indeed, doubting the expert came down to the same explanation: cheating. Whether true or not, getting Chao Yi on the team had clearly been a good move. The Zhuan hunter's mother had already contacted black market dealers to place orders, with updates to be shared in the group chat. Oh, and don't forget to add Chancellor Chao to the group, Summer Reverie reminded. Qin Feng silently nodded. Now all that was left was to wait for Chicken Soup is coming to finish the rest of the preparations. 1 a.m., Binghuai Alley. Under the cold moonlight, a stranger entered the poor neighborhood. He wore a gray soft felt hat, a light-colored button-down shirt, dark cropped dress pants, and Oxford shoes with thin straps, his refined outfit starkly out of place amid the surrounding decay. The man adjusted his hat and calmly climbed the stairs. On the 5th floor, he stopped abruptly before room 513. A key lay on the doorstep, one that should never have been there. Frowning, he bent down to pick it up, a flicker of change crossing his expression. The unfolding situation had clearly surpassed expectations. He looked up at the night sky. His square, unremarkable face bore no distinctive marks. Click. The key turned, and the door opened. Inside, stacks of drinking water bought by Chao Yi that morning still sat piled up, along with scattered old clothes he had swapped out of his bag. The man's eyes darkened with unreadable emotion. This was neither his home nor the expected location. Who had tampered with things? The Sun Sect? Or the Moon Sect? Grabbing the short-sleeved shirt Chao Yi had changed out that morning, he closed the door behind him and quickly vanished into the moonlight. On a narrow lane in the southern outskirts of Xiaohua district, a horse-drawn carriage sat parked. A man hoisted Chao Yi's jacket and jumped into the carriage, lowering his voice. Did you find that profession card? Inside the carriage sat another man, about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a robe with dark gold trim on the sleeves, his expression sharp and cold. No, the square-jawed man shrugged. No sign of it at the designated spot or at his place. The weirdest part is not dead. The young man in the robe raised an eyebrow slightly. The profession card going missing usually means something went wrong halfway through. But the piece is still alive, which is puzzling. The only ones who can silently remove the mental seed you implanted are 1. The Sun Secta priest or sword bearer. 2. The Moon Sectan echo or shadow priest. 3. Another dream chaser. The square-jawed man, known as the dream chaser, shrugged again. Who knows? The 2 sects are already crazy. They operate without rules. The robed youth picked at his fingers, his gaze dropping onto the jacket. Planning to use it for divination? I don't think it's necessary, he answered himself. Both the Sun and Moon sects claim to be merciful. 9 times out of 10, they probably just saved the kid and took the card. Even if we find him, we might not get anything out. Still, he folded the jacket carefully and tucked it into the pendant space around his neck. Let's not stir up trouble, he instructed quietly. Wait till the heat dies down before settling scores. The telegram from 7 days ago said the apocalyptic level ruin in the Tianqi Mountains has been progressing for 20 days. If no one's wiped out, there will be results in a few days. We need to stay on the edge and try our luck. The square-jawed man sighed, cracked his whip, and urged the horses east along the lane. at 3 in the morning, in a dilapidated cabin on the northern outskirts of Shawa district. To conserve energy, Xiao Yi had stopped his gun practice. His aim was good enough, but his stamina was lacking. The strong recoil of the silver-crowned snake left his arms sore, affecting follow-up shots. The Zhuan hunters hadn't yet regrouped with them at the safe house. Qin Feng logged off to check group messages. The Zhuan hunters had placed an order with an arms dealer, with the transaction set for 4 p.m. the next day at an abandoned factory north of Shawa district. That route he knew well. After confirming this, Qin Feng added Xiao Yi back into the group chat and logged back in. Under the cold moonlight, a sneaky figure finally approached the cabin, none other than Jitong Leish. Carrying 5 heavy Fong dogs on his back, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. "Quick, come get this." Before the words finished, his foot slipped out from under him. "Damn." Thud. Jitong Leish hit the ground flat on his back. Outside, the 3 men inside burst into laughter before rushing out to help him up and unload the 5 sniper rifles. The dark brown wooden stocks were chipped and worn, while the silver-gray barrels gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the moonlight. Types of hound dog weapons. The standard rifle measures 1,120 mm in length overall, with a 620 mm barrel, chambered for 7.6255 mm rounds. The empty weight is 4.1 kilograms. Effective lethal range is 600 meters. The Hound Dog is a classic bolt-action rifle, slow to fire and with heavy recoil, but that brute force is what grants it exceptional range and deadly power. Chicken Soup Lakio knows almost nothing about firearms and can't tell if it even fires just by looking at it. Luckily, the player interface helps. If there was any problem, the status bar would show damaged Hound Dog, putting it on par with a cheap revolver. 5 Hound Dogs piled together weigh over 40 pounds. When Chicken Soup Lakio carried the rifles back to camp, he nearly questioned his own sanity. "I'm done for. And I still have to walk back, with work tomorrow." In the real world, he doesn't have a job at all, but in the Divine Descent realm, he works every day as a warehouse clerk for the Security Bureau, earning 7 copper and 50 leaf and weekly, a solid middle-class salary in the Northern Fence District. But how could any player survive on just that? "Oh right, I picked up a dozen rounds on the ground. Use them as you like." Just as he was about to slip away, Summer Rhapsody and Little Tyrant Reading Machine grabbed him from left and right. A sharpshooting showdown only takes 2 minutes. They couldn't miss it. Reloading was much more complicated than a revolver. The revolver just required swinging out the cylinder, but the rifle demanded opening the magazine cover first, then pressing each bullet in, one by one. If using a 5-round stripper clip, you could just press down lightly to lock it all in place. Unfortunately, Chicken Soup Lakio only had loose rounds, so he had to load slowly. Xiao Yi took the Hound Dog and headed to the target 150 meters away. Qin Feng squinted. "Big brother, can you even see the target?" "No problem, stay back." Since unlocking basic shooting specialization, Xiao Yi's night vision had sharpened, and under the moonlight, the bullseye 150 meters away was as clear as if pasted right in front of him. Mimicking movie stances, he pressed the stock firmly against his shoulder, cheek resting on the cheekpiece. Bang! The muzzle flashed bright, and heavy recoil made Xiao Yi suck in a sharp breath. "Whoa! Shooting an 8 ring at night from that far." Chicken Soup Lakio screamed, but that was just the first shot. Xiao Yi hadn't yet adjusted for recoil and had his muzzle aimed low by a hair. Again, he held his breath, blood pumping, activating super accurate aim. Bang! A clean, flawless 10 ring. Xiao Yi stepped back again until he reached 300 meters, then stopped. He sighted steadily for a full 10 seconds. Bang! Super accurate aim delivered another perfect 10 ring. He deactivated the skill and cycled the bolt to eject the casing. Immediately, 2 more shots tore through the night, 2 more bullets hitting 6 and 8 rings respectively. The potential boost from basic shooting specialization was limited. Xiao Yi hadn't reached the ceiling of his marksmanship yet. The remaining potential had to be mined bit by himself. At his current skill level, as long as there was enough light, hitting a stationary target 300 meters away was almost guaranteed. Getting a headshot every time, though, still depended on luck. Once the target started moving at high speed, the difficulty multiplied. This was all just his normal mode. If he switched to super aiming, even at 300 meters the bullet could still pierce dead center steadily. But the farther the shot, the more outrageous the physical and mental exhaustion it caused, gnawing at his energy like a beaver chewing through wood. He shouldered the Predator rifle and jogged back to the abandoned cabin. On the way, Qin Feng lowered his voice and fell in step beside him. "Tomorrow's deal, should we find a vantage point first and just snipe the arms dealer right off the bat?" Qin Feng gestured to the Predator. "Its power's not some gentle movie-style bullet hole. Bullets hitting an arm or a leg can explode and instantly disable movement." Xiao Yi hesitated. The idea wasn't off the table, but there were too many unknowns. He had no clue how many people would show up at the deal. The Predator's biggest drawback was its slow firing rate. Every trigger pull required cycling the bolt, ejecting the shell, and manually chambering the next round. If the other side had someone reckless enough not to care, he figured they wouldn't even get off 2 shots before he and Qin Feng got shredded. The revolver didn't have that problem at close range. 6 rounds roared in one volley, and with Chao Yi's speed and accuracy, it was enough to take out a good chunk of enemy forces instantly. Better if the three of us move together, Chao Yi finally decided, adding, tomorrow morning we should scout the trading spot first, see if there's a decent sniper perch. We're not looking to snipe from afar, but we have to watch out they don't set a sniper against us. I'm totally done here. I gotta go. Good luck tomorrow, said the player named Zwan. Hunting Mom ID Chicken Soups here, slumping his shoulders, ready for another long trek. Why bother? Just log out here and hop on the main road's donkey cart into the city at dawn. Wouldn't that be easier? Chao Yi casually suggested. Chicken Soup's here froze in place. Good point. It's almost daylight anyway. He waved his hand, then instantly disappeared inside the holy descent zone. No wonder the game officially forbids logging off while being watched by natives. Just thinking about it was creepy. One moment you're there, next moment you're gone. The three of them tossed several predator rifles into the cabin and barricaded the door with tables and chairs, then chose to log off themselves. Taking off the VR headset, Chao Yi stretched his stiff limbs and picked up his phone. Messages popped up rapidly in green bubbles, mostly from female guild leaders inviting him to play together. Clearing his throat, he responded to each with his signature super clear voice bubbles based on the contact's notes. Maintaining old clients was important in case he couldn't make a living in the holy descent. At least he could keep hustling as a performer. Just then, Chao Yi noticed had been added to a new group chat. The Robin Hood squad is absolutely flawless. The Venom Serpent gang is rich, and we're the poor. Oh well, this time we're raiding the Cine gang's money. It doesn't really matter. None of them are good guys anyway. Chao Yi opened the group chat and saw that everyone had changed their nicknames to their game IDs. So he waved his hand and made a grand entrance as Prime Minister Chao. Prime Minister Chao, Zwan Hunter, what time are you coming to meet us tomorrow? Zwan Hunter, let the characters sleep a bit longer to recharge. How about 10 o'clock? Little Overlord audio player, side-eye smile.jpg, bring some good food from the city while you're at it. Zwan Hunter, consider it done. We need a fierce shootout in the morning, so breakfast must have pig's trotters and braised beef. Even if we don't get the Cine gang's money after taking down the arms dealer, it's still worth it. Prime Minister Chao, by the way, what exactly is this mission reward force essence? Summer Rhapsody, no clue. We haven't even unlocked force yet. Chicken Soup's here. Could it be some kind of spirit stone from a fantasy novel? Doghead icon. Chao Yi thought spirit stone made sense, but still felt something was off. Prime Minister Chao, then what does chaos value mean? How much does each of you have? Little Overlord audio player, 62. Summer Rhapsody, 65. Zwan Hunter, 62. Prime Minister Chao. Chicken Soup's here, 63. Prime Minister Chao, what about you? Prime Minister Chao, 85. Mine started at 80. Am I about to die? I'm done for. .jpg. Little Overlord audio player, don't worry, we'll inherit your legacy. Chao Yi, Psy.jpg. They agreed to meet at 10 a.m. Chao Yi tossed his phone aside. It was already 3:30 a.m., but sleep didn't come. Scratching his head, he changed into light workout clothes and headed out. Little Black was sound asleep, but gave a groggy bark when woken. Want to go for a run with me? Chao Yi poked its nose. Woof. It looked utterly resigned, but still followed him on a full-hour jog through the neighborhood. After running, Chao Yi took a hot shower and casually started browsing Douyin. Forge competition, ode to battle, hoof fixing, carpet cleaning, wilderness survival. He looked up and the sun was rising. Man, this app's immersion rivaled civilization. He pulled 2 steam buns from the freezer and heated them up, then made a steaming cup of soy milk with the soy milk maker. Feeling satisfied after eating and a quick bathroom break, he logged back online. Qin Feng appeared almost at the same time. Seeing Chao Yi stretching outside the cabin, he yawned and greeted, "Morning. Don't you guys have jobs?" Qin Feng asked, puzzled. Who in their right mind works? No one works in this lifetime. Chao Yi laughed out loud. Virum. In the distance, Zwan Hunter drove a carriage slowly toward the cabin. The carriage came to a stop outside the small wooden cabin, and the Zwan Hunter casually tossed over 2 bags. Inside were steaming hot, fragrant beef, flatbreads, luxury food priced for 40 miles away. As soon as the wrappers were opened, white steam curled up and the meaty aroma hit their noses. By comparison, renting a carriage cost 3 copper coins per day, which wasn't cheap either. Luckily, this was all paid with the Venom Serpent gang's huge funds. Thanks to Summer Rhapsody vouching for them, the other side barely scrutinized the payment and approved it right away, truly arming oneself with the enemy's resources. Chao Yi took a bite of the flatbread, oil dripping down the corner of his mouth. He silently marveled that although life in this era was rough, food safety was way more reliable than on Tlangsing. At least, they didn't have to worry about eating Shangzhou frozen beef or absurd stuff from Tech and Ruthless. Your driving skills are impressive, he said, watching the Zwan Hunter expertly turn the carriage around. Every player really had their own unique talents. No one was just dead weight. After a quick greeting, Chao Yi and Qin Feng slipped inside the carriage and took advantage of a nearby relatively clear roadside ditch to freshen up. In Zhuohong City, people barely had enough to buy toothbrushes and toothpaste, but in lower neighborhoods, hardly anyone could afford such luxuries. Most just used old cloth strips or their fingers dipped in salt to scrape their teeth. At that moment, a notification popped up. Player Zon Hunter shares the task hunting with you. Mission objective. Zon Hunter has ordered 2,000 rounds of 7.6255mm bullets and 2 quality revolvers from black market arms dealer Henry Berg, but plans not to pay the balance, instead preparing to swallow Henry Berg whole. Mission reward. 20 basic force essence, 1 justice revolver. Do you accept the task? Accept. Chow E immediately confirmed, his eyes lingering on the justice revolver reward, gleaming with excitement. The weapon in the reward had to be several grades above anything sold openly in the market, at worst matching Qin Feng's silver crown snake. Qin Feng received the same task too, though each player's specific rewards varied. Only the force essence was universal. Half an hour later, the carriage arrived at an abandoned factory on the northern outskirts, the day's arms trade location. Chow E, Qin Feng, and the Zon Hunter disembarked and scouted the area, circling the compound. The factory's perimeter was a wide open space dotted with a few old trees, lacking any good vantage point. Setting up guns here meant sniper hides would have to be in the treetops, but with Chow E's eyesight, even that kind of ambush wouldn't escape his gaze. Qin Feng asked casually, why only order 2 revolvers? The loan only approved that much credit. The Zon Hunter shrugged helplessly. After paying the deposit, he was left with only 10 copper coins. Renting the carriage still required a deposit, so it was only thanks to Summer Rhapsody propping up the situation that the carriage company agreed to lend the vehicle first. This round, Summer Rhapsody had basically burned itself down to embers. When the time comes, the rents for the carriage and the loan shark debts from the Venom Snake Gang will all be charged to Summer Rhapsody. Chow E, Qin Feng, and Zwan, the hunter of mothers nicknamed Little Overlord, talking machine, stuck close to the walls and climbed over fences in the rundown neighborhood, checking every possible hiding spot for over an hour before driving back to that abandoned wooden house. I heard you're crazy accurate with your gun? Is that true or just talk? Chow E didn't confirm or deny. He raised his hand and spun out the cylinder of Qin Feng's silver crown snake revolver, casually reloading it. 80 meters away, an old tin can used for target practice was riddled with holes, each bullet hitting dead center of the bullseye. Zwan stared silently at the tin can for a long moment before finally choking out 2 words. It's loaded? It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun felt like a furnace. The 3 huddled inside the wooden shack, sharing the last of their cool water and gnawing on dry, crumbly black bread while finalizing their plan. The fastest, most accurate shooter Chow E would start the attack and reduce enemy numbers. Then Little Overlord talking machine, and Zwan would follow up with suppressive fire. At exactly 3 o'clock, Zwan flipped onto the carriage, carefully taking the official road through the northern outskirts of Shalu district. That road was deeply rutted with tracks from carriages, ox carts, and donkey carts, making it impossible even for the sharpest tracker to identify whose marks were whose. A perfect cover. Inside the carriage, Chow E and Qin Feng shut their eyes to rest. When the vehicle stopped, Chow E pulled out his pocket watch. 4:04. Li, you're 4 minutes late. Your clock is clearly fast by 4 minutes. Zwan retorted as he jumped down and spread his arms to embrace Henry Berg across from him. Henry Berg had sharp features, blue eyes, and blonde hair, with skin rough and weathered like old cowhide in southern Tianzhou. Such a white man was incredibly rare. But Zhuohong City was known for its diversity. Gold seekers from Yunhai and beyond all came here. Chow E and Qin Feng stepped down one after the other. Henry cast a casual glance at both men. He was unsurprised to see extra shooters at the deal. The 4 burly men beside him carried shotguns, their cold eyes fixed on Chow E's group. Where's the merchandise? Henry nodded to one of his men, who slung his shotgun over his shoulder and walked toward the horse carriage parked outside the abandoned factory. While the others fetched the goods, Chow E quickly scanned the surroundings. Behind them lay an open wasteland with no grass. In front, the abandoned factory could hide people but had no high vantage points, no threat of snipers. From this, Chow E judged Henry's group to be only 5 strong. Li, where's your payment? Henry's subordinate hauled a huge leather briefcase from the carriage. Chow E cooperated smoothly, pulling open his satchel to reveal a neatly stacked layer of fresh green banknotes. After showing all his cards, he zipped up immediately. It was a prop payment prepared in advance by Summer Rhapsody. The top layer was real cash. The middle layers were all scrap paper, and beneath that was Qin Feng's silver crown snake revolver. I want to inspect the goods first, no problem? Henry Berg glanced at Zhuan the hunter, seemingly realizing that Chow E was the true buyer. But to him, it didn't matter who paid the money, as long as he got it in hand. No problem. He nodded lightly, then made a polite please gesture toward Chow E. Chow E held his crossbody bag protectively with one hand and steadily approached the suitcase filled with ammunition. As he moved, the positions of those inside the warehouse subtly shifted. Henry Berg and 2 of his henchmen locked firmly onto Chow E, while 2 others casually moved to cover the flanks and rear, keeping both the Little Overlord's talking device and Zhuan the hunter within their line of fire. The 5 of them were ready to pounce like hunting dogs at the slightest sign of disturbance from Chow Yi. Chow Yi knelt down and opened the suitcase. 2,000 rounds of brand new ammo had been thoughtfully divided by Henry Berg into groups of 400, each secured in 5-round stripper clips, stacked neatly like stacks of cut metal bricks. As a big customer bonus, the packaging even bore the word gift. Chow Yi scanned the panel. Incidino defects or reject warnings appeared. On the other side of the case hung 2 revolvers, each with deep brown wooden handles and brass barrels. The tags clearly stated, one marked 525 bronze engraving, the other 575 bronze engraving. Chow Yi took them down one by one, holding one in each hand, gently spinning the cylinders to feel the smooth internal mechanism far superior to the shoddy Summer Rhapsody models, both boasting a 50-meter effective range. Satisfied with the inspection, he stood up, a pleased smile on his face. Good stuff. Henry Berg grinned broadly in response. Glad you like it, my friend. If you ever need anything else, you know where to find me. Chow Yi grasped the zipper of his crossbody bag, pretending to pull out money. The instant his thumb slipped inside the opening, his pupils contracted sharply, and his blood ignited like a flame. Super aim, activate. Time froze abruptly. The businesslike smile on Henry Berg's face hadn't yet faded when a flash of silver gleamed under the sunlight. The silver crown Viper drew its gun, the sleek black barrel pressing directly against his forehead. Bang! The gunshot exploded. Henry Berg's head burst open on the spot, blood mist and bone fragments spraying everywhere. 2 tethered horses nearby startled at the blast, neighing simultaneously before bolting in the opposite direction. Super aim slowed the world. Chow Yi's muzzle paused, then spun sharply. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled shots followed. The 2 henchmen tailing him also had their heads blown apart, their flesh cascading like waterfalls before they collapsed, splattering Chow Yi's cheek. Almost simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The little overlord's talking device and Zuin the hunter finally reacted, covering Chow Yi with return fire. But they didn't target the 3 men Chow Yi had shot. Instead, their aim was on the 2 flankers approaching from behind. The little overlord's device punched a bullet straight through one opponent's chest, causing him to collapse without even lifting his gun. Zuin the hunter was less fortunate. His shot only grazed the other's shoulder. Shit! The wounded man screamed, raising a shotgun to retaliate against Zuin the hunter nearby, unaware that Chow Yi's muzzle had already locked onto him from behind. Bang! The silver crown Viper spat fire again, a bullet piercing his vest. Compared to a small head, the broad chest was easier to target quickly. A single hit inflicted massive rigidity, instantly stripping any ability to fight back. Chow Yi ensured 2 successive shots struck the chest, completely immobilizing him. Then, like shooting a fixed target, calmly delivered the final headshot, ending the threat. This is exactly the most effective Mozambique shooting technique in combat. Bang! Bang! 3 shots nearly overlapped as Chow Yi, Zwan the hunter, and Little Overlord's reading machine moved in perfect sync. 2 shots to the chest, 1 shot to the head. The faces of the 2 underlings were instantly blown apart by the bullets, collapsing into a grimy pool of blood and shattered stones. The air quickly filled with the stench of blood and gunpowder. Mission: hunt completed. Rating: excellent. You receive a 40 bonus reward. Zwan the hunter and Little Overlord's reading machine dropped to their knees right there, their stomachs churning violently as they vomited, their faces pale as death. Only Chow Yi calmly wiped away the blood splattered on him without a hint of emotion. Little Overlord, stay here and keep watch. Zwan, go chase after their carriage. They'll go after ours. Without the carriage, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to make it to Bayonne County. Chow Yi secured the silver-crowned snake and, without waiting for the others to recover, sprinted along the wheel tracks. He roughly calculated, a regular horse costs about 150 copper coins. Adding the carriage, they'd need at least 200 copper coins, enough to replenish ammunition. If he could get their carriage back, he could drive straight to Bayonne County. Henry Berg's carriage might not sell well in Zhuohong City, but it would fetch a good price in Bayonne County. The rented carriage was the same. After several minutes, Chow Yi spotted the scattered horse by the roadside. It was quietly grazing with its head down. The horse Henry Berg picked really looked the part. Smooth fur, tall and sturdy build. Chow Yi knew little about horses, but still reached out to gently stroke it. The horse made a soft neigh, but didn't resist. Grabbing the reins, he mounted and headed back smoothly with the horse. Mission rewards received. Calculating rewards. You gained 28 basic force essences, now stored in your mission panel. You acquired 1 justice revolver. A revolver with a strong Western style dropped into Chow Yi's palm, a silver gray extended barrel paired with a deep brown wooden grip. So big, so long, so thick, so heavy. Justice item type: force weapon failed forge. Total length: 400 millimeters. Barrel length: 220 millimeters. Compatible with 7.6235 millimeters standard and enchanted bullets. Effective range: 135 m. Empty weight: 2.0 kilograms. Magazine capacity: 6 rounds. Traits: Justice never shoots in the back. Faceta-face duel, draw speed, fire rate, accuracy, and damage all receive significant boosts. Backstab attack, shooting accuracy drops sharply. Description: crafted by a novice alchemist who originally intended to make an entry-level force weapon. Though the forge failed, it still greatly outperforms ordinary firearms. Using this weapon steadily increases your sense of justice. Nice gun. Chow Yi excitedly flipped the revolver over in his hand. Real men fight face to face. Only cowards shoot from the shadows. Before he finished, he realized the drawback was too severe and quickly stuffed justice into his crossbody bag. Indeed, every item has its pros and cons, just like thunderous shock, and now justice as well. Through Justice's item panel, Chow Yi finally learned the alchemist's full professional title. Driving didn't seem all that difficult. Mainly, it was because this horse was unusually intelligent. Anyone who rode it could almost feel like an experienced driver. If it had been a wild, fiery steed instead, Chow Yi would have long been thrown off and lost somewhere in the wilderness. Holding the reins, he let the horse's hooves crush the scattered bloodstains on the road. The carriage rocked gently as it made its way back to the crime scene. In the middle of the clearing, Qin Feng sat slumped on the ground, utterly exhausted, his eyes vacant, looking as though he had been relentlessly beaten by 10 burly men all day and night. Chow Yi meant to make a joke, but Qin Feng's throat moved. No sound came out, and he hunched over to retch several times instead. Chow Yi pulled the silver-crowned snake gun from his crossbody bag, holding the barrel backward to offer the shiny black handle to Qin Feng. The cold metal touched Qin Feng's palm, as if someone had given him a half-breath of fresh air. His breathing slowed and steadied. Instinctively, he reached for his waist-no-water pouch. His throat felt even drier and itchier. His stomach still churned violently. "You don't want it?" Chow Yi asked hoarsely. Chow Yi grinned widely and pulled out the newly acquired Justice pistol, holding it high in front of his eyes. The 400mm barrel was like a thick black iron rod, the absolute giant in the revolver world. With this baby, one shot will leave a mess, blue bruises all over whoever gets hit. What? Mission reward? Qin Feng finally registered what was going on. Earlier, had been too sick fighting nausea to claim his prize. Chow Yi nodded. "You feeling okay? Want to ride and rest a bit?" Chow Yi asked with concern. Sure. Qin Feng covered his mouth and slunk into the carriage, not daring to glance back at the bloody carnage. Chow Yi glanced down, his eyebrows twitching. Fear aside, disgust was a whole other thing. He crouched and dragged Henry Berg's corpse up, rifling through the coat pockets and pants. Soon, he pulled out a finely crafted leather wallet, definitely more presentable than Lin Long's. Heh. Chow Yi took out 38 copper coins from inside, then stuffed in his own small change. Operational funds, check. Then he noticed a concealed gun holster tied under the corpse's armpit. After a moment of hesitation, he detached it along with a well-made revolver inside. This thing would come in handy under the thin jacket of autumn. It wasn't as good as the silver-crowned snake or Justice pistols, but was clearly better than the two Henry Berg had been carrying earlier. Just as he finished sorting the spoils, a pale-faced Zon hunter woman returned driving another carriage. Chow Yi called out, "You all right?" "Okay." She forced out an answer. She was a bit better off than Qin Feng, but not by much. "Kid, new gear." Chow Yi handed over the bloodstained revolver. At the sight of the new gun, the hunter's eyes lit up instantly, momentarily suppressing the nausea churning in her chest. But after the initial excitement, she frowned and started calculating. "No, I have to pay you guys based on market value." "Bro, don't get so detailed. We just hit the jackpot," Chow Yi said dramatically, spreading his arms wide. If he'd been wearing a cowboy hat with a bandolier across his chest, he'd look exactly like a Wild West gunslinger. Qin Feng crawled out of the carriage too, finding the stuffy air inside even worse than outside. Besides Henry Berg's revolver, Chow Yi and his companions also confiscated 4 pump-action shotguns. Compared to the revolver, the shotguns packed a fiercer punch, and all of them were the usual weapons Henry Berg's crew used. The gun bodies gleamed with fresh oil, and the mechanisms fit snugly. It was clear these were not cheap roadside knockoffs. Because of their bulky size and difficulty to conceal, these shotguns actually sold worse on the black market than revolvers of the same grade. But together, the 4 could fetch at least 1,500 copper coins. Adding in the 2 revolvers, priced at 1,100 copper coins total, their haul easily surpassed 2,600. You know what they say, no horse fattens without night grazing. No man grows rich without a stroke of luck. This windfall instantly catapulted the 3 to new heights of wealth. Even the so-called middle class in Zhuahong City, claiming yearly incomes of 400 copper coins, would need 5 years of extreme frugality to save this amount. Money is money, but the distribution had to be settled first. According to protocol, at least one of the 2 revolvers had to go to Summer Rhapsody. If not for his money and the borrowed guns, there'd be no black and black deal. As for the remaining revolver, if Chicken Soup wanted it, they'd negotiate an internal price. Otherwise, it would be dumped on the black market for cash. The only complication was that it absolutely could not be sold in Zhuahong City. It would almost certainly expose the forces behind Henry Berg. While the Zhuan hunters didn't fully understand those connections, given Zhuhong's strict gun control laws, anyone daring to sell firearms there must have serious backing. After searching the scene, Chow Yi also pulled 13 copper coins and 75 lease worth of change from the pockets of 4 underlings and stuffed it into his own. He looked down at his shirt completely soaked in blood. If he tried to travel like this, he'd probably be arrested by the sheriff within 10 lease. Not to mention the wagon still held 5 Reaver rifles and 4 shotguns. If they openly took the official road to Baiyang County, the patrolling sheriffs would have every reason to make an example of them. So they had no choice but to sneak along country backroads. The problem was who knew the most covert route to Baiyang County? Certainly not Chow Yi. Qin Feng suggested they first get a detailed map of Zhuhong's outskirts. They also needed 2 clean sets of clothes. That bitter tea seed smell on Kuzi's sweaty shirt was unbearable. 3 water skins, dried beef, chocolate, no high-calorie rations could be left behind. Little Overlord's electronic reader may have dirty clothes, but no blood stains, and the Zhuan hunter's condition was similar. So Qin Feng took Little Overlord into town, while Chow Yi stayed by the wagon. A bloodied man walking into town would only bring trouble. Luckily, the cash left by Henry Berg's gang exceeded 50 copper coins, ensuring ample funds for supplies. Once in town, they also had to quickly contact Summer Rhapsody and have him bring the revolvers back to the safe house. Those 2 guns were borrowed from the Viper gang. If not returned, Summer Rhapsody would find it hard to explain to Chaikuan, let alone maintain his cover. With plans set, Chow Yi packed the ammo box and 4 shotguns into the wagon, took the reins, and the carriage groaned as it headed toward the safe house. Qin Feng and the others only took their own revolvers into town to buy supplies. Of course, Chow Yi couldn't just drive the carriage straight back to the safe house from the crime scene. Following the methods used by the Zhuan mother hunters, he first took the main road, blending his wheel tracks with those of passing vehicles, then quietly turned onto a side path. The detour nearly confused him amid the maze of small roads, but thankfully he recognized a distinct landmark, the clear water ditch where he had rinsed his face that morning. Once he confirmed the area was silent and deserted, Chow Yi stripped off all his clothes and shoes, then waded barefoot into the ditch. The cool water reached just above his calves, sending up tiny splashes. Nearby, his horse obediently lowered its head to drink, not minding the muddy water caused by his washing. Chow Yi carefully scrubbed the blood and grime from his skin until it turned slightly red from the friction, then climbed ashore feeling satisfied. 2 round suns hung low behind the western hills, their orange light brushing over the water droplets on his body like paintbrush strokes. A gentle evening breeze soon air-dried him. He wiped his feet with the now ragged short-sleeved shirt, put on his shorts, socks, and shoes, but went shirtless as he resumed driving. Halfway back, Chow Yi checked his player panel and noticed that after the latest round of killings, his chaos value had not increased at all. He wondered if the same was true for the Zhuan mother hunters and Qin Feng, planning to ask them when he returned. This was clearly good news if killing didn't inevitably raise chaos. Then in a game so saturated with violence, his room for maneuver widened considerably. The panel was always warning him that a high chaos value would bring serious consequences, and he had no desire to become a high-risk target. When he reached the safe house, he tied his horse to the crooked tree outside the wooden cabin, hastily grabbed some dry food to eat, drank some water, then crawled into the carriage. Lifting the curtain, the damp night air rushed in, combined with the reasonably soft seat cushions, far more comfortable than the straw mats inside the cabin. Chow Yi had barely settled when the sound of wheels crunching on dirt broke the silence. The warning bells rang in his mind. Without opening his eyes, his hand shot into his sling bag and pulled out Justice, loaded with bullets. Only when he saw it was the Zhuan mother hunters driving did he relax his shoulders. As the carriage came to a halt, Chicken Soup Lale and Qin Feng jumped down one after another. The Zhuan mother hunters were always cautious. They hadn't gone back to the lower valley area, but headed straight for the North Stockade district to resupply, while conveniently giving a ride to the off-shift Chicken Soup Lale. Hey, race your clothes. Qin Feng tossed 2 paper bags into Chow Yi's arms. Chow Yi brought the bags inside the cabin and emptied them out. 2 sets of clothes, 2 bitter tea seeds, and 2 pairs of socks costing 3 copper and 15 leaf fun in total. Not cheap, but well made. The shirts, bitter tea seeds, and socks were pure cotton, soft and breathable. The work pants were durable, thick, and well-fitted. After bathing and changing into fresh clothes, he felt like a weight had been lifted, as if he had rebooted himself. The only thing spoiling the impression was the grimy sling bag, clashing with his refreshed appearance. Want one? The Zhuan mother hunters handed him an unopened pack of soft Yunqiu cigarettes, the highest-end brand in Tianan continent, comparable to premium Chinese cigarettes in the real world, costing a full copper per pack of 20 sticks. Chow Yi took the package, tore off the seal, and flicked one out, bringing it to his nose to inhale the aroma. Well, the craftsmanship of Zhuahong City's tobacco isn't bad at all. Taking the fire from the Zhuan huntress, Chow Yi inhaled deeply, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. The night wind carried the scent of blood as it swept past the battered wagon and eased some of the restlessness in the hearts of the men. Years of constant violence kept their nerves taut, and each man needed a way to relieve the tension. Their usual outlets were threefold: smoke, booze, and women. Out here in the desolate outskirts, no bars were in sight. No women either, only the faint sparkle of a cigarette to keep them alive. The three ruthless bandits who had just finished a big job, together with the warehouse keeper whose foot was already stepping into the abyss of crime, leaned against the side of the wagon, letting the smoke fill their lungs. Only after exhaling did their racing hearts settle just a little. Hu Chaoyi blew a crooked ring of smoke, squinting. Have your chaos levels gone up? I just added 8 points. 10 here. The Zwan Huntress was the first to reply. Me too, 10. The Kid Gang leader shakily flicked ash from his cigarette in agreement. Both their chaos levels had breached 70, but still fell short of Chao Yi's alarming number. No change for me. Chicken Soup took a glance at his stats and shrugged helplessly. That means you've got a heart of stone, killing without batting an eye, Chao Yi joked. Get lost. Chicken Soup shot him a glare. Chao Yi considered himself fairly easygoing, often fed a stray dog, named Xiao Hai, and chaos level was clearly not as straightforward as it seemed. As they talked, the Zwan Huntress spread out the spoils gathered from the Beza district: a couple of glistening roast geese, several beef pancakes, fluffy white steamed buns, and a bucket of malt drink with less than 0.5 alcohol content. They dragged bamboo mats from the wooden hut into the moonlight, poured drinks to substitute for liquor, took a few hearty swigs, and tore crispy goose skin with satisfaction. Majestic, don't you even wait for me when there's good food? Summer Rhapsody burst into the safe house at 8:30. Well, we left half a goose. The Zwan Huntress waved her greasy hand. Summer Rhapsody grabbed the last hefty goose leg and muttered with a mouthful, "You three have made a name for yourselves." His news was like pouring alcohol on a fire. The death of Henry Berg had spread back to the Shala district, causing an uproar in the underworld. The gangs had a love-hate relationship, with arms dealers loving the steady supply of weapons, hating the sky-high prices. But no one dared really move against the arms dealers. Those who trafficked arms in Zhuahong City were backed by powerful forces from the lawful side. Berg's assassination infuriated the big players, triggering a citywide manhunt crossing both black and white factions. The killer's identity was a mystery, only that the Zwan Huntress had used a fake name on the order, and Berg, the only one who had seen his face, was long dead. Rumors spread that any verified clue would be rewarded with a bounty of 100 copper coins. The Zwan Huntress and Kid Gang leader exchanged a glance, a cold chill running down their spines. Lucky they hadn't lingered in the city, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. We leave tonight. Destination Baiyang County. Chao Yi finalized the plan. Summer Rhapsody, a mole planted within the Viper Gang, had to travel with their convoy. Chao Yi looked at Chicken Soup. You coming with us? Chicken Soup shook his head. With his annual leave already approved, he claimed he was heading out of town for a vacation. Tomorrow morning, he would board the train bound for Baiyang County, making him likely the first of them to arrive there. In this era, trains were mainly steam-powered. They weren't very fast, and the winding tracks made travel far less convenient than one might expect. Only recently had people heard that the dedicated line from Zhuahong City heading north to the big city began trial runs with diesel trains, faster speeds, roomier carriages, and even sleeper cars for long distances. But no matter how outdated the steam trains were, they still symbolized technological progress. From Zhuahong City Station, it took about 2 hours to cover 100 li and reach Baiyang County Station. In contrast, the three of them had to travel by horse-drawn carriage. For safety, they planned the trip over 2 days. Horses aren't machines. After running for 2 hours, they clearly grew tired and had to stop for water and feed, resting half an hour before moving on. At night, both people and horses needed to sleep. Now, the 3 horses stood dozing tied to a crooked tree. The Poison Snake Gang used donkey carts to transport goods, even slower than horse carriages. The trip to Baiyang County took at least 4 days. Chao Yi seized the opportunity and said, "Perfect, you go scout ahead over there first." Am I becoming Timo now? Chicken Soup Lako shook his shoulders, making everyone laugh. Amid the laughter, Chao Yi opened the ammunition box and handed the revolver priced at 575 copper coins to Xiaori Quangxiang. They had agreed in advance. If Chicken Soup Lako needed a weapon, he could buy a revolver originally priced at 525 copper coins for the internal price of 300. Amen. Chicken Soup Lako nodded decisively. In this age, having a reliable revolver was never a mistake. If the mission succeeded, he would earn 1,600 copper coins, more than enough to cover this gun. If I die, you take the gun back. How to get it through security, that's my problem. Xiaori Quangxiang spread out the map bought from the Zonan Hunter tribe on the ground. He was the only one in the group who had been to Baiyang County. The Poison Snake Gang and the Trustworthy Gang had long dealt secretly. Their goods were dirty, and their people even dirtier, so they avoided the strictly checked railways and waterways, sticking to donkey carts. Chai Kuan picked the old route this time. Xiaori Quangxiang pointed to the map. Yinhai province was full of mountains and rivers, with complicated terrain. From Zhuahong City to Baiyang County, countless country roads crisscrossed, and one could switch paths anytime. Using a marker, he traced a more difficult path. I suggest you take this. The route Chai Kuan is on is too straightforward. If we follow it and leave traces, he'll definitely get suspicious. Nowadays, anyone willing to spend 2 days going by horse carriage on country roads probably isn't someone legit if they didn't have dirty business. They'd just take the steam train. Then he circled a shaded area on the map. Hay race roughly where the abandoned factory is. The route, trade points, and ambush spots were all clearly marked. The rifles and ammo were ready, and the plan was down to its last step. Xiaori Guangxiang fell silent, deep in thought. Ideally, he would trigger a violent clash between the Venom Snake Gang and the Loyalty Gang inside the abandoned factory. That way, the player could simply take advantage of the chaos to snatch the Loyalty Gang's money and escape. But sparking such a firefight would be incredibly difficult, and it would require Xiaori Guangxiang to personally take the risk, and even he wasn't confident about it. If the two gangs managed to complete their transaction, the Loyalty Gang would successfully transport that batch of liquor away. By then, the player, with only 4 people plus a turncoat, would have to face Chakin's team Heaton to intercept them. Chaikuan wouldn't pull a money-loaded cart straight back to Zhuahong City. This land of divine descent has banks, after all. Definitely head to Baiyang County first to deposit the cash at Tian'an Bank. Once the money is securely in the bank, the player's plan would be completely ruined. There are 3 roads from the abandoned factory to the Baiyang County urban area. Xiaori Guangxiang marked the single intersection where those 3 roads converge, the 3-way junction. Even he couldn't predict which path Chaikuan would take, so the only viable ambush point was there. I can't recall the detailed terrain around that area, he admitted, passing the scouting task to his teammates. It's up to you 4 to do the recon. No problem. Chao Yi snapped his hands together decisively, accepting the mission. With Xiaori Guangxiang's intelligence already well prepared, it was now up to Chao Yi and the other 3 to act. Brothers, grab your bullets and get shooting practice. Tonight was the only opportunity to train with their rifles. Dragging things out another day in Zhuahong City only increased their risk of exposure. After the shooting session, they'd head straight to Baiyang County. As for Soupçon, it couldn't be carried on a steam train with long rifles, so the 3 men, including Chao Yi, took responsibility for transporting the Fong Hound rifles. Bang! Bang! Gunfire shattered the night. 2 horses, just settling into rest, reared up and neighed in panic, stamping the ground frantically. The Zhuan hunters rushed forward, one hand steadying the horses' ears until they calmed down. Chakin's men had only 4 long rifles, far less firepower than the player's group. At 100 meters, revolvers and shotguns were almost ornamental. Even more striking was that Xiaori Guangxiang, Chakin's trusted turncoat, had been assigned a rifle, leaving the Venom Snake Gang's firepower stretched thin. But firing a gun isn't as easy as it looks in the movies. The Fong Hound rifle weighed 8 pounds even when empty. Holding it steady for long periods made arms ache and go numb. Pulling the trigger delivered a brutal kick to the shoulder socket. Cycling the bolt and ejecting shells demanded physical effort. An ordinary person in the real world would be gasping for breath after 50 rounds. Luckily, the land of divine descent had granted them exceptional physical strength. Chao Yi only felt stiffness and wobbling sights after firing 20 consecutive rounds with a box magazine. He set the Fong Hound down and exhaled deeply. With ample ammunition, he repeatedly adjusted his stance and breathing. The flashes of gunfire and noise intertwined with the night as Chao Yi's skill with the rifle steadily improved his marksmanship, visibly sharpening with every round fired. The other 4 players had long since grown accustomed to Chao Yi's incredible accuracy. If anything, they felt a bit envious, but only mildly. In this land touched by the divine, firearms were lethal mostly to ordinary people. True power belonged to professionals and those wielding supernatural abilities. Right now, the 5 of them were allies, and the sharper Chao Yi's aim was, the greater their chances of victory as a team. They couldn't practice at a 300-meter range like Chao Yi. Their effective shooting distance hovered between 150 and 200 meters. Even that was more than enough. The Fong Hound rifle packed a brutal punch-any hit to the chest, abdomen, or back was basically a death sentence on the spot. Even grazing an arm or a leg usually resulted in permanent disability. This wasn't some numbers game. Nobody survived a shot just because it wasn't a headshot. The suppressive power of the rifle at long range spoke volumes. Gunfire echoed intermittently across the wildlands from 10 p.m. until 3 a.m. The 5 of them burned through 1,200 rounds of ammunition in total, each pushed to the brink of exhaustion. Chao Yi's progress was especially remarkable. Even without activating super aim, his perfect hit rate at the 300-meter fixed target had climbed to 40%, a level of skill worthy of a top-tier marksman all on his own, without any attachments or aids. There were 2 ways to enhance super aim. Either push the limits of body and mind to extend how long it could be maintained, or improve basic shooting ability to lessen the skill's physical toll. The first option required grueling, long-term training, so for now he was focusing on the second. Fortunately, These intense hours of practice paid off. The crosshair grew steadier with each breath, and ballistic trajectories became as clear in his mind as if etched in the air. All set now, we just need favorable winds. Brothers, see you at Bayonne County. Travel safely. At dawn, Xiao Riquang drove the cart, carrying their chicken soups here supplies back toward Zhuohong City. Chao Yi and Qin Feng sat side by side steering Henry Berg's carriage, while the Zhuan hunter handled the reins alone. The cart was stocked with daily necessities and a wealth of firearms and equipment. After Xiao Riquang's silhouette disappeared into the deep moonlight, the remaining three realized a new question. If a player logged off while riding a moving cart, would they reappear on the cart upon logging back in, or just drop where they were? Don't we have an AI assistant? Just ask it, someone suggested. The three of them logged out beside the cart simultaneously. Chao Yi typed into the chat. If I log out while riding, will I be back on the cart or at that spot when I log in again? The AI assistant responded instantly. The character will move along with the object being ridden and keep their relative position. Pretty smart. They exchanged glances with a smile that meant they could take turns resting. It would take at least 2 days to reach Bayonne County, and no one could stay online nonstop. They needed time to handle real-life matters too. Based on the horses' endurance, they decided to travel 2 hours, then rest the horses for half an hour. During each break, the three would take turns logging off, with at least 2 staying online in case of emergencies. After all, the country roads weren't entirely safe. The country road, with no sheriff's patrols, was a perfect hunting ground for bandits and notorious robbers. Under the dim moonlight, the winding path stretched ahead, faint dust swirling in occasional chilly gusts. Several fiercely independent villages dotted the surroundings, where locals often covered their faces with tattered cloths, mimicking mountain bandits to rob travelers on the road. Fortunately, 2 players were online at this hour, able to watch each other's backs and bring a measure of confidence to the nighttime journey. After confirming their route and responsibilities in the group chat, Chao Yi rejoined the game with his teammates. With a crisp, "Let's go," 2 horse-drawn wagons rolled out from the clearing among the trees, wheels crunching over gravel as they steadily made their way toward Bayonne County. Moonlight glimmered softly on the canvas covers, casting a gentle, pale outline. The night passed without incident. At exactly 10 a.m. the next morning, chicken soups coming boarded the steam train bound for Bayonne County. The whistle blew long and loud as the tracks vibrated beneath the engine. Outside the window, fields and ponds blurred past at high speed. 1 hour and 38 minutes later at 11:38, the train smoothly pulled into Bayonne County Station. The administrative structure of the Tianzhou continent flickered in his mind. 1. The Zhou was equivalent to the Federation states on the planet Tianlan, the largest administrative unit. 2. Below that were provinces. 3. Provinces split into cities and counties both at the same level but vastly different in scale. Cities tended to be vast and crowded, counties small and poor. 4. Towns and villages came beneath cities and counties, with similar administrative status. The urban area of Bayonne County was barely the size of a single district in Zhuohong City. No one expected it to compare to Zhuohong anyway. While the Tianzhou continent lacked official provincial capitals like the Daxia Federation, the Yunhai Province's provincial council was located in Zhuohong City. Politically, commercially, and in terms of transportation, Zhuohong carried the weight of a provincial capital. Blessed with rich mineral resources and maritime trade, the southeastern Yunhai province was the wealthiest in the south. Calling it the richest southern province was no exaggeration. Zhuohong City was a renowned megacity across the continent. As soon as Chicken Soup's coming stepped off the platform, he sensed several heated gazes locking onto him. Clearly, in their eyes, this outsider from a big city was a fat target. The young man lowered his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he feigned ignorance and guided the crowd toward a secluded alley. Sure enough, men blocked both the entrance and exit, cutting off any chance of escape. "Hey buddy, wanna lend us some cash?" The ringleader brandished a knife, raising an eyebrow as he forced a fake grin. Chicken Soup's coming didn't reply. Instead, he gently placed a black briefcase on a clean patch by the wall. Then, he shook his arm and snatched up a thick, flat yoke used for carrying loads nearby. Thin and plain-faced, he lacked any special skill in shooting, but in the real world, he was a master of traditional martial arts trained with real weapons. 3 minutes later, 6 thugs lay sprawled on the ground. The yoke blurred as a baton, delivering elbow strikes and knee blows with precise footwork, punctuated by muffled grunts. The last knife wielder tried to resist, but was kicked so hard that his dagger flew out of reach, then stomped in the face. If this had happened in the Daxia Federation, this combo would have cost at least 180,000 yuan in medical fees. But here, in the land of divine descent, he not only escaped paying a dime, he might even pick up 6 new disciples. "Don't play dead." He crouched down, lighting a Yunshio cigarette, smoke curling from his lips. "Or I won't mind letting you all really die here." The thugs hastily nodded. "Now talk." He exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking calmly. "Who runs the gangs around Bayonne County? Also, who dares to take in goods? The wagons and shotgun, Not a single thing can be kept, everything has to be flipped inside the county. Terrified, the six rattled off a list of local bigwigs and black market spots. Remember what you said. Pocketing the intel, he grabbed his briefcase and turned to leave. Back in Zhuahong City, Chicken Soup's coming returned to his quiet role as a warehouse manager. Well, a wealthy warehouse manager, that is. At 3 in the afternoon, the sky turned a dull gray and a light rain began to fall. Within minutes, the gentle drizzle was whipped into a torrential downpour by fierce winds. The dirt roads in the countryside quickly turned to mud, with ruts filling with water, making travel difficult. Chao Yi, Zhu and the hunter, and Qin Feng hadn't encountered any bandits on their journey, but this sudden weather had stopped them in their tracks. With no other option, they drove the carriage under a towering ancient tree, letting its branches shield the animals from the rain if the horses got sick. That would be a bigger problem than any trouble they faced themselves. The howling rain pounded on the canvas roof like a drumbeat. The three men crawled inside Chao Yi's carriage, pulled back the curtain to peer at the sky, and lit some Yunshio tobacco. Surrounded by tendrils of smoke, they took a puff, sipped a flavored drink, and chewed on dried beef, a small attempt to find some comfort in hardship. Zuan clinked cups with the others and asked, "Once we land this money, where do we head next?" Unconsciously, the group had accepted Chao Yi as their leader. In any world, no matter how much the system changes, strength ultimately speaks the loudest. Chao Yi took a deep drag, exhaled a neat smoke ring, but his brow furrowed in thought. He silently assessed the situation of the five involved. Chicken Soup Lao was the safest. They only needed to return the fierce dog unharmed, and could then slip away. The most dangerous were Summer Rhapsody and Zhu and the hunter. The former was the number 2 traitor, the first to be wanted after the incident. The latter owed high-interest loans to the Venom Snake Gang and was entangled in the Henry Berg Casey peril looming over him. Qin Feng had no exposure yet, and Chao Yi himself, though unrelated to this commotion, had already been posted with a warning by the Venom Snake Gang. Leave Zhuahong City and move to another town? Qin Feng tentatively looked to Chao Yi. Chao Yi took another drag and didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked, "What do you think our next goal should be after this job?" Changing professions, Qin Feng and Zuan responded almost simultaneously. "That's right." Chao Yi nodded. The moonshine job was a chance to switch careers, as the random reward chest might contain a profession card. But even if you got one, would it necessarily match your talents? What mattered more was finding a way into the supernatural community. How to break in. Venture to a sacred mountain or mysterious lake like in fantasy novels, and become an apprentice. The realm of divine descent obviously didn't work that way. In fantasy stories, cultivators could isolate themselves from the world without eating or sleeping. But here, if the professionals really cut ties with society, civilization would have long since stalled. The fact was, this society kept advancing rapidly, meaning these professionals moved amongst the masses. Perhaps an unremarkable pedestrian on the street was actually a hidden heavyweight. Looking at the vast southern Tianzhou province, Zhuahong City was the most prosperous city in the south. Vast population, convenient transportation, merchants everywhere. There were hardly places better suited to breaking into the supernatural world than here. Chao Yi was about to add, "If all else fails, we could head to the provincial capital," but then he suddenly paused. After a moment's thought, he realized his limited knowledge didn't even include the name of the capital of Tianzhou province. They only knew it was in the central part of Tiannandajo. Chao Yi crushed out the cigarette but in his hand, lowered his voice, and pointed at Zhuan, the hunter of mothers. "Once we get the money, we change our identities right away. Get new papers, move to Qinghe District or Guandili District. You suit up, put on a tie, shave off your beard, and wear a fedora. Who would recognize you then?" Zhuan took a long drag, then exhaled heavily, feeling that everything Chao Yi said made perfect sense. Leaving Zhuahong City, there was no better place to go, unless he was willing to waste his days in some small town. But could he still call himself a player then? All right, back to Zhuahong City. Zhuan slapped his thigh. When the enemy comes, the general blocks. When the water comes, the earth covers. Birds fly to the sky when they die. If you don't die, you live forever. The three clinked their fists together hard and drained the flavored drink left in the water sack. After this score was done, they planned to get thoroughly drunk. What's the point of making money if you don't enjoy it? Zhuan laughed loudly. That night at 10 p.m., after Chao Yi logged off, he saw messages in the group chat from Summer Rhapsody and Chicken Soup came. 1. The Chai Kuan gang had set out early and were already on the road. They were heavily loaded, and the afternoon downpour had turned the roads muddy. They wouldn't reach Baiyang County within 4 days. 2. Chicken Soup came had sized up the scale of Baiyang County's black market, not as big as Zhuahong City, but enough to handle 4 shotguns and 2 horse-drawn carts. Deal details would be discussed in person. Chao Yi replied, "Everything's going smoothly," then hurriedly ate and logged back in. After that, it was calm all the way, aside from the afternoon rainstorm, with no further disturbances. The next night, after days of hardship, Chao Yi, Zhuan, and Little Overlord reading machine arrived on the outskirts of Baiyang County. The firepower in the city was too strong, so they dared not go in and instead had Chicken Soup came handle the supplies inside. The three circled the suburbs and finally chose a campsite downstream on a tributary of Jia River, remote and far from farmland, where even daytime farmers rarely passed by. At 10 p.m., Chicken Soup arrived under the starlight, carrying steaming hot beef pancakes. This is seriously touching. Chowie devoured his share. Since logging into the land of divine descent, he hadn't slept soundly. His beard was patchy, his face exhausted. Zwan and Little Overlord reading machine looked just as worn out. After wolfing down the greasy beef pancakes, the three logged off fully satisfied, leaving Chicken Soup to guard the supplies. Logging out in the game meant sleep, but in reality, the players could move around and take care of bodily needs, which was much better than falling asleep directly in-game. At 1 a.m., the three logged back in on time. Zwan and Chow each drove a horse cart, carrying Chicken Soup and Little Overlord reading machine respectively, quietly heading toward the abandoned factory shown on the map. The muddy forest path after the rain clung to their boots, and the horses' hooves struck heavily. An hour later, the two carts stopped in the woods outside the factory. The four tied the reins tightly to tree trunks, checked their magazines, and chambered rounds. Under the moonlight, carrying their hunting rifles and revolvers tucked in their bags, they sneaked stealthily into the abandoned factory. It was highly unlikely that the abandoned factory would become the primary site of a firefight. But just because it seemed improbable didn't mean it could be ruled out entirely. Chow Yi, Qin Feng, Zwan the Hunter, and Jitong Lake still had a basic task: to thoroughly map out the terrain around the deserted factory. That way, if the Summer Rhapsody gunfight actually broke out there, they'd have a better chance of survival. The long-closed chemical plant was located just south of Baiyang County. About 20 miles north lay the county seat. Due to severe pollution years ago, a barren wasteland stretched on the factory's northern side. Not a blade of grass grew, and any breeze stirred up clouds of yellow dust. After the deal, Chai Kuan and his crew had to drive their donkey cart across this open expanse heading north. With no cover or hiding spots, this place was poor for ambush, but meant that if a direct confrontation occurred here, casualties would be inevitable. Further north lay the fork in the road marked by Summer Rhapsody on the map. The first true highway began here. Chai Kuan needed to deposit money in Baiyang County and would have to draw lots to pick one of the three routes, making this fork the four men's final and only practical ambush site. The north and west sides of the fork were still endless open fields, while only the east side retained a dense forest. The thick woods blocked sight lines. If Chai Kuan whipped the donkey onward, he could disappear instantly into the trees and be impossible to catch, so it wasn't suitable for an ambush. The truly usable ground was the open terrain to the north and west. Still, the dense forest hid good spots for a base camp. The four split up. Zwan the Hunter and Jitong Lake scouted the woods for a concealed clearing large enough to hide the cart. Qin Feng looked for firing positions on the western plains. Chow Yi scouted north along the road. About 200 meters away, Chow Yi found a large boulder by the roadside. Though uneven, its broad surface offered a natural vantage point overlooking the fork, and the rock itself served as solid cover. Almost simultaneously, Qin Feng found a similar high ground on the west side. By evening, the two returned to the fork to meet the others coming out of the woods. Zwan the Hunter had chosen a thickly shaded clearing big enough to hide the cart. The four hurriedly drove the cart out of the industrial ruins and parked it deep in the forest. Nearby ran a tributary of the Jia River with a steady gurgle. Water was easy to obtain. Kindling was plentiful on site, while other supplies would be fetched from town by Zwan and Jitong Lake. After carving out a small perimeter, they set up a campfire, the flames casting a red glow on the trees. A cast iron pot hung over the fire, boiling water and heating canned meat. Night and steam blended together, bringing a rare moment of peace. The one carrying the money must be Chai Kuan. He wouldn't trust anyone else with it. The old intelligence from Summer Rhapsody echoed in their minds. Based on this, Chow Yi chose to hold the northern boulder alone, while Qin Feng led the other two to lie in wait on the west side, setting a crossfire to block the donkey cart's path. Given the cart's slow speed, if Chai Kuan entered Chow Yi's shooting range, Chow Yi was confident he could take him with one shot. Once western fire opened up, the rest of the Poison Snake gang would be forced into the eastern forest. Summer Rhapsody's team was tasked with retrieving money from Chai Kun's body. Even if they fell behind while chasing in the woods, no one would notice. Based on the current terrain, the mission doesn't seem too difficult. For well-maintained long spears are enough to give the Viper gang a psychological edge over these disorganized rookies. Chow Yi logged off, spread out his draft paper, and quickly sketched the layout of the abandoned factory and its surroundings from memory. Then he uploaded the coded operation plan to the team channel. Lately, the teammate codenamed Summer Rhapsody had hardly appeared in the group. Chada was moving with a squad from the Cine gang and only dared to sneak offline to report after everyone had fallen asleep. The Viper gang operated by day in hiding and traveled at midnight, a time when they made their moves. 2 days later, at 10 a.m., Chow Yi, crouched on a park bench in the real world, finally received a message from Summer Rhapsody. We've reached the outskirts of Baiyang County and made contact with the Cine gang. Tonight at 10 p.m., the exchange happens at the abandoned factory. Chowie. Damn it. Chai-kun, you finally showed up. To wait for this day, he had endured 4 days and nights exposed to the elements outdoors. By now, both his in-game character and his real self were nearly wild men. He immediately logged back in and threw the intel into the squad channel. Let's fucking go. It's finally time to fight. The other 3 players spammed the chat. They hadn't been idle in the past 2 days. During the day, they researched firearms. At night, they glued themselves to video tutorials, mastering the decades-old Fangtooth series long guns. Then they acquired 2 cans of gun oil from Bayong County's black market, disassembled the rifles, applied oil, and reassembled them. It took the whole night to fully maintain all 5 Fangtooths, just hoping the old relics wouldn't misfire when it mattered. Meanwhile, far away in the Yunhai province, deep within the Tianqi Mountains, a seemingly unrelated major event was brewing. The so-called Calamity-level ruins mentioned by the Dream Chaser and the robed youth was drawing countless powerful figures from the supernatural world toward a single exit. In front of the ruins' exit, humans faced off against humans, supernatural beings against supernatural beings. Between the 2 factions lay a giant crimson treasure chest, its surface covered in ornate runes, throbbing like a heart. It's best if we open the chest, said a fierce tiger standing taller than an adult man. Its tawny fur bore perfectly aligned black stripes, forming the character Wong on its forehead. Its low growl vibrated the air. No matter who opens the chest, the contents will favor the opener, a cold voice sneered from the other side. If that's the case, why not just grab an uncultured monkey to open it? The atmosphere grew tense. The Jie River ran through Zhuahong City, starting from Yunhai in the south and flowing north, branching into countless tributaries. Its largest branch, the Li River, surged like a tide before merging into the Tianqi Mountains. At this moment, in the deepest channel of the Li River, a massive creature charged fiercely upriver. That chest belongs to the sea. Ha! The beast burst through the water's surface, revealing a towering fishman clad in water-patterned scales. Its razor-sharp claws reached out, grasping the treasure chest and dragging it under the Li River's currents. The suddenly charging fishman was extraordinarily tall, standing at least 2 meters and 20 centimeters. His stature still seemed restrained. Broad-shouldered and muscular, his deep blue skin shimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the moonlight. Beneath that skin, semi-transparent scales clung tightly to his muscles like natural armor layered seamlessly. The most striking feature was the blade protruding from his foredada bone-white, razor-sharp horn nearly a meter long, gleaming with lethal coldness. In the supernatural world, his name thundered across the seas, Lord of the Nearshore Sadius. Damn it! Just after a group of powerful heroes had cleared a disaster-level ruin, still weak and disoriented, Sadius seized the opportunity to storm in and forcibly snatch away the newly spawned treasure chest. What were the border guards of the Cloud Sea doing? To human adventurers, this was blatant naval negligence, allowing the Fishman King to penetrate inland. But to the supernatural beings of the Apocalypse Mountains, it looked like a secret collusion between humans and Sadius. For 20 years, no supernatural life forms from the Cloud Sea had set foot on the Alvido continent, so why did Sadius strike so precisely as soon as the disaster-level ruin was cleared? How could he obtain news from deep inside the Cloud Sea's territory across thousands of mountains and rivers so instantly? Even with little thought, it was obvious. Humans had leaked the information. Humans. Sadius. The kings of the southern Apocalypse Mountains roared with fury, shaking the valleys. Peace had lasted too long. Now that someone did not cherish it, let war once again blaze across the land. Boom. The Apocalypse Mountains that stretched across the continent began to tremble. In the sky, on land, and beneath the water, countless supernatural beings broke free from their seals, rushing wildly in pursuit of Sadius' retreating path. The human heroes deep inside, sensing disaster, unleashed all their powers and started withdrawing toward the outskirts. Buzz, buzz. The piercing alarms, silent for decades, echoed along the mountain edges. The Tianan continent's garrison forces sprang into formation instantly. From the cracked earth, magic-powered giant towers rose. Steel colossi roared onto the battlefield. Supernatural artillery and ammunition targeted the mountainside and unleashed indiscriminate bombardment. Even so, many flying beasts and amphibious creatures broke through the firestorm, clashing teeth and claws with frontline adventurers. As soon as the defense lines were torn apart, some supernatural beings abandoned the fight, cloaked themselves, and dashed straight toward the nearest Cloud Sea provinces. Shit. At a mountain pass on the outskirts, Dream Chaser and the robed youth exchanged glances through the dust, their faces draining of color. This was no lucky break. It was a death sentence. Giddy up. The robed youth shouted fiercely, slapping the side of the carriage. Instantly, the entire carriage, along with the horses, shed flesh and flesh to reveal a hard metallic skeleton. The engine roared to life, propelling the carriage forward like a steel projectile, racing toward Zhuahong City at a speed rivaling a steam locomotive. Roar. The uprising in the Apocalypse Mountains seemed to send some kind of signal to the cloud sea. The sea churned with towering waves as a massive creature emerged silently from the deep ocean, its gaze fixed on the coastline of Yunhai province. The extraordinary beings of Yunhai were mounting a formidable display, but this was merely a prelude to facilitate the retreat of Sadius. Meanwhile, in the southern outskirts of Bayan County, ordinary folk like Chao Yi, who was preparing for a big deal, were completely unaware of what was unfolding. In fact, no ordinary person had any clue. At 10 o'clock at night, the southern suburbs of Bayan County lay as silent as a grave. After all, who in their right mind would choose to arrive at an abandoned factory 20 miles outside the city at this hour? The answer: only two gangs, the Snake Gang and the Righteous Gang. Outside the north gate, 4 donkey carts were neatly parked, each loaded with 10 barrels of liquor, totaling 40 barrels. From the south gate, members of the Righteous Gang entered in single file. Strictly speaking, the factory's gates to the east, south, west, and north were all dilapidated. Any entry point was accessible here. This place had long since been abandoned. Inside the dimly lit factory, the Righteous Gang leader Wang Biao carried a small black briefcase containing 8,000 engraved copper coins. He raised his hand, signaling a few henchmen to inspect the goods. Xiaori Quangxiang of the Snake Gang stood close to Chai Kuan, appearing calm, but his eyes darting amid the crowd of Righteous Gang members. As his gaze swept to the edge, his eyes suddenly widened. You spot the character Yi Wu Yi Shi. You spot the character Capybara. You spot the character Super Invincible McWhirlwind. 3 players. Somehow, 3 players had infiltrated the ranks of the Righteous Gang. Almost simultaneously, those 3 noticed Xiaori Quangxiang, and a bad feeling rose in both their hearts. These 3 players were strategically positioned. Yi Wu Yi Shi stood near the briefcase, maintaining a subtle distance from Wang Biao, with only a half-height concrete wall beside him, ready to immediately take cover and open fire. Capybara and Super Invincible McWhirlwind were positioned behind him, as if pre-aiming their shooting angles. This was bad. Xiaori Quangxiang's heart clenched sharply. Could these bastards really be planning? Pretending nothing was wrong, he slowly stepped away from Chai Kuan. The henchman finished inspecting the last barrel of liquor and nodded toward Wang Biao. At that moment, from the very rear, Super Invincible McWhirlwind suddenly moved, drawing his gun, raising it, all in one seamless motion. Bang! A muzzle flash erupted, and Chai Kun's head exploded like an overripe watermelon. Everyone except Xiaori Quangxiang was stunned by the sudden bloodbath, whether Righteous Gang or Snake Gang members. Only the 3 players kept firing relentlessly, gunshots a continuous roar, instantly sending several Snake Gang members crashing to the ground. Awakening to the chaos, Snake Gang members roared and leveled their guns at Wang Biao, who stood in the center of the factory. Bullets rained down like a storm. Wang Biao had no time to react and was riddled instantly. The leaders of both gangs were offline in the same second, proving how fickle life was like a small intestine wrapping a large one. Damn it! I knew it. Xiaori Quangxiang crouched behind an abandoned machine as a fusillade of gunfire, curses, and screams filled his ears. Peeking out, he saw Yi Wu Yi Shi casually grab Wang Biao's briefcase and escape through a window. Fuck you. Xiaori Quangxiang gave no thought to anything else, stumbling wildly as he fled through the north gate. In the darkness, he saw 3 figures sprinting toward the east, their outlines stretching rapidly under the street lamp. In the desolate outskirts, the gunfire sounded especially harsh. Far away at the ambush point, Chao Yi and others could hear it clearly. Chao Yi's face instantly darkened as he dashed toward the camp, joined by 3 other players. Something had gone wrong at the abandoned factory. The deal had turned into a firefight. Dong dong dong. Chao Yi strode swiftly over the gravel, a fierce dog slung across his back and a pump-action shotgun in one hand, while gripping the revolver named Justice in the other. At the fork in the road, 4 players quickly gathered. Though the situation was unclear, they all knew they had to reach the abandoned factory. Chao Yi feared that if they were even 1 step slower, Xiaori Quangxiang would be nothing but a corpse. Players always think like this: fight if you can. If not, consider sacrificing your teammates. They were riding in Henry Berg's carriage. Jostled from Zhuahong City all the way to Bayan County, Chao Yi fully realized he couldn't drive the ride, remain steady only because of the obedient, strong horse pulling it. If they wanted to speed up, they'd need the skill of the Zhuan hunter. The 4 quickly rushed into a camp deep in the woods. Chao Yi and 2 others climbed into the carriage first and pulled back the curtains on both sides. The Zhuan hunter yanked the reins sharply, turning the carriage's head. The horse thundered out of the dense forest and onto the moonlit road. Inside the abandoned factory, gunshots rained down relentlessly. The uninformed Snake Gang and Xine Gang were shooting at each other. Both sides thirsted for revenge for their respective bosses. The chaos originated from a plan by 3 Xine Gang players almost identical to Xiaori Quangxiang's original strategy. But Xiaori Quangxiang was in the Snake Gang. Any move would have meant being riddled with bullets from Xine Gang. The 3 players, however, were XINE gang members. Even if their comrades saw them carrying a copper-engraved suitcase, they would just assume it was a cash escort retreat. Nobody cared anymore who opened fire first or why. Gangsters rarely put effort into complex reasoning, especially in such sudden shootouts. I'm here. Damn it. Under the moonlight, Xiaori Kuangxiang staggered out of the factory, shouting toward the speeding carriage. Stepping into the hailstorm of bullets, he truly felt life's fragility except for snipers like Chao Yi. No individual could change the tide of battle. He rolled and crawled, finally reaching the road safe and sound. What's the situation? The Zhuan hunter didn't slow, grabbing Xiaori Kuangxiang by the arm and pulling him into the passenger seat. Quick, head east in pursuit. Xiaori Kuangxiang recalled the direction the three players had escaped. For convenient handoffs, XINE gang also rode donkey carts no matter how skilled the driver. A donkey cart couldn't catch a horse carriage, especially one pulled by a steady horse like Henry Berg's. 3 XINE gang players infiltrated. Damn it, they stole the money. Xiaori Kuangxiang's terse words made Chao Yi and the 2 other players instantly furious. Days of enduring hardship and staking out were not for others to ride roughshod. Drive. The Zhuan hunter cracked the whip, and the carriage nearly took flight. Outside the window, 3 long gun barrels simultaneously appeared, their dark muzzle openings targeting the roadside bushes. Bang! In the cold moonlight, Chao Yi noticed a flickering figure in the distance and fired almost instinctively. The bullet pierced through the chest, killing the target in the wilderness. It was past 10 at night. What good people would be out in the suburbs at this hour? As far as the eye could see, there were only members of the Dusu gang or the Cine gang. Click. Chao Yi pulled back the bolt. An empty shell casings bounced onto the floor of the carriage. Then he raised his rifle again, and with a muted bang, the Cine gang member who was climbing out the window was shot through the head instantly. Blood mist blossomed like shattered flowers under the moonlight. The carriage barreled across the wasteland amid the furious howls of the summer rhapsody. The abandoned factory nearby had once been a heavy polluter, and the surrounding land was now a bare wasteland where sparse weeds couldn't hide the cracked earth beneath. The night was chilly. Silver moonlight cast everything in sharp relief. The 3 players driving a jury-rigged donkey cart were stumbling and tumbling as they fled toward the distance. Who do you think you are, the god of Jialiang river carts? Summer Rhapsody cursed loudly as he took the beast dog rifle handed to him by Little Overlord's reading machine. No matter how tough a donkey is, it can't outrun a horse. Bang, bang, bang. He pulled the trigger first. 3 tongues of fire tore through the air, and the rifle blast roared across the wilderness, a pure show of force. Stop the cart. Damn it, screw you. Summer Rhapsody's furious shout lashed out like an iron hook ahead. On the donkey cart, Iwu Yishi's heart tightened. Sure enough, none of these people were good to deal with. Damn it, how do they have rifles too? Just from the beast dog's deep gunfire, he knew the opponents weren't using short revolvers. The super invincible Megshuanfeng, true to his name, was a well-known sharpshooter in Zhuahong City, but even he could only stare helplessly, clutching a revolver. Rifles were hard enough to get in Zhuahong City, all the rarer in Baiyang County, and at this firing range, their revolvers didn't even qualify to shake the table. Stop the cart. Damn. Little Overlord's reading machine and chicken soup came up from the donkey cart, firing repeatedly at the rival carriage, sparks crackling through the night. Long before the fight began, Henry Berg's warhorse had been fitted with earplugs, barely disturbed by the gunfire, but the skinny donkey got no such treatment. The continuous shots spooked it into frantic stomping, speeding up, but shaking the carriage so violently it seemed ready to topple at any moment. Firing at each other from 2 fast-moving vehicles, hitting anything was almost impossible. The 3 players had fired more than 20 shots into thin air, not even touching a horse's tail. What do we do now? Super invincible Megshuanfeng leaned on the donkey cart's railing, shouting to Capybara beside him. With their attitude, I don't think they intend to leave anyone alive. Pretend to surrender, lure them closer. Capybara's voice trembled. Only by dragging Summer Rhapsody's group into revolver range could they hope to turn the tables. The plan sounded good in theory, but reality was brutally cold. Megshuanfeng thought the other side only had good rifles, but average skills. Little did he know the real sharpshooter had been holding back. Inside the carriage, Chao Yi leaned against the window frame, his breathing terrifyingly calm. The speed of the carriage, the donkey cart, shooting angles, Iwu Yishi's position, all these variables formed a precise formula in his mind. Just as Iwu Yisher was about to raise the white flag in a fake surrender, a black barrel abruptly appeared out the carriage window. Super focus mode activated. The carriage, the donkey cart, Chao Yi, and 15110 all 4 in motion froze completely at that instant. Bang! A muzzle flash erupted as the frontline bullet tore through the barrel. The next moment, 15110's head exploded like shattered porcelain. The stopping power of the Fong rifle far surpassed Qin Feng's Silver Cobra revolver. The donkey cart was flipped by the shockwave, and super invincible Megshuanfeng and Capybara were both thrown into the air, crashing heavily into the roadside ditch. The 2 struggled to get up, faces pale, clearly with their lower legs fractured, limping painfully. I surrender. Don't kill me. But the Summer Rhapsody crew were too bloodthirsty to listen. In a world dominated by firearms, even the slightest movement from super invincible make Shuanfeng meant instant headshots. Bang, bang, bang. Three Fong rifles unleashed a deadly hail of fire from above, turning the two in the ditch into sieves. Blood seeped into the soil as their bodies twitched a few times before collapsing lifelessly. Your chaos level has increased by 1. Current chaos level, 86. The message popped up, but Chao Yi didn't even glance at it. He dropped all his heavy gear onto the ground and leaned against the sideboard of the carriage, pressing both hands hard against his temples. That brief explosion of power had been nothing short of miraculous. Two high-speed moving targets over 200 meters apart, downed with one shot each. Now, the stabbing pain in his brain was throbbing wildly, his mental energy completely drained. You okay? The carriage came to a stop beside the overturned donkey cart. Jitang Lake and Little Overlord reading machine leaned out from the carriage, flanking him on both sides, eyes fixed on him. I'm fine. Chao Yi exhaled stale breath and tilted his head back to gulp down some cool water from his water bag. Then he lit a cigarette from Yunxiu tobacco. 6 days in the land of divine descent had put him through more cigarettes than had smoked in the past 20+ years in reality. No phone, no internet, unbearable stress. What else was there to do but smoke? While they died horribly, he screwed, serves him right. Seeing Chao Yi still standing, Jitang Lake and Little Overlord reading machine jumped down from the carriage and joined Summer Rhapsody and Spring Sleeper in a search for the suitcase that had flown off and disappeared without a trace. Just after Chao Yi finished half a cigarette, Summer Rhapsody's exaggerated cheer came from the nearby grass. Woo! He held the delicate suitcase high in the air, flipping open the lid to reveal a neat pile of 8,000 copper notes, all of face value 1. The green bills looked very similar to the Dao Lu currency from planet Skyblue. But in the southern mainland, 1 copper note's purchasing power far exceeded that of the federal dollar. Ha! Summer Rhapsody grabbed a handful of the notes and kissed them with a smack on his lips. Ugh, the others all showed looks of disgust. You guys take your share, don't give anything to the spear gang. Chao Yi jumped down from the carriage, flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, and crushed it with his shoe sole. Let's sell everything first, then split it evenly. After days of shared life and death struggles, the trust among the 5 players had clearly increased. Since the money was all in Summer Rhapsody's hands, no one worried he would run off with it. They then thoroughly searched the 3 other players' bodies, turning them upside down. 3 finely crafted premium revolvers, plus 113 copper notes in cash. These 3 BYDs have some serious cash. Wonder how much they've made in the Cine gang. Hiss. Qin Feng clenched his teeth and showed a strange expression. Do you guys feel it too? He crossed his arms, furrowing his brow, unable to pinpoint where the eerie feeling came from. It's like these 3 players are truly dead, not just some cyberspace death, but actually dead. The group exchanged glances, a chilling absurdity rising in their hearts. Isn't this just a game? Zhuan Lima Rin muttered quietly, his lips trembling slightly. Forget it. Let's not think about this now. Chao Yi forcefully shook his hands, trying to suppress the unease building inside. Since entering Land of the Gods, an indescribable sense of mystery had clung to them like a thick fog on their skin. This place isn't safe. Let's move somewhere else to talk. He glanced at the pitch-black street ahead, then at the 3 bloody, mangled corpses behind them. If the Cine gang isn't out of their minds, they'd already be calling in reinforcements from Baiyang County. I'm in no shape to tangle with them again after God's shot nearly drained me. Just as they were about to board the carriage, Qin Feng suddenly shivered, his voice trembling. Wait, look at the sky. They looked up and saw the night sky several times brighter than usual, painted with an otherworldly radiance. High above, 7 moons hung side by side. In the center hung a huge, familiar silver moon. To its left were a viscous, blood-red moon, a pale frost-white moon looking like ancient ice, and a blue moon burning with eerie phosphorescent flames. On the right were a black moon swallowing all light, a shimmering multicolored glazed moon, and a dreamlike moon wrapped in mist radiating a soft, fantastical glow. 7 moons stretched across the sky. The scene was even stranger than the double sun spectacle by day. I have a really bad feeling about this, Chao Yi murmured. The alien, bright moonlight poured down, making the 5 of them's hairs stand on end, and throwing harsh light on the 3 gruesome corpses at their feet. Let's go. Let's go. He was the first to climb into the carriage. Zhuan Lima Rin jumped up, gripping the reins tightly, while Xia Riquang Xiang, the most familiar with the terrain, unfolded a map. Follow this road, there's a new town ahead. Xia Riquang Xiang pointed to a marked spot on the paper. Let's rest there for the night. We can't go back to the camp now. Would likely run into the Cine gang's main forces. The carriage rattled over the gravel under the multicolored moonlight. Suddenly, a translucent panel popped up. Task: illegal liquor completed. Rating: good. Awarded bonus 20. The unexpected notification startled all 5 at once. They quickly realized the Cine gang's reinforcements had probably already arrived at the abandoned factory and taken away the Snake gang's bootleg liquor. According to the mission description, To get an excellent rating, they would need to seize both the Snake Gang's liquor and the Cine Gang's money at the same time, which was completely unrealistic. Fue still shaken Chow, he pulled out a Yunshio cigarette and lit it, his fingers trembling slightly. Stop the carriage. What's wrong? Zhuan Lima Run slammed on the brakes, jolting the carriage. Everyone jumped down. My right eyelid keeps twitching. Tonight just feels wrong. Chow, he pointed at the 7 strange moons above. Such a sudden, surreal phenomenon is probably a sign of some extraordinary event. Let's claim the task reward first no matter what we get. It's another ace up our sleeves. Only 3 chapters were updated today. After the official release, there would be a big surge in updates. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that Chow Yi's words were spot on. Tonight was full of unexpected twists. First, 3 players from the Cine faction suddenly appeared out of nowhere, nearly snatching the 8,000 copper tokens that 5 of them had been carefully planning to secure for a long time. If Chow Yi's team hadn't been so well-equipped and skilled, the spoils might have ended up in the hands of those 3 players, including Yi Shi. After successfully chasing them off, everyone witnessed a strange lunar phenomenon in July. The moonlight was stunningly beautiful, but carried an eerie feeling that made people uneasy. With the situation temporarily settled, the players decided to settle their task rewards by the carriage. They trusted each other as brothers and agreed not to double-cross anyone. Task reward settlement in progress. You received 60 units of basic essence of force stored in your task panel. Your 20 extra reward has been converted into additional luck. Please roll the dice. Chow Yi saw the dice spin rapidly in his mind, finally stopping at 3. Last time he had 40 extra luck, now only 20. But the result was still a 3, indicating his underlying luck attribute had actually increased compared to before. You received 1 drank treasure chest. A finely crafted chest with a bronze color and a design similar to the previous silver-blue chest landed steadily in his hand. Chow Yi reconsidered his previous assumption that dice results directly matched chest rank. Higher numbers tend to yield better chests, but it's not absolute. Getting a drank chest was already pretty good, he told himself. Just as he was about to open the chest, a new message popped up on the panel. With the blessing of the strange July lunar phenomenon, perhaps all your wishes can come true. All my wishes? Seriously? Chow Yi looked up at the night sky. 7 full moons hung high, their light so bright that the stars seemed dim, reduced to faint pinpricks. Half joking, half serious, he made a wish silently. Give me a powerful class card that fits me perfectly. From the corner of his eye, he saw the other players also closing their eyes to pray to the moon with sincere expressions. Suddenly, 5 beams of light exploded forth from the darkness. You received class card, Alchemist 1. You received rune contract, Bone Armor Graft 1. In his left hand was a card as ornate as his previous Fate Diviner card. In his right, an ancient-looking scroll made of animal hide. An alchemist. This was the second-class Chow he had encountered since entering Land of Divine Descents. The first-class card, Fate Diviner, had been drawn as a potion handbook and still lay inside his satchel. No way, a class card. And I can change classes? That wish worked insanely well, shouted some of the other players from afar, as if everyone had received a personal blessing. But Chow Yi didn't hear their cheers. His palm trembled slightly, the shaking spreading through his arm, torso, and then his whole body. In this moment, he finally understood what the panel meant by a perfect fit. It was a profound resonance between subject and object, body and soul, on every level. The moment Chow Yi held the apothecary career card in his hand, he knew this was the perfect match for him. He looked down carefully. On the front of the card stood a mysterious figure draped in an elegant robe against a dark background, hands clasped before the chest, with a swirling, nebula-like glow shifting in the palms. The back showed rolling waves that seemed alive, writhing like pulsing flesh, layered deep crimson, as if breathing blood. Suddenly, the card flickered, and a blurry moving image flashed into his vision, live secrets drawn back like a curtain. The trembling of cell membranes, the texture of bones, the contraction of muscle fibers, plant roots spreading through dark soil, animal bloodlines crisscrossing like rivers, and hidden within every life form were translucent, tentacle-like energy veins. Flesh blossomed into seductive flowers before his eyes. Viscous juices boiled inside a test tube. Tiny particles floated and collided under a microscope's gaze. Career card. Apothecary life is the greatest miracle in existence. A subtitle-like prompt echoed in his mind. Using the apothecary career card. Whoosh. Flames of invisible blue fire ignited in his palm, transforming into a stream of light that vanished into his chest. The vibrant but silent spectacle immediately caught the attention of the other 4 players. Prime Minister Chow had changed his career, but nobody knew what exact path he had drawn. They all glanced down at their own and used career cards, silently acknowledging. This was blessing of the moon, and whoever used it now would surely get the career best suited to them. Yet they held back, gathering cautiously around Chow Yi to watch what would happen. Plop! The rune contract in Chow Yi's hand fell to the ground. The next moment, his body twisted, swelled, and reshaped like soft wax. From his 7 orifices emerged slippery, finely ridged, blood-red tentacles that gleamed coldly in the night. 30 seconds passed, stretched like 3 minutes. Then the strange vision retracted, the tentacles all withdrew, and the air calmed. Chowie stood upright with closed eyes. Though his appearance seemed normal, an indescribable foreign aura radiated from him. The system announcement thundered. Congratulations, you have officially become an apothecary. 1. Vastly enhanced vision, hearing, smell, and taste. 2. Slightly increased physical and mental strength. 3. Awakened abilities to deeply learn and master blood magic, life composition, human anatomy, botany, pharmacology, and medicine. 4. Now capable of guiding, storing, training, and using primal energy through meditation. At the same time, his pores opened wide as a colorless ripple of light spread around him. The air seemed drawn by an invisible vortex, subtle energy streams converging on his bodice surface. Chow Yi's eyes snapped open, stars shining brightly within them, as if reflecting the night sky itself. On the player panel, the long-dormant fourth gray icon instantly lit up. Surface primal energy activated. Core primal energy locked. At last, he truly stepped into the ranks of career professionals, an apothecary. My loyal subjects, welcome the birth of a king. Chow Yi threw open his arms and raised his face to embrace the deep blue night, his voice filled with confidence and arrogance. Don't you feel like beating him up? Is a career professional all that impressive? I don't see it. The 4 exchanged glances and instantly rushed forward to pin him to the ground. The newly promoted apothecary painfully realized he was not a frontline tank at least. His physical strength wasn't enough to dominate his comrades. Open world, multiplayer, violent, forced. What other tags could there be? What kind of profession did you switch to? That's so weak. After the 4 players joined forces to subdue the new profession user, they finally relaxed with satisfaction and decided to let the new king go. Get lost. They spat out spitefully and walked away. Chow Yi was roughly pulled up, dust brushed off his armor, but a bitter smile crept across his lips. She was only physically a bit weaker, but he hadn't used any of his primal power at all. If he had unleashed his full strength just now, those 4 so-called little calamities would have been kicked flying long ago. Primal power here can basically be compared to chi in martial arts or spiritual energy in fantasy worlds. It flows freely within the body, instantly boosting offense and defense. As for more advanced uses, Chow Yi still hadn't fully grasped them. I'm an alchemist potion master. Alchemist potion master? Sherry Guangxiang blinked in surprise. The name sounded like some kind of snake oil salesman, a life skill class. He almost thought Chow Yi had gone to learn how to make ointments. He thought it was a waste for a naturally gifted fighter like Chow Yi to pick a life profession. Then he reconsidered if Chow Yi could casually brew healing potions or magic elixirs. That would greatly improve their logistics support. However, the potion master wasn't purely a life class. Potion making was just one branch of this career tree. The truly terrifying aspect was flesh and blood magic, which definitely had strong combat potential. Unfortunately, Chow Yi had just transferred and was basically a blank slate. Unlike traditional online games, the Divine Descent world didn't grant skills automatically, would have to collect skill books and build his skill tree himself. From that, it seemed even within the same profession, vastly different builds and playstyles could emerge. Lost in thought, Chow Yi bent down to pick up the loot on the ground. The second item dropped from the drank treasure chest, a rune contract. Rune contract, bone armor cultivation. Activation grants skill bone armor cultivation. Class requirement, alchemist, potion master. Skill effect, use primal power to extract calcium from own bones to form partial bone armor on the body surface. With practice, the armor can spread over the whole body and develop multiple forms. When the armor nears breaking, it turns into bone spikes that shoot outward. It can also be detonated actively. Note, the rune contract is destroyed upon activation. Talk about perfect timing. The blessing from the phenomenal event in July really worked. It not only drew the most fitting profession card, but also received the matching skill book. Chow Yi immediately channeled primal power into the rune contract. In the next instant, white flames surged from the rune paper, a string of arcane symbols flickered within the fire, and a vast, unfamiliar knowledge flooded his mind. Is this the beginning of flesh and blood magic? A strange, ethereal sensation enveloped his consciousness. Unknown syllables whispered in his ears. He quickly mastered the basic use of bone armor cultivation. A flash of white light showed his right palm covered by a transparent, yet razor-sharp bone armor, like a necromancer's gauntlet. Damn! The sudden transformation spooked the 4 bystanders, who backed away nervously. Do you know how creepy you look just now? Tentacles all over your face and body, flesh and blood, all distorted. Chow Yi was puzzled. In truth, he hadn't felt any pain. When he used the Potion Master Profession card, he only felt his mind drifting away as if floating in a vast starry sky. How long the effect lasted, he couldn't say. When he came back to his senses, the transfer was complete. Boom! Chow Yi slammed a fist into the ground, and the bone armor shattered the earth beneath, leaving a crater. The right hand, encased in bone armor, now possessed a remarkable leap in strength, speed, and power. Chao Yi finally felt what it meant to truly embody the role of a professional. That layer of steel-hard bone plating could very well stop bullets, meaning a single punch could shatter an enemy's skull outright. Indeed, this was more of a defensive skill. As an alchemist, Chao Yi had no innate talent for close-quarters combat. Even with the physical enhancement from the bone armor implant, the design wasn't meant to encourage reckless charges. I have to change my class too. Chao Yi's evolution sparked excitement among his teammates, who eagerly activated their own class cards. The little overlord's reading device was first to light up, revealing the card. Hero class card. The front showed a free-spirited figure swinging a battle blade, while the back was engraved with wild winds, symbolizing freedom. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through, ruffling Qin Feng's hair upright. His sharp gaze now radiated deadly intent. His body quickly developed smooth yet sturdy muscle lines, embodying the hero's physique. The hero, a warrior of the wind, excelled at agile, versatile hand-to-hand combat, and mastered all cold weapons. He could infuse his weapons with the power of freedom and wind, becoming an unparalleled weapons master. Next, the Zhuan Mother Huntress erupted into flames, her entire body engulfed as she activated her Flame Demon class card. The Flame Demon, a fire-wielding demon with a violent and impulsive nature, was devastatingly destructive. Her once bronze skin charred under the flames, gradually transforming into molten lava-like hardened scales. Then, Chicken Soup visibly bulked up as he activated the Defender class card. The Defender was known for powerful muscles and unmatched strength, a guardian of the earth. Gentle and reserved on the surface, his fury when roused was as terrifying as the earth's rage. Finally, Summer Rhapsody activated the Miracle Walker class card. The Miracle Walker was a nature spirit, able to commune with animals and plants, manipulate weather, and transform into various flora and fauna, inheriting their abilities. Having successfully completed the Black Market Alcohol mission and received the July Anomaly blessing, these five who had struggled up from society's bottom finally embraced a dual transformation both in status and wealth. Chao Chancellor. Race, human. Main class, alchemist. Subclass, none. Ability level, level 1, 0. Status, surface life 100, core life 100, surface stamina 98, core stamina 100, surface spirit 95, core spirit 100, surface mana 98, core mana 100. Skill, bone armor implant. Items, class card, Fate Alchemist, Rune Pact, Thunder Shock, Arturo Strauss Alchemy Manual, Alchemy Blueprints, Walker's Secret Archive, Justice Revolver. Chaos value, 86. Note, chaos value should neither be too high nor too low. Summary, still soaring. Chao Yi glanced at the player stats panel, his mouth twitching slightly. This character sheet, what a brutal roast. Describing ordinary players' moves as fluttering would be one thing, but to call a professional's skills just fluttering? That was downright insulting. During the process of completing the class transfer with the profession card, all his stats had fully recovered. His stamina, spirit, and primal energy, all drained when activating the bone armor implant earlier, were now completely restored. He clenched his right fist, raised his arm, and aimed at a sturdy tree 30 meters away. Boom. The bone armor instantly exploded into countless sharp bone shards, shooting outward. Ratatatata trunk was blasted into flying wood chips, with a perfect hole punched right through the center. Thanks to his enhanced vision after the second upgrade, the tree's core looked as clear as a honeycomb. Well, that was pretty impressive. The bone armor implant skill could be triggered to explode at will, but was even more effective when triggered the moment the armor was shattered, catching opponents completely off guard. Enemies unfamiliar with it would suffer big losses. Just because you broke Chao Yi's armor didn't mean the deadliest attack wasn't right behind it. The deafening explosion snapped the few players who had been lost in the joy of their class transfers back to reality. Wow. Qin Feng was the first to shout excitedly, moving rhythmically with the wind as pale blue wind lines swirled around him, lifting his hair off his shoulders without letting a strand fall. Chao Yi raised an eyebrow. What class is that of yours? Qin Feng roughly explained his profession's traits. Chao Yi paused for 2 seconds, then muttered 2 words, Yasuo? The other 3 couldn't hold it and burst out laughing on the spot, leaving Qin Feng frozen in place. Did you say you transferred into a Yasuo wannabe? Following Qin Feng's lead, the other 3 players introduced their classes for future teamwork. 1. Decaying Ligua Defender. He leaped from about 1.7 meters tall to just over 1.8 meters, his muscles chiseled and clearly built for tanking. 2. Zuan Lima Rin Flame Demon. His muscle tone was between Jitang Ligua and Xiaoba Wang Diandu Ji, less exaggerated than Defender's physique, but far from nimble like the hero, clearly designed for brutal damage output. 3. Xiaoba Wang Diandu Ji Hero. Also focused on offense, but more skill-dependent. Played well, he was both stylish and fierce. Played poorly, he was squishy and took a lot of punishment, a true Yasuo archetype, just as Chao Yi had guessed. Xiaori Kuangxiang's transformation was the most dramatic. His skin looked almost glowing white, and his looks and aura had soared many levels. Originally, Chao Yi had been the best-looking guy in the group. Now he could only settle for second best. Chao Yi scoffed. Why do you look all soft and girly? Xia Ri Kuangxiang rolled his eyes. Shut up. When a boy's looks became too delicate, people couldn't help but see a feminine vibe. Chao Yi silently vowed to watch his friend's back closely in the future. So what's your profession called? Miracle Walker Xia Ri Kuangxiang muttered the words sheepishly. The group burst into laughter again. Chao Yi slapped his thigh and commented. Close to nature. Great for farming monsters genius. Laughing until they could barely breathe, Chao Yi plopped down onto the ground, still chuckling as he opened the task panel to claim the primitive primal energy essence he had been holding on to. Now, finally, the true nature of the primal energy essence could be revealed. After entering the land of divine descent, Chao Yi completed 4 tasks in succession. He accumulated a total of 123 points of basic force essence. With a click on the Claim All button on the interface, a surge of warm energy seemed to pour into his body out of nowhere, rapidly spreading through every limb and sinew. The force pulsed like a torrent breaking through a dam, making him instinctively take a deep breath. On the screen, cold system text flickered simultaneously. Energy level, level 1 1.23. In that moment, he finally understood the true meaning of force essence. Energy level, character level. Force essence experience points. Practitioners could refine their force through meditation, gradually accumulating strength like in a fantasy cultivation world. But for players, there was a quicker route completing tasks. The essence rewarded from quests came with no side effects, directly converting into power. Though force essence resembled spiritual stones from fantasy tales in appearance, they were fundamentally different. Spiritual stones required refining, but force essence melted instantly upon contact, immediately boosting ability. Of course, this was Chao Yi's personal conclusion after his first absorption. It remained to be seen if it applied universally. Only 1.23 gained from 123 points? That means one level up needs 10,000 points? He caught his breath in disbelief. Single task rewards range from a few dozen to several hundred points. This game wasn't messing around, it was designed to grind players down. As for the efficiency of meditation or possible bottlenecks and breakthroughs, he had no clue yet. Not far away, Xiaori Guangxiang studied his character panel and suddenly looked up to call out to the group. I noticed Chao Qingxiang Chao Yi is different from the rest of us. After some comparison, he summarized the pattern. Defender Earth Force, Flame Demon Fire Force, Heroic Fighter Wind Force, Miracle Walker himself Wood Force. All 4 classes belonged to the direct combat category and carried distinct elemental attributes. In fact, within the supernatural realm, they were collectively known as natural forces. Unfortunately, Xiaori Guangxiang hadn't formally studied the system's force mechanics and could only draw intuitive conclusions. Chao Yi's potion master, however, showed no elemental tendency and belonged to a different major faction, the Mystic Path. Outwardly, his body hadn't changed drastically. His muscles were more toned, and a faint mysterious aura enveloped him. In the supernatural world, practitioners typically fell into 2 broad schools. 1. Force users wielding elemental attributes like earth, fire, wind, water, focusing on straightforward, physical combat. 2. Mystics lacking visible attributes, yet mastering various enigmatic powers, with fighting styles completely different from force users. Xiaori Guangxiang continued his analysis. Think about it too, already saw hints of our talents before our class changes. Why is Chao Yi's marksmanship leagues above ours? Because potion masters are naturally gifted with enhanced vision and hearing, making them the perfect gun users. Besides flesh-based magic, the potion master's main combat style relied on extraordinary firearms. Force users only turned to guns at low energy levels, eventually unleashing their innate powers as their force grew. Moonlight poured gently over the 5 character panels, illuminating their exaggerated expressions after claiming their rewards. Each one burst out with excitement. Before, they were just ordinary people relying on conventional weapons, but now they had the confidence to stand as true supernaturals. At this moment, they had become a powerful team of 5 professional adventurers. Where should we head now? Maybe spend the night in Shinji Township. The brief rush of excitement had just flickered through Chao Yi's chest before he forcibly pushed it down, his rationality snapping back. Although they had stepped onto the path of professionals, they still knew next to nothing about the so-called paranormal world. No one could really say how powerful those veteran professionals or true supernatural beings were. 5 rookies who had just completed their job transfers. The smartest move was to keep a low profile. If they accidentally killed an ordinary person with their new powers, the official professional investigators would arrive in an instant. Chao Yi didn't believe those officials would turn a blind eye like the local security bureau's incompetence. If professionals really ran wild, the social order of the divine land would have collapsed long ago. The night was quiet. Moonlight cast a cold glow on the iron-rimmed wheels of the carriage as they clattered over the cobblestones. Inside, Qin Feng struggled to press down his wildly spiked hair while asking, Do you guys think there really is something like Force essence in the paranormal world? Ever since transferring to the heroic adventurer class, his stubborn tuft of hair stood up like a proud rooster's comb, somehow comical, and, worse, skilled professionals could instantly identify his class by sight. Chow Yi frowned deeply and, without hesitation, grabbed the cap that belonged to Qin Feng, pulling it over his head. Much better now, he said. I don't think so, Summer Reverie, who was driving the horses outside, replied calmly. If Force essence were a physical substance, the quest panel would probably make players choose either absorb it directly or take it as an item. But since the system just enlightens players, it means Force essence is most likely a resource unique to players, only existing as a reward. That's a relief. Qin Feng pushed down the hat's brim and exhaled deeply. What he dreaded most was that they'd end up with some kind of spirit stone currency system, like in those fantasy novels. Then all the 8,000 copper tokens they had painstakingly collected would become worthless. To be honest, Chow Yi took the lead. The spirit stone system assumes cultivators can go without eating, drinking, or sleeping. That kind of setup isn't a normal, healthy economy. Why should fantasy cultivators care about everyday life? It's already a miracle if they can sustain an entire realm's creation or destruction by will alone. He reached into his bag and pulled out a piece of beef jerky, tearing it open and chewing heartily. Obviously, Force essence can't be eaten or drunk, and it's not something you breathe in like oxygen. Professionals still need to eat, drink, and breathe air, living in caves or floating islands. Forget it. We still have to deal with everyday needs under the current society. He swallowed the last piece, his tone resolute. Copper tokens won't depreciate. If anything, they'll become scarce sooner or later. Then he began calculating, selling the shotgun and revolver snatched during the Black and Black deal, plus some cash from the Cine gang. His share could be over 2,000 copper tokens. But there were many expenses ahead: getting new ID papers, renting a decent place in Qinghe or Guandi neighborhood, buying some decent clothes to fit into wealthy circles, and planning to attend adult college. Chow Yi grimaced at the thought. Literacy was his biggest challenge right now. Growing as a player wasn't just about flipping through some skill books. He had to absorb various theories from the paranormal field. He was holding a textbook, Arturo Strauss Potion Handbook, but opening it revealed pages full of unfamiliar words, leaving him utterly lost. Summer Reverie sighed quietly for no apparent reason. Why go to college just to play a game? Among the 5 of them, only Chicken Soups here could read, while the other 4 had been scraping by at the bottom of society. Chow Yi convinced everyone. It wasn't just him who needed to attend an adult university, they all had to. This business is only the beginning, he said, patting his suitcase. If we want to make more money, we have to get into high society and connect with bigger powers. Only then can we really step into that extraordinary world. Before anyone could reply, still excitedly picturing their futures, Chow Yi suddenly raised his hand to call for silence. His nostrils flared. His supernatural sense of smell was even sharper than a police dog's, though that didn't exactly sound flattering. He leaned out the car window, listening intently. What is it? The driver, a rough-looking Zon hunter, whispered. Where are we now? Summer Reverie unfolded a map under the dim light, glancing around. Should be close to Shinji village. Chow Yi frowned. Something's not right. He gestured for everyone to gear up and get out. His pocket watch showed 1:10 a.m. well past midnight, when everything should be quiet. Even the calmest village would have a few animals making noise. But now no chickens crowed, no dogs barked, just a thin breeze through the night. And in the air, a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood crept into Chow Yi's nose. The system notification popped up. You have triggered a mission, abnormality in Shinji village. Mission details. Something bad seems to have happened in Shinji village. Investigate thoroughly or turn back. Mission reward, unknown. The reward depends on the level of risk involved. Accept mission. Under the moonlight, the 5 exchanged looks. Each player was drawn into the same quest. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together eagerly, eyes gleaming. So what's the plan? The group had just changed roles and were brimming with energy. The dreamlike moonlight and eerie countryside set their adventure instincts alight. Scout first, retreat immediately if things go wrong. Zon Hunter tied his horse to an old tree by the road. After dividing the ammunition and guns, they slung their weapons and quickly formed a tactical formation. Even with their professional skills, the lower-level characters couldn't match the firepower of real guns. Their force abilities hadn't degraded to mere club-wielding savages. Their guns were still lifelines. Let's bury the suitcase, someone suggested. If a real fight breaks out, the suitcase with 8,000 copper coins won't hold up. They chose a prominent old locust tree and dug a deep hole with several shovels, burying the suitcase with its lock and covering the trace. They could come back later to retrieve the money once they got out safely. The formation was set. The toughest, Chicken Soups here, slung a mastiff across his shoulder and took point carrying a pump-action shotgun. The second line was Zon Hunter and Summer Reverie, alertly scanning the surroundings. Chow Yi, not keen on direct firefights, stayed in the middle to protect his teammates with his keen sense of smell and hearing. On the outer flank was the nimble, roaming swordsman Qin Feng. The 5 slipped silently into the night. Their flashlights flickered across the dark dirt road, the half-collapsed earthen walls, the crooked wooden doors, the creaking old signs swaying in the windows seemed to whisper the deathly stillness of Shinji Village. Even in a virtual online game, the core logic remained the same. In gameplay terms, character positioning is straightforward. Tanks hold the front line while damage dealers, healers, and support focus on their own roles. Both miracle walkers and alchemists have healing abilities. The former rely on skills, the latter on potions. Unfortunately, neither Xiari Quanxiang nor Chao Yi currently possessed the relevant healing talents. After some careful experimentation, Xiari Quanxiang discovered he could use natural energy to stop minor bleeding and promote skin healing, but severe wounds remained beyond his help. Under the night sky, the countryside lane lay silent. At the rear of the group, Chao Yi spun the justice device repeatedly in his hand, the crisp mechanical clicks drowning out his fear of the unknown. The closer they got to Xinjixiang, the stronger the scent of blood in the air, yet there were no signs of battle or a drop of fresh blood in sight. Soon, rows of rustic cottages staggered under the moonlight. Xinjixiang was relatively prosperous, most yards enclosed by wooden fences, with 2- or 3-story houses standing inside. From a distance, the fences were intact without a single crack or break. "Let's check this one," Qinfeng led. Thanks to their agile builds as professionals, the 5 of them silently vaulted over the fence with ease. A wave of blood mingled with a mysterious stench of rot, livestock odors, and waste assaulted Chao Yi's nose, nearly making him vomit. Being overly sensitive to smells wasn't always a blessing. Qinfeng pointed toward the corner of the yard. Chao Yi followed his gaze to a cattle pen. Inside, only large patches of dark brown blood, half-dried, stained the ground, no cowhide left behind. Evidently, the cattle had been disposed of instantly, with no struggle marks at all. The two exchanged glances, shivers running down their spines. The main house's door remained intact, but the windows had been roughly pried open. Inside, bloodstains covered surfaces, yet no corpses were found. Investigating the house, Sherry Quanxiang, Jitong Leish, and Su Cheng noticed the 3-story house had 5 bedrooms, clearly housing a large family, but not a single person was present, nor were there any footprints. This was no ordinary home invasion. The pale moonlight cast an eerie glow as the 5 realized just after completing their job transition, they'd been swept into a terrifying supernatural event. July's sudden upheaval might be a blessing or a curse. Xinjixiang, could it have been wiped out? Chao Yi murmured. They then sneaked into 10 more homes. Every resident and animal had vanished, leaving only scattered blood traces and unfinished dinner settings, as if the entire village had been swallowed by some strange monster. To be honest, what we're doing now is borderline suicidal, Jitong Leish whispered. The 5 exchanged looks, but in Chao Yi's eyes, there was excitement. Not fear. Players aren't always crazy, but those chosen by the divine realm often are a little mad. Along the way, every house remained utterly silent. As expected, in the area Chao Yi and his companions passed through, not a single person or animal was spared. They were all brutally slaughtered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When they reached another small Western-style villa, a strong, foul stench filled the air, forcing Chao Yi to hold his breath tightly. He keenly sensed that besides himself, there were at least 5 other breathing presences. But there were only 5 players, so where was the 6th? There was a hidden 6th life form inside this house. Suddenly, from a room on the top floor came the dull thud of a heavy object dropping. A round, rolling mass tumbled down the stairs and stopped at Chicken Soup Lego's feet, causing him to jump in fright. Moonlight filtered through the window lattices, illuminating the strange shadow. Chicken Soup Lego froze on the spot and exclaimed in shock, "Damn." It was a perfectly round human head, its edges ragged and torn, covered in bloody, shredded flesh as if gnawed by sharp teeth. A pungent, metallic stench accompanied the head's rapid descent from the ceiling, spreading through the space. Reacting swiftly, Chicken Soup Lego raised his pump-action shotgun and aimed at an upward angle, firing a slug with a loud blast. Among the 5, he had the most combat experience, honed from years of practicing traditional martial arts in real life. But instead of the expected scream or explosion, the only sound was the sharp clinking of metal. Clang clang clang. The strange life form was temporarily stalled by the shotgun fire. Yet its tough shell proved highly defensive, completely withstanding the impact. Under the moonlight, Chicken Soup Lego made out the creature on the wall, an alien covered entirely in glossy green armor, with wings and a mouth continuously dripping sticky blood and slime, its teeth sharp as blades. Attached to its tail was a green fleshy sac that wriggled faintly, seemingly digesting some recently devoured flesh. The scene was both revolting and horrifying. But what truly terrified Chicken Soup Lego was his own insufficient firepower. He slammed the pump grip of his shotgun and fired wildly at the green fly. Boom boom boom. 3 shots rang out, shattering the wooden wall of the 3rd floor. The green fly hissed and bared its teeth, but relying on its steel-hard shell like a fortress, it barely flinched from the pellet barrage. With a silent roar, the green fly spread its wings and swooped directly at Chicken Soup Lego, launching a dive attack. Facing those sharp, blade-like jaws, Chicken Soup Lego didn't choose to parry with his gun barrel. Instead, he decisively activated his petrifying skin ability, preparing to confront the beast with his bare flesh. The green fly's shell might block bullets, but clashing gun barrel against armor was self-destruction. The petrifying skin skill came from a skill book found in a treasure chest, allowing his skin to instantly harden into stone, granting surprising defense and strength. A defender wielding stone skin at the first energy level phase was among the toughest opponents because this rock-like flesh could directly stop bullets. In an instant, the blade slammed against Chicken Soup Lego's stone-hard arm, delivering a tremendous impact that shattered the wooden floor beneath his feet with a thunderous crack. Chicken Soup came crashing down with both man and gun, smashing onto the second-floor wooden floor. The second floor was already Chow Yi's sniper nest. As wood splinters flew around, he instinctively looked up, drew his revolver, and pulled the trigger almost without thinking. He didn't even have time to figure out what had knocked Chicken Soup down, but the force surged through justice, his revolver, amplifying the power of the ordinary bullet several times over. This was a delicate technique he had practiced repeatedly on the carriage. Normal guns couldn't handle a professional's force. They broke down after just a few shots. But justice was different. Though not fully forged, this force weapon was naturally able to withstand such crazy enhancement. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets struck the green fly's headplate, and sharp mandibles in succession, sparks flying. The force-empowered bullets roared with terrifying power, their lethal strength enough to overpower a pump-action shotgun. The rushing green fly staggered backward from the impact, tumbling back to the 3rd floor. Yet its armored shell was still far from breached. If only he had some enchanted bullets, Chow Yi cursed inwardly. He clearly remembered the panel on Justice stating in black and white, "Enchanted rounds can be loaded." Roar. Before hitting the ground, the green fly let out a beastly bellow on the 3rd floor. Its mandibles slashed violently, tearing the wooden floor into pieces and diving down again toward Chow Yi, fury blazing. Clang. Chicken Soup suddenly flipped and leapt up with a roar that cracked his bones. His arms instantly petrified, heavy and solid like 2 iron pillars. At this moment, the petrified skin surfaced. He grabbed the whistling mandibles mid-strike and crushed the green fly's momentum. The defender's brute strength was fully unleashed. His arms like lead weights locked the creature firmly in place, suspending the green fly in midair as it struggled fiercely. The wall of the adjacent room exploded with a thunderous crash, with chips flying everywhere. Zwan Hunter's shotgun spat out fierce white-hot flames, turning the entire wall into a shattered honeycomb. He kicked through the broken wall and charged in, immediately lowering his rifle. Snake pellets scattered, risking friendly fire. In the next instant, he roared and swung both fists, his arms engulfed in bright orange flames. The fire demon skill, Flame Fist. The fire snaked along his fists, scorching the air with blistering heat. A fiery blast blasted outward. Skilled warriors could even shape these into ranged fireballs, but now close combat was more direct. Zwan Hunter sidestepped in and hammered the green fly shell with rapid tortoise fist strikes. Flames accompanied the blows, smell of burnt flesh and sizzling filling the air as the green fly screamed sharply. The damage difference was immediate. The explosive output of the fire demon outpaced the defender by far. Yet the wooden hut couldn't withstand this level of battle. Moments later, the second-floor floorboards tore open under the superhuman force, collapsing with a resounding crash. Chicken Soup, Zwan Hunter, and the green fly all tumbled down to the 1st floor amid flying wood fragments, dust, and sparks. Flames trailing from the flame fist shot up the roof beams, quickly setting the hut ablaze. With the floor ripped open, Chow Yi gripped Justice and stood amid the shattered beams of the 2nd floor, finally securing a commanding vantage point. Thick smoke billowed but couldn't obscure his sight. After advancing to Potion Master, his super aim skill had evolved. Like thermal imaging, it pierced through the smoke, locking onto the force signatures of the 2 players below and the green fly. Chow Yi's super aim had naturally evolved with his Potion Master promotion. Now, it resembled thermal vision, allowing him to clearly see the force flows of the 2 players and the green fly hidden beneath the smoke. Actually, this is also a skill. In the supernatural realm, professionals call it the force sight, through which an extraordinary individual can perceive energy flows and hidden details invisible to the naked eye. It's a fundamental ability shared across all professions. But at this moment, Chow Yi hasn't truly mastered it. He only triggered force sight by accident through his super aiming technique. Right then, he finally understood. With force sight, he could not only perceive the force states within practitioners and monsters, but also detect their fatal weak points. The latter wasn't an inherent effect of force sight, but a natural combat instinct of alchemists. Alchemists, well versed in life structures, can instinctively analyze vulnerabilities once they gain supernatural vision, enabling them to strike with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! Chicken Soups here and Zwan Hunter were still entangled with the green flies when they heard an explosion overhead. The next second, sticky, pungent green liquid splattered everywhere, drenching both of them. It turned out that the fleshy sac at the tail end of the green fly, the part it had been fiercely protecting, was shattered by Chow Yi's bullet. That was its fatal weak spot. Exposed, the green fly howled in pain, its strength dissipating like a floodgate breaking. Chicken Soups here swung his stone fist, smashing the huge insect's head into pulp in 3 quick blows. Damn it, smells like shit. He cursed as he wiped the corrosive slime off his armor. Fortunately, he had the iron block defense skill, while Zon Hunter had already ignited his fists to burn the remaining poison on his armor to ashes. At that moment, Chow Yi leapt down from the second-floor window and landed steadily in the courtyard. Flames roared behind him as Chicken Soups here and Zon Hunter staggered out of the fire, covered in soot. The tardy Summer Rhapsody and little Overlord Tutor arrived just in time to glimpse the burning wreckage. What happened? They asked, stunned. Chow Yi frowned. A monster called a green fly attacked Shinji Township. It's not just one of them. With its size, it can't possibly have eaten this many living creatures. Energy conservation laws wouldn't allow it. Buzzing. In the night wind, rapid whooshing sounds followed in quick succession. Chow Yi's sharp ears caught the noise first. Looking up, beneath the moonlight, countless black dots streaked forward, more green flies attracted by the fierce battle. Give me all the revolver bullets, he said quietly. His 4 teammates' aim wasn't precise enough to hit the sacks, so it was better to concentrate firepower with him alone. Bang! Taking down his shoulder-mounted Fonghound and entering super aiming mode, Chow Yi raised his gun and fired rapid shots at the black shadows hundreds of meters above. In midair, clouds of green mist-like fluid exploded under the moonlight. It turned out the green flies themselves weren't that terrifying. Though strong in power, speed, and defense, once their tail sacs burst, their combat ability plummeted immediately, leading to their death. Damn, what the hell is this thing? Someone exclaimed. You have discovered a supernatural life form, the red fly. As a seasoned warrior, Qin Feng's senses were sharp and his body agile. The moment his toes touched the ground, he immediately detected a chilling, murderous intent beneath the earth. His body sprang up like a coiled spring. The next instant, with a thunderous crack, the soil shattered as a dark red bone blade burst through, splitting the small patch of earth in two. Emerging from the ground was a crimson fly, its entire body encased in scarlet armor. It had a humanoid, muscular torso and a large, grotesque head. Standing upright, it reached nearly 2 meters tall, its towering presence radiating menace. From its shoulders extended 2 blood-red bone blades over a meter long, their edges grooved and gleaming coldly. Unlike its kin, the green flies, this red fly lacked cutting mouthparts on either side of its massive maw, and its wings on its back were severely reduced to shriveled, translucent membranes trembling in the wind, hardly suited for flight. Yet at its tail end, a constantly writhing flesh sac revealed the shared bloodline with the green flies. Both red and green flies originally belonged to a large, supernatural clan on the outskirts of the Tianxi Mountains. The former specialized in earth tunneling, while the latter excelled at flying. Now, with sudden warfare erupting beyond the mountains, many large supernaturals were heavily blocked by human legions, making these first-tier, small, but versatile creatures that could both fly and tunnel the most likely to slip through and infiltrate the Yunhai province. Swish, swish, swish. The red fly spun its bone blades rapidly, creating wind wheels that whipped up pebbles and dust. Qin Feng dodged and weaved through the roaring blades, his movements fluid and elusive, skimming perilously close to the razor edges, leaving only afterimages behind. Watching from afar, Chow Yi twitched the corner of his mouth and muttered, "They're really flying all over the place. What's the difference between a hero and a lackey? One jumps around like a monkey, the other just ease." Clang. Chicken Soup's coming. Qin Feng activated his petrified skin. His fist, immediately covered in a layer of gray-black rocks, slammed heavily against the side blade of a bone knife, sparks flying. Though the red fly was less agile, its strength and armor far exceeded the green fly's. It only staggered back half a step from the impact, but bought Qin Feng some precious space to maneuver. Zwan Mother Hunter, flames swirling, charged forward, throwing a series of heavy punches. At the same time, Summer Rhapsody couldn't help but tease, "You're so useless." With a casual sweep of his arms, 2 arm-thick vines erupted from his wrists and instantly wrapped tightly around the red fly's chest, armor, and limbs, as tough as old roots. Blue-silver wrap? Nice, someone remarked. In fact, this skill called Wrath of Nature allows the caster to grow vines on their body and control nearby plants for whipping, stabbing, and binding attacks, a balanced blend of offense and control with great growth potential. Bound tightly, the red fly howled in rage and struggled violently, its flesh sac thrashing uncontrollably. Qin Feng's face lit up with excitement. He raised his shotgun and took aim at the constantly twitching tail. Boom. A spray of pellets ripped through flesh and blood, blowing the red fly's tail sac into a bloody mist. If this were a game of League of Legends, it would definitely count as stealing a kill. Summer Rhapsody rolled his eyes at him. "So that's your one pro move?" "I don't have any gear," Qin Feng shrugged. As a hero skilled in cold weapons, he wasn't a master of firearms. Without a trusty blade, He had to dart around the battlefield like a frantic monkey. After all, heroes lack the explosive power of the flame demon or the heavy defense of the guardian, making direct confrontation disadvantageous. His gaze fell on the blood-tinged bone blades still gleaming on the red fly. An idea sparked in Qin Feng's mind. This might just make up for his shortcomings. Soon, with the strongman chicken soups coming helping, Qin Feng successfully claimed a new weapon. Even the lowest-tier supernatural creatures had evolved intelligence surpassing ordinary beasts, approaching that of human infants. The green flies buzzed in midair, eyes gleaming with cunning. They clearly saw that the humans below wielded long-range weapons capable of precisely targeting their weak points from a great distance. After 5 green flies were blasted to pieces, the rest immediately halted their dive, swirling high above in a tight formation and refusing to enter Chao Yi's shooting range again. Their greed was crushed by fear. Notions of collective spirit or self-sacrifice were absent in these creatures. They only sought to taste the richly energized flesh of the professionals, but once death threatened more than hunger, they chose patient waiting instead. As both sides remained at a stalemate, a cold, murderous intent surged from beneath their feet. Chao Yi felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end before he was forcefully shoved backward. Qin Feng's move. Chao Yi silently withdrew his earlier judgment that Qin Feng is a pushover. Warriors were extremely sensitive to qi. Fluctuations in energy, shifts in the air, even subtle changes in willpower could be sensed and predicted. This intuition enabled Qin Feng to push Chao Yi out of harm's way just before the red flies launched their ambush. Clang! Bone knife and bone blade suddenly collided from under the ground, sparks flying. Clang, 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 clang. The red flies tore through the soil, leaping out to clash blade against blade with Qin Feng. Moonlight and sparks intertwined, the ringing of metal against metal unending. At this moment, Qin Feng finally shed the stereotype of a pushover and exuded the true aura of a hero. Taking advantage of Chao Yi's brief distraction, 4 more red flies burst from the earth, instantly throwing the battle into chaos. Thankfully, all 5 players were reliable. Qin Feng held his own onion against a red fly with his bone knife. Summer Rhapsody extended 4 vines from his arms, tightly ensnaring 2 others. Damn! He cursed under his breath. A vein bulging on his forehead was all the strain he could bear. The magazine of the Hellhound emptied. Chao Yi switched to justice, pumping 2 shots that blew apart the head of a vine-bound red fly. Nice! Summer Rhapsody cheered loudly. The tacit teamwork among experts needed no words. A brief glance was enough to coordinate roles. Freed, Summer Rhapsody maneuvered his vines to support the other side of the battlefield, while the other 3 players unleashed full firepower. The red fly's screams were quickly drowned out by the crack of guns, clash of blades, and the tearing of vines. Reloaded, Chao Yi hoisted the Hellhound on his shoulder and fired warning volleys of justice into the sky. The green flies that had been poised to dive suddenly scattered like extinguished flames, clearly terrified by Chao Yi's deadly marksmanship. On the ground, the last few red flies were finally torn to pieces under the combined assault. Something's wrong. Move fast. Someone warned urgently. Without hesitation, the group retreated briskly toward the cart. The brief but brutal fight revealed a harsh truth. Killing monsters granted no experience nor loot. Payment seemed to come solely from completing the Shinji Village anomaly mission, which explicitly required eradicating every green and red fly in the village. On the surface, they held the upper hand, but it came at the cost of vast energy and ammunition. No one knew how many buzzing green shadows or blood-red blades still lurked in this desolate village. God only knew how many green flies and red flies were really here. There might even be supernatural creatures far more terrifying than the green flies or red flies. Once their source energy runs out and ammunition is depleted, any one of the green flies diving down could easily kill Chao Yi and the other 4. No matter how rich the mission reward, life is more important. After all, the 5 of them were reckless, but not without brains. The number of red flies was far fewer than green flies, and their flight speed was much slower. At this moment, Chao Yi could only catch glimpses from the corner of his eye of large swarms of green flies circling high above, seemingly unwilling to let them escape. Bang! Bang! They raised their guns, the Mastiff model shotguns, and indiscriminately poured fire into the sky. Muzzles flared repeatedly, trying to use sheer force to drive off the relentless swarming bugs. Just as the sharp clatter of spent shell casings hitting the ground hadn't yet ceased, a piercing, high-frequency roar suddenly echoed from the direction of Shinji Village, its sound waves beyond the range of human hearing, causing the air itself to tremble slightly. The green flies in the sky all froze in place, hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, then turned back and flew toward Shinji Village. What was that? Even with his superhuman hearing, Chao Yi only detected the vibrations in the air. He couldn't actually hear the sound itself. Regardless, the green flies' ceasing pursuit was enormous good news for them. It was yet another reminder. Being a great adventurer or hero is no easy feat before the mission. Qin Feng had dreamed of saving Shinji Village and becoming a hero admired by all, Instead, the hero almost met an untimely end before even getting started. This mission clearly exceeds our capabilities, Chao Yi thought quietly. Let's send the intel to the Baiyang County Security Bureau. They'll definitely be able to contact official professionals. When official operatives pacify Shinji Village, maybe the system will still count the mission as complete even if we get a bad rating. It's better than failing outright. At least we can avenge the villagers of Shinji, murmured Summer Rhapsody softly. Human nature is always complex. The five of them were ruthless bandits in the land of divine descent, killing and looting but never slaughtering innocents. Their targets were always gangsters or arms dealers, all deserving their fate. Yet in the real world, they were all civilized, polite citizens with high social ratings. Land of Divine Descent was a fully immersive second-world game with no virtual interface. Pain and fear were just as real as in reality. It was hard for Chao Yi not to bring real-world emotions and morality into it. Your chaos value decreases by 3 points. Current chaos value, 83. Seeing the system notification, Chao Yi was momentarily stunned. It seemed he understood something, instinctively reaching to his chest, but the pendant had worn for 7 years, his mother's keepsake, was missing. Of course, real-world items couldn't be brought into the land of divine descent. The broad, umbrella-shaped canopy of a large tree cast a dense shadow in the sunlight. Chicken soups coming dug out the suitcase buried beneath the tree roots with swift punches and kicks, sending soil flying. Griefer from Zwan leapt back onto the carriage, pulled the reins hard, and the horses' hooves kicked up dust as they carried everyone away from Shinji Village. In a way, green flies and red flies were fortunate they were born as supernatural beings, naturally far stronger than ordinary beasts. But they were also unlucky, because of their lowly origins at the bottom of the supernatural hierarchy. Without clever minds or exceptional growth potential, the vast majority of green and red flies remained stuck at the first energy level their entire lives. Precisely because they weren't smart enough, they didn't even know what cultivation meant. Because they weren't strong enough, they struggled to acquire flesh and blood necessary for ascension. But this time, within the red fly swarm invading Shinji Village, one happened to be a twist of Fatito reached the peak of the first energy tier. After devouring large groups of villagers, it curled into a dark red egg and burrowed underground, waiting patiently to undergo transformation. To ensure its evolution would succeed without a hitch, this would-be second-tier red fly let out a dominant roar, commanding all red and green flies to retreat and regroup as guards. In the world of the extraordinary, might makes right. The green flies chasing Chao Yi's group immediately turned around and flew back toward Shinji Village, while the power reserve just ran out. Outside Shinji Village, the cyber carriage's glow instantly died out. The robed young man jumped down and reluctantly shrank the whole carriage into the necklace around his neck. Where are we? He scanned the surroundings. Shinji Village, probably. The dream chaser traveling with him looked up toward the distant firelight, which stabbed through the night the primal flames lit by the Zwan Huntress tribe. There was a battle here, flame demons? The Sun Sect? Official forces? The robed youth frowned. Let's check if there are any survivors, he said while tossing out 2 hoverboards from his necklace, stepping on one first. Hey, we're members of an evil organization. Should we really care about ordinary people? Dream Chaser called out from behind. The robed youth only snorted and bent forward, accelerating. At the edge of the firestorm, the two skated to a halt. On the scorched earth lay a row of roasted red fly corpses, shells cracked, and entrails spilling out. Such good alchemical materials, wasted, the robed youth lamented. Red flies and green fly, Shinji Village is doomed, Dream Chaser whispered. They're like locusts in the supernatural world, devouring anything with flesh and blood. His crack. Suddenly, the egg underground shattered, soil spraying apart as a robust, sleek red fly burst out. Its blood-red carapace shimmered eerie in the moonlight. Crossed bone blades gleamed with lethal intent. Both froze for a moment. Next second, the robed youth reacted, pulling out a sleek, tech-infused revolver. Bang! Clang! Bullets split in 2 by the bone blades. The youth's face turned pale. Damn it, a second-tier red fly. I'm just an alchemist, not good at fighting. Neither am I am just a dream chaser, came the reply. Suddenly, the robed youth grabbed 2 metal orbs from his necklace and tossed them at their feet. A cloud of pale gray smoke erupted. Then hand grenades and incendiary bombs followed. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sent flames roaring, smoke and fire intertwining as Shinji Village was consumed in a blazing inferno. Under cover of the flames, the young alchemist and the seasoned dream chaser kicked off on their hoverboards, racing close to the ground. By remarkable coincidence, their direction of travel matched exactly that of Chao Yi's carriage. Buzz. Enraged by the enchanted bullets, the second-tier red fly suddenly emitted a piercing high-frequency screech. The sound waves cut through the blazing sea of fire like a gale splitting waves, tearing clear vacuums through the inferno. The green and red fly minions immediately took their cue, flapping their wings as they charged out of the flames, swooping toward the pair on the scooters beneath the moonlight. Bang! Bang! The alchemist and dream chaser each wielded a sleek, silver-gray futuristic revolver, spinning around to fire rapidly. Blue flames flickered at the muzzles as enchanted bullets traced blazing arcs through the air. Though their marksmanship paled compared to Chao Yi's, the sheer destructive force shattered the shells of first-tier green and red flies with ease. Didn't we recently recruit a flame demon? I had the organization transfer him here, but you refused. Dream Chaser shouted while firing. A second-tier flame demon. Plus you and me, both second-tiers. That red fly still a threat? Get real. The alchemist retorted loudly. The higher-ear flame demons are idiots. All brawn, no brains. Meanwhile, Sadius, the offshore overlord, was deep within the Lee River. His many years roving the cloud seas without falling to the world government proved his terrifying strength. Now, like a dragon in water, he dragged a massive crimson chest, becoming a red shadow darting beneath the riverbed. The Tian Incontinent's military defenses were paper-thin against him. No one could approach the depths to stop him. Fortunately, he only wanted the chest if he intended slaughter. Tian would have already collapsed. Ha ha. Sadius laughed as he headed south along the Lee River, planning to first enter the Jia River before returning to the cloud seas. Suddenly, the night sky over Zhuahong City split with blazing white lightning. A lightning lance pierced the air, a superhuman beam visible only to professional fighters. Millions of ordinary citizens remained oblivious. Clang! The thunder-infused light grasped the lance, then hurled it fiercely. The spear's radiance spanned mountains and rivers like a falling star, striking down toward the Lee River. Boom! Thunder rolled as huge waves crashed. The spear pierced the water and stood firm before Sadius. The lightning coalesced into a silver-haired, burly middle-aged man. Heavy boots planted on the spear's Shafta Force-class warrior, the Judgment Knight. Almost simultaneously, a figure leapt from atop the Century Tower in Zhuahong's business district, an elegant woman in a pale blue qipao. Spreading her arms midair, she became a peregrine falcon, slicing through the sky. In an instant, she dove into the Lee River, transforming into a nimble fish, gently patting the water as she slipped beneath the Surfacia Force-class warrior, the Miracle Walker. A man and a woman, one leading and one following, blocked Sadius' path at the river's deepest point. Drop what you're carrying and get back to the cloud seas. The voice of the Judgment Knight was a whisper, but it struck like thunder, shaking everyone to their core. Sadius narrowed his eyes and scanned his surroundings, shoulders slightly shaking as a low chuckle rumbled from him. Without the sea spirits, do you two really think you deserve to speak with me underwater? Where are the sea spirits? Probably stuck behind the cloud barrier, ha ha. Despite the biting sarcasm, the Judgment Knight and the Miracle Walker remained calm. The Judgment Knight calmly added, what if we add ourselves to the mix? As the words fell, both banks of the Lee River were suddenly ignited by blazing holy light. On the northern shore, a young priest stepped carefully on the slippery stones. His pale white robes fluttered in the breeze, each adorned with twin golden sun emblems gleaming on pure white fabric. A practitioner of primal force, a priest. On the southern shore, a white-robed figure holding a sword stood silently by the waves. His sleeve rolled up, revealing clearly defined fingers, and his robe bore the same dual sun emblem on the chest. A primal force practitioner, a swordsman. The four holy insignias reflected in the water. The mischievous smile faded immediately from Sadius' face, replaced with a cold, deep gaze like the ocean's abyss. He cursed the capital's scheme under his breath. To secure their own survival, the official primal force practitioners had allied themselves with the Sun sect. On the south bank of the Lee River, PFT, the rapid waves broke open, and a hand, pale and soaked, clung tightly to a protruding rock on the riverbank. Wind Bell dragged himself up with difficulty, his wet clothes clinging to his back as he lay face up on the ground, gasping heavily. Damn! He had only exchanged a glance with Sadius at the river's mouth before being struck hard by the lateral blow worthy of the coastal king's reputation, which was no exaggeration. Wind Bell was one of the earliest adventurers from Sky Blue Star to enter the Divine Descent land, a top-tier primal force practitioner, a wind speaker. Wind speakers and warriors shared the elemental force of wind. Warriors leaned toward melee combat, wind speakers toward magic. Being the only early profession capable of flight had granted him aerial dominance. Yet even at level 3, he couldn't dodge Sadius' casually delivered palm strike. Plop plop, the relentless sound of splashing waves by his feet tightened his expression like a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. A mere rank 2 tidal crab, barely worthy of a glance before, had now forced him into such a desperate state. Despite his complaints, escaping was paramount. Wind Bell staggered to his feet and limped southward, no longer able to take flight on the wind. Crash! A 3-meter-high wall of water exploded upward as a translucent blue tidal crab leapt out of the river. Its shell was the size of a small car, and its 8 legs touched the water lightly as it moved sideways, quickly closing the gap behind him. To make matters worse, his fleeing path led directly toward Chao Yi's caravan and company. From a bird's-eye view, the scene was absurdly chaotic. Moving north to south was Windbell being chased by the tidal crab. Moving south to north were the alchemist and dream pursuer hurrying with the red flies. In the center, Chao Yi's caravan crawled forward steadily. The three groups formed a straight line, as if strung together by an invisible thread. Boom, boom, boom. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Bang, bang, bang. Three wildly different scenes were all hurtling, or rather, crashing toward the same point. Ahead of the carriage, Zhuan Huntress tightened the reins, legs gripping the horse's sides. Dust tore into a gray tailstream behind the wheels. Sitting in the co-driver's seat was no longer summer reverie, but Chao Yi, those extraordinary eyes flickering in the night, more useful than any map. Up ahead, Chao Yi squinted. On the horizon, a giant blue crystal crab about the size of a compact car was swinging its massive claws, pounding a black shadow jumping around a pit as large as a crowd. Looking closer, it was actually a person. This is strange what's going on tonight. Zhuan Huntress cursed under his breath. He could clearly see the creature, a huge crab, definitely a supernatural life form. And the only one who could tussle with it and survive must be a professional. Chao Yi recognized the figure even faster, the character named wind chimes from afar. Almost simultaneously, the other party caught sight of the carriage and screamed hoarsely, "Help me." A sharp intake of breath from Chao Yi. The tide crab opened its mouth and fired a half-meter-long ice arrow, piercing the ground and instantly freezing the dirt solid. This wasn't a matter of saving someone or not. This thing was on a whole different level than green or red flies. They were just a bunch of rookie players who had barely changed classes. They stood no chance. Turn around. Chao Yi waved his arm fiercely, signaling Zhuan Huntress to immediately change course. But just because Chao Yi didn't want to rescue him didn't mean wind chimes from afar was willing to let these helpers go. Gritting his teeth, he burst forward at almost impossible speed, transforming into a gust of wind, desperately lunging at the carriage. You discovered the character wind chimes from afar. Chao Yi. The other person recognized them as fellow players, a flicker of desperate hope in his eyes. Then wind chimes raised his hand. A crescent-shaped wind blade suddenly formed and sliced toward the carriage with a howling roar. Damn you! Chao Yi cursed loudly. The other three players instantly went on high alert at the warning. Chao Yi and Zhuan Huntress rolled left and right, abandoning the carriage to save themselves. The players inside kicked open the wooden boards and likewise threw themselves to the sides. Whoosh! The lead warhorse was sliced clean in two. The carriage exploded midair into pieces, wooden planks, iron nails, and canvas flying everywhere. Good luck. Wind chimes sneered coldly as he sped past them, his final burst of energy. He knew this state wouldn't last long. He had been holding back before because speed alone couldn't outrun the tide crab. But now with Chao Yi and company as bait, the monster would likely stop chasing him after all. Prey was prey. Damn you. Damn your whole family. Chao Yi roared, but his curses were drowned out by the pounding hooves and rushing wind. Sure enough, the tide crab hesitated a moment, then abandoned the distant prey and pounded the ground with its 8 legs, charging toward Chao Yi and the others nearby. Thud! A gleam of cold light flashed. An ice arrow shot through the air. Its target was the one farthest ahead. Chao Yi. Bone armor. Bone spikes erupted like a tidal wave from his arms and chest, instantly covering his entire body. The next moment, freezing cold and terrible force slammed into him. Boom! The bone armor shattered into countless bone arrows, reflexively shooting back at the tide crab's shell. Chao Yi's chest tightened. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and was violently thrown into the air. In the nick of time, Qin Feng leapt forward, hooking his arms around Chao Yi's waist, hauling him down from midair and preventing him from falling freely and suffering a second impact. Boom! At that moment, the earth itself began to tremble. Towering waves suddenly surged up on both banks of the Lichuan River, resembling both an earthquake and its tsunami so fierce that the tidal crabs froze in place, forgetting even to continue their attack. Sadius! A thunderous roar blasted into Chao Yi's ears. Sadius? What's that? Before he could make sense of the name, a pillar of crimson light shot through the clouds, shining like a newly risen star. This is your fault for pushing me too far. Ha ha ha! Sadius' mad laughter echoed across 100 miles. Despite the power granted by Lichuan, he was no match for the 4 equally ranked elites attacking him. In desperation, he violently opened the crimson treasure chest. Light fragments exploded outward, splintering into countless glowing specks that scattered across the Yunhai province. The crimson treasure chest exceeded basic levels, capable of releasing dozens, sometimes even hundreds of items at once. Such a super chest could only be gained after reaching a catastrophic level relic realm. Sadius kept only one item, a Sea King's crown, entirely deep blue, composed of countless pearls from the ocean's depths. As the crown settled on his head, his aura deepened like the sea itself. The faces of the 4 attackers darkened simultaneously, and the most hot-headed Judgment Knight thundered, "So, is it going to be more fighting, or do you want to pick up the scattered items? Sadius, get back to your ocean." The knight transformed into a streak of lightning and dove deep into the Lichuan River. If they kept struggling, all the items would be snatched by others. Countless crimson rays crashed upon the earth like a meteor shower, breathtaking to behold. The tidal crabs hesitated again should they feast on humans or chase after the floating treasures. The crabs may have been dumb, but Qin Feng was anything but. Without hesitation, he hoisted Chao Yi onto his shoulders, panting as he sprinted wildly forward. My brother, loyalty comes first. Qin Feng's sudden movement was the fuse the crabs needed. They finally resolved to charge after him, swinging their massive claws. Buzzing when a small black spot appeared in the sky. Qin Feng cursed, damn, those green flies caught up with us. At the horizon's edge, two figures appeared awkwardly on electric scooters, with a second-tier red fly wielding a blood-stained bone knife close behind. Damn, when it rains, it pours, huh? Chowie looked up and squinted at a square-jawed man whose features were unremarkable but oddly familiar. Hissing inwardly, isn't this the man involved in the Viscount Eupagius estate theft case that Qin Feng mentioned? Suddenly, a piercing pain seized Chowie's mind. He clutched his head and groaned as if pricked by sharp needles. At the exact moment his gaze met the square-jawed man's, a flood of strange, fragmented memories forced their way in. A lavish mansion, well-dressed social elites, himself wearing a servant's uniform, pushing a food cart through a banquet hall. What the hell? Where are these memory fragments coming from? When was I ever at that place? They'll draw the attention of the professionals. Remember the safe's code. The square-jawed man's voice echoed softly inside Chow Yi's mind. After securing the item, he left the manor and placed it at the designated spot. Suddenly, Chow Yi's vision shifted sharply. Saw himself sneaking into the depths of the manor amid the noisy crowd, pushing open a secret room's hidden door and prying open the safe. But instead of priceless ancient relics, what he found was a glowing blue alchemist profession card. What the hell is this nonsense? His mind erupted in confusion. Could he really be the true culprit behind the theft at Viscount Eupagius Manor? Yet, he had no memory of any of this. No, the real thief was clearly that square-jawed man. He was just a scapegoat under the other's control. Mission triggered, scapegoat. Mission objective. You have long been drawn into a supernatural incident, but know nothing of what actually happened. Discover the truth or address the problem at its root. Mission reward, unknown. Damn it all, Chow Yi cursed under his breath, wishing he could pull a gun and shoot that square-jawed bastard right there. His tangled network of relationships in Zhuahong City was bad enough now had inexplicably made an enemy of the nobility as well. Meanwhile, in the distance, the dream chaser looked up and immediately recognized the hero carrying the living, breathing Chow Yi on his shoulder, someone who was supposed to be dead. Although the dream chaser's eyesight wasn't as sharp as the alchemist's, he knew Chow Yi intimately. Shit, growled the square-jawed man. No wonder the profession card disappeared. It was stolen and bound by Chow Yi first. The robed youth beside him paused, then showed keen interest. Perfect timing, we're short a new alchemist. Why not recruit him? The square jaw spat. Let's see if he can survive first. The situation grew more chaotic. A tidal crab blocked their front, while a red fly monster sealed their rear. The dream chaser's face twisted in despair. July had been a night of calamity from the start. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Spreading his arms wide, he loudly chanted a curse. Tidal crab, kill red fly's mother. Red fly, kill tidal crab's mother. Neither of you will die until the other does. As a member of the mysterious school, the Dream Chaser's direct combat skills were mediocre, but he excelled at spiritual, dream, and illusion magic, turning delusions into reality. Both Red Fly and Tidal Crab had weak wills and were infuriated by this vicious insult. Their eyes reddened as they abandoned all other targets and viciously attacked each other. The curse's effect would likely last a while, just enough time for them to escape. Move. The alchemist made a quick decision, turning toward the horizon where a red meteor was falling. There might be a legendary red treasure chest hidden there. For practitioners of their rank, whatever they found inside would be priceless. What the hell? Those two idiots have lost it, shouted Qin Feng, bewildered. Run. Get out of here. Chow Yi flipped down to the ground, shouting for everyone to take cover. Although the power gap in the supernatural world was vast, practitioners still classified the top 3 tiers as low rank. These 3 levels weren't insurmountable barriers through skill and tactics. Transcending tiers was possible. Even the physically frail Dream Chaser, though 3rd tier, could be knocked out by a single punch from a 1st-tier defender sneaking up close. After all, a supernatural being's level always corresponded to their profession's rank. Transcendent beings do not have fixed professions, but they possess inherent traits akin to certain roles. For example, the tidal crab naturally corresponds in many ways to the human ocean elemental class. When a professional reaches the 4th energy level, the mid-tier rank, all professions undergo a fundamental transformation, revealing the vast gap between ranks. Sadia's also belongs to the ocean elemental lineage, and even among mid-tier professionals, he is recognized as powerful. One strike from him can severely injure a 3rd-rank wind whisperer. The tidal crab, currently chasing wind chime from afar, was wildly depleting its spiritual energy and was wounded by its target's counterattack. So Chao Yi was not facing the crab at its peak condition. The ice arrow it fired shattered Chao Yi's bone armor exoskeleton, causing him to cough up blood, but it did not incapacitate him. Qin Feng carried Chao Yi into a nearby ruin for cover. After a brief rest, Chao Yi felt noticeably better. Summer Rhapsody and Qin Feng supported him from either side, hastily distancing themselves from the chaotic battle between the tidal crab and the red flies. Though Summer Rhapsody's natural spiritual energy could not fully heal his wounds, it brought warmth and noticeably eased his steps. Did we lose the money? Chao Yi suddenly asked anxiously. Tonight's mission was a desperate risk, all for the 8,000 copper coins inside that suitcase. If the money was gone, he felt like dropping dead on the spot to show everyone. No, here comes the chicken soup. Wind chime from afar shook the suitcase from a distance. Damn that idiot. He'll remember him, Chao Yi cursed. He'll kill that bastard sooner or later. Cursing all the way, they ran for half an hour before daring to stop. Chao Yi collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After fighting fiercely with the green and red flies in Shinji village, then being chased desperately by the tidal crab, he felt utterly drained. There was something hard beneath him. When Chao Yi stood up to look, it was a partially buried beast hide scroll. A rune grimoire? He paused. A lucky break? Oh, those red meteors. He dug out the scroll, the rune grimoire. Flame spear. The handwritten text explained a common truth. Most mystic professions, especially warlock types, are weak in direct combat. Their spiritual energy tools wear out, lose effectiveness, and often bring side effects. Crafting quality tools is a black hole of time, effort, and money. So, I made a bold attempt. What if spiritual tools could be converted into skills? The scroll's writing was passionate. I teamed up with a fire demon and an alchemist to compose a new chapter in spiritual energy studies. If a spiritual energy user obtains this invention, want their combat power soar? The scroll continued. Using the flame spear grimoire, 5 types of spiritual energy firearms can be enchanted. Enchanted weapons transcend reality, existing between reality and spiritual energy, growing stronger with their user. Even if one day you become a major figure in the transcendent world, the flame spear will stay by your side. No way. Chao Yi was thrilled and tried to stand to examine the details. Just as he moved, a paw abruptly stepped out, pressing the rune grimoire back into the soil. Chao Yi looked up and saw the pale but mocking, sneering, and arrogant face of Feng Ling in the distance. Not bad luck, Feng Ling sneered in fluent Daxia language, his voice dripping with contempt. I don't even know how you 5 rookies all managed to escape, but that doesn't matter. Hand over the rune contract, it's the reward for staying alive. Chao Yi almost laughed in anger at this shameless audacity. Who else could play a scoundrel with such brazen confidence? Screw you, he spat. At the same time, his 4 companions stood, closing ranks behind him, raising spears and pistols, their dark barrels aimed straight at Feng Ling. Are we giving you too much face? Feng Ling threw his head back and laughed exaggeratedly, forming a spiraling wind orb in his palm. The swirling air shrieked sharply as it pointed directly at Chao Yi's forehead. A bunch of just-turned rookies, really clueless about the world. From their shabby pauper clothes and fledgling energy waves, any veteran player could tell they hadn't been in the game long or advanced much after changing jobs. Whoosh! The wind suddenly rose. With a simple wave, Feng Ling unleashed a gale that swept Qin Feng, who was trying to sneak attack with a bone knife, off his feet and slammed him several meters away. Put away your rusty junk. Against a 3rd-tier wind speaker, it's useless. 3rd tier? Chao Yi's heart sank. Even with limited knowledge of the profession system, he knew the power gap between 3rd and 1st tier was immense. Seeing this, Feng Ling leisurely added, I guess you haven't logged out or met any veterans since changing jobs. Otherwise, you wouldn't talk to me like this. Their hearts grew heavy. Lin Exine couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? You'll find out sooner or later. Feng Ling scanned the surroundings, a cold smile curling his lips. Though the God's Landing is a game, it's absolutely real. The extraordinary powers you gain here carry over fully into reality, and if you die here, you die in real life too. What? The 5 froze. Chao Yi stared in disbelief but felt a strange resonance deep inside. When they killed the 3 players of the 15110 team earlier, they had indeed vanished in reality as well. According to the Daxia Federation's Professioners Code, fighting inside Daxia or God's Landing without cause is forbidden. Feng Ling explained slowly, his eyes indifferent. But if I kill you 5 now, no one will ever know. He looked down at them coldly, as if surveying 5 lambs marked for slaughter. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he'd done this. Chao Yi suddenly chuckled. What's so funny? Screw you. The simplest, blunt insult brought the most satisfaction. In that instant, Chao Yi suddenly understood. Feng Ling must already be injured and bluffing. If he truly had the upper hand, why waste time boasting? So why all the empty talk? The whole point was just to scare Chao Yi into handing over the rune contract willingly. After all, his feet couldn't activate the contract, only his hands could. Boom. As Chao Yi raised his hand, the rune contract, flame spears suddenly ignited, forcing distant wind chimes to hurriedly pull back his foot. Enchant justice. The revolver, originally named Justice, was instantly swallowed by blazing flames. Its cold metal frame melted into a fiery outline shifting between solid and ethereal, with crimson patterns pulsating along the barrel. From that moment on, it earned a brand new title, the Flame Spear, Justice. In direct combat, its fire rate, accuracy, and damage all surged dramatically. It could chamber 7.6235 millimeters regular bullets and enchanted rounds, or even summon flaming bullets directly from the chamber through raw force. All negative side effects had been completely consumed by the raging flames, leaving no restraints. This was no mere item. It was a brilliant invention, seamlessly fusing skill with weaponry. The creator of this rune contract was truly a prodigy. Distant wind chimes turned pale with rage and humiliation, swinging his arm to launch a spiraling energy orb. Bang! The flaming bullet shot through the barrel, instantly transforming midair into a roaring serpent of fire. Wind collided with flame, scattering burning sparks everywhere. The blast shockwave sent Chao Yi flying while forcing distant wind chimes to stagger backward. Just as Chao Yi suspected, the opponent wasn't nearly as fearsome as had pretended to be. His firepower only matched the flame spear. Justice. Damn it. What a show-off. The players who had been stunned by the initial impact finally snapped out of it and opened fire with their shotguns. Distant wind chimes swept his sleeves, creating a thick wall of wind that blocked the barrage. His dark eyes fixed on Chao Yi, only to spot him reaching into his pocket. Thanks to his extensive combat experience, he instantly guessed Chao Yi's next move. Aminos. Chao Yi drew the rune contract, Thunder Shock, and with a roar, sent out a blue-white thunder wave flooding forward. At the same time, distant wind chimes muttered a deep incantation in the runic language, Earth. A towering stone wall rose from the ground, shielding him. Boom. Lightning tore through the rock, scattering debris in all directions. The power of the two rune contracts clashed heat-in, blue-white arcs of electricity mixing with brown fragments in a chaotic swirl, then suddenly falling silent. Before the dust from the shattered wall settled, distant wind chimes' expression darkened enough to drip water. That stone wall scroll was single-use, costing at least hundreds of copper coins each time, while Chao Yi's Thunder Shock could be reused, clear evidence of which side had the upper hand on resources. He wavered between cutting his losses or fighting to the end. Then suddenly his gaze sharpened. At the edge of his vision, two blood-red bone knives hovered. At it was the mark of the Tier 2 red flies, still lingering with the salty, fishy scent left by the tide crabs. So the Tier 2 red flies killed the tide crabs chasing after them, and these noobs in Chao's faction took advantage of the chaos to escape? There was simply no way he could face off against 5 professionals and a second-tier red fly all at once. The wind howled fiercely. Hearing the roar, Feng Ling immediately felt the urge to retreat. He raised his hand, stirring up a raging gale whose sharp, blade-like edge exploded outward, sweeping in all directions. Chao Yi and the others hadn't even regained their balance before they were flung dozens of feet away, tumbling through the air. In the next moment, Feng Ling took advantage of the storm to shoot upward like an arrow. But just as he was ascending, another figure appeared in the wind tunnel where only one should be: Qin Feng, looking like a little tyrant reading machine out of place. As a hero, Qin Feng had a natural resistance to wind. Feng Ling's AoE couldn't push him back. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng gripped his bone blade tightly and suddenly slashed upward, aiming to end this show-off in one strike. Damn it, came Feng Ling's irritable curse through the wind. Why is this takeoff so hard? Turns out there's an extra guy. Before the words fell, he twisted sharply, unleashing a spiraling whirlwind attack that exploded like a giant hammer, crashing into Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng's figure lost control instantly, violently dragged down from high above by the storm. Oh! Qin Feng screamed in agony as the roaring wind hurled him into the nearby Lichuan River with a splash. The rushing waters dragged him along, pushing him fiercely toward the treacherous undercurrents. Qin Feng, damn it! Chao Yi's eyes widened in horror, helplessly watching his comrade fall into the river. Feng Ling had once said that death in the divine descent realm was true death. That cruel sentence now echoed like a nightmare in his mind. Furiously, Chao Yi swung his gun around, his whole body burning with rage as he aimed at Feng Ling in the distant sky. But before he could pull the trigger, his right hand holding the gun suddenly began to convulse violently. The backlash from a thunderous explosive explosion was hitting him. Not good. The chilling cold shot down his spine before he could finish the thought. Old Chao. Just as the other 3 players looked back, a bone dagger suddenly pierced through Chao Yi's chest, deeply embedding itself in his heart. The second-tier red fly snarled, its fangs dripping with sticky saliva, impaling him on its blade tip. The monster growled low and cruelly, relishing the brutality. It remembered this human, clearly the one who had slaughtered countless of its kin. SSSHHH. Shaking off the blood, the red fly casually tossed Chao Yi's body to the ground. He rolled over the gravel and dead branches, like a discarded rag. Darkness, fear, and loneliness surged over him like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing his consciousness. So this is death. But why hasn't my awareness faded away? Truth is awakening within you. What's that sound? He asked vaguely in the void. Player interface? Am I not dead? Truth? Truth item type, unknown. Truth is equivalent exchange. Truth is creation out of nothing. Sorry, even with the player interface, you cannot obtain information about things far above your own existential level. What is this? I don't have such an item, do I? From the darkness, a gentle light appeared, a pendant that looked like neither jade nor stone. It came from the real world, a talisman head carried for 7 years, a keepsake left by his mother. Are you protecting me from heaven? Love you, Mom. Chao Yi whispered silently, tears tracing down his cheeks. You may make a wish to the truth. Can I wish for anything? Then can I come back to life after death? Yes. Then can I completely destroy that bastard's power? Yes. The mysterious voice abruptly fell silent. The next moment, a crimson brand suddenly appeared on Chao Yi's shattered heart. Flesh surged, and every cell seemed to leap with joy. Huh. The red fly, which had just been perched on the tip of the knife with the phrase chicken soup is here, froze, turning around in confusion. Where did such terrifying original power fluctuations come from? It only saw that Chao Yi, who had fallen to the ground, was gone without a trace. In his place stood a figure clad entirely in pale bone armor, holding a flaming spear, like a vengeful spirit. Feed! Feed! I must feed! A hoarse, savage roar exploded from Chao Yi's throat. Every gift has its price. Under the unbreakable law of energy conservation, he could not grow stronger out of thin air. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. SSS. A bone arrow sliced through the air, instantly piercing the green fly soaring across the sky. The 1-meter-long monster fell, tumbling to the ground. Chao Yi pounced and bent down to bite into it, flesh and blood splattering. The three from Summer Rhapsody stood frozen on the spot. The red fly was equally stunned, even forgetting to flee from the knife tips. Chicken soup is here. No way, man, you really eat that? I wouldn't touch that stuff. The red fly gasped in shock. In just a few bites, Chao Yi devoured the green fly corpse completely. He roared toward the sky as rows of sharp bone spikes erupted suddenly from his back and arms. SSS. Bone blades slashed down, instantly bisecting a first-tier red fly nearby. Blood spread like rain, and the wasteland was filled only with the sound of monsters crunching on broken bones. The second-tier red fly shivered, attempting to sneak away quietly. But Chao Yi in his silver-white bone armor suddenly dove down with a whirlwind of dust, tackling it from behind. Get lost. This was the only remaining human syllable he could utter. Everything else in his mind boiled down to one instinct: eat. Only then did the three from Summer Rhapsody snap back to their senses. Vine shot out as the boy violently dragged his companions, carrying Chicken Soup is here and Zhuan Mom Hunter, fleeing desperately. On the battlefield, bone spikes relentlessly pierced red fly shells. PFFTT. Crimson blood rained down, splattering Chao Yi's face with a monstrous red glow. He had long forgotten the enemy's weak points. Only instinct drove him punch after punch, smashing the second-tier red fly into mush. Crunch, crunch. Soft flesh burst between teeth like maggots, and the wilderness fell silent once more. 7 moons retreated, and 2 suns rose from the horizon. In the gentle morning light, a monster covered in silver-white bone armor crouched amid the pools of blood and shredded flesh, still feeding ravenously. Investigation report on the supernatural life form invasion in the Tianqi mountain range, Baiyang County. In a brightly lit room, the scratching of a steel pen on paper filled the air. According to the latest statistics, within the jurisdiction of Baiyang County, a total of 1 third-tier supernatural life form, 6 second-tier supernatural life forms, and 186 first-tier supernatural life forms infiltrated before all being eliminated. Their activity was concentrated mainly around Xinji Township, Shengfeng Township, and Shina Town, with Xinji Township suffering the heaviest losses. 888 residents all perished, and the entire township was reduced to scorched ruins. The investigation team confirmed in the charred streets of Xinji that the invaders were 2 kinds of supernatural life forms, green flies and red flies. Burn marks left by flame demons had melted parts of broken walls into glass-like fragments, and scattered among the rubble were remnants of alchemists' potions. Cracks in the ground crossed with energy/marks indicated fierce battles involving defenders, miraclists, and heroes. The flame demons and alchemists ignited massive fires during their conflict and then retreated northward, their trail ending at the southern bank of Li River. At the second site, hurricane scars left by wind whisperers, footprints of dream chasers, shards of alchemist bottles, and fragments of a second-tier supernatural tide crab's shell were found together in the mud, signaling another chaotic clash. Ultimately, the energy fluctuations of the second-tier red fly and tide crab vanished completely, while the whereabouts of all participating professionals remain unknown. Various signs suggest this may have been a spontaneous counterattack by wild professionals, though secretive organizations such as the Hall or Ivory Tower cannot be ruled out. regardless of their motives, they undoubtedly saved many ordinary citizens. In total, the Bayong County incident resulted in 2,567 fatalities and over 10,000 injured. The Bayong County Professional Squadron hereby respectfully submits this report to the Yunhai Provincial Assembly. New calendar, year 183, August 17th. The pen paused. The writer sighed softly, lifted the paper, and blew gently to dry the ink still wet. Mission Shinji Township anomaly completed with a rating of good. Several hundred meters away, the Summer Rhapsody trio staggered forward when suddenly a notification popped up. They all felt a shiver through their bodies. The Red Fly boss had most likely been defeated by Chao Yi single-handedly, and most of the green and red flies in Shinji Township had been slain as well. Thus, the mission was marked complete. Having exerted little effort but still earning a good rating, they silently praised their brotherhood and loyalty. The Summer Rhapsody trio would never abandon Chao Yi. Having already lost their little overlord reading device, they could not afford to lose Chancellor Chao, even if his resurrection seemed strange and unsettling. As for retreating from the battlefield, brothers stay brothers, but fear of being eaten was a very real concern. Are you all right? Summer Rhapsody lowered his voice, looking at the pale-faced Chicken Soup is here. The defender's robust physique meant that although Chicken Soup is here had been pierced through the chest by a second-tier red fly, the heart wasn't directly damaged like Chao Yi's was. Thanks to timely treatment by the miraculist, the wound that passed clean through his body had been stopped and scabbed over. Jopan the monster hunter's chest was torn open in 2 horrific gashes, bloodied and mangled, but this was only a superficial injury, visually alarming but not fatal. The three supported each other carefully, stepping cautiously over fire-scorched, ashen rubble, slowly returning to the battlefield. At dawn, Chao Yi, having regained a normal human appearance, lay on blood-soaked earth stained red with his own blood. Old Chao. Summer Reverie leaned closer, placing his fingertip on the carotid artery at the side of Chao Yi's neck. The faint but steady pulse made him breathe a sigh of relief. Most likely, Chao Yi had simply collapsed due to overload just now. He was only in a deep coma. Damn Chicken Soup Lego and Zwan Hunter joined in, the three of them lifting Chao Yi's shirt to check the wound. The injury that had once been pierced was now smooth as if healed perfectly, without a trace of scar. Yet right above the heart, beneath the skin, a flaming red brand emerged like a symbol forged from fire itself. Mysterious and blazing, obviously a secret unique to Chao Yi. No one dared touch that secret. For now, they simply hoped their Chancellor Chao would survive. The strongest among them, Summer Reverie, carefully lifted Chao Yi in his arms, while Chicken Soup Lego and Zwan Hunter bent down to gather the scattered gear. The rune contract bound to Chao Yi, the flame spear. The Justice revolver, just discarded into the mud after exiting its skill form. The hyena and pump-action shotgun, fortunately still intact. And the cracked old-school game console known as Little Tyrant. Packing everything up, the three moved without a word, trudging through the mud toward a nearby spare carriage at Bayong County. This night had given them so much, yet their losses chilled them to the bone. Is he really going to die? Zwan Hunter murmured, still unwilling to believe the ruthless truth. Cough. Suddenly, the figure carried on Summer Reverie's back coughed violently. Old Chao, you're awake? They carefully laid Chao Yi down beside a sturdy Bayong tree. His throat was hoarse. He could only gesture with his hand. Summer Reverie grabbed a water bottle and poured several big gulps down his throat. The fiery burning in his chest eased somewhat. The task panel flickered into view. Task: anomaly at Shinji Township completed. Rating: excellent. Though the same quest, the quality of completion had varied. But Chao Yi paid no mind to this now. Where's Qin Feng? The three exchanged glances. Only now did they realize the Little Tyrant console was actually called Qin Feng. A wave of silence swept over them, their heads bowed. Chao Yi's dried out eyes dimmed momentarily, then flared brightly. Log out. Go find him. He hissed, each word like a blade. The wind chimes from afar don't always tell the truth, do they? Energized, Summer Reverie and the others gripped their gear tightly and simultaneously chose to exit the land of descent in the riverside woods. This logout process dragged on endlessly, as if without end. When the light faded, Chao Yi opened his eyes, the familiar weakness and exhaustion pressing heavily on him. Ha ha ha, he laughed first. Then as he laughed, tears streamed down. In his mind, the player panel still hovered, warning of depleted primal energy. But the faint tremor of the pharmacist subclass truly resonated within his flesh. His transcendence had returned with him to reality. The wind chimes had not lied. He yanked off the virtual headset and clawed at his empty neck. The relic his mother left was gone, vanished, leaving only the flaming red brand on his chest and 2 cold words frozen on the panel. Truth. The rune contract, alchemist's notes, and Justice revolver all had materialized by his side, heavy and real. Qin Feng, are you there? No answer in group chat. No replies to private messages or calls, like stones sinking into the sea. Bloodshot eyes bulged, his knuckles cracked loudly. You bastard. I will kill you. Chow Yi gripped the long sword, justice, in one hand, hiding behind the living room door, taking deep breaths as he struggled to suppress the storm of emotions in his chest. Stay calm. Stay calm. The Greater Xia Federation was a society governed by law. Even if he didn't know who Wind Chimes from afar was, there was no way this person was an opponent he could face. Heaton. Current chaos level, 87. Since becoming a potion alchemist, his three core attributes life, stamina, and spirit had all improved, especially his spirit, which soared dramatically. His brain operated at lightning speed. His thoughts, logic, and learning ability now far exceeded ordinary people's, and this sharpness caused many faded memories to resurface. I've seen wind chimes from afar, not in the divine descent realm, but in the real world. Elementary school, middle school, high school. Memories flashed past like a revolving lantern before finally settling on the time after university graduation. That year, he had moved south to Shanghai City and started working at Yuanqing Technology as a game planner. That was his only proper job. After the project collapsed, the company shut down and laid off the whole team. He returned to his old life as a game booster and companion player, which ironically went smoother. Before the layoffs, the company demanded a work handover form signed by the department manager and the business director. Chow Yi suddenly threw justice onto the sofa and stormed into the bedroom, searching through boxes until he found his resignation documents from 4 years ago. Department manager, Gao Sheng ruled out. Business director, Zhang Ziang. The face on the resignation form, a man around 30, merged in his mind with the young wind chimes from afar in the divine descent realm. The age and temperament didn't match, but he was certain Zhang Ziang was wind chimes from afar. Characters in that realm appeared younger. Himself looked no older than 20 there. Zhang Ziang, Zhang Ziang. Finally, I know who you are. Chow Yi's knuckles whitened from gripping the sword, veins bulging. The man held a high and powerful position. He surely wouldn't remember a lowly planner like him. Meaning only Chow Yi held the real-world identity of wind chimes from afar. He pulled out his phone, ready to share this bombshell news in the group chat. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. Chow Yi shot out of the bedroom like someone triggered his PTSD, snatching up justice and pointing it toward the door. Who's there? The real world was dangerous too. If he could bring supernatural powers back, so could other players. Ding dong. Chow Yi, open the door, it's me. Outside came a familiar voice, magnetic and alluring. He pressed close to the peephole. Long, wavy hair, captivating and beautiful. Was it Sister Wang? The visitor was his landlady, Wang Yao, whom he hadn't seen in over 2 years. Why would Wang Yao come here to inspect the house? Chow Yi frowned and casually kicked the game controller named Justice under the sofa before turning the door handle. As soon as the door opened, a flood of information popped up in his mind like game prompts. Character detected 36D, bust a girl. Character detected Shin He and Zhong Yun. Outside the house, besides Wang Yao, there was also a man about 30 years old, slightly taller than Chow Yi, standing just out of sight on the porch. A series of questions raced through Chow Yi's mind. Mr. Wang Yao? No, that can't be right. Why are all of them players? Has the blue sky planet already been invaded by this god-ascended realm? Shall we come inside and talk? The stranger pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses politely. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years, yet Wang Yao not only hadn't aged, but seemed to have reversed time. Her skin was as smooth as a teenage girl's, yet every movement carried the grace of a mature woman. Chow Yi blinked and stepped aside. Oh, come in then. After the door closed behind them, Chow Yi was still a bit dazed. Wang Yao looked around the living room. No sign of the imagined mess of takeout boxes and empty iced tea bottles. Instead, it was bright and spotless, not a trace of smoke smell. It looked too clean for a single gaming pro's place. She patted Chow Yi's arm reassuringly. Don't be nervous, Chow. The house is pretty well kept. You guys? Chow Yi started to ask. Come, sit down and talk. Wang Yao's tone was like a gentle older sister's as she took his hand and led him to the sofa. Her hand was cool and smooth, and the touch instantly calmed his restless heart. At that moment, the 36D busty girl looked up, revealing eyes as blue as the deep ocean. Shun He and Zhong Yun calmly explained. The girl's profession is ocean spirit born with the power of water, skilled in calming and healing. Oh, Chow Yi was completely lost and could only laugh awkwardly. Shun He and Zhong Yun continued. Shanghai City has fully installed power monitoring devices. Just now, we detected significant power fluctuations in this area, so we came by to check water usage. They joked. Chow Yi instantly understood. Professionals equal unstable elements, so it's normal to register and control them. You're with the Federation? That's right. Wang Yao nodded. 3 years ago, the Great Xia Federation established a special unit made up entirely of professionals to oversee all power users within its territory. Without oversight, superhuman powers would cause social chaos. The Polar Federation and Freedom Federation have similar agencies. We're not here to hunt you down unless you break the law. In fact, we hope players help each other within the god-ascended realm. Today is just a routine registration. Shun He and Zhong Yun pulled out a small notebook and with elegant calligraphy wrote Prime Minister Chow. What's your profession? Chowie hesitated for a moment. Alchemist. Snap. Shun-He suddenly stood up and strode over to him, warmly grasping his hand. You absolutely have to join my team. Shun-He and Chongyun's sudden enthusiasm left Chow-Yi a bit bewildered. Despite his confusion, he kept a straight face and quietly withdrew his hands, his mind pounding an urgent warning. Dude, stay calm. I'm not into that. The excitement on Shun-He and Chongyun's faces said it all. Within the land of the divine descent, the potion alchemist is recognized as a powerful, rare, and highly sought-after profession. Many classes in the game have healing abilities: priests, ocean elves, miracle walkers, but no one can carry a healer on their belt at all times. In contrast, potions handcrafted by potion alchemists can be carried in a pocket and swallowed in a crisis to literally snatch life back from death's door. Even the lowest quality life potions, once they hit the free market, are immediately snapped up by wild players who desperately need these life-saving items. The reason is simple: truly independent potion alchemists are extremely rare. They are either tightly controlled by official departments or hidden within secret organizations where formulas circulate only internally. The potions that leak into the market are few and far between. Shun-He and Chongyun had been logged into the land of the divine descent for over a year, and Chow-Yi was only aware of one other player potion alchemist besides them. Don't be so excited, or you'll scare little Chow off. Your understanding big sister, Wang Yao, smiled warmly and reached out to grasp Chow-Yi's wrist again. This time, Chow-Yi didn't pull away, but Shun-He and Chongyun twitched the corners of their mouth. As an official staff member, I'm obliged to provide you with a briefing. Wang Yao sat next to Chow-Yi, her voice carrying a faint ocean salt scent, her breath cool and refreshing, something like how they describe breathing out orchid fragrance. The records held by the Daxia Federation show that the land of the divine descent first appeared suddenly 3 years ago, in January 2022. The first chosen players received anonymous virtual reality helmets and officially stepped into this unknown realm. To be honest, the game is addictive. Once you get started, it's almost impossible to stop. Even though everyone senses hidden dangers within, they just can't quit. Later, the first player who successfully changed class discovered the phenomenon called paranormal realization. Once you complete the class change, the paranormal powers and various primal artifacts you gain can be brought back to the real world. Before changing class, your game character and your real self are parallel lines. After changing class, they merge. When the player logs in, their real body disappears. When they log out, the game character vanishes. The most terrifying part is, whether or not you change class, if you die in the game, you disappear in reality. Everyone who knew you forgets you completely, as if you never existed. Because of this, widespread panic has never erupted outside. Hearing this, Chow-Yi remained confused. So if I get paranormal powers and then never log back in, isn't that safe? I'd have the powers, but wouldn't be risking anything. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Shun-He and Chongyun chuckled softly. If it's something you can think of, the land of the divine descent has certainly thought of it too. The game, the land of the divine descent, clearly has an underlying purpose, forcibly recruiting players into its fold. Although no player currently understands the true purpose of the land of divine descent, one thing is clear. If a professional stays in the real world for more than 3 days, their supernatural powers and any force artifacts they carry will rapidly drain away like a leaking airbag. This loss is nearly impossible to recover from and directly weakens their combat ability when they return to the land of divine descent. If they do not log in for an entire month, all their abilities will be forcibly taken by the system, and they will lose even the qualification to re-enter. Everyone understands this harsh reality and knows that a career as a professional can end in death at any moment. Yet once they have tasted the sweetness of power, who would willingly go back to being fragile mortals? Being a professional does not mean lawlessness, but ordinary people have no chance of resisting those arrogantly abusing their supernatural abilities. It would be one thing if players were ignorant of the world's true nature, but they know everything. They must choose between the high and mighty professionals and the mortals crushed to dust. Shun Hezonyan did not speak plainly, but Chow-Yi already understood. He knew better than anyone that this game, shrouded in mystic fog, might one day completely tear apart the boundaries between virtual and reality. Only by tightly clutching the power of being a professional could one hold on to confidence in the uncertain future. Therefore, Chow-Yi would never give up his identity as a potion alchemist. His desire for a more brilliant life was one thing. More importantly, he sought revenge for Qin Feng. Whenever he thought of the name Wind Chime from afar, his lips involuntarily tightened. He had once considered reporting that third-tier professional to the officials, but ultimately held back. The strong inherently had the right to trample rules. At least that was how the current order worked. Without conclusive evidence, would the officials punish a third-tier strong player for the sake of several first-tier professionals? Not only would justice likely be out of reach, but he might also expose himself to the enemy's scrutiny. In the end, Qin Feng's vengeance had to be carried out by the 4 of them with their own hands. If I join you, what would I gain? And what would I have to give up? Chow-Yi looked directly at Shun Hezonyan. First, Shun Hezongyun said calmly. You'll receive 100,000 Dasha coins every month as activity funding. A professional's condition unites the real world, and the game meals eaten, sleep gotten, and exercise done in reality all count in the game. That 100,000 Dasha coins is the Federation's basic living support for professionals. Even if you are destitute in the land of divine descent, you can exit the game and return to reality to fill your belly first. Second, our team's intelligence, resources, and knowledge base will be fully open to you. I will also add you to the official exclusive player forum, where countless allies gather to exchange goods, share intelligence, and trade favors. Chowie glanced sideways at Wang Yao standing nearby. Unlike Shun Hezongyun's official tone, he was more inclined to trust this beautiful landlady. Wang Yao gave him a gentle nod, signaling he could feel at ease. Your duty, Shun Hezongyun continued, is to cooperate with us in hunting players who recklessly cause havoc in the real world. When there is no case, you are free to act on your own. As he spoke, Shun Hezongyun chuckled wryly. But to be honest, nowadays it's not the official professionals like us who truly keep society running. But, he paused, his gaze seemingly passing through Chao Yi and looking deeper into the darkness, the chaos value. What exactly is this chaos value? Hearing Chao Yi's question, Shun He and Zhong Yun exchanged a thoughtful glance. The light through the window cast patterns over them, highlighting Shun He's furrowed brow and the faint unease on Chao Yi's face. Honestly, no one can give a perfectly precise definition of chaos level yet, Shun He said, raising his hand to sketch an ambiguous curve in the air. It represents a player's mental state, but it's completely separate from the spirit attribute on the stat panel. The higher the number, the more impulsive, irritable, even insane a person becomes. He calmly listed some examples had already compiled people so chaotic they streaked naked through streets, plagued by stomach troubles, others who defecated while standing on their heads, some developing strange eating habits or murderous urges, craving lust every hour. If chaos stayed elevated long enough, the number rarely drops. Eventually, the person becomes a puppet to their desires. Usually, 60 to 70 is a relatively stable range. Shun He traced a horizontal line in the air with 2 fingers. Above 80 but below 100, that's dangerous territory. Over 100 he paused, summarizing simply, that's pure madness. People lose control. Anything can happen until they're lost completely. Then he shifted tone to warn that extremely low chaos levels were just as frightening. Below 60, behavior and thoughts deviate from normal, emotions fade, humanity vanishes, and they see themselves as a new species on a higher level. You can rescue someone from 40 to 60, but below that is a different kind of madness, thinking you're a god and everyone else is a mere ant. They might cause worldwide destruction or self-extinction. His eyes scanned the group. The natives don't have panels, but akin indicators bind all professionals. Excessive indulgence turns into slavery. Extreme restraint loses your humanity. Everyone's different, with distinct thresholds. That deluge of information made Chao Yi swallow hard. Was at 87 points now. Was he losing his mind? But he felt his actions in the divine descent realm were normal, no sign of losing control. Unbeknownst to him, everything that happened since his resurrection was partly the price of truth, and partly because the chaotic truth had been violently torn open. So your chaos level is? Shun He's sharp gaze seemed ready to catch any lies before they slipped out. Best be honest. Ocean elves can calm you with their talents. Potion mages can prepare remedies. Don't give up on treatment. As he spoke, the sound of ocean tides filled the air, the damp sea breeze enveloping Chao Yi like the gentle rocking of a newborn in salt water. Chao Yi forced a smile. 87. A collective intake of breath from the group. How could a newbie just transferred have chaos levels so high? Chao Yi deliberately skipped mentioning had started at 80 points, silently praying. Please don't lock me away as insane. No, Wang Yao shook her head calmly yet firmly. Everyone's been through moments of high chaos levels. Although a chaos level of 87.0 was not low, it was still within a manageable range. Faced with these numbers, he made his decision. I can join you. It sounded like a rare opportunity, a stable job that promised a secure life and access to the official resources of the Dasha Federation. With those resources, he could grow stronger, track down the distant sound of wind chimes, and force justice down the enemy's throat, blasting their head with a single powerful shot. At that moment, Chao Yi clearly realized he was gradually edging closer to chaos. Let's get organized. We'll head to the nearest security bureau to sign the employment contract, Shun Hezongyun said as they walked. Chao Yi's expression was noticeably off, as if he had just been through a fierce battle, looking somewhat exhausted. But Shun Hezongyun had many tasks today and couldn't wait any longer. The night before was the emergence of the 7th moon. This symbolized that the land of divine descent had entered a new extraordinary year, meaning this night would be anything but ordinary. Official players of the Dasha Federation had long prepared for this, expecting many newcomers to switch careers and become professionals at this time. Therefore, any official player who could conveniently exit the land of divine descent would return to the real world and lie in wait. Those who had just gained power were the most prone to arrogance and unable to see reality clearly. Chow quickly took a hot shower and changed into clean clothes. Then he carefully packed his justice-related primordial power tools into a new crossbody bag. The real world remained safe and stable. According to statistics from the Daxia Federation, fewer than 30,000 players had entered the land of divine descent over the past 3 years. In the Daxia Federation's population of billions, this was an insignificant fraction. The vast majority never even had access to the supernatural world, let alone becoming professionals. Shen Hechanjian looked at Chow with full understanding and respect. That's understandable and worthy of respect. Every person who dares to challenge fate is a warrior worthy of admiration. Walking the civilized and peaceful streets of Jianghai City, Chow felt as if he had stepped into another world. The land of divine descent was a supernatural realm where spiritual energy was awakening 183 years ago. Archaeologists unearthed ancient civilization relics buried deep underground, and primordial force began to awaken. In the real world, Chow could barely sense any primordial force fluctuations. The amount within his body was negligible. Perhaps that was why supernatural power couldn't linger too long in the real world. That year was marked as the new era's first year. In just 183 years, the land of divine descent had evolved from an ancient agrarian society without modern science to an industrial stage, though science itself did not exist there, replaced instead by alchemy. As they walked, Shen Hechanjian explained. In the third year of the new era, a second sun suddenly appeared in the sky. That day was defined as New Era Spring. In the same year, 7 moons rose simultaneously, and the night sky's 7th moon emerged, marking New Era Autumn. The year the second sun disappeared was New Era Winter. That year also had a phenomenon of a day without sunset, known as New Era Summer. The double sun and 7th moon phenomena cycle every 60 years. This entire cycle is called a supernatural great year. This was the time pattern of the land of divine descent, and the very backdrop for Chow's return. Chow felt that joining the official organization of the Daxia Federation was indeed the right choice. Otherwise, he would have had no way to access the profound knowledge of the primal force. About 10 minutes later, Shen He, Chong Yun, Wang Yao, and Chow walked side by side across the street and arrived at the nearest public security bureau. The glass doors slid open automatically, letting in a blast of cool air. The receptionist's indicator light flickered softly. Shen He pulled a dark blue ID card with a gold border from his trench coat pocket and laid it steadily on the counter. The attendant glanced briefly before leading the 3 of them down a corridor and pushing open the door to a quiet office. Inside, the desks and chairs were neatly arranged. The computer hum was low, and stacks of files nearly half a human height tall stood beside the printer. The air smelled faintly of toner. Once the door closed behind them, the noise outside was cut off completely. Shen He pulled up a swivel chair and sat down, slightly raising his chin as he began formally. Since you've decided to join my professional team, I should properly introduce myself. I am Shen He, leader of the 3rd Professional Squadron of Jianghai City. Profession, Voidwalker. He paused, tapping his long fingers lightly on the desk. Voidwalkers also belong to the Primal Force system, but are an extremely rare branch focusing on spatial powers. We manipulate spatial energy, which is far trickier than ordinary primal techniques. But even the strongest abilities come at a cost. Voidwalkers are classic latest-stage professions. Their early combat capability is much weaker compared to others and are often categorized as mystics. At this point, he glanced briefly at Wang Yao. According to confidentiality rules, the pretty lady is not supposed to know your real-world information, but since you two have known each other for a long time, this is an exception. Wang Yao pursed her lips, but said nothing. Shen He then turned and placed his fingerprint on the scanner beside the computer. Before formal onboarding, I need to access your personal records. You have no objections, right? Chow was silent for a moment, then nodded. He understood that in this highly digitized era, if the Federation wanted to investigate, they could dig up every detail about his ancestors. The keyboard clicked rapidly, and data streamed onto the screen. Shen He's brows knitted tightly as he finally understood the source of Chow's persistently high chaos value. Chow had had a warm and peaceful childhood once. In a countryside tile-roofed courtyard, his father, Chowda, was a formal employee of a state-owned factory, while his mother, Li Ru, crafted handmade goods on the Kong bed. Their life was comfortable and stable. But the good times didn't last. His father fell into gambling poison that nearly emptied the entire household. Debt collectors came to the factory, Chowda lost his job, and overnight, he became unemployed. Without work, his gambling worsened. Smoking and drinking became constant companions, and his temper flared like a powder keg. Li Ru and young Chow bore the brunt of his fury punches, and verbal abuse became the background noise of daily life. A man driven to the edge could only try to reclaim whatever little dignity remained by taking it out on his wife and son. That turning point came quietly one evening when Chow was 12. Coming home from school, he saw his drunken father pinning his mother down and beating her viciously. The boy silently slipped into the kitchen, opened a drawer, and gripped a greasy kitchen knife. Chowda initially scoffed at the boy's posturing, but the glint of the cold blade quickly silenced him. Blood dripped from the blade, hitting the tiles below. After that night, Chowda never laid hands on Li Ru again and rarely came home. Neighbors said he had gone out to work. Without the violent shouting, their lives gradually found order. At 15, Chow was admitted to a provincial key high school in the city with excellent grades. Due to commuting difficulties, he moved into the school dormitory. Once a month, Li Ru would take the bus to visit him, bringing next month's allowance and neatly folding his bed sheets. Chow once believed he would smoothly get into a prestigious university, secure a good job, and then bring his mother to live well in the big city. 1 month before the college entrance exam, Chow did not see his mother. Instead, he met his grandmother. His grandmother got off the bus, stooped over with age, yet forced a heavy canvas bag into Chow's hands. She said the family was too busy, and his mother couldn't spare the time, so she was delivering his living expenses. The evening breeze by the playground tousled the old woman's graying hair, and a flicker of bruised blue shadows crossed her eyes. But Chow, absorbed in studying, didn't think much of it, nor did he notice the deep weariness and sorrow etched into her face by time and grief. The night after the exam ended, he rushed back to the village carrying his luggage. Opening the gate, he was not greeted by a familiar figure, but by a black and white photo displayed prominently in the main room. In the picture, his mother Li Ru smiled gently and warmly. His father Chowda was already home. According to neighbors, Chowda had a heated argument with Li Ru and accidentally pushed her. Li Rus had struck a stone in the courtyard, and she died instantly. The court ultimately convicted Chowda of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced him to prison. The news was suffocating, weighing down on Chow like a heavy fog. In a daze, he attended his mother's funeral with his grandparents. On the third night, overcome by grief, his grandmother was bedridden and passed away just before dawn. Between funeral arrangements, his grandfather seemed to lose all strength overnight, his hair turning white as snow. After seeing off his wife, he quietly drank pesticide in the kitchen and was found dead the next morning, beyond help. In just a few short days, Chow helplessly watched his family slip away one after another. The village chief was so shaken he couldn't sleep or eat and took Chow into his own home to watch over him, afraid something worse might happen to the boy. Not long after, Chow received an acceptance letter from the top university in the Northeast Administrative Region of the Daxia Federation. The village chief immediately explained the situation to the school. The university promptly sent their most respected psychology professor to take Chow away and provide accommodations and therapy. Before leaving, Chow hung the silver pendant his mother used to wear around his neck, turned his back on his homeland, and never returned to that empty courtyard again because home is where family lives, and he no longer had one. Shun Hezongian's deep voice was hoarse. He wanted to comfort Chow but didn't find the words. Last night, Chow suffered a sudden heart attack in the prison hospital and died despite emergency treatment. They could not reach Chow. His father's body remained in the local hospital's morgue. Shun Hezongian opened and closed his mouth several times, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Seeing this, Wang Yao glanced through Chow's files, looked up after a while, her eyes moist. Your father passed away last night. Oh. Chow was silent for a long time, then spoke the single, light word. Some people don't deserve to be fathers, but in the end, they are still fathers. What he didn't know was that truth always involves equal exchange. That very night, when Chow's life hung by a thread, Chowda, lying on his deathbed, seemed to hear a low voice ask quietly, "Are you willing to give your own life to extend Chow's?" In a daze, he thought he saw something in expression like tears mixed with a smile and nodded. His heart then stopped again, marking his death. Nothing in this world is created from nothing. Every gift has its price. Do you want to see your father one last time? Shun Hezongian asked. Chow shook his head. Help me cremate him and bury him back in our hometown. He trusted that Shun Hezongian could make it happen. Shun Hezongian nodded, took out his phone, and sent a brief message. Cremation arranged as requested. My condolences. Wang Yao felt a surge of motherly care and pulled Chow into a hug. She could never have imagined that such an apparently cheerful and optimistic boy carried such a heavy past. People have to stay optimistic. Chow's voice was as soft as the wind. If you're not optimistic, you'll end up with Jade's disease. Chow's expression was as calm and still as a dead pond, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. In the room, the printer hummed steadily. Shun Hezongian cleared his throat softly. Everything has been arranged. Someone from your hometown will handle things there as well. Now, sign the contract. 2 pages were quickly printed out, in duplicate. Unlike typical corporate contracts crammed with fine print, this one only included a few key points previously confirmed with Chow, plus 1 extra clause. Professionals of the Daxia Federation shall not engage in malicious fighting within Daxia territory or in the divine descent realm. They shall not maliciously kill ordinary players who have not yet switched professions. The word malicious was vague and ambiguous. No one could clearly define how it would be judged. Chow didn't probe further and swiftly signed his name. Someone will transfer your event funds. Wang Yao reminded him. No sooner had the contract been uploaded than Chao Yi's phone dinged. 100,000 Daxia coins had been deposited into his Daxia Federation bank account. Spend whatever you want on food, drinks, entertainment. If it's not enough, come find me, Shun Hezongyan added. The so-called event funds from the authorities appeared to be basic support, but in reality were a Lifelinia rest stop, gas station, and harbor for professionals in the real world. The entertainment and services on Tianlan Star were far richer than those in the Divine Descent realm, which didn't even have cell phones. Wang Yao half joked. If you don't like the food outside, I can come to your place and cook a couple of dishes for you. No need at all, I'm fine, Chao Yi said, feeling a bit uncomfortable with their enthusiasm, as if they were doctors telling a terminal patient what to do. You're acting like I only have 2 days left to live. Wang Yao burst out laughing at his expression, and the mood in the room lightened immediately. Both the Ocean Spirit and Miracle Walker professions came with built-in attractiveness boost skin, figure, and charisma, all upgraded. Xia Riquan originally looked average, but became a top-tier handsome man after switching professions, surely causing countless girls to scream in the real world. Wang Yao had been a stunning young married woman before switching, and now even Shun Hezongyan, who was used to her charm, often got distracted. Pretty girl, add Prime Minister Chao to our group chat, Shun Hezongyan reminded her. Wang Yao quickly complied, adding Chao Yi to the Jiang Haishi 3rd Professionals Squad chat group. Ghosts even flow with style. Wow. A newbie. Ghosts even flow with style. Welcome, newbie. Ghosts even flow with style. Show us your pick, newbie. Shun Hezongyan. Shun Hezongyan. Are you bored? Being called out by the leader, Ghosts even flow with style immediately went silent and focused on work. The rare celestial phenomenon July emergence had appeared last night, an extraordinary event erupting in the supernatural world. There might be trouble in Jiang Haishi today. Chao Yi looked over the group members. Besides Shun Hezongyan and Wang Yao, there were 5 others, all using their in-game IDs from the Divine Descent realm as nicknames. He sent a nice to meet you.jpg and quickly changed his own nickname to Prime Minister Chao. Shun Hezongyan rubbed his hands together. His gaze swept over to Chao Yi across from him, and he spoke softly. Since you've chosen to continue as a professional, that means you're ready to face death Hedon. But the transcendent world is even harsher than you imagine. As he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. The air seemed to compress under an invisible giant hand, and a barely visible spatial barrier enveloped the entire office, completely blocking any eavesdropping or surveillance from the outside. What I'm about to tell you are secrets of the professionals known only to a few. Shun Hezongyan fixed Chao Yi with a steady look, slowing his pace. I don't want to know how you changed professions, and you mustn't tell anyone either. But since you managed the transition, you should at least have a basic understanding of being a professional. Chao Yi opened his mouth, but just awkwardly scratched his head. Actually, I don't know much. That's fine. Shun Hezongyan raised his hand to stop his self-reproach. At least you know that becoming a professional can rely on a profession card or other methods, right? Chao Yi nodded, pointing at the panel. The instructions for the profession card mentioned that. Profession cards are indeed the simplest approach, Shun Hezongyan continued. But they're extremely rare, so in reality, the more common way to change professions doesn't involve cards. He paused briefly and shifted his posture. The natives of the land of divine descent mostly become professionals through awakening. There are 2 types of awakenings: innate awakening and ritual-guided awakening. Innate awakenings show certain talents in childhood. When the time is right, they might just sleep and become professionals. But innate awakening is very rare. Most people follow the ritual awakening path. This is knowledge forged through generations of professionals' blood and sacrifice. The only mature rituals are controlled by official bodies and a handful of powerful secret organizations. Mature just means the death rate is less insanely high. To become a professional, you must pay an enormous price, including your very life. Shun Hezongyan raised his hand and showed a 10 with his fingers. Even with the best rituals, the success rate of awakening doesn't exceed 10%. Failure? 95% die outright. Of the remaining few, it's either crippling injury or insanity. The odds of surviving unharmed are about the same as winning the lottery jackpot. He lowered his fingers, and his tone turned cold. Remember this ironclad rule I'm about to say. Even if you don't understand why professionals who change professions using profession cards are generally the strongest at the same power level. Though this seemed counterintuitive, it was fact. Shun Hezongyan lowered his voice further. Based on this, we discovered something even crueler. If a professional who used a profession card dies naturally, the profession card will definitely disintegrate. And if one professional who used a profession card kills another professional also using a profession card, the deceased profession card will also disintegrate. Chao Yi felt his heart suddenly tighten, his mind thunderous. Players are the group that uses profession cards the most and in the greatest concentration in the land of divine descent. This means every player must assume the worst of other players, because every player is both hunter and prey. It's darker than any law of the jungle. Never trust anyone easily, whether they are official players or others. You never truly know what kind of career changes they might have gone through. This advice hung in the air, causing it to still for a moment. Then Wang Yao nodded quietly in agreement. But you can trust the members of our team. Her tone was calm, yet carried an unshakable certainty. By now, the office had been completely sealed off, heavy curtains drawn, casting the room into dimness. Shun He Chongyun stood expressionless at the desk and waved his hand. The light burst forth like sunlight breaking through a window, flooding the entire room with blazing brilliance. The next second, a flawless white scroll radiating a sacred aura appeared in his palm. Do you know why this game is called the Land of Gods? Shen He Chongyun's voice was low, but every word was clear. Because gods might actually exist. Golden flames flickered across 3 walls, casting shifting shadows over the gathered faces. Shun He Chongyun continued. In the world of the Land of Gods, the world government and the governments of major continents forbid any open practice of faith. Organizations preaching doctrine are branded evil cults. Since ancient times, the phrase divine right of kings has hung like a heavy stone over rulers' heads. Any gods that might threaten the existing order are mercilessly suppressed even if those gods truly exist. A century and 83 years ago, the excavation of ancient ruins sparked a resurgence of primal energy, unveiling lost alchemical technology and bringing divine doctrines back into the light. The first professionals exposed to these teachings kept the secret tightly sealed, but eventually the truth could not be contained. Some came to believe sincerely, others spread the word in secret. Since then, various covert groups have emerged, reciting the gods' teachings, proclaiming divine guidance, convinced that one day the gods will descend upon the land to redeem all lost lambs. That really sounds like a cult, someone whispered. Wang Yao immediately waved it off, lowering her voice to warn. Don't say that. The world government has zero tolerance for faith. If you get caught, it's baby you. Even so, among secretive or fringe professionals, shallow faith remains common. The simplest explanation for supernatural powers is divine blessing. Shun He Chongyun raised the scroll, whose golden edges gleamed. This covenant of virtue in my hand was made by a disciple devoted to the sun god. He tapped the scroll lightly, and fiery golden runes appeared like flames. The sun is one of the few gods whose doctrine survives. It symbolizes light and fire, representing hope and prophecy. It embodies virtues like purity, temperance, generosity, diligence, patience, tolerance, and humility. Keeping promises is the foundation of all these noble qualities. Shun He Chongyun looked up at Chao Yi. Mark this covenant of virtue with your seal and swear, Prime Minister Chao will never betray the Jianghai City 3rd Professional Squad, nor harm any squad members. Remember, this is our true contract. From team leader Shun He Chongyun to every member, all have signed it. Those who break the covenant will face divine punishment. Chao Yi met everyone's gaze calmly. With a clear conscience, he placed his hand over the scroll, first confirming with his mental power that no hidden control symbols lurked within, then loudly pronounced his oath. Bang! The fiery light exploded from the scroll, like the sun rising in his palm, engulfing Chao Yi completely. Within the dazzling flames, the covenant sealed his vow firmly. Unless someone could break this high-level artifact, the oath would bind him forever. At the current player level, shaking this power was nearly impossible. As the light faded, Shun He Chongyun stepped forward and solemnly grasped Chao Yi's hand. From now on, we are trustworthy comrades. For a moment, the room was filled with the lingering warmth of the flames. When the glow finally vanished, a profound sense of peace settled deep in everyone's heart. Players may seem like the Fourth Calamity, but life is far from easy for them. The official professional's attitude toward wild practitioners was anything but mild. It was more accurate to call it harsh. Under such high-pressure policies, wild practitioners could only scurry like rats, hiding in dark corners just to survive. If discovered by the authorities, the lucky ones might be forcibly recruited as peripheral members, essentially becoming the government's watchdogs. The unlucky ones would be labeled as social destabilizers and killed on the spot even if they had never actually broken any laws. Worse still, all precious transcendent resources were tightly controlled by the officials. Trying to go legit from a wild practitioner status? Nearly impossible. The official system had a complete training program for professionals, and official slots were only open to those personally trained by them. Even if an insider was willing to recommend someone, they still wouldn't escape a thorough background check going back generations. Rather than call us the Fourth Calamity, it's more like we're rats in the gutter, Shun Hezongian said with a self-deprecating laugh, his fingers flying across the keyboard. After more than a year of effort, he had barely managed to form an 8-player team, showing just how rough life was for wild practitioners in the land of divine descent. The clicking continued as Shun Hezongian pulled Chao Yi into the Huaxia Federation official player forum. Only team leaders could send invites there. Usernames matched game IDs, and players used the forum to post requests, exchange resources, or share info. Once inside, Chao Yi immediately searched for distant wind chimes. The screen results made him draw in a sharp breath. Damn. Distant wind chimes was also an official player. They had posted only 3 times on the forum. Thankfully, Chow Yi hadn't rashly reported them before. XX, let's get to know each other. The post's title reminded Chow Yi that distant wind chimes was very likely in Zhanghai City. Since Shun Hezongyan's team was the 3rd squad, this season level 3 player could only be in the 1st or 2nd squad, very possibly even the leader. Thinking about the chance of crossing paths in the future, Chow Yi silently warned himself to stay low-key. When you officially join in the land of divine descent, he'll introduce you to the other members, Shun Hezongyan said. How do I find you in the game? Chow Yi asked. 3168, Liming Avenue, Qinghe District, Zhuhong City. Figure out your own way here. Travel, meals, and lodging will be reimbursed. You're in Zhuhong City too? Oh, Shun Hezongyan shrugged, as if it were obvious. In fact, he had long suspected Chow Yi was probably somewhere in or near Zhuhong City. Most players from Zhanghai City were clustered in the southern part of Tianan Continent, and all Daxiao Federation players were born in Tianan Continent. There were only 2 main birthplaces. One was Yunhai Province centered on Zhuhong City. The other was Xi'an, the Tianan capital. There was a direct internal combustion train between Xi'an and Zhuhong, so even if Chow Yi was born near Xi'an, he could reach Zhuhong City within 10 days. The printer in the office buzzed again. Wang Yao pulled out a few freshly printed sheets and handed them to Chow Yi. They were official documents densely packed with knowledge about the transcendent world. Chow Yi glanced over the information briefly. According to official intelligence, more than 20 professional classes have appeared so far in the Divine Descent Zone, each with distinct traits. The earliest group of practitioners studied remnants of primordial force knowledge from ancient times and developed a complete system called New Age Force Studies. They firmly believed that at the dawn of the universe, there were 10 fundamental forces: earth, wind, water, fire, nature, thunder, light, darkness, time, and space that intertwined to form heaven and earth. Each force could spawn 1 to 3 markedly different professions, collectively called the force factions. However, besides these 10 forces, there also existed a type of energy floating in the cosmos without any attribute label. At first, people called it non-force, but the name sounded awkward, so it was renamed mystic force. The professions derived from this force are diverse in form, but all belong to one large category called the mystic faction. Beyond the force and mystic factions stood a 3rd major faction, the faith faction. Anyone who wholeheartedly worshipped a deity or some unknown, majestic entity could receive blessings and be known as an apostle. The Sun Apostle mentioned earlier by Shun He and Chong Yun belonged to this group. To be honest, Chow Yi had never actually seen a true apostle himself. As for the virtue covenant Shun He Chong Yun possessed, it was merely a force artifact she obtained from a treasure chest. Hiss. Chow Yi took a deep breath, folded the thick stack of documents in half, and stuffed them into his messenger bag. The files detailed the officially confirmed class traits, knowledge he had to master because without understanding your opponent, you only stand to lose on the battlefield. Why don't we just bring some advanced firearms and blow those professionals to bits? Chow Yi muttered to himself. To him, though the opponents were strong, their firepower wasn't yet at the terrifying heights of the old high martial era when people could withstand even mushroom-head creatures in raw combat. Shin He Chong Yun fell silent for 2 seconds, then looked up. You think no one's tried? Except for force artifacts, no piece of real-world technology works in the rift. Everything fails as soon as you enter. All right then, Chow Yi shrugged and asked curiously, Captain, what's your current power level? Mind sharing? 3 months ago, Wang Yao had mentioned a really fun game that now seemed to be this Divine Descent Zone. Since then, she had significantly cut back on teaming up with him. By the timeline, she was roughly a 2.5-month newbie, probably not much stronger than himself. Stage 2. Shun He Chong Yun lifted her chin, pride unmistakable in her voice. Only Stage 2, Chow Yi blurted. What's so disappointing about that? It took me a whole year to get to Stage 2. It's really hard to level up. She shot him a defiant glare. This point Chow Yi couldn't deny. He had logged in for 6 days straight, running tasks until he was exhausted, but his experience bar had barely nudged up 1%. Compared to that, Shin He Chong Yun's progress was indeed fast. Mostly meditation or quests. Half and half. How do you meditate? They'll send you a video later. You'll get it after watching. Oh, Chow Yi scratched his head, feeling sleepiness wash over him like a tide. The brutal battle he had just endured had nearly drained all his strength. After logging out, he learned that Qin Feng was dead, and that extraordinary powers had entered the real-world news so devastating it emptied him completely. Only the fire of revenge kept him going. Now, having joined the 3rd professional team in Zhanghai City, he had finally caught a lead on someone called Wind Chime. The light of vengeance was breaking through, yet his heavy eyelids betrayed him, fluttering shut uncontrollably. The next moment, his body went limp and he collapsed like a tree falling. Shun He and Chong Yun's figures flickered behind him, catching him before his head hit the ground. In reality, they couldn't use their original force, and meditation was useless. Shun He quietly said, let's take him home to rest. Everyone agreed. Chowie woke up to find himself lying on a familiar large bed in the deep night. Weak light spilled through the door crack. From the kitchen came the bubbling sound of something boiling, mingled with the rich smell of chicken soup. Using his heightened senses, he easily recognized Wang Yao was busy cooking ginseng, deer antler, reishi mushrooms, wolfberries, and other medicinal herbs stewed in the pot. The aroma was so thick it nearly intoxicated him. Is she trying to feed me to death? Chowie muttered sarcastically and then sat up. His bag lay quietly by the bedside, all original force tools intact, untouched. Shun He and Wang Yao were truly the embodiment of lawful goodness. If all the players in the world were like them, peace would have come long ago. He lay back down, pulled out his phone. The QQ group chat for Rob the Rich, Help the Poor squad had been silent for 6 hours. Everyone was probably catching up on sleep. Qin phone was still missing without a trace. Thinking of Zhang Xiang, Chowie clenched his fist so hard his knuckles whitened. The third professional team of Jianghai City had only existed for a year. The most experienced member was their captain, Shin He, with a year and a half of game time, still a whole year less than the veteran pros. The others were newcomers, mostly with less than a year of experience. Compared to the city's other 2 established professional teams, the third was young and green. Just then, Shin He sent a video. In it, he carefully explained a common basic meditation method one everyone in the divine realm knew. Basic didn't mean useless, just less powerful than the advanced techniques held by official or secret organizations. While players like them couldn't expect much more. Below the video, a few text comments stood out. The beautiful girl was nearby before can say much about that here. If you want women, just come to me. Influencers, models, stars. As long as they're not top level, I can arrange. Chowie's mouth twitched at that. Half a godfather, not a big brother. Although it teased him privately, he really didn't care right now. What worried him more was something else: his mother's heirloom. Why had it transformed into that mysterious truth? How could an ordinary peasant woman possess an original force artifact capable of bringing the dead back to life? Since these artifacts could cross realms, what did it mean that the pendant hanging around Li Rust's neck since he could remember was that very relic? The more he thought, the more shocked he felt. The truth had existed in the real world for a long time. I just can't wrap my head around it. Chow, he is completely baffled. The official records clearly state that the divine descent realm appeared suddenly 3 years ago. Searching all previous historical materials reveals no trace of its existence before that. Yet the artifact called truth has been circulating in the real world for a full 40 years. On the surface, the divine descent realm is just a game players, quests, treasure chests, all governed by game logic, but Chow, he has never been able to see it as a cold collection of code. It's obviously a vibrant, living, and authentic world. If this is truly the gods' divine kingdom, maybe their real goal isn't the divine descent realm itself, but the real world. And players are the gods' anchors projected into reality. Thinking this, Chowie forces a bitter smile. All just conjecture without solid proof. The only confirmed fact is that the divine descent realm is a vast game world, and Sky Blue Star is merely a launcher. Perhaps long ago, Sky Blue Star servers were active but shut down for some unknown reason, trapping online players inside forever and sealing off offline ones, cutting the 2 worlds apart. This theory explains why so many original force artifacts remain in reality. Items left over a month inevitably lose their divine power and turn mundane. Now, players only have access to low-tier artifacts, so conclusions are limited. High-tier items like truth are beyond the understanding of ordinary players. It appears dull and lifeless in reality, but once it returns to the divine descent realm, it awakens. So what triggers that awakening? Chow, he wonders. Is it his death? The artifact choosing its owner and reviving for them? It sounds cliché, but makes sense. He raises his hand to the brand on his chest and tries silently calling out from his heart, but no matter how he shouts, there's never a response. He remembers that when he was on the brink of death, he indeed heard a certain voice. Now there's only silence. What is equivalent exchange? What does creating something from nothing really mean? How exactly should truth be used? Maybe creating from nothing means making a wish to truth, gaining power first, then paying the price afterward. Equivalent exchange means pay first, then receive an equal return. But the question remains, what exactly did he pay to get this chance at resurrection? More importantly, can truth revive him again? No matter the answer, Chowie dares not try lightly. Failure would mean real death. Before his thoughts settle, darkness suddenly falls before his eyes. Whoosh, like the sound of cutting through air, and the next second, he wakes up in an unfamiliar space. It's a fully furnished laboratory, bathroom, shower, desks, chairs, beds all in place, yet no doors or windows to be seen. In the center, a huge experiment table is cluttered with tools of various shapes. Translucent and colorful bottles glint softly under the lights. 2 pale golden characters flash on a panel, Potion Workshop. An internal space of truth? Chow freezes, and suddenly a new theory flashes in his mind. Does truth have a deep connection with the Potion Master class? Maybe this place holds the secrets to learning and practicing potion making? This is really interesting. Unfortunately, Chao Yi is only an empty shell of a potion master, has no knowledge of any potions at all. Chao Yi silently resolved to withdraw. Suddenly, the darkness before his eyes faded away. He snapped open his eyes and realized he was lying unharmed on a soft bed. Could it be that what he just experienced was only a brief journey of his consciousness into the inner realm of the truth? Chao Yi, you're awake? Get up and come eat. The door softly opened, and Wang Yao stood there wearing a pale apron, her eyes smiling gently, her voice warm. For a moment, Chao Yi was caught off guard as if this elegant, dignified woman before him was his wife. But no, she belonged to someone else. Then he thought, it wasn't such a pity after all. If Wang Yao were still single, he'd have to deal with countless suitors. Now, at least, he only had to face her husband. All right. Chao Yi got up, stepped onto the carpet, and headed to the bathroom. He splashed cold water hard on his face. As the droplets trickled down, he stared at the slightly haggard reflection in the mirror. His life had changed utterly. From now on, he had to fight desperately to grow stronger in the divine descent land, find the chance to silently put an end to that wind chime bastard far away, and keep uncovering the truth about this sacred place. If the gods really descended, only the strong would survive. After washing up, he returned to find a steaming bowl of chicken soup on the dining table. Golden oil glistened on the surface. The aroma of medicinal herbs mingling with the chicken scent filled the air, refreshing and invigorating. Wang Yao took off her apron and grabbed her handbag, preparing to leave. Sister Wang, want you eat something with me? Chao Yi called after her. No, I've got things to do. She glanced back, smiling softly like flowing water. See you again in Zhuohong City. Wait. Chao Yi suddenly remembered his predicament. His expression faltered. It's not convenient for me to just go back now. My identity in Zhuohong City has some big problems. Do you happen to have any channels to get me a new identity? Wang Yao stopped and furrowed her brows slightly. Serious? Very serious. Chao Yi nodded. A rapid flood of dangerous memories flashed through his mind. The Vipagio Viscount's estate robbery case, he was the fall guy for that major incident, and the Viscount might refuse to hear any explanation. If it all came to light, he could be torn apart by professionals that very night. The disappearance of the arms dealer Henry Berg was also his doing. That merchant was said to be a white glove for a major hidden figure in Zhuohong City. Exposure would mean certain death. Then there was the Serpent Gang, a tangled force intertwining the mundane world with the supernatural, plus that elusive national-faced professional operative. Simply put, his relationships in Zhuohong City were a complete mess. To make matters worse, Shun Hechanjian's squad was stationed in Zhuohong City, and all his missions were concentrated there. He couldn't just leave for now. If he wanted to return openly, both he and the Summer Rhapsody team would have to clean their records completely and flawless at that. This is tricky, Wang Yao considered quietly. Why don't you ask the team leader? She did have connections to arrange fake identities, but since the problem was very serious, operating in Zhuohong City was far too risky. If anyone betrayed him midway, the outcome would be far worse. She pulled out her phone and called Shun Hechanjian. The line rang then answered. Wang Yao briefly explained the situation. I see. Shun Hechanjian on the other end was silent for a long moment. He didn't press for details. Every team member had secrets. What mattered was that none should jeopardize the team. Don't get your new ID processed in any city near Zhuohong, he said calmly. Go to a coastal city called Yinqing, on the southern shore of Yinhai province. Once there, look for a Caucasian man named Ricardo Xiao. About 40, with a full beard, a professional operator of unknown rank. He paused, then spoke decisively. He'll take care of your new identity. All right, thanks, Captain. No need to be so polite. Beep beep beep. Shun He and Chong Yun ended the call first. Only the busy signal beep beep remained in Chao Yi's ears. Yet a wave of relief settled in his heart. This was the comfort of having an organized team. When trouble came, someone always had your back. Sweet feeling. Well, I'm off then. At the entrance, Wang Yao waved her hand, her long hair gently swaying, leaving a faint scent hanging in the air. The moment the door closed behind her, silence returned to the room. Chao Yi clapped his hands and headed straight to the living room. On the table, a clay pot steamed, the milky chicken broth bubbling gently. He picked up a bowl and gulped down several large mouthfuls. The broth was scalding hot, tingling his tongue, and sweat quickly beaded on his forehead. Couldn't tell if it was from the heat or the nourishing effect. No doubt Wang Yao's cooking skills were impressive. The rich chicken oil blended with herbal fragrance. He drank 3 bowls in a row and finished off the chicken meat clean. Setting down the empty bowl, the information about the truth item flashed through his mind. Though not fully understood yet, it was at least clear it was closely tied to the potion master profession. The next step was to get a new ID card in Yinqing, then rush back to Zhuohong City for literacy lessons, and also to seek advice on mastering the power source from the senior teammates. The phone in his pocket buzzed incessantly. The Robin Hood squad group chat was blowing up. Chicken soup's here. Brothers, woke up yet? Summer reverie, just opened my eyes. Zwan Mom Hunter, 1. Zwan Mom Hunter. Chancellor Chao, you good, bro? Chao Chancellor Chao E. Awake, eating now. Chao Chancellor. Got something to show you guys. Chao Chancellor. Image.jpg. Mom Hunter, damn. Where did you get this info? Shunhee and Chongyun hadn't said the data was confidential, so Chao Yi decided to be straightforward. Chao Chancellor, official organization under the Greater Xia Federation. Chao Chancellor, no one's checking your IP over there? Summer Reverie, nope. Chao Yi knew well it was no surprise no one was knocking. Chicken Soup's a true Sichuan native. Summer Reverie spoke standard Mandarin, but sometimes slipped Southern River dialect expressions. Mom Hunter was a genuine Old Chin accent. These areas were far less developed than Jianhai City, with limited power source monitors. Whether official profession squads even existed there was uncertain. Chao Chancellor, I've already uncovered the real identity of that bastard wind chimes from afar. Chao Chancellor, we'll explain when I'm online later. After syncing the messages, Chao Yi looked out the window. The supernatural world might be dark, but there had to be people worth trusting. If you couldn't trust brothers had fought alongside you, what was left in the world? Might as well just burn it all down. Mom Hunter, 666. Mom Hunter, we have to kill that damn BYD bastard. If not for the sudden appearance of the second-tier red fly, plus 2 strangers with mysterious identities, they would have been torn to shreds by the tidal crabs already. Avenging the kid overlord reading pen was also securing justice for themselves. Putting away his phone, Chao Yi tore the last bits of chicken from the bone and finished the broth. After washing the dishes, he took down the black helmet from the cabinet, placed it on his head, and gently pressed the power button. According to Shunhee and Chongyun, this thing never got lost or broken. If stolen, it instantly returned home. Once a professional logs in, the helmet in reality disappeared with them, so there was no worry about someone sneaking in to steal the home base. His consciousness sank, merging with shifting light and shadow. Logging back into the game, Godfall Land had also synchronized to nightfall. A full moon hung low in the treetops, as if nothing from last night had ever happened. This is about all I know. I chose to tell you because I trust you. After that shocking revelation, the 3 players fell silent for a long moment, each struggling to digest the news, especially the darkest law of the profession card, which instantly cast a heavy gloom over the atmosphere. Summer Reverie was the first to snap back. He controlled vines, slicing a deep cut across his palm with their sharp tips. Blood dripped along his lines before falling into a water pouch. Seeing this, Chao Yi, Chicken Soup, and Shunhee Zhongyun all did the same. The 4 sealed their alliance with the oldest ritual, a blood oath. The blood churned inside the pouch. Then they drank from it together, loyalty, sworn in blood. Thinking of that bison, so powerful both in reality and in the divine descent land, anger burned in their hearts. The enemy was in plain sight while they were in hiding. One day they swore to take him down without fail. After a brief discussion, Summer Reverie and the others decided not to join the official organizations of the Daxia Federation just yet. Organizations meant resources, but also restrictions. As long as Chao Yi remained inside the official system, he could provide intel channels for the team. The others didn't need to bind themselves with bureaucracy. So what's next? Summer Reverie asked. First, head to Baiyang County and sell everything we can, Chao Yi decided. Then go to Yinqing on the Yunhai coast and find Ricardo Xiao to get new IDs. Shunhee Zhongyun added an important point. There really was no such thing as prime essence of original force in the divine descent land, but countless potions and tools to assist meditation existed. Professionals still needed to eat, sleep, and relieve themselves, and copper coins were always tight. Even a single piece of extraordinary material cost hundreds of copper coins. If you wanted to survive but refused to invest in equipment, skill books, or advanced original force study, you were basically on a dead end. Chicken Soup's stomach was still bleeding through a penetrating wound. In reality, he could bandage it, but bandages didn't transfer to the divine descent land. Chao Yi's satchel worked the same way each world had its own bag, and when crossing between them, original force tools mysteriously shifted from one bag to another, as if by magic. Under the pure moonlight, the 4 hurried along the riverbank toward Baiyang County. Suddenly, Chao Yi caught sight of a vague figure lying near the water. His heart tightened. Could it be Qin Feng's body? They quickened their pace, rushing over the river stones. The system notification popped up. You discovered character Little Tyrant talking pen. Looking closer, it really was Qin Feng. His chest and abdomen were badly wounded, breathing shallow, pulse barely there, but still clinging to life. Damn it! Chao Yi flared up, slapping Qin Feng hard twice. My little pearl's been shattered, and you're still alive? They immediately sprang into action. Artificial respiration, chest compressions, then channeling natural original force infusion. After several grueling minutes, Qin Feng suddenly coughed out a mouthful of dirty water and opened his eyes groggily. What the? You guys are dead? Didn't this spear wipe us all out? Screw you. Chao Yi pushed him back down. We're all alive. Qin Feng barely regained consciousness before passing out again. Chao Yi checked his forehead and found it burning hot. High fever. Everyone remembered now. Professionals weren't mystical cultivators. They still caught diseases. If Qin Feng were an alchemist, they might have had better healing options, but sadly, Chao Yi knew nothing nowadays. Professionals weren't immune as in fantasy novels. Alchemists might have been the best doctors, but Chao Yi was helpless now. It must be close to 40 degrees by now. Summer reverie touched Qin Feng's forehead. The burning heat made him frown. Natural energy could only heal wounds, not reduce fever or cure illness. They had to find a doctor. In the next moment, a thick vine shot out from Summer Reverie's palm, wrapping around Qin Feng's waist like a flexible rope, lifting him steadily onto his back. Jitang Lage and Zhu and Lima Ren were both injured, and Chao Yi was just a weak potion caster. This heavy lifting had to fall to Summer Reverie. Let's head back to camp first to get the carriage, Summer Reverie ordered quietly. Everyone was carrying guns and ammo. Walking through the city gate on foot would only bring trouble. They needed the carriage for cover. Under the moonlight, they sneaked back to the familiar three-way crossroads, where the temporary camp still hid quietly in the woods. The other carriage they rented from Zhuahong City was tied to a tree stump, still in perfect condition after only a day and a night. If they had delayed any longer, the horses would have been long parched. Qin Feng was settled inside the carriage, and Zhu and Lima Rin quickly fed him water and supplements. With bridles ready, the carriage burst out of the forest and sped toward Baiyang County. Take the left path. Jitang Lage pointed to a fork. The checkpoint there had only 3 sheriffs, much more lenient than the other 2 main roads. Soon, a barricade blocked their way. Stop. Show your ID. Zhu and Lima Rin slowly reined in the horses and handed over their documents. What's in the carriage? Routine check. The sheriff leaned forward. Jitang Lage leaned out the window, flashing their official logistics certificate from the Northern Jia District Public Security Department of Zhuahong City, casually slipping 3 copper coins onto the sheriff's palm. The Baiyang County sheriff earned only 6 or 7 copper coins a week. This kind of off-the-books income was enough to keep him quiet. The coin slid discreetly into the sheriff's sleeve. He glanced at the carriage, saw Qin Feng's flushed face unconscious inside, and nodded. Medical emergency, I see. Once you're inside the city, go straight to Chimen Hospital on Ronga Street. It's the best hospital in the county. Thank you. Zhu and Lima Ren cracked the reins, and the carriage moved on. Jitang Lage had already scouted ahead and directed them confidently along the familiar routes. Chao Yi checked his pocket watch. It was nearly midnight. Although there was no curfew in Yunhai province, the alcohol ban made the streets unusually quiet at night. Chimen Hospital was brightly lit. No sooner had the carriage stopped than Summer Reverie carried Qin Feng in his arms and sprinted with Chao Yi into the emergency room. Zhu and Lima Ren and Jitang Lage quickly hid the carriage in a nearby alley. Inside were 5 fierce hunting dogs, 4 pump-action shotguns, and several revolvers. Being caught with these could put them on the wanted list immediately. Inside the emergency room, 2 middle-aged doctors in their 40s hurried over. One doctor cleaned Qin Feng's wounds. Another applied urgent physical cooling to Qin Feng. In the dimly lit clinic late at night, 2 doctors on duty worked in shifts. One leaned over, carefully using tweezers to remove splinters and dirt from Qin Feng's chest and abdomen wounds, thoroughly cleaning the injuries. The other repeatedly wiped his forehead and underarms with a wet towel, trying to lower his body temperature. In this era, only a few could afford hospital care. It wasn't from ignorance or fear of doctors, but simply because money was tight. Most families barely earned enough to get by. When illness struck, minor issues were endured at home, and serious cases were left to fate. Disease was often the beginning of a family's collapse. It meant the breadwinner was temporarily incapacitated, income ceased abruptly. Some families couldn't even afford cremation fees after a death, let alone coffins, graves, or funeral rites. The doctors glanced anxiously at the unconscious Qin Feng. Based on experience, with such severe penetrating wounds to the chest and abdomen, soaked with sweat and fever nearing 40 degrees Celsius, he should have been dead by now. Thankfully, he was surprisingly resilient. We've thoroughly cleaned and bandaged the wounds and administered antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, one doctor quietly confirmed with his colleague. Though modern medicine was just emerging in Tianjin province, for a newcomer like Qin Feng who had never encountered antibiotics before, the effects were almost immediate. Within half an hour, his fever dropped close to normal. Also thirsty. Qin Feng's eyelashes fluttered as he hoarsely uttered the first words. Water. Chao Yi quickly helped him sit up and carefully fed warm water into his cracked mouth with a water pouch. The sharp smell of disinfectant, the needle in his arm, the cold white ceiling, and the figures of Chao Yi and Summer Reverie watching over him finally drove home the realization. He had narrowly escaped death. Man, I thought I was done for. He stared weakly at the 4 drip, his voice faint. Don't say that. Honestly, we all thought you were a goner. Chao Yi replied with a wry smile. Is what the wind chimes from afar said true? When someone dies, they really stay dead. Supernatural powers can bring people back to the living world? Qin Feng blurted out several questions, his tone low and urgent. Chao Yi cleared his throat. It's all true. For now, rest and don't think about it too much. Damn, Qin Feng gritted his teeth, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Then we have to take that bastard bow down for good. Though Qin Feng was saved, the situation was far from resolved. The hospital was better equipped than Baiyang counties. But Qin Feng had just been medicated and was still on the drip, clearly not ready to return to the real world yet. "They'll go let those two know," Summer Reverie said, channeling a gentle natural energy into Qin Feng's body. When his breath steadied, he quietly left the room. Chao Yi fetched a pot of warm water and helped Qin Feng drink. As the medicine and fluids entered him, Qin Feng soon slipped back into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Little Overlord had also regained consciousness. The healing power of his rugged, professional body impressed even the doctors silently. "Good to see you awake." On the carriage, Chicken Soup Lego pondered for a moment, then suggested, "Why don't we sell those guns we don't need now? Let's cash in early. I want to get back to Zhuohong City as soon as possible." Among the five of them, only Chicken Soup Lego's background was clean. He wasn't involved in the Henry Bird case, and the Viper gang didn't know him. So he didn't have to follow Chao Yi and the others detouring through Yincheng. Besides, his annual leave was about to expire. Warehouse management didn't pay well, but the steady 30 bronze coins a month was comforting enough for now. Until he found a better path, he had no plans to quit. The Ripper guns had to be returned to the vault on schedule. There was no room for delay. "Let's go." Zwan, the hunter, cracked the reins, and the carriage groaned into motion, carrying Chicken Soup Lego toward the black market dealers in Baiyang County. In a modest house in the northern district of Baiyang County, flickering candlelight cast faint shadows. A system notification appeared. "You have found the character Miao Tianyu." Miao Tianyu was the biggest black market dealer in Baiyang County, in his 40s, of average build, taciturn, and outwardly looked like an honest farmer. At this moment, he leaned against the table with a calm expression, though a sharp intelligence flickered beneath the surface. Behind him, a henchman held a sawed-off shotgun, its dark barrel pointed at the visitor. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and suspicion. Since the bloody feud erupted between the Cine gang and the Poison Snake gang from Zhuohong City, everyone in the underground world lived in fear. Both buyers and sellers distrusted each other, and pulling guns at the first meeting had become the norm. "Don't take it personally, it's just necessary caution," Miao Tianyu explained mildly. The visitor, Chicken Soup Lage, waved a hand with a smile. "I'm just here to buy." He then unloaded the pump-action shotgun from his back and slammed it onto the table. "Name your price." Miao Tianyu picked up the gun, inspecting the receiver and stock, confirming it wasn't some cheap knockoff. 300 copper coins. Shotguns packed a punch but were hard to carry around, and ordinary folks couldn't afford them. Their price usually lagged behind revolvers. 400, Chicken Soup Lage countered firmly. "That's a bit steep, my friend. If I sell it to you for 400, you'll just turn around and charge me 500, won't you?" A soft chuckle escaped Miao Tianyu. "Selling price is selling price. Buying price is buying price. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Before he finished speaking, Chicken Soup Lage clenched his hand tightly, and the glass of water in it shattered instantly, shards gleaming coldly in the candlelight. Miao Tianyu's eyelid twitched. After a brief pause, he said, "Fine, 400 it is. Anything else available?" "There are 3 more shotguns and a few revolvers." Chicken Soup Lage turned and hauled all the weapons from his carriage. For shotguns and 3 revolvers, the revolvers were confiscated from 3 other players named Yiwu Yishir and were in excellent condition. After weighing it, Miao Tianyu said, 3 revolvers, 1,400 copper coins, plus 4 shotguns. Let's round it 3,000 total. How's that?" Since this friend had demonstrated the strength to crush a glass so easily, Miao Tianyu dared not haggle further. The price still guaranteed profit, just varying in margin. "Deal." Originally, Chao Yi and the others had estimated they could get about 2,500 copper for the weapons, so Chicken Soup Lage's offer surprised them by raising the price by 500. In total, they earned 11,100 copper coins on the trip, plus roughly 200 in small change. They agreed not to split the change, but instead planned to open an anonymous account at the Baiyang County Tianan Bank to keep team funds available for future operations or gatherings. Under the dim candlelight, Chicken Soup Lage counted out the 3,000 copper pieces one by one, then nodded with satisfaction. "Doing business with me as a friend, you won't lose out." Suddenly he asked, "By the way, do you have any donkeys for sale?" He was carrying 5 hunting dogs back to Zhuohong City, so he couldn't take the steam train and needed some kind of transport. A donkey to carry his load back would be ideal and easy to resell there without loss. Miao Tianyu's lips twitched. "You really think this is a farmer's market?" But on second thought, there happened to be one ready to sell. In the end, Chicken Soup Lage bought an adult male donkey for 100 copper coins. The horse cart was off the table for sale. Since the rail network didn't cover the entire Tiannan continent, the real transportation hub of Yunhai province was Zhuohong City. To catch a steam train to Yincheng, one had to go there first, buy a ticket, and show identification. Chao Yi and the others wouldn't dare return to Zhuohong City now, so they had no choice but to continue bumping along in this crowded horse-drawn carriage. Up front, Zwan's hunter woman cracked her whip over the horses. At the back, the cart rattled with spoils of war, and trailing behind, riding a little gray donkey, was Jitong Lage with 5 fierce hounds obediently following like a baggage escort squad. Blood is thicker than water, but business is business. Once back in the county town, the the first thing the group did was tally their haul. Since the operation had several stages, the loot had to be carefully divided. 1. The shotgun seized from Henry Berg, who was taken down by the combined efforts of Chow E, Chin Fong, and Summer Rhapsody, was valued at 1,600 copper marks and would be split 3 ways as agreed. 2. Summer Rhapsody had already claimed a finely crafted revolver early on as his technical bonus for this leg of the mission. 3. Jitong Lage eyed another revolver and bought it internally for 300 copper marks. Since he had arranged contacts in Baiyang County along the way, this amount counted as his expense fee and would not be included in the division pool. 4. Zwan's hunter woman casually took Henry's well-made revolver. Although it wasn't as good as Chin Feng's Silver King Cobra, it was still valuable. She gave up any share of the shotgun's proceeds, leaving only Chow E and Chin Feng to split the 1,600 copper marks evenly. 5. The remaining 9,400 copper marks were divided equally among the 5. In the end, Chow E pocketed a full 2,680 copper marks. Together with his previous savings, his total assets rose to 2,707 copper marks and 22 lease. Under the gray sky, the 4 men crouched outside the hospital, puffing on Yunshio cigarettes as white smoke billowed in the streetlight. Inside, Chin Feng slept with slow, steady breaths, completely unaware he had just gained over 2,000 copper marks. When the last cigarette butt was stubbed out, Jitong Lage patted his pants and stood up, peering toward the hospital room door. "I'm leaving. Say goodbye to Little Tyrant for me," he said softly. Although everyone now knew Chin Feng's real name, they still preferred the in-game nickname. Before arriving in town, Jitong Lage had sent the 5 fierce dogs back to the warehouse to avoid any risk of appearing on wanted lists himself. He promised to deposit 200 copper marks in an anonymous account for operating expenses and would share the login details in the group chat later. As for the rest of the money, each brother was responsible for their own portion. Saving is easy, spending wisely is hard, and no one wanted to flaunt a big bag of copper coins in public. Zwan's hunter woman turned the carriage around and escorted Jitong Lage as far as the outskirts. On the dusty yellow path, Jitong Lage swung himself back onto the donkey, packed his canteen, provisions, and weapons with a clatter, and set off alone into the distance. By the time Zwan's hunter woman returned to the hospital, Chin Feng was awake. A professional's constitution is tough, and Chin Feng was reinforced with physical enhancement to boot. After 2 drips, aside from some hunger and weakness, his wounds were no longer a concern. After completing the discharge procedures, the 4 of them picked an old inn at random by the roadside. "You 4 grown men only want the cheapest room? No private bathroom?" the front desk girl asked, eyes wide. "Yes," Chow E replied flatly. Chin Feng needed to go offline to recover his strength, while Summer Rhapsody and Zwan's hunter woman had errands at home. They just needed a place to lie down. Real sleep was secondary. Every penny counted, and what wasn't necessary wouldn't be spent. 20 lease, not a single lease more. Chow E pulled out a dull yellowish 25 lease coin from his pocket and slapped it on the counter. The desk girl paused for 2 seconds, then reluctantly handed back 5 lease change. It was definitely the first time she had ever met a customer this stingy. Only those who have made money truly understand how hard it is to earn it. After the door closed, Chow E finally understood why the receptionist girl had looked at them so strangely. The tiny room, less than 10 square meters and windowless, contained only a single bed barely wide enough for 2 people and 2 stiff folding chairs. Nothing else. For grown men, being assigned to such a cramped space looked completely out of place. "Guys, I'm out. I'm starving," Chin Feng said first as he sat down on one of the chairs. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished into sparkling fragments along with his backpack and jacket. Then Zwan Lima Run and Xiaori Guangxiang logged off one after another, leaving Chow E alone in the room. The other 3 all had ties in the real world and might disappear for a long time, so they needed to prepare excuses to cover for their absence. Chow E had it easier. No family or friends needing any explanation. By experience, non-original power items can't be directly brought back to reality, and a player's belongings disappear when they go offline. Chow E guessed that between login and logout there must be some mysterious transit space where all ordinary items are stored. Once you pick which world to enter, your gear is automatically swapped to the corresponding version. Your real-world clothes change into another set in the land of divine descent, and even your pocket ku chatsi updates accordingly. The flickering kerosene lamp cast a dim yellow glow, making the corners feel even emptier. Chow E took off his shoes and socks, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the single bed, releasing a long, heavy sigh. Chin Feng was still alive. That alone lifted a giant weight from his chest. If Chin Feng had not resisted, if wind chimes from afar had taken the flaming spear, maybe Chin Feng wouldn't have had to die once. But in that situation, neither Chow E nor Chin Feng would have sacrificed their dignity and the other 3 players as well. That kind of stubbornness made them kindred spirits after all. As his emotions settled, his scattered thoughts gradually focused. Chow E recalled the meditation method taught by Shun He and Chong Yun and began to regulate his breathing. First concentrating all attention into a pinpoint, then spreading that outward until it formed a meditation pattern unique to himself. In theory, the more complex the pattern, the more effective the meditation. Yet Shun He and Chong Yun had warned that this basic meditation was not easy to sculpt into high-precision patterns without advancing to a higher level. So what was the most complex pattern? The answer was obvious: the human body. The potion master once said that life is the greatest miracle in the world. Even the technologically advanced Sky Blue Star couldn't fully unravel the secrets of the human body. If one could mentally reconstruct their own bones, muscles, and organs clearly, meditation efficiency would skyrocket. His breath gradually slowed and deepened, his consciousness floating into a silent nocturnal realm. A simple yet distinct silhouette of a human figure appeared in his mind, first the spine and limbs, then fuzzy outlines of muscles and meridians followed. Skill acquired. Basic meditation. Basic meditation, a universal skill for all classes that guides, stores, uses, and hones original power through meditation. Shallow meditation restores some original power, also slightly recovering physical and mental states. Deep meditation raises the core original power limit and enhances its quality. Note: meditation does not replace eating or drinking and cannot fulfill bodily physiological needs. Deep meditation can be equivalent to a deep sleep. Just beginning his meditation practice, Chao Yi could only reach a shallow meditative state. It felt like being enveloped in mist, his thoughts gently lifted as if drifting away from the world, so light he might be carried off by a soft breeze any moment. Shun Hechanjian had mentioned in a training video that once you fully adapt to this shallow floating sensation, you could move into a deeper silence where all external sensations and self-awareness vanish, time and space flatten, leaving only pure emptiness. Even this light meditation was enough for Chao Yi to sense a mysterious primal energy fluctuating in the air around him. He felt a coolness seep through his pores, igniting his meridians one by one, until all the energy converged in his chest, forming a warm surge at his heart. Different professions had different sources of this primal power. Alchemy sorcerers drew strength from flesh and blood, so their engine was this relentlessly beating heart. He exhaled slowly, opening his eyes and stepping out of the trance. His fingertips brushed the virtual interface. The player panel showed his surface and core primal energy bars, both filled with green. Glancing down at his pocket watch, the hour hand pointed to 4:35 a.m., indicating he had been training for about 2 hours. Next, he pulled out Justice from his shoulder bag. Normally, it appeared as an ordinary primal energy tool, but in truth, it was a rune-forged flame spear. Even if its exterior was completely destroyed, as long as primal energy remained, the spear could be reforged in blazing form. Chao Yi grasped the hilt tightly and flicked his wrist. The blast of fire tore away the metal casing, revealing translucent flames swirling across the spear in intertwining crimson and gold, like a living tongue of fire. The moment the runic contract activated, the flame spear bound completely to him, making it untouchable by others. It originally had 5 enchantment slots, of which 1 had been used in this Justice form. 4 remained. Once he collected 4 more uniquely extraordinary firearms, he could continuously evolve this main weapon, ensuring it remained his core combat strength for a long time. Of course, collecting weapons was only one immediate goal. More urgent was learning to read so he could decipher the strange symbols in the alchemy notes and truly step onto the path of the alchemy sorcerer. Only then could he master the use of truth. It had been some time since returning to the divine descent realm, but that mysterious presence remained silent, perhaps still dormant after his last wish had taxed it too heavily. How his mother had obtained truth was now a mystery, but the important thing was now it was bound to him. With this special aid in hand, he could not afford to let it gather dust. I need to go to Yinqing soon to get my ID sorted out. Chao Yi thought through his next steps. Returning to Zhuohong City, he had to complete the assignment to eliminate the poison snake gang first. As for the mission involving the scapegoat, it remained unclear. He needed to find a way to contact the mysterious government code agent. Additionally, crafting the traveler's secret cache was a priority, as well. Carrying no portable storage was a huge inconvenience. The room was silent except for the hum of the air conditioner. Chao Yi exited the divine descent realm, his awareness returning to reality. Team leader Shin Hechanjian logged out periodically to check if the organization released new missions. Those requiring real-world actions were executed offline, otherwise they stayed in the game. Chao Yi had yet to officially join the squad, and served only as field support. After all, Shin Hechanjian had been out of contact for a while. I won't be staying in this apartment much anyway. If Sister Wang could cut me some rent, that'd be nice, he muttered, then shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. The monthly rent was only 6,000 daxia coins. Was it worth fussing over? Chao Yi now belonged to the high-income bracket, earning 100,000 a month. Phew, that feels great. After changing his profession to alchemist and completing the game and reality physical fusion, Chao Yi felt for the first time what it truly meant to be free from sub-health. His bowel movements were smooth and effortless. Now that his body functioned properly in reality, he naturally scoffed at the filthy public toilets at inns. Only his own fully intelligent toilet seat could be called real comfort. Xiao Yi's home was on the outskirts of Jianghai City, a one-bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, one bathroom apartment covering 78 square meters. For south-facing floor-to-ceiling windows bathed the room in unobstructed morning sunlight. The elegantly decorated fresh and clean style blended perfectly with the smart home appliances. Although it was a suburban place, the landlord Wang Yao still dared to charge 6,000 daxia coins per month. Fortunately, Xiao Yi valued quality living, no elders to support above, no children to raise below, and money saved would sooner or later be donated to charity. Why be stingy? As a game booster, he had a pleasant voice, decent looks, and expertise in popular games like LOL, PUBG, Tower of Fantasy, and Naraka, Blade Point. Skilled and used to late nights, he steadily grew from meager earnings to a loyal client base, easily pulling in 500,000 daxia coins annually. With his physiological needs taken care of, he hummed a tune while soaking in a hot bath for half an hour. At 5:40 a.m., with the first light of dawn, the Robin Hood squad had no new messages. Looks like everyone was busy with their own affairs. He pulled out his phone and texted Qinfeng, "Feeling any better?" But got no reply. Guessed the guy was still asleep. After tying up a garbage bag full of chicken bones, Xiao Yi headed downstairs to check on Xiao He. Games are games, life is life. The advice of Shun He and Chongyun echoed in his mind. The divine descent zone can be considered real, but it's still just a game. If you ruin your normal life for it, chaos is inevitable. First, remember you're a normal person, then a professional and player. Xiao He's routine was always steady. Back to the doghouse by 11 p.m., awake around 5 or 6 a.m. When Xiao Yi arrived, Xiao He was stretching in the morning light. Spotting the familiar figure holding a food bag, it immediately wagged its tail and came over. These chicken bones are a real tonic stewed with ginseng, deer antler, and lingji mushroom. Eat up. But Xiao He just circled around him, showing little interest in the bones. Instead, it fixated obsessively on something in Xiao Yi's pocket. "Hey, I'm your buddy, but don't be digging around in my crotch." Xiao Yi awkwardly tried to push the dog away. The dog shoved its head hard into his left pocket and pulled out a glinting card, the valuable Fate Alchemist Profession card. Xiao Yi froze on the spot. Not even 100 Xiao Heis could repay something this precious. He gently took back the card, heart pounding with dread. According to official info, the main way to get profession cards is by opening treasure chests. Whether native or player, anyone can get them, as long as they can open treasure chests. As for how to get the chests, the documents clearly listed 3 main methods. First, in the world of the divine descent, treasure chests can appear completely at random and without any pattern anywhere, even in the foulest latrines. This pure stroke of luck belongs to whoever stumbles upon it. Yet Shinha and Chongyun have yet to see the shadow of a single chest. Second, there are the ruins. Players call them dungeons, but these exist alongside reality, yet also apart from it. After the revival of spiritual energy, these ruins have emerged everywhere. Passing their trials rewards extraordinary materials, primal power items, and treasure chests, with prizes varying based on the ruin's scale and difficulty. Not only players but also natives can enter and challenge these ruins. Third, quest rewards. Only players possess a quest panel and can trigger system-assigned tasks in specific environments. This channel for treasure chests belongs exclusively to players. Natives cannot replicate it. However, once ordinary people become professionals, it becomes very difficult to get professional cards from treasure chests. The chests inherently favor the opener's own interests. Whoever opens it receives the reward. Professional cards are useless to those already promoted, so the system kindly filters them out. This classic paradox emerges. Most treasure chests go to professionals, but they can't get professional cards. If ordinary people open chests, they might get professional cards, but mostly junk. As a result, professional cards remain scarce. Professionals have no real demand for professional cards. The true buyers are wealthy, ordinary people. They don't want to fight, but yearn for health and longevity. So they favor life-related or healing professions like priests, ocean spirits, miracle walkers, and alchemists, whose cards sell for prices comparable to gold. Other professional cards vary in price, depending on supply. More abundant ones can fetch tens of thousands of copper coins, rarer ones several thousand. Xiao Yi was holding a Life Mystic Alchemist professional card, planning to sell it after returning to Zhuahong City and use the proceeds to buy extraordinary firearms or craft walkers' secret treasures. But plans were disrupted suddenly. Xiao He tilted his head and swallowed the Life Mystic Alchemist card whole. Many readers questioned, given the alchemist's reaction, how could Xiao He succeed? This is not a loophole, but a plot setup. The fact that it could have been stopped, but wasn't, contains duality or logic. If readership remains strong, the author will reveal the setup later. Too much explanation now would be a spoiler. The card has been swallowed. Xiao Yi froze on the spot, as did Xiao He. The dog's body became wrapped in countless dark threads, instantly forming into a strange, chaotic cocoon. Xiao He. A remedy. Xiao Yi cried out. Heart bleeding. An alchemist professional card worth thousands of copper coins was eaten by the dog. His chaos value spiked wildly in his mind. Should I chop Xiaohei up for minced meat and try to get the professional card back? He clenched his hunting knife, took a deep breath, and suppressed the impulse. Dogs are humans' most loyal companions. Desires cannot rule. Stay calm, calm. What happens if a dog swallows a professional card? Turning back, he saw the cocoon suddenly tear open with a shhh. You have discovered an extraordinary life form, Xiaohei. Xiao Yi stood stunned. It turns out if a dog swallows a professional card, it gains the corresponding extraordinary abilities. A mystical cultist dog. The little black dog, having broken free from its cocoon, looked remarkably striking now. Its short black fur gleamed like satin in the faint light, smooth and closely molded to its sleek body. Beneath the slender frame, muscles curved fluidly, ready to spring at any moment. Most captivating were its eyes, dotted with tiny sparkles like stars, clear and almost human in their expression. By the courtyard wall, Chowie grabbed the little black dog's neck firmly and shook it up and down. So you've evolved. Do you know how much money you've eaten up? Aplu? Fighting's one thing, but at least give me some breathing room. Who's speaking? A youthful voice sounded out of nowhere. Xiao Yi looked around alertly. There was no one else in the courtyard except him and the dog. Give me some breathing room. He lowered his head again and locked eyes with those bright dog eyes. A dog? Speaking? Xiao Yi was completely stunned. Could it be I've bred an extraordinary pet? A spark lit up in his mind, quickly turning to delight. A loyal, exceptional dog was worth more than a professional card. The problem was how to bring the little black dog into the land of divine descent. He wanted to log in holding the dog right there, but suddenly remembered the VR headset was still at home. Frustrated, he slapped his forehead. I'm telling you, you're my dog from now on. With that, he scooped up the dog and headed straight home. As they ran, the little black kept asking, why can I talk? Are you Chow Yi? Chow Yi, what is a player panel? Astronomy, terrain, constellations, dreams, divination, deduction. What do these mean? Chow Yi froze in the middle of the road. So the little black had become a player. Now he understood why the player panel listed race. Not all players were human. Just as he was pondering how the dog would log into the land of divine descent, a cold mechanical voice sounded from behind. Your delivery has arrived. Chow Yi's spine chilled. He spun around, but saw no one, only a delivery box calmly sitting at his feet. Kaze delivery. Recipient, little black. Phone number, none. Damn. What the hell? My deliveries appear like this too. The little black looked up and asked again, Chow Yi, what is a player panel? You're just a dog. How am I supposed to explain? Chow Yi rubbed his temples. Why can't I talk? Because dogs don't talk. From now on, don't speak in public except to me, got it? If anyone finds out, you'll be killed. Oh, the dog's ears drooped as it replied, like a child of 7 or 8. Chow Yi guessed that since the dog interacted with humans in the neighborhood every day, overhearing so much speech, its vocal cords must have evolved to a near-human level, allowing it to speak now. With the dog cradled in his left arm and the delivery box in his right hand, Chow Yi dashed upstairs, fumbled for his keys, opened the door, and without delay his fingers now like bone claws easily tore open the delivery box. Inside the cardboard box was a small motorcycle helmet designed specifically for pets, along with an instruction manual. Chow Yi unpacked it and carefully reviewed the key points in the manual. As long as you successfully use the profession card, anyone, human or animal, can become a player. Clearly, this set was meant for his dog, named Xiaohei. Is this for me? He mumbled, receiving a mechanical reply from the system. Yes. Chow Yi crouched down and carefully placed the lightweight VR helmet on Xiaohei's head, seriously instructing. What I'm about to say might be hard for you to understand. Once I fasten the visor, you'll be transported to another world. Find the player panel and select exit to come back home. While you're there, observe carefully without speaking. When you've seen enough, come back and tell me everything, okay? Xiaohei cocked his head, letting out a somewhat confused low bark, but his tail wagged nonstop. The instant the visor clicked shut, the dog's bark turned into a brief, excited wow, then vanished into thin air. Tian continent, Xian City. Xiaohei slowly woke to find himself lying in an ultra-luxurious estate spanning over 1,000 hectares. A thick, handmade carpet cushioned his belly. The floor's radiant heating warmed his fur, and the air was fragrant with grass and flowers. Looking up, he saw 2 suns hanging high in the sky, strange, but not entirely impossible in a dog's worldview, though a faint instinct told him it was unfamiliar. More memories flooded in like a tide. Skills, talents, even knowledge of this continent's mountains and city-states. As a supernatural shaman dog, he didn't feel the sharp pain his master once endured, only a slight dizziness before settling into a brief daze. So this is the other world Chow Yi talked about? But why am I here? Xiaohei wondered, his nose catching the scent of meat roasting nearby before his mind could answer. Xiaohei, breakfast is ready. In the bright, palace-like dining hall, a young woman named Fong Wanwan approached carrying a silver tray. The main dish was a whole charcoal grilled steak weighing about a kilogram, sourced from the Elysis region on the far side of the Tianqi Mountains, renowned as the continent's finest beef. costing over 6 copper coins 70 li per 100 grams. Only a pinch of salt was sprinkled to ease the dog's kidney burden. The steak's golden red marbling shimmered under the lights, releasing a pure, steaming aroma that made Xiao Hei's tongue tremble uncontrollably. The side dishes were equally exquisite. 6 plump Yunhai sea shrimps, half a glossy apple, 2 fresh broccoli florets, and half a crunchy flower cucumber. This meal alone cost around 100 copper coins, a price ordinary people wouldn't dare imagine. Fong Wanwan set the tray on a raised dining table designed just for dogs, gently patted the chair back to invite Xiao Hei to sit, then carefully tied a napkin around his neck and cut the food into bit-sized pieces. Xiao Hei couldn't stop wagging his tail wildly. This was truly food, unlike the scraps and leftovers he had before. After the meal, Fong Wanwan skillfully wiped his face and brushed his teeth with warm water. Then came free time. Throughout the entire estate of over 1,000 hectares, no area was off-limits to Xiao Hei. After all, the estate's actual owner was also officially his owner. His name was Li Yuyue, the third son of the honorary chairman of the Tiannan Provincial Council. In an era where the throne had been abolished but the noble system persisted, the honorary chairman had no real power but remained the highest symbol of the old aristocracy's presence in politics. Thus, people still respectfully called Li Yuyu's father Duke Li Yi. If the old dynasty were ever restored, this honorary chairman would become King Li Yi. The power to grant noble titles in the new era rested entirely in the hands of Li Yi, the honorary chairman. Humans and dogs simply don't share the same joys and sorrows. Right now, Xiao Hei was crouched in a fancy restaurant at the Divine Descent site, gnawing on a top-grade steak that cost 6 copper coins and 70 li fen per 100 grams. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was squeezed into a tiny rented room in Zhanghai City, holding a bowl of tofu pudding and a freshly fried youtiao, replying line by line with his extraordinary vocal fry to private messages from several lady bosses he had received over the past few days. He probably wouldn't have time to continue his gig as a game companion, but he couldn't forget his roots. These bosses had been his bread and butter once, so not a single message could be left unanswered. Beep beep. The group chat of Zhanghai City's third-tier professionals remained quiet. Since Xiao Yi joined yesterday, only the player with the ID Swagger Ghost had said a word. Suddenly, a green bubble flickered as a message popped up from the Robin Hood squad. Qin Feng, brothers, am feeling much better. Qin Feng, how about we set off for Yinqing today? Summer Reverie flipped over the map. Traveling from Baiyang County to Yinqing along official roads was nearly 300 li, and even by horse carriage, it would take 5 days. The sooner they left, the better. The Zhuan Hunter and Qin Feng still bore wounds, but the physiology of their original power profession was tough as nails. Adventurers who threw in the towel at the slightest injury might as well retire to the real world. Prime Minister Chao agreed. Prime Minister Chao, eat up, I'm tied up here, but we'll be online later. Zhuan Hunter, okay. Summer Reverie, loot_pic.jpg. Chao Yi, what the heck are you guys up to so early? Soon the group chat was flooded with inappropriate pictures. 7:30 a.m. Suddenly, the air in the rented room's living space stirred as Xiao Hei dropped from above. Xiao Hei's eyes gleamed brightly. Wow, that world is seriously cool. Clearly, that tone hadn't come from Xiao Yi. Thinking of the harsh environment back in Showa district and his own frustrations over recent days, Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you understand what cool really means? Xiao Hei fired off a rapid series of questions. Xiao Yi, where is Xian City? What does it mean to be the honorary speaker of Tiannan Prefecture? Turns out Xiao Hei had been brought all the way to the capital and treated as an honored guest. Xiao Yi had to explain. The honorary speaker is just an honorary guest at Tiannan Prefecture's highest provincial council, prestigious but powerless. The real military and political authority lies with the governor, also called the first speaker. Still, being an honorary speaker means you're at the very top of Tiannan Prefecture. Only after saying it did he realize. Why was he teaching politics to a dog? Xiao Hei wagged its tail. I'm not a stray dog. I have an owner over there. He's the third son of the honorary speaker of Tiannan Prefecture. Our home is huge. It gestured wildly. Canines had no sense of 1,000 hectares, only that their home had mountains, rivers, and forests. It had wandered around for a full hour before getting completely lost. Xiao Yi massaged his forehead. Humans and dogs really do experience emotions differently. He instinctively reached for a cigarette in his pocket, but remembered this was the lousy real world and, to be honest, he didn't smoke much anyway. I feel so frustrated. Why does a dog's life have to be so lucky, while a person has to struggle desperately in the slums? That day, he happened to overhear the words Tiannan province-wide railway advancement plan. Just as he was filled with confusion, a sudden flash of insight struck him like lightning, clearing his thoughts in an instant. Did Xiao Hei hear something too? Of course. Xiao Hei said he heard many words but couldn't understand a single one. After all, this Tiannan short-haired terrier was still just a dog, unfamiliar with human jargon. The Tiannan short-haired terrier is a native breed from Tiannan province, with a lean but powerful physique. Though slender in appearance, it possesses explosive strength and is born a top-quality hunting dog. They're highly intelligent and easily trained. Most importantly, they are fiercely loyal. With only brief training, the vast majority of Tian terriers become the continent's finest hunters, their combat abilities rivaling top dogs from other provinces. This makes them highly coveted among the local nobility. Xiao He is one of the best of his kind. Li Yuyue paid a full 4,500 copper coins to buy him from a dog merchant, bringing him back to the manor just 5 days ago. He looks the part, acts almost human, and is a formidable fighter. Li Yuyue was instantly captivated. But Li Yuyue didn't know that this Xiao He before him was only a projection of the real Xiao He in the physical world. Everything about being chosen seemed accidental, but was actually predetermined. Having been modified by Qiao Yi into a supernatural mystic dog, his loyalty for life belonged solely to Qiao Yon. Dog cannot serve two masters. This instinct was written into his very bones. Just now, Xiao He recalled what he saw in the manor. Li Yue speaking with his father and several others, mentioning the recent discovery of new iron and coal mines in the north, and talking about implementing the province-wide railway promotion plan at the annual conference on October 1st. Xiao He relayed these details exactly to Qiao Yi, though he didn't understand what October 1st, iron mine, or coal mine actually meant. Qiao Yi listened, his breath growing rapid. Explaining calendars and minerals to a dog was impossible, but he sensed a crucial clue. The divine realm and the real world shared identical time rules 365 days a year, 12 months, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, almost like parallel worlds. Even more astonishing, Tiannan province had stocks and exchanges. Although railways there were still underdeveloped. Even wealthy Yunhai province only had a single transportation hub in Zhuahong City where all travelers had to transfer. If the province-wide railway plan was implemented, direct trains would connect cities, meaning railway companies across Tian then would see their stock prices skyrocket. An opportunity had arrived. Qiao Yi could open a stock trading account before the good news broke, buy shares in Yunhai province's railway companies while they were cheap, and wait for the surge once the plan was announced. He could almost smell the copper coins flooding in, envisioning the tide of wealth rushing toward him. Good dog. He couldn't help himself and lifted Xiao He into his arms, excitement radiating from him. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't a dog, Xiao Yi would have kissed the little black-faced dog twice. No matter how high-profile the meeting was, no powerful figure would mind having their beloved dog curled up at their feet. What Li Yue could never have imagined in her wildest dreams was that her dog could not only understand what was said, but could actually speak human language. Destiny diviners are born with astonishing abilities in learning, logic, and memory, plus extraordinary vision and hearing, and dogs already have keen ears. Even guarding the door outside, Xiao He could clearly hear the private conversations inside despite excellent soundproofing. He was a natural-born spy. Although he didn't understand the meaning yet, he memorized every word perfectly. To Qiao Yi, a Destiny diviner's professional card worth only a few thousand copper coins was like striking gold. If Xiao He could casually eavesdrop at Li Yuyu's estate, that snippet of information alone could set off a massive wave of wealth in the outside world. For example, once the nationwide railway expansion plan was approved, how many times would stock prices of rail companies in the southern continent multiply? Twofold, 3, 5. Even a threefold increase would triple Qiao Yi's assets. Weight stocks could be leveraged. Using 5 times leverage alongside a threefold gain, just 2,000 copper coins could soar to 30,000 after October 1st. That'd be just a step away from becoming a millionaire. Making a fortune off insider information was more exhilarating than any robbery. Currently, communications in the Divine Descent region were still limited to telegraphs, letters, and newspapers. The stock market was in its infancy with regulations far less developed than on Blue Star. Chaos and opportunity coexisted. Qiao Yi had to rush back to Zhuahong City in Yunhai province that was the only city in the province with a trading exchange. Today was August 20th, leaving plenty of time before October 1st. Xiao He, from now on you'll stay at Li Yuyu's estate, and try to memorize everything she says each day. Qiao Yi ruffled the dog's head, grinning from ear to ear. This profession card is incredibly valuable. It not only got you a good home, but also built me the safest intelligence channel. Alright. Xiao He wagged his tail. The dog's world was Simplite knew who had truly given it life, and would remain absolutely loyal to Qiao Yi for life. Although he couldn't stay with his owner forever, living in Li Yuyu's mansion was not bad. Loyalty was loyalty, life was life. Qiao Yi's financial situation looked ordinary, but how could he explain that? No problem was too tough for Qiao Yi. He took out a tablet, entered the password for Xiao He to remember. From then on, Xiao He just needed to record the eavesdropped information into the tablet, and Qiao Yi could check it offline. Then he patiently demonstrated how to use the internet and search for information. Soon, Xiao He encountered the same difficulty Qiao Yi once had: illiteracy. Qiao Yi immediately searched for beginner literacy courses and added them to the study list. With your ability, you'll learn in just a few days. Remember, don't stay in the real world for more than 3 days. Got it, Qiao Yi. Xiao He would never stay in the real world for 3 whole days. At most, He'd hang around until noon before sneaking back to the manor just in time for lunch. Right now, Xiaohei was sitting perfectly still on the living room sofa, front paws holding a tablet, his shiny black dog eyes fixed intently on the screen, as if he were studying hard. The contrast was so bizarre that even a quick glance felt unsettling. In the land of the divine descent, if a person vanished for too long, it would easily raise alarms. The front desk clerk would come knocking to remind you your room fees were about to expire. Street vendors nearby would glance around, wondering if something had happened to you. But Xiaohei was just a dog. If he disappeared, everyone tacitly assumed he had run off to romp somewhere deep inside the sprawling manor grounds, a place covering thousands of hectares, and that had obediently come back for dinner when night fell. A string of unexpected events kept Xiao Yi running around like a whirlwind, almost making him forget about the abnormal mission in Xing Township and the unretrieved reward it carried. That reward was marked by the system as unknown, only revealable upon formal collection. He took a deep breath. Collect mission reward. Mission reward being issued. The next second, a warm tide of primal energy surged from the void into his body. Xiao Yi felt the warmth rush through every fiber and limb. In an instant, 500 units of basic primal essence were fully refined, and his experience bar leapt suddenly from 1.23 to 6.23. Not bad at all, he assessed silently. A line of flickering text appeared on the system screen. You have received 1 grade treasure chest. At the first level of energy mastery, single-handedly killing a second-tier red fly as the decisive force meant an unusually generous reward this time. On the supernormal market, even a grade chest would sell for 500 to 800 copper coins. A grade easily fetched between 801, 200, and was hard to find. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi said, "Open the chest." The brass surface of the chest gleamed as if polished by morning light, suddenly emitting a soft glow. You have obtained 1 stabilizing bracer. You have obtained 1 rune pact, see parasitism. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted dark silver bracer and a rune pact bound in a cover etched with blood-red vines. Stabilizing bracer. Category: auxiliary primal device. Though not high grade, it was extremely practical. When worn, it completely eliminates minor tremors in the arms, wrists, and hands, enabling supreme precision control. At the same time, the wearer's mindset calms, allowing them to keep cool in any sudden situation. Side effects. Prolonged use will dull emotional fluctuations and reduce desires, potentially causing impotence in extreme cases. Xiao Yi's brow twitched sharply. Can't alchemists be a bit more reliable? Useful, yes, but why the nastiest drawbacks? Still, he put the bracer on his left wrist and tested it. The stabilizing effect was undeniably impressive. For potion masters, whether aiming or brewing, that level of precision was a dream come true. Rune Pact, Seed Parasitism. Activation requirements. Alchemist Potion Master. Skill, Seed Parasitism. Description: consumes primal energy to detach a small portion of one's own flesh and blood, condensing it into a blood seed that silently attaches to a target. Within a designated area, the user can sense the parasitized target and choose to 1. Control the target through the blood seed. 2. Detonate the blood seed to damage the target. 3. With skill mastery, transform oneself entirely into a blood seed to directly parasitize the target. The potion master profession really is black as night, Xiao Yi muttered softly, but without hesitation opened his right palm, gently pressing the rune pact into his palm. A faint white runic glow seeped into his skin. A pattern of pale red veins quickly spread over his forearm and then disappeared. Xiao Yi activated the rune pact directly and soon mastered the basic usage of seed parasitism. 3 minutes later, an invisible flesh and blood seed parasitized on Xiaohei. Xiaohei only glanced suspiciously at Xiao Yi, lightly wagging his tail, completely unaware of the foreign object now inside him. Xiao Yi silently nodded to himself. Targets of similar strength truly were difficult to detect the flesh and blood seed. With a thought, he quietly retrieved the seed again. Li Yu's identity was special, and professionals must be nearby. If Xiaohei returned carrying the seed, it could easily raise suspicion. By the way, Xiaohei. Xiao Yi half crouched, placing his hand on the dog's head, and began teaching him a basic meditation technique. This method could suppress aura fluctuations, allowing the extraordinary individual to blend in among ordinary people. Otherwise, Li Yue would sooner or later discover that this black dog was an extraordinary shaman dog. Xiaohei was highly perceptive and quickly entered a light meditative state under Xiao Yi's guidance. Although in the real world there was no force energy, and meditation could only reach the mental level, it was enough to conceal his aura. After confirming the effect, Xiao Yi casually gave Xiaohei's head a couple of scruffles, then replied in the Rob the Rich, Aid the Poor Squad chat channel. I'm good over here. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Rob the Rich, Aid the Poor squad assembled online on time. Four burly men squeezed into a cramped guest room, shoulders pressed tightly together, making the scene quite crowded. When the door opened, a cleaning lady mopping the hallway looked curious at first, then watched them leave in single file with shock. At the inn entrance, Zwan Hunter pulled out 2 Li Fun for parking fees, then went to the public parking lot to bring the horse-drawn carriage. Having been injured, he simply handed the reins to Qin Feng, who was also nursing wounds in the carriage, and laid down beside him to rest. Temporary driver duty was taken over by the amateur coachman Xiao Yi, while the co-driver seat was given to Summer Rhapsody, who had the best sense of direction. Old-fashioned paper maps were like a foreign language to Xiao Yi, who was only familiar with his real-time GPS unethical map. We need to stockpile enough water and food. We might be tailed at any moment, so we won't be able to log off. Summer Rhapsody warned. Xiao Yi nodded and added, don't forget toilet paper either. The team counted their loot. Copper tokens taken from Henry Berg's gang were still abundant, giving them strong buying power for daily necessities. 1 copper token could buy 400 grams of flavorful snowflake beef jerky, which was chewy and contained no tech or additives. Such jerky was nearly impossible to find in the real world. Similarly, chocolate and various canned goods were essential for the journey. Their shopping list quickly filled: bottled water by the case, beef jerky, chocolate, canned meats, canned vegetables, canned fruits, and whole packs of toilet paper. At checkout, they spent a total of 8 copper tokens and 45 Li Fun. The carriage was packed full, and its wheels rumbled over the cobblestone road as it slowly pulled out of the southern outskirts of Baiyang County. At this point, besides their personal revolvers, there were no illegal firearms on the carriage. Qin Feng carried an extra Tang Dao sword as a mission reward. Cold weapons were unregulated, and as long as they didn't board the steam train, no one would question it. Even if stopped by the sheriff for inspection, they could confidently swear their innocence. Along the way, Xiao Yi kept thinking about the situation with his stocks, hesitating to speak. The more people who knew, the greater the risk of leaks. It was better to fully learn the stock market rules after returning to Zhuahong City. Before making money with the brothers, there was no need to increase the risk of exposure now. Having amassed wealth of over 10,000 copper coins, one could barely cross into the upper echelons of Zhuahong City society. This figure acted like a clear dividing line, sharply separating people into 2 groups. Only by crossing it would one have a chance to enter the professional circles. Xiao Yi understood well that his social network could not forever rely on the 3rd professional squad of Jianghai City. Only by controlling wealth and integrating into new social strata could he begin to build his walker's secret cache, purchase primal firearms, and truly make progress in life. The official road south to Yinqing was far from empty. It was bustling with activity. Although Zhuahong City had opened a direct steam train line to Yinqing, many merchants still preferred the old-fashioned donkey carts for freight transport. The reason was simple: dedicated steam freight cars were expensive, and combined with the costs of goods, logistics, and labor, the profit margins were slim. Moreover, no matter the destination, all goods had to be transferred once in Zhuahong City, adding another layer of expense. Donkey carts were slow but cheap and reliable, so the road was filled with the steady clatter of wheels and lively chatter, with travelers coming and going in all directions. The further south the caravan traveled, the more white people appeared. The southernmost part of Yunhai province bordered the sea, with numerous ports lining the coast, endlessly welcoming and dispatching ships day and night. Ships departing these ports could easily cross the natural barrier formed by the Tianqi mountain range to reach the Eliasis continent in the east of Shandong, where white people predominated. Eliasis, in terms of territory, military power, and economy, was comparable to the Tiannan continent. The 2 continents, separated by the Tianqi mountains, were practically kings unseen by kings. Inside the carriage, Qin Feng and Zwan Hunter Mom were pondering the basic meditation method. However, meditation required stillness and privacy, very different from the fantasy-style cultivation found in novels. The carriage jolted incessantly, with villagers laughing, horses neighing ahead, and shepherds often driving herds of sheep or cattle at full speed along the grassland's edge. Under such conditions, entering a state of calm was a feat of true genius. It was only after nightfall, when the day's noise gradually faded, that the 4 chose a flat clearing, set up a campfire, and opened a few cans of meat. Once the stew boiled, they tossed in canned vegetables and shredded flatbread all at once. Though the resulting porridge looked unappetizing, its aroma was surprisingly pleasant. Unfortunately, there was meat but no wine out in the wild. It wasn't safe, and Xiao Yi dared not venture into the black market. After filling their stomachs and washing dishes by the river, Xiao Yi leaned against the carriage, regulated his breathing, and smoothly slipped into a shallow meditation. His experience told him the mind would quickly gather itself in this state. Gradually, he caught the sense of the nothingness of self and things described by Shun He and Chong Yun. His mind became utterly blank, as if entering a deep, dreamless sleep. In deep meditation, time lost almost all meaning. Only when a morning breeze blew and faint dawn light crept over the horizon did Xiao Yi pull out his pocket watch. 6 hours. No wonder his legs were numb. In the end, he hadn't been awakened by the wind, but by discomfort. Meditation could replace sleep, but not eating, drinking, or relieving oneself. Indeed, After professional practitioners enter deep meditation for some time, they naturally awaken prompted by physiological needs. After completing deep meditation, the practitioner would enter a phase of heightened energy. At this stage, their internal power surged and their spirit was invigorated, but it also made it extremely difficult to descend into the same depth of meditation again. Practitioners were not like cultivators in fantasy novels who could retreat into seclusion at will. Their so-called retreat rarely lasted more than 4 to 8 hours. The next round of deep meditation had to align with their biological rhythm and waited until the following day. Chao Yi squatted in a small grove, taking care of his physical needs while nervously opening his player panel. His experience points had increased by another 0.18 since the last meditation, reaching 6.41. He quietly calculated if a level 1 practitioner could perform one highly efficient meditation daily without any external aid, it would take about 500 days to qualify for an attempt at advancing to level 2. Players who diligently completed tasks would progress faster, but that was only the theoretical optimal curve. In reality, no one could guarantee enough time every day for deep meditation, especially since meditation efficiency declined over time. Most practitioners gained the most benefits at the start, then progress became painstakingly slow, like squeezing toothpaste. Those with poorer aptitude might eventually no longer gain any force at all from meditation. If rank could be raised simply by logging enough hours, the entire supernatural world would have been turned upside down long ago. Once meditation efficiency dropped below a critical point, one had to switch to advanced meditation techniques or use items and potions, but anything that boosted efficiency always required paydoing. Everyone loved copper engraving grade gear, but not everyone could afford it. Besides, promotion was never automatic. The path of the supernatural was long and obstructed. 5 days later, on August 26th, the carriage entered the Salt City territory. The wounds of the Zhuan hunter tribe member who had been injured were fully healed, with the scabs silently falling off. Qin Feng's condition had mostly recovered. The group found a secluded stream along a tributary of the Jie River to rest offline. After days of eating on the road and sleeping under the open sky, and amid a steady stream of official carts and carriages on the highway, finding a safe place to log out had not been easy. The group looked dirt-smudged and weary, like they had just emerged from a wandering camp. No unusual events occurred on the journey, whether in the spirit descent realm or the real world. Chao Yi's meditation remained stable, each session granting between 0.15 and 0.2 experience, with his total now rising to 7.35. Xiao Hei's routine was similarly regular. By day he stayed at Li Yuyu's luxurious estate. By night he logged off to study the Dian language on a tablet, leaving messages before logging into the spirit descent realm to meditate. His incredible aptitude allowed him to quickly filter useful intelligence policies, commerce, and supernatural events based on brief conversations with Chao Yi, dismissing all other information as noise. Since that private meeting, Li Yue continued to maintain the image of an indulgent upper-class heir, but Xiao Hei sensed this nominal host was not the fool he appeared to be. Recently, other than accompanying the group once to the hunting grounds, he had taken no other action. There was still no further news from the 3rd practitioner squad in Zhanghai City. Shun He and Chongyun posted an announcement in the group chat. Supernatural creatures from the Tianshe mountain range broke through the Outer Legion's blockade and might still be hiding among human society. Everyone must be cautious when going out. It was through this announcement that Chao Yi pieced together the full story. Wild supernatural beings had nearly vanished from human settlements. Years ago, human profession holders signed a peace treaty with the king-level supernatural lifeforms. These beings would inhabit Jiechuan and the Tianshe mountains and never enter human areas. Conversely, if humans ventured deep into those territories, they could be regarded as invaders. But this time, something went wrong. Sadius, the so-called Near-Sea King who controlled the border between the Yunhai Sea and the continental plate, infiltrated inland, pushing tensions toward war. The authorities withheld casualty figures, but leaked reports indicated over 20,000 civilian deaths. Wang Yao then messaged Chao Yi privately, sending several texts. If he needed backup, she could leave Zhuahong City immediately and meet him in Yanqing. Having switched professions over 2 months ago, Wang Yao considered herself a senior professional and naturally thought she was far more competent than the rookie Chao Yi. But Chao Yi felt her enthusiasm was a bit too intensious if she were trying to pin him to a bed. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and similarly, no free favors. If there were, remember, either the person's crazy or a god jump. Thankfully, Wang Yao neither wanted to jump dimensions nor harbored ill intentions. She just wanted to stay on good terms with Chao Yi to secure low prices for alchemical potions. Professionals can fall ill too. Ocean elves' healing only repairs flesh and bone, but cannot cure diseases. Only potion masters can truly heal illnesses. This was why Shun He and Chongyun insisted on dragging Chao Yi into their team, no matter what. After a hot shower, Chao Yi studied himself carefully in the bathroom mirror. He blow-dried his hair, shaved off a rough beard patch, shook off water droplets from his shoulders. then ran his fingers through his hair to create a casual yet sharp style. Since becoming a potion master, his appearance hadn't changed dramatically, but he now carried a mysterious, profound aura. A side effect of his enhanced constitution was smoother hair and clearer skin. Features that once qualified only as somewhat handsome now easily earned him the title Very Handsome. Please show your ID. By the iron gate at the city entrance, two security officers conducted routine checks. What's your business in Yinqing? Business. Chao Yi handed over his documents. They glanced at them and then at the three companions behind him before waving them through. In the old era, Yinqing was just a small, unremarkable salt village by the sea. Thanks to policies favoring the Yunhai province, it had grown into a large port city. Under the sun, busy docks and non-stop maritime trade thrived. In the shadows, smuggling, illegal immigration, and various gray market dealings flourished. The continent where Tianan province lies is called Orvieto continent. Before the revival of spiritual energy, it was dotted with hundreds of kingdoms big and small. Productivity was low and technology weak. Although conflicts occurred, they were far from devastating. Then ancient ruins were uncovered. Ushering in a new era, profession holders and alchemical technology emerged onto the stage. Power and desire swelled rapidly, sparking a massive war that swept across Orvieto. This chaotic world war dragged on without end for a full 100 years. Finally, just before the 83rd year, the world government was officially established, and the fires of war came to an end. Under the control of this global ruling machine, the centuries-old kingdom system was completely dismantled and replaced by a brand new continental structure. Hundreds of kingdoms perished in years of relentless conflict, and many smaller states were wiped off the map entirely. The surviving nobility managed to stay alive, but lost any real power to shape the course of history. In the end, 6 great continents took shape on the new Orvieto land. The north held 4 continents: Valoria, Oriton, Morner, and Wuling. Together, they barely covered half of the landmass. The remaining vast and fertile territory was split between the 2 southern continents, Tianan and Elysis. Towering between these two stood the largest mountain range in Orvieto, the Apocalypse Mountains. Rising from the Sea of Clouds, they stretched northward deep into the continent, winding tens of thousands of miles, forming an impenetrable natural barrier that even birds struggled to cross. A century of war had scattered countless civilians, creating waves of refugees who settled all over. The term local had become nearly obsolete. In front of the Bayou Inn, the Zwan hunter woman appraised the faded gray sign and the clean windows, nodding in approval before parking the carriage in the nearby public lot. This time, they chose not to book separate rooms. How long they'd stay in Yinqing was still uncertain, and they needed time to meditate at night, not to casually log off and waste it. Still, for grown men crammed into one room was awkward, so each of them paid 40 lichen as their share. Though pricey, the room came with a window, private bathroom, and washbasin, clean, neat, and worth the cost. By midday, having braved the elements for days, their stomachs were empty. At the seaside, fresh seafood was the natural choice to satisfy their hunger. The friendly front desk attendant recommended a budget seafood restaurant located just down the back alley of the inn. Thick slabs of fish glistened on an ice platter, steamed crabs and prawns piled into small mountains. There were also plates of exotic shellfish they couldn't even name. Compared to the massive size of Blue Sky Planet's king crabs and Boston lobsters, these crabs and shrimp were just as big, yet the prices were unbelievably affordable. The whole table of seafood with drinks came to just 4 lichen and 80 coins. The Sea of Clouds region teemed with marine life, but poor transportation made inland distribution costly, so prices were a joke. Local workers complained the seafood was bland and just filling, saying it didn't give much energy for work. But Chao Yi and his group were unpicky, devouring the meal with delight and getting their hands covered in juice. Full and satisfied, Chao Yi pulled 25 lichen from his wallet and handed it gently to the waitress. "I'm looking for someone. Is there a reliable source of information here?" There was no tipping custom in Tian, and continent giving was entirely voluntary. The waitress held the unexpected money with a smile curving her eyes. "Sir, you might try your luck tonight at the Taiyang Ancient Bar." The Taiyang Ancient Bar was one of Yinqing's top nightlife spots. It's important to clarify, a tavern is not the same as a bar. Taverns were like quiet pubs on Blue Sky Planet, while bars were more like nightclubs. Although the southern Tiannan province had implemented a prohibition on alcohol sales, making it impossible to buy alcoholic drinks at taverns or bars, people's nightlife didn't come to a halt. Dancing, flirting, and chance encounters were all still happening as usual. The so-called bars had merely replaced alcohol with a new favorite: carbonated soft drinks. The cola produced in Eli province was especially popular. Served ice cold, it could still get people sweating on the dance floor, and it was even cheaper than alcohol. As night fell, Chao Yi finished his daytime meditation at the Bayou Inn and got into a carriage with his 3 friends Xia Ri Kuang Xiang, Zuan Lai Ma Run, and Xiao Ba Wang Dian Du Jai, heading straight for Taiyang Ancient Bar in Yinqing. Because his meditation session had been brief, he only gained a pitiful 0.05 experience, leaving him somewhat disappointed. The ancient street was brightly lit, with a line of horse-drawn carriages parked outside the bar. Deafening music blasted out through the doors. The moment the four pushed inside, four energetic young women with eye-catching outfits stood at the bar, scanning for targets. As soon as they saw Chao Yi and his friends, their gazes snapped to them. Two of the women swooped toward Xia Ri Kuang Xiang, grabbing his arms on either side, while the other two closed in on Chao Yi, flanking him from left and right. Zhu and Lima Run and Xiaoba Wang Dian Du Ji were left standing there bewildered. Xia Ri Kuang Xiang was handsome but had a soft, effeminate charm, which didn't appeal to every girl. In contrast, Chao Yi had a more enduring, attractive aura, so he attracted more attention. "Hey handsome, here alone? Let me buy you a drink. Want to dance together?" One of the lively girls purred into Chao Yi's ear. "If you're not blind." Chao Yi glanced at his companions. "You should see him with three others." But the two girls were both good-looking and well-built, so he didn't refuse. He let them lead him to the bar. The minimum spend at Taiyang Ancient Bar was 5 Li Fun. Buying a cold cola was enough for a wild night in, maybe even to find a dance partner, regardless of gender. The two girls pooled their coins. One pulled out 2 Li Fun. The other added 3 to finally buy Chao Yi a cold cola. Youthful as they were clearly broke. As for whether they were dangerous, just by looks it was impossible to tell. After only 2 sips of cola, Chao Yi was dragged onto the dance floor. Dancing here basically meant jumping and moving wildly to the beat, with limbs sometimes wandering. The lights distorted shadows, the mix of sweat and soda sweetness filled the air, and the heat felt like a fermenting vat. "Handsome, want to come back to my place later? We three can keep you company," one girl whispered close, breath laced with the scent of alcohol. Chao Yi remained silent. Though he was fond of beautiful women, he was picky. These two didn't quite meet his standards for bed partners. "I've got plans tonight, maybe another time," he declined gently, taking the chance to ask, "By the way, if I want to gather some info, who should I look for?" Women were always gracious with handsome men. Even after being rejected, their hands still roamed Chao Yi's chest as they smiled and pointed. "The third bartender from the left. Just ask him." Chao Yi gave a light pinch to one girl's soft cheek, then turned back to the Baronly to find that some ill-mannered BYD had swiped his cold cola. Chao Yi sighed, thinking, really no manners, how can they drink someone else's unfinished drink? He lifted his eyes to the third bartender at the bar and said, "I've heard your information is pretty reliable. Sir, would you like a glass of ice-cold cola?" The bartender wasn't trying to push a sale. He just noticed Chao Yi's dry way of speaking and figured he must be really thirsty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested spending another 5 Li Fun on a cola. Chao Yi pulled out a 5 Li Fun coin from his wallet and gently placed it on the bar counter. Although he suspected that some bartender might have secretly poured out his previous cola to get him to pay again, he had no proof. The bartender slid the chilled cola in front of him and casually stuck a straw into the glass. The cola at Taiyang Old Bar tasted close to Coca-Cola from the real world, but with bubblier carbonation and a creamier texture on the palate, overall, smoother than Coca-Cola itself. Chao Yi took a sip, mentally rating it as worth it. "Do you know a white guy named Ricardo Xiao?" "Of course," the bartender nodded. 50 Li Fun. Information gathering here has a fixed price no matter who you ask. Chao Yi took out 2 25 Li Fun coins and placed them on the bar as well. After pocketing the money, the bartender added, "He's a foreman at Pier 39. Just ask around there, you'll find him." Yinqing is a typical port city with plenty of docks and dock workers. For these workers, labor never stops once a cargo ship docks. There's work around the clock. Pay is based on effort. The harder you work, the more you earn. Fair and just. As long as you're not dead, you have to push yourself to the limit because poverty is a far worse fate than death. Chao Yi slowly sipped his cold cola, politely turning down several eager young women looking to chat. The girls at Taiyang Old Bar were decent quality, not heavily made up like in the real world, youthful, fresh, full of energy. Yet their social status limited their charm and depth. None met Chao Yi's standards. He wasn't just after looks or figure. He wanted personality and intellect, preferably with a husband or boyfriend too. Single girls brought too many complications. He was picky, while his teammate Summer Rhapsody was already lost in the music on the dance floor. Zhuan Huliman and Qin Feng held their drinks, trying to flirt around, but their modeling and outfits rarely caught the girls' attention unless they flashed the massive 2,000 copper coin wallet from their handbags. That was a different story. Chao Yi downed the last of his cola and ice in one go, pushed into the dance floor, and tapped Summer Rhapsody on the shoulder from behind. The music blared so loud he had to shout, "Buddy, some illnesses even the potion master can't cure." His words brought Summer Rhapsody back from his high. Once someone gains power, desire swells. That's why so many newcomers in the real world end up falling into crime. Damn, that's not fair. Qin Feng and Zhuan Huliman grumbled as they left Taiyang Old Bar, frustrated that Chao Yi and Summer Rhapsody had beautiful women surrounding them, while their own active attempts barely got a glance. But the world always judges by appearances, or rather, by modeling. Go to Pier 39. After confirming the location from the security staff, the carriage set off once again. At 10 o'clock, the Zwan hunters successfully located Pier 39. The dock was brightly lit, with the sea breeze carrying the sounds of crashing waves, ship horns, workers shouting, and foremen yelling like a rough, sprawling canvas that pushed the night itself into the shadows. Chow E and his three companions blended into the crowd and casually asked two longshoremen for directions. Soon, they spotted Ricardo Xiao in the unloading area piled high with wooden crates. Shen Hechanjian's description matched the man perfectly, a man just over 40, his thick beard like a tangled net. He wore a faded tank top and coarse trousers, looking every bit a hard-working dock worker, with no hint of a professional about him. What do you want with me? Ricardo squinted. A friend sent me. Ricardo nodded knowingly. Come inside and talk. Want some coffee? The cramped hut had only a single hanging light. Ricardo scooped out 4 spoonfuls of coffee grounds from a metal tin into old enamel mugs, poured hot water over them, releasing a coffee aroma mixed with a metallic tang. He handed the cups to the 4. We need 4 sets of safe, reliable ID cards. Chowie got straight to the point. No problem. Ricardo sipped his coffee and raised an eyebrow. Local Tiannan province IDs, or other provinces. Just so you know, Tiannan ones are cheaper but less secure. In this era, an ID card was just a piece of cardstock with name, gender, current residence, and birthplace printed, nothing else. Although Tiannan province had cameras, it was impossible to photograph every citizen for filing. The local security bureau's steel seal was the only official validation. Verification was simple enough. Officers showed a portrait around the birth and residence locations. If neighbors denied knowing the person, the ID was immediately exposed as fake. For serious criminals or those wanted by authorities, hometown cards from Tiannan were unreliable. What about IDs from other provinces? Ricardo's gaze drifted toward the dark, churning sea outside. Tiannan was the richest region on the Orvieto continent, but every year countless migrants risked the vast ocean, hoping to survive or be sold into slavery. The land routes were tough. Instead, they braved the longer, deadlier sea paths cramped below decks, plagued by shortages and disease, with mortality rates as high as 60. Many never even touched Tiannan's shore before being swallowed by the waves. Some of these migrants' IDs ended up in Ricardo's hands, genuine registered identities from their native provinces. Those impoverished, isolated regions saw massive population movement and high death rates. Even with portraits in hand, tracing someone was difficult. Each card's 150 bronze coins. You pick whatever you want. He bent down and dragged a wooden crate from under the table, flipping the lid open with a loud bang to reveal neatly stacked ID cards from various provinces, all belonging to the unlucky souls who died crossing the sea. No wonder Shen Hechanjian sent Chow E to Yancheng. This was the expert's turf. Yet an awkward problem remained. None of the 4 could read. They couldn't even recognize the characters on the cards. We can't read. Could you please help us identify them? Ricardo Xiao. Illiteracy is actually quite common. According to incomplete statistics, the literacy rate in Tiannan province is less than 5% because the government never provides free public schools. If you want to go to school, you have to pay, and most families can barely afford tuition for their children. I suggest you buy identity documents issued by Alasis province, Ricardo Xiao said as he crouched by a wooden box. He rummaged through it with a clatter. The box was stuffed with various credentials, stamps, and old coins. After sifting through them one by one, he finally pulled out 4 yellowed paper IDs. Xenophobia and racial discrimination exist in every province. Tiannan, after a century of chaos and war, suffered a severe labor shortage and at one time welcomed migrant workers from other provinces. But when the influx of outsiders began to squeeze locals out of jobs and living space, Tiannan's government quickly tightened its visa policies and only allowed talent to enter. Alasis province, roughly equal in power to Tiannan, became one of the few exceptions. Alasis people arriving in Tiannan tended to draw less disdain, especially those of yellow-skinned descent. After all, some of them might have been relatives to the locals 5 centuries ago. Ricardo handed one of the documents to Chow E, pointing at the name on it. Li E. Chow E nodded slightly, then frowned and muttered to himself. You only have the ID for illegal immigrants. No Tiannan visa, right? An illegal immigrant doesn't have a visa, the companion shrugged. If they had a visa, why risk sneaking in? Apply for a replacement at the Alasis embassy in Tiannan, Ricardo sighed and added, but diplomats probably won't issue you a new one. They might just deport you. He lowered his voice. However, since you're buying 4 of these at Otsego to 1028, Guazi Street, Landon Layton can handle it. The 4 exchanged glances, then slammed 600 copper coins onto the table. The heavy clink echoed. Ricardo had been stationed at Pier 39 for years, always conducting honest business. If things went wrong, they could always come back to him. Landon Layton works at the Alasis embassy here in Tiannan, Ricardo reminded again. Nowadays, nothing works better than copper coins. Embassy staff rotate every 3 years. The bold ones often use their position to make a quick fortune. He probably isn't asleep yet. Showing up late at night is bold, but if you pay well, he won't mind. Just say I sent you. Thank you, Chow Yi said, clasping his fists respectfully. Under the night sky, Guozi Street, the most expensive street in Yanqing, was as bright as day. Even the worst houses here were rows of small Western-style townhouses. The street was clean, and pedestrians were well-dressed. In contrast, Chow Yi and his group looked conspicuously out of place with their dusty, plain clothes. As soon as they stepped onto the street, a patrolling security officer stopped them. Damn, looking down on people with dog's eyes, the officer muttered. After a few questions, he wordlessly held out his hand. Chow Yi swallowed his pride and handed over a copper coin. Once he had the coin, the officer's face brightened, and he warmly pointed toward 1028. The two-story villa behind the courtyard wall was sharply outlined in the streetlight. Behind the house, a neatly trimmed row of grapevines was visible. In this prime, expensive Guozi Street, Landon Layton alone occupied a standalone villa with a garden. A villa like this would cost at least several thousand copper coins. It's easy to imagine just how much illicit income Landon Layton has amassed by abusing his position. Chow Yi, Zwan the Mother Hunter, Qin Feng, and Summer Rhapsody parked the car steadily outside the villa gate. When they rang the doorbell, they maintained their usual military discipline, simple movements, yet respectful. Soon, a young maid with delicate features appeared, her black and white uniform outlining a slender waist. She walked lightly, but with efficient purpose. May I ask who you are? She asked softly yet guardedly, standing on the steps. We're friends of Ricardo Xiao, Chow Yi replied with a smile. This was likely Landon Layton's personal maid, probably privy to many of his secrets. Upon hearing this, the girl nodded knowingly and stepped aside, leading the four across the manicured lawn into a spacious reception room. Golden wall sconces lit the polished marble floor to a spotless shine. Even the ticking of an antique clock on the wall sounded particularly clear. Before long, a well-fed middle-aged man in his 50s appeared, supported by the maid. A silk robe was draped casually over his shoulders, and behind gold-rimmed glasses, his keen eyes showed the shrewdness of a seasoned businessman. This was Landon Layton himself. Friends of Ricardo Xiao? Landon pushed up his glasses. You lost your visas for the Tian continent and need replacements, right? That's right, Chow Yi said with a hearty laugh. Let's be straightforward, we're all military men. Just tell us your price. That depends on what type of visa you need. Landon spoke evenly and gestured for them to sit. There are 4 types of visas between continents: residence, travel, work, and commercial. Travel visas are easiest to get, but only allow stays up to 3 months on Tiannan. Residence visas are hardest. You need to prove you're a rare talent urgently needed there. Work visas require an employment contract from a local company. Commercial visas just need proof of assets or a business plan in Tiannan. If you have assets over 1,000 copper coins, that demonstrates investment capability for the first year. Just show business activity during that year, and you can apply to extend residence. Landon explained concisely. The 4 exchanged glances, silently agreeing. We need 4 commercial visas. 4. Landon's lips curved upward, seemingly calculating costs. He'll give you a discount. 600 copper coins. As he spoke, he tapped the table with all 5 fingers. Leave your IDs. Come to Embassy Room 303 at 2 p.m. tomorrow to collect. By Landon's rules, you pay first, get the visa later. If they had done the whole deal at the embassy, a slight disturbance could get them caught by inspectors. But Chow Yi and the others knew his connections and weren't about to cheat him. If the visas didn't show by tomorrow afternoon, Chow Yi was ready to have Landon taste the business end of a gun. With details squared away, the 4 left the brightly lit villa smiling. They had to admit, the man was an expert who'd sealed nearly every loophole in advance. Now, these few ruffians were about to become investor businessmen on the continent of Elasis. Night wind brushed through the car window as the carriage rumbled on. Zwan the Mother Hunter leaned back, laughing wryly. When money's needed, you make your move, though you do tend to spend it fast. No problem. Chow Yi squinted at the glowing city outside. Soon, we'll be rich again. In the distance, neon lights flickered. His eye caught the colorful nightlife at the corner, a Heavenly King dance hall. If bars were the nightclubs of Tianlan Star, then dance halls were the upgraded business KTVs. Compared to the Taiyang Antique Bar, this place was larger and dazzling, one of the top venues in Yanqing. Come on, kids, Chow Yi waved, excited. Your godfather is treating you to a night out. Long live the godfather. We salute you. Qin Feng and Summer Rhapsody bowed deeply toward Chow Yi inside the carriage. The variety of entertainment on Sky Blue Star is indeed broader than on the land of divine descent, but only in the realm of technology. When it comes to culture and human affairs, the land of divine descent still holds a clear lead, even spanning across all major continents. The Yihong Courtyard remains a legally sanctioned, proper, and respectable venue. Many young women, unable to bear the burdens of life, willingly become professional players, while strong and vigorous young men under tremendous pressure need an outlet to vent their emotions. The Tianwang Dance Hall in Yanqing, considered the city's top club, naturally doesn't rely on the bare-bones approach of low-end establishments. What's on sale here is class and elegance. As soon as Chow Yi pushed the door open, he saw 12 hostesses lined up neatly, 6 on each side, wearing low-cut short skirts and high heels that clicked sharply on the marble floor. Bowing at 90 degrees, they greeted in unison, "Welcome to Tianwang Dance Hall." Their outfits accentuated their graceful figures, while the lighting cast a soft glow over their pale skin, reflecting off their shirts and the chandeliers above. Among the youthful faces, mostly 18 or 19, were even a few exotic, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign girls. At a glance, Tianwang Dance Hall definitely had some style. The first floor was an open dance hall where resident singers, bands, and dancers took turns fueling the atmosphere. The minimum spend was 1 copper coin. Anyone could squeeze into the bar area, but without money, you couldn't even step inside the dance hall proper. The real heart of the establishment was upstairs in the sealed private business rooms, equipped with record players, speakers, and microphones. More importantly, only there could one find the professional-level Serafini. On the second floor, the minimum spend was 10 copper coins, then 20 on the third floor, and a whopping 30 copper coins on the top floor. The higher the floor, the more luxurious the rooms, and the higher the caliber of the Serafini. Though Chow Yi and his 3 companions were simply dressed, not a single one of the hostesses gave them a cold glance. Those who worked this scene all had eyes like hawks. That confidence more than money said everything about their status. Even if their pockets were empty, the 4 carried themselves with the poise of those who look down on ordinary folk, because power itself is a difference in rank. "Top floor VIP table for 4. This way, please," said the maitre d' respectfully. Chow Yi had already spent 300 copper coins tonight. 30 was nothing more than pocket change to him. The top floor room was resplendent, chandeliers throwing soft halos of light, the walls trimmed with gold leaf in an old-style pattern, evoking the feeling of a vintage dance hall. "Bring over your headlining ladies," Chow Yi commanded with a wave of his hand. The maitre d' beamed immediately, first presenting a fruit platter and drinks, then leading out a long line of girls in stiletto heels and skimpy, low-cut miniskirts. One by one, they introduced themselves in sweet, practiced tones. "Hello, honored guest. I'm Nini from the Chua province of the Alasas continent." In the dim lighting, Chow Yi's extraordinary vision pierced every shadow. He could tell instantly who was naturally beautiful and who relied on makeup to hide flaws. "Keep this one, keep that one. Replace the rest." Pointing with one hand to the third girl on the left and the second on the right, all the others had to step back, disappointed. "Not playing fair, are you? This is the quality of your top ladies? If the next batch isn't up to this standard, I'm out of here for good." Chow Yi tossed out this warning, unzipped his crossbody bag, pulled out a thick stack of crisp copper bills, and slapped them down on the floor manager's face with a sharp snap. The fluttering bills scattered in the light, hitting the manager's face hard, making his skin twitch, but all he could do was bend down and pick them up, forcing a smile. "Please wait a moment." Once outside the private room, the manager's expression instantly darkened. He shouted angrily at the scheduling staff, "What are you all doing?" The schedulers felt deeply wronged. The rules at Tianwang Karaoke Hall were clear. The first round could only include 1 or 2 top beauties. There was no way to bring them all out at once. Still, after taking the scolding, they quietly obeyed. Soon, a second group of Solifine girls arrived. Compared to the first batch, their quality was visibly ramped up. Almost all matched the level of the previous 2. Chow Yi glanced over them, nodded with satisfaction, and motioned to Qin Feng and the others to pick for themselves. Each chose 2 girls, and the manager plastered on a smile and slipped away. The label top beauty varied from person to person, but the karaoke hall's top beauties shared common traits. Each stood over 1.7 meters tall, had fair, flawless skin, long legs, and an alluring demeanor, with faces that fit mainstream tastes. The 2 earliest picks, sitting quietly beside Chow Yi, now looked more like innocent college girls than nightclub stars. The first, using the alias Nini, came from the Elysis Continenta classic oceanic horse type. Wearing heels, she was even taller than Chow Yi, with exaggerated curves and breathtaking contours. Chow Yi, confident in his love life experience, had never seriously encountered a woman like her. Had expected oceanic women to be strong-smelling, with coarse pores, but Nini's skin was smooth, carrying a subtle blend of soap, shampoo, perfume, and faint tobacco smoke. The other, named Lele, hailed from the northern province of the southern Tianan continent. Also just over 1.7 meters, she wasn't as voluptuous as Nini, but had excellent proportions and a playful spirit. This combination easily outclassed many top commercial case singers in the real world. Chow Yi dug into his pocket, pulling out a Yunshio cigarette. Nini politely offered to light it for him. "Puff smoking harms your health." Chow Yi slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. "But not smoking ruins your mental health." He offered her a smoke. "Want one?" "I don't smoke, brother." Nini's Qingyu accent was flawless, with no trace of foreign dialect. Chow Yi narrowed his eyes and sneered. Lifting his head, he blew the smoke into her face. "Women in the night scene? None don't smoke." Then he pulled Nini into his arms, shoved the half-smoked cigarette into her lips, and slapped her fair cheek. "If I tell you to smoke, then you smoke. I pay to enjoy, not to be a sycophant." Sensing the tension, Lele quickly raised her glass to Chow Yi's lips. Brother, calm down. Have some wine. Taking a sip, Chow Yi noted the mild taste, but confirming there was real alcohol roughly the strength of sake, definitely over zero point 0.5 ABV. He inwardly muttered, Tianwang Karaoke Hall really is bold to serve drinks under such strict conditions. With the alcohol in his system, the temperature in the room soared. Summer Rhapsody wrapped his arms around a girl, turned on the record player, grabbed the microphone, and belted out tunes at full throttle. As a member of the Venom Snake Gang, coming to the karaoke hall felt like coming home. At first, Zwan the Hunter and Qin Feng seemed a bit reserved, as if it was their first time in a place like this. But after a few shots of sake, they quickly loosened up, wrapping their arms around 8 provocatively dressed Seraphine girls, laughing and goofing off together. Bro, stop touching me and sing a song instead, one girl reminded him. Sing? Chow Yi showed no interest, pushing the microphone back with a curt reply. Even if I don't touch, I still have to pay. Why shouldn't I touch? Well then how about I dance for you? Nini clung to Chow Yi, her voice trembling slightly. Dance. Fine. Nini and Lele stood up, smoothing down their short skirts before pressing close to Chow Yi and dancing seductively. The lights caught the smooth curve of their calves, perfectly matching the heavy beat of the music. Chow Yi pulled out a tissue and methodically wiped his hands. The potion master had just checked the 2 girls they were as healthy as models from an ad, so he watched with confidence and no reservations. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside the private room. Brother Wong, you can't do this. The floor manager was being pushed back repeatedly. The man called Brother Wong was readied from drinking, surrounded by 7 or 8 henchmen. The manager forced a smile, trying to block them and signaling urgently for security to come handle it. Hey, race the deal, Brother Wong. Roro isn't busy right now. They'll have her keep you company, and you get a 30% discount for the whole venue today. Get lost. I want Nini. Those 2 bitches don't count. Brother Wong's men shoved the manager aside with a heavy push, then kicked open Chow Yi's private room door with a loud bang. Chow Yi, Qin Feng, and Zwan the Hunter all froze in place. The 8 girls instinctively backed into a corner. Only Summer Rhapsody still nodded and swayed to the beat through her headphones, lost in the rhythm. Bars and dance halls are natural hotspots for violence. Alcohol fuels the heat, the women's allure is intoxicating, and men's hormones spike, breaking all sense of reason. The Tianwang Dance Hall had hundreds of Seraphines, but only about 20 real headliners, and Chow Yi's table had already booked nearly half of them. Fueled by a full bottle of hard liquor, Brother Wong lost his temper when he found Nini missing and stormed in. Brother Wong's real name was Wong Defa. He was burly and heavily built, with a blue dragon tattoo wrapped around his neck, exuding a rough gangster vibe. Swearing loudly, he burst into the room. Come on, Nini's drinking with me. Money? I've got plenty. Only then did Summer Rhapsody take off her headphones. She watched Wong Defa approach the table, pull out his wallet, and with a loud rustle, throw a thick handful of heavy copper coins all over Chow Yi's head. Banknotes fluttered down, filling the air with the smell of alcohol and metal. The atmosphere instantly froze. The floor manager scrambled in, nearly tripping. No. Sorry, sir. Brother Wong's had too much to drink. Well, fix this immediately, right away. He crouched between Chow Yi and Wong Defa, sweat pouring down his forehead. Chow Yi calmly picked up the copper coins off his clothes one by one, flicked them in his palm with a snap, then suddenly laughed aloud. Ha ha ha. The laughter started low and grew louder, laced with an indescribable mockery that made Wong Defa's heart shiver. Why are you laughing, you? Wong Defa's angry words were swallowed back. Zwan the Hunter suddenly stood up, grabbed a wine glass from the table, and with a loud smash, smashed it onto Wong Defa's head. The glass shattered, spraying blood everywhere. Wong Defa clutched his head and screamed, unable to dodge in time. Zwan growled low. Who the hell do you think you're pretending to be? Then with the bloodied base of the glass, he slammed it down again and again on Wong Defa's head, pinning it firmly to the table. Each heavy blow echoed dully throughout the private room. The room instantly descended into chaos. Qin Feng and Summer Rhapsody rose simultaneously, directly engaging Wong Defa's men. One was a chivalrous hero, the other a miracle worker. Even without using their special skills, their speed and strength were far beyond ordinary thugs. Amid the flurry of fists and kicks, roars and screams pierced the air continuously. Several hostesses were so frightened their faces drained of color. They screamed as they rushed to the door and fled the room in the confusion. The floor manager poked his head out, trying to intervene, but was silenced by Chow Yi's cold remark, "You'd better get out too. This doesn't concern you anymore." The manager's knees practically buckled, nodding frantically. Those icy eyes looking like they were staring at a corpse nearly made him soil himself on the spot. Wong Defa had thought these guys with Chow Yi were just country bumpkins from inland. But none of the 4 in front of him had a chaos score below 70, each burdened with multiple lives taken. Chow Yi himself was at an even more ruthless 87 points. His daily meditation wasn't just for meager experience. Shun He and Zhong Yun had long said meditation, restraint, and indulgence were the best ways to manage chaos. Today's trip to the Tianwan karaoke was meant to relax the mood for the brothers, but Wang Defa's arrival was a powder keg ignited especially since Yanma had a notoriously foul temper and never held back a punch. Enough. Don't kill him. We're respectable people now. Chao Yi leaned back on the sofa, lighting a Yunxiu cigarette as smoke curled upwards. Only then did Zwan ease up, tossing the shattered glass debris to the floor and dragging the bloodied Wang Defa to Chao Yi. On the floor lay Wang Defa's men scattered at odd angles, arms broken, legs shattered, screaming in pain. Just as Wang Defa raised his head, another screech came out. Chao Yi ruthlessly crushed a glowing cigarette but into his eye. Yenmo's massive hand pressed down on Wang's skull, immobilizing him despite his struggles. Didn't you say you like drinking? It'll keep you company. Chao Yi grabbed the remaining wine mixed with shards of glass and forced it all into Wang Defa's mouth. He choked, coughed up blood and glass all at once, nearly suffocating before Chao Yi finally let go. If not for not wanting deaths in Yinqing, probably no one would have survived this room. Chao Yi stood, picking up scattered copper coins from the floor and stuffing them back into his pocket, then casually grabbed Wang Defa's clutch. A faint, cold smirk played at the corner of his mouth. Next time don't drink so much horse piss you forget your own name. With that, he pushed open the door. Outside, the floor manager and security lined up nervously. No one dared move. The soundproofing of Tianwan karaoke was excellent, yet the continuous screams had leaked through, frightening them all. Seeing Chao Yi emerge, the floor manager bowed quickly. Sir, this is our fault, we apologize. All your charges for today will be waived. Chao Yi waved him off. Let's be clear, those girls earn their money honestly. They shouldn't get groped all night for nothing. And besides, Wang Defa was paying. How much? He flipped open Wang Defa's bulging wallet and sneered. I have to say, that old bastard really does have some assets. Wang Defa tossed out more than 200 copper coins at once, still clutching over 100 more in his pouch. It was clear he was doing quite well in Yinqing, but Chao Yi and his three companions were fierce outsiders, not the kind of local small-time characters he could easily intimidate. The supervisor cautiously said, Sir, 30 copper coins will suffice. That's the minimum charge for this room with Chao Yi. In reality, the top hostesses like Nini and Lele each charged no less than 10 copper coins just to appear at night. To have them play company for an evening, the basic time fee alone would start at 100 copper coins. If you wanted to take them out, extra payment was required, but even then not every girl would agree. After all, Tianwan Karaoke Hall wasn't some shady joint where money alone guaranteed access. Chao Yi pulled out 30 copper bills from his pouch and handed them to the supervisor. The four walked away from Tianwan Karaoke Hall with aloof, indifferent strides. The hostess girls at the entrance had no idea what had just happened upstairs and continued wearing their most professional smiles, welcoming the next group of guests. Chao Yi felt a quiet satisfaction. His chaos level actually dropped by 5 points, now at 82. Outside Tianwan Karaoke Hall, he took a long breath, reflecting, I really need to study foreign languages more. I had planned to talk with Nini and Lele about languages and human anatomy, but Wang Defa's disruption completely killed my mood. Fortunately, the outcome was good vented his anger, and instead of increasing, the chaos level sharply declined. Shunhe and Chongyun's indulgence therapy really worked, though too much indulgence wasn't good either, as the chaos level would soon climb back up. So after some indulgence, moderation was necessary. The carriage returned to the bayou and quietly, with the force silently reflecting, not uttering a word all night. Experience points increased by 0.2, confirming the effectiveness of indulgence therapy. It seemed clear they needed to practice foreign languages more in the future, but it was expensive. The next morning before dawn, everything remained calm. Chao Yi went to a nearby breakfast stall and ordered a bowl of steaming soy milk with 3 beef buns, spending 33 leaf fun in total. He increasingly dreaded eating in the real-world takeout. There was an unknown mystery in terms of what kind of meat or what era the meat was from. Morning consisted of 2 lymph zombie meat buns with instant soy milk, lunch was pre-packaged food, and dinner involved getting some small barbecue, nothing appealing at all. Food in the land of divine descent was much safer and more reliable. The morning passed uneventfully, with Chao Yi focusing on practicing 2 skills, bone armor bioimplant and seed parasitism. At noon, the 4 met downstairs and decided to return to the cost-effective seafood restaurant from yesterday. Once a man finds a good, affordable place, the owner soon has a loyal regular. Wang Defa's more than 400 copper coins would all be confiscated by Chao Yi and deposited into an anonymous account, letting Mr. Wang foot the entire bill for this Yinqing trip. At 2 in the afternoon, the Zhuan hunter woman drove the carriage to the Elastis embassy in Tiannan as scheduled. Chao Yi declared his identity, Imli Yi, with an appointment with Mr. Layton, room 303. After the front desk confirmed the information, they were led upstairs to the 3rd floor. Chao Yi didn't see Landon Layton. Instead, they were received by a young white man. Here are the 4 reissued business visas. Please confirm, are there any issues? Chao Yi took the new documents, still smelling faintly of ink, and carefully compared each character against the ID card beside them. The official language of the Alasis state is Utgard, not Qingyu, but to him it was all just a mysterious script. He could only verify by matching the shapes of the characters one by one. After confirming everything was correct, he glanced up at Qin Feng and the other two, raising an eyebrow. The four military officers formed a circle and cross-checked their documents once more. Finally, they exchanged knowing smiles. Landon Layton was indeed reliable now. With these IDs and business visas, they could live openly as Alasis state merchants in Zhuahong City without worrying about arrest warrants. In appearance, except for Chao Yi, the others looked completely transformed. Even Chao Yi could easily avoid recognition by changing his hairstyle and putting on glasses. The air seemed to carry the scent of rebirth. Stepping out of the embassy, he stretched his arms wide and took a deep breath under the glaring sun. Unfortunately, they couldn't return to Zhuahong City today. The steam train from Yinqing to Zhuahong ran only once daily, departing at 11:15 a.m., arriving at 5:25 p.m. Qin Feng rubbed his arm and asked with excitement, "Anyone want to see the sea?" For these young people from inland cities, the ocean was full of allure, let alone the rarity of visiting the coast. Chao Yi was the first to raise his hand. "I want to go." He had never seen the sea before. No money in the past, no time later. He guessed Yunhai might be more majestic than any real ocean, but still, he had to make up for what he missed in reality. "Sounds good." Qin Feng clapped his hands. "So do we need to buy swimsuits?" "Can you swim?" someone asked. "No." The fire demon professional, Zwan Hunter, scratched his chin. He had an instinctive dislike of water, but muttered, "A professional can't drown, right? Why not?" "Shut up. Then at least buy a swimming ring, okay?" Amid their laughter and teasing, the four headed toward Yinqing's busiest shopping street. First, to buy swimsuits and float rings, then off to the beach to watch the sand and sunset, making the trip worthwhile. As a bustling port city thriving on transportation and trade, Yinqing's security was always strict. Yet, after 2 days, Chao Yi hadn't once run into any of his old comrades on the street, a miracle in his eyes. The afternoon streets teemed with people when suddenly heated arguing erupted ahead, drawing a crowd. Chao Yi's ears twitched, his extraordinary hearing clearly catching a child's cries. "He's not our dad." A little boy clung tightly to a roadside railing, shouting at the top of his lungs. The little girl in the man's arms was crying wildly too. "We don't know them." An embarrassed, middle-aged woman nearby patted the boy's shoulder. "The child is just throwing a tantrum. Everyone please stop crowding around and go about your business." But the bystanders wouldn't disperse. Some hesitated, debating whether to call the nearby town guards. Seeing the situation worsen, the woman suddenly scooped up the boy and pushed through the crowd, trying to leave with the man. "Human traffickers?" Chao Yi frowned. Usually, he didn't like to meddle, but some things crossed a line and couldn't be ignored. In the Great Xia Federation, 2 crimes were especially hated: drug trafficking and human trafficking. Chao Yi also despised gambling, drunkenness, and domestic violence. At his signal, the carriage pulled over to the side of the street. Amid the noisy crowd, a man Zhang Wei had one arm draped over a woman holding a crying, struggling girl, trying to push through the gathering throng. Qin Feng moved fastest, shoving aside onlookers and closing the distance in just a few strides. "This world is nothing but one big Zhang Wei," Chao Yi observed coldly, a thought flickering through his mind. Even in places touched by the divine, such ugliness was everywhere. Qin Feng blocked Zhang Wei's path. "Is that your child? If it's not my child, then whose is it?" Zhang Wei snapped, spinning around with a vicious glare. "Mind your own business." His voice soon cracked as it met Chao Yi's icy stare. In the next moment, a system prompt appeared. "Mission, abnormal. Objective, is the crying child abnormal, or are the parents? Whether to intervene and how to resolve this is entirely up to you. Reward, unknown." Chao Yi withdrew his gaze, his tone calm. "Put the child down, or he'll call the constable." Standing close enough now, he could tell that Zhang Wei and the woman were not the biological parents of the boy and girl. As a potion master versed in the composition of life and the human body, though not yet fully mastered his extraordinary sight and smell, could still discern the subtle commonalities of blood relations and facial features, bone structure, and even body scent. There was no such resemblance here. Qin Feng and the Zwan Hunter stood menacingly by their sides. Zhang Wei averted his eyes, signaling the woman with a glance. Reluctantly, they set the children down and slipped quickly into the crowd. Just as they turned away, Chao Yi flicked his fingers, planting 2 invisible fleshborn seeds inside Zhang Wei and the woman. The crowd of gawkers turned out useful after all. The more people, the more conspicuous the scene. Soon, a woman in her 30s wearing a cotton floral dress burst through the throng, tears streaming as she hugged her recovered children tightly. Thank you so much. Just a small favor," Chao Yi said with a faint nod. The crowd erupted in murmurs. The truth had come out that these 2 were human traffickers. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the patrolling constables. Chao Yi and his companions politely declined the woman's repeated thanks and invitations, slipping away amid the chaos. For men with history, it's best to avoid confrontations with the law when possible. Swan Hunter sighed. "Looks like our beach vacation is off. Should we follow them?" Qin Feng rubbed his hands eagerly. No, vacation goes on. Chao Yi shook his head. None of us four warriors specialize in stealth or tracking. Blindly tailing them would only reveal us. Besides, these traffickers' backers are unclear. Yin City may look glamorous on the surface, but it hides too many dark secrets. I have a skill that can locate targets remotely, Zwan Hunter added. If by nightfall the signal remains, we'll move then. Chao Yi stared at the chaotic street corner in the distance, certain in his heart. If no one found the flesh-born seeds Chao Yi had planted, it meant Zhang Wei had no powerful professional backing him. If the flesh and blood seed was neutralized, Chao Yi would have no choice but to give up the mission and anonymously report Zhang Wei's situation to the Public Security Bureau. But hoping for swift action from the Bureau was about as realistic as expecting a sow to climb a tree. He certainly couldn't risk everyone's lives for some so-called justice. In today's world, professionals were scarce, and even those who existed weren't necessarily powerful. Summer Rhapsody's warnings were not alarmist while professionals were mostly low-level and weak, unable to earn experience from players completing missions or obtain original force artifacts. A common original force artifact could cost several hundred copper coins, yet professionals remained broke. Making substantial money legally was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Given all this, caution was always the best policy. The Zwan Hunter herder drove a horse-drawn carriage that took the four of them to Yinqing's commercial street. Chao Yi spent a copper coin on a seaside outfit, swim trunks, a swim ring, and a pair of beach sandals. As an alchemist, he naturally lacked a connection to the ocean and was a nervous landlubber around water, so the swim ring was a must-have. At 4 p.m., they arrived at Yinqing's famous beach. Tourists still crowded the shore, many waiting for the sunset over the sea. Though July was over and the southern Tianan continent had entered autumn, Yinqing near the Yunhai Mountains was still as warm as midsummer. On the beach, fiery-haired young women with fair, translucent skin or sun-kissed wheat-colored complexions ran and played. The deep blue ocean stretched endlessly, seabirds circled and called, and distant steam whistles echoed. It was Chao Yi's first time witnessing such a scene, leaving him rooted to the spot. Handsome, come swim with us. Several pretty girls giggled as they surrounded him. Summer Rhapsody's pale-faced assist had already been dragged away by another group. Qin Feng and the Zwan Hunter herder wore only swim trunks. Their toned muscles made the middle-aged man with a beer belly nearby look out of place. Sure, Chao Yi readily agreed, shouted woohoo, strapped on his swim ring, and was pushed into the shallow water by the girls. At 6 p.m., the sun dipped on the western horizon, casting fiery golden light on the sea like glowing clouds rolling by. The four lay on lounge chairs, sipping iced cola bought by the girls. Another girl approached, handsome, want to go to a dance hall and sing? Unfortunately, they had other important plans that night. The flesh and blood seed at Chao Yi's waist remained intact, and he could clearly sense the location of Zhang Wei and the others. The kidnappers' hideout was near this beach. At 7 p.m., they had dinner at a seafood restaurant by the shore, replenishing their carbs. In the end, the four decided to investigate the kidnappers' lair that night. After completing the abnormality mission, they would set off early the next morning to return to Zhuohong City. Why do our characters keep flipping back and forth between being outlaws and heroes? Qin Feng's question is quite insightful. Inside the carriage, Chao Yi was busy polishing a revolver he called Justice. The barrel gleamed faintly under the oil lamp's dim light. If he were to answer Qin Feng, his reasoning would be straightforward. Players are inherently chaotic. Chaos is chaos. There's no clear line between good and evil. At this moment, he had 3 original force tools ready for battle. The first was the runic pact, Thunder Shockwave. Though only unleashed once, it demonstrated terrifying power comparable to a second-level professional signature skill. Its prototype was said to be the trademark move of the Thunder Elemental Judgment Knight. Unfortunately, the first target was the battle-hardened veteran Wind Chimes from afar, whose countless quests and hidden tricks made it impossible to land a decisive blow. The second item was the Justice Revolver head, just polished to a shine. Enchanted, it was currently Chao Yi's most reliable source of firepower. The third was the Stabilizing Bracer. It not only boosted shooting accuracy, but also counteracted the side effects of Thunder Shockwave. After each use, one hand would spasm violently. If his right hand acted up, he was almost useless on the spot. But once the bracer was fastened on his wrist bone, the shaking subsided instantly, and accompanying mental sluggishness was suppressed. As for the minor impotent side effect, Chao Yi, being an alchemist, paid it no mind. Ever heard of Steel Tonic? Compared to his early days as a professional, Chao Yi now possessed much richer gear and skills. His experience bar wasn't just numbers. Higher values expanded his original force capacity and quietly increased his power. He no longer felt insecure facing ordinary first-level veterans, especially with his fully skilled team nearby. Everyone tacitly referred to themselves as a gang. At 1 a.m., the group finished meditating and slowly drove their carriage along the dirt road south of Yinqing. Let's stop here, Chao Yi said, raising his hand. His original force sense confirmed the flesh seed was less than 3 kilometers away. The four tied their horses, checked ammunition, and crouched low as they sneaked toward the target. The moonlight outlined a huge warehouse that didn't look abandoned. Simple watchtowers ringed the area, with guards carrying rifles patrolling back and forth. So it really is a major criminal gang. Chow Yi cursed inwardly. These guys brazenly stood guard in broad daylight, or rather, moonlight, completely defiant. He suddenly thought of the cautious gangs back in Zhuahong City. Compared to them, Yinqing, this border town, was truly lawless. Smuggling and human trafficking were rampant and impossible to eradicate. Qin Feng whispered, "Should we just charge in without using Muzu?" Chow Yi took a deep breath. He noticed that after Zhuan the hunter switched to the flame demon, he was evolving more and more towards Su Chu's fighting style. After Qin Feng was promoted to heroic warrior, he smiled harmlessly all day long, but his mind seemed to hold only one word: happiness. That meant Chao Chengxiang's two right-hand Mindian Wei and Su Chu were temporarily together again. But Chow Yi knew one thing well: you have to use your head. Going straight into a rampage was possible, but once a professional caused a fatal incident, the authorities would inevitably follow up with an investigation. Extraordinary powers weren't forbidden, but they couldn't be used carelessly or recklessly. They had to be applied cautiously, efficiently, and in a controlled, limited scope. The flame demon lacked brains. Fortunately, Xia Rikuangxiang still had some clarity of thought. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't be many sane people left on the team. Chow Yi even wondered if the heads of Qin Feng and Zhuan the hunter were any more reliable than Xiao Hei's smart wristwatch. The night was pitch black, the moonlight cold and pale. Using the faint moonlight, the four of them crept along the shore, sticking to the containers as they closed in on the warehouse step by step. Their supernatural hearing activated, picking up every small sound around them. Whispered voices inside the warehouse, rapid breathing, and faint sobbing. The breaths overlapped too densely to be from just a dozen or 20 people, and most of the breathing was weak, clearly not the sound of adult sleep. One thought instantly struck Chow Yi's mind: the captives inside were probably all kidnapped children. At 4 a.m., the cargo ship arrives at port. Tonight we'll move all this merchandise out, so there won't be any complications. Through the iron walls, Chow Yi clearly heard the conversation inside the warehouse. If he hadn't stumbled onto this, how many families would have been torn apart because of it? Thinking that, he clenched his fingers tightly to control his emotions. Chow Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his pupils shimmered with a profound, glowing pattern. After mastering the basics of meditation, he had acquired a universal skill for professionals' foresight. Everything in the world emitted a force wave, varying only in intensity. Through this vision, he saw the world as if in thermal imaging. Human shapes, animal outlines, even the subtle shadows of stones and leaves appeared one by one. The warehouse layout instantly formed a clear mental map: children locked inside perforated containers, curled up like cargo waiting to be loaded. Clang! Qin Feng's long knife slid from its sheath, delivering a horizontal slash that tore open a hole about a yard wide in the metal wall. The barrel of a gun followed the blade's arc into the darkness. "Gentlemen, I'm afraid you won't be leaving Yinqing tonight." Before he finished, bang bang bang. 3 gunshots shattered the silence. 3 sprays of blood bloomed fiercely in the air. Chow Yi fired 1 shot per personnel headshots. Outside the warehouse, 2 sharp cracks sounded. Xia Rikuangxiang lifted his long gun, firing left and right, knocking down 2 sentries who had been peeking from guard towers. No matter which path their careers had taken, professionals' bodies and firearm skills improved accordingly. The next second, Dian Wei and Su Chu charged through the opening, swords and fists stirring up a bloodstorm. Their love for cold weapons was fully unleashed in the narrow space. Who? Damn! The warehouse instantly became a one-sided bloodbath. Under the moonlight, Zhang Wei recognized Chow Yi's face, voice trembling with terror. "It's you. Good memory, but no prize for it," Chow Yi replied calmly. Snap! The sharp sound echoed as he flicked his thumb and middle finger. Instantly, Zhang Wei's body twisted and swelled grotesquely. Boom! Flesh burst apart in a bloody spray, wiping out several nearby accomplices at once. That was the flesh art of the alchemist's magic. Whether rich or poor, some show up with money, some with just themselves. Thank you all. In the transcendent world, flesh and blood magic is the most clandestine form of force fluctuation. Unlike the flashy skills of force users, it leaves almost no visible trace. Having meditated for days and learned to control his own force waves, Chow Yi knew this bloody art would soon vanish like smoke. Other than the deep red stain on the ground, there was no tangible evidence left behind. The one-sided slaughter lasted under 3 minutes. Near the warehouse, all 21 human traffickers were swiftly cut down. Yet Chow Yi felt little remorse. Their crime of locking innocent children inside containers was unforgivable. Otherwise, those kids would have had to witness this brutal bloodshed firsthand. Qin Feng, using his wind power, gently swept away the rancid stench filling the warehouse, blowing it out toward the distant sea. Then Chow Yi and 3 others pried open container after container. Inside were over 100 children, ragged and filthy, curled into cramped corners, too scared to move. Were the security officers. "The bad men are gone now," Chao Yi, the eldest, adjusted his tone, lowering his voice to sound calm and reassuring. The easiest way to comfort frightened children was to appear trustworthy. You can come out now. We'll get you safely home. Finally, the first brave child trembled and crawled out of the container. The warehouse was in ruins, with blood splattered everywhere, but the villains who took these kids were nowhere to be seen. Qin Feng and Zhu An's Hunter Mother team quickly hauled away the bodies, doing what warriors must. Chao Yi thought to himself the traffickers were likely cruel, but calculated wound marks from skin trading. Yes, but the children had not suffered worse torture. Next, he planned to send the children to the security office in the southern suburbs of Yinqing for handover. The mission would end there. However, Chao Yi and his team's unexpected intervention tipped off those waiting to pick up the cargo. The appointed time arrived. The ship was nearing port, but the goods never showed up. The buyers grew impatient and rushed to the warehouse. They had no clue whether this was a case of black eating black or the security forces sabotaging the plan. Whatever the reason, getting to the bottom of it was imperative. Following over 100 haphazard footprints, even an amateur could track the children's flight. It was obvious they were running toward Yinqing. This was clearly a spontaneous escape. If this was planned rescue or betrayal, they'd have used vehicles. Having more than 100 kids walk all night makes no sense. One trader frowned, analyzing. Exactly. The operation was sudden and chaotic, with no prep and unclear motives. Another nodded. A young man whispered, "I'll go check it out." Before finishing, he surged into the air like a gale, diving toward Yinqing. From afar, Chao Yi faintly heard an unnatural rush behind him quietly. The prelude to a greater storm was unfolding. "Guys, it looks like we're in trouble." Chao Yi spun around sharply, narrowing his eyes as a dark shape rapidly closed in against the night sky. Even from far away, it couldn't escape his gaze. At this stage, there was only one profession capable of moving freely through the air. A distant tinkling sound, like wind chimes, revealed the approaching figure, a wind whisperer. So, there was no doubt who was coming. As for other high-level professions, Chao Yi was certain those big shots would never stoop to handling the dirty business of human trafficking themselves. They usually stayed behind the scenes. Suddenly, a sharp blade of wind cut down, carving a half-meter deep trench in the rutted dirt road, sending dust flying. Over 100 children screamed and scattered, but then froze in panic. A system prompt flashed. "You have detected character Lu Lei." The attack's intensity was fierce, but not lethal, classified as first-level ability. Chao Yi cursed inwardly, realizing these traffickers definitely had deeper backing. Any shadows inevitably tied to a mastery of extraordinary powers. "Leave these kids here. The four of you get out." Lu Lei's voice rang out cold from the air. He couldn't gauge Chao Yi's group fully, but their composed response to the ambush showed they were all professionals. 1 against 4. Even as a wind whisperer, he had no chance to win. Chao Yi snorted. "If we fought now, how many kids do you think would die? Over 100 children slaughtered out here in the wilderness. If word gets out, the entire Yunhai province would be shaken, and the state council wouldn't be able to ignore it. Then neither you nor the people behind you could handle the fallout." His tone was brutally indifferent. These kids were strangers to him. Saving them was generosity, not obligation, and no one could bind him with morality. Yet each word hit its mark, turning Lu Lei's face an even darker shade. "What do you want?" Lu Lei gritted out. "Let the kids go on their own." Chao Yi lifted his chin, a near-manic twist curling at the corner of his lips. "If you kill the four of us, your gain won't be greater than theirs." Lu Lei hesitated before nodding reluctantly. This was his only way to cut losses. If he could get some benefit from Chao Yi and his team, it would appease his boss, the one who only cared about copper coins, not children. "Kids. That way." Chao Yi pointed toward the faint lights of a nearby town. "Once you reach the city, you'll be safe. Find a patrolling officer." Led by a few older children, over 100 stumbled half-running along the dirt road into the night, their figures soon swallowed by darkness. Chao Yi and his companions watched silently until the children were far enough away. Lu Lei hovered in the air, clearly waiting for backup. When they could no longer spot the vulnerable figures, Chao Yi drew his longsword justice. Moonlight washed over the blade, igniting fiery patterns that spread to its tip in an instant. "Trash! Get down here for your daddy!" he roared, launching 6 blazing fire orbs into the sky. The orbs twisted and hissed like 6 fiery serpents, charging into the night. Almost simultaneously, Qin Feng, Summer Rhapsody, and Zhuan the Hunter raised their guns, firing furious volleys that intersected to form a deadly net. Caught off guard by the sudden air assault, Lu Lei's courage faltered. Who would have guessed Chao Yi's firepower could be this overwhelming? What unsettled him most was that even now, he still hadn't figured out Chao Yi's profession. Was he an infernal? But he showed none of that chaotic rage infernal wielders bore. Chao Yi was calm and precise like a blade. If he really were an infernal, he would have charged in for close combat long ago. A fierce, cutting wind rose abruptly, swirling translucent layers of wind curtains around Lu Lei as he climbed higher to evade the raging fire serpents. After all, the wind whisperer's greatest trick was that if he couldn't win, he could always run. During the low-tier phase, As long as the Wind Whisperer doesn't recklessly rush in, it's really hard for them to die. Air superiority is something anyone who understands knows well. Chancellor, watch out. As Chow Yi stepped aside, Qin Feng shouted suddenly. As a skilled hero, Qin Feng's sensitivity to subtle air currents was astonishing. He caught a strange fluctuation behind Chow Yi like an invisible shadow rapidly closing in. In an instant, his primal sight expanded. Under the moonlight, a vague figure was almost pressed against Chow Yi's back. Bone armor exoskeleton. Chow Yi activated his gear immediately when warned. Pale white bone armor spread across his back in a flash. Clang. A cold glint flashed as a freezing dagger struck heavily against the bone armor, sparks flying everywhere. The armor absorbed the assassination attempt, but Chow Yi's already fragile stamina was nearly overwhelmed by the force, and he staggered before regaining his footing. In the moonlight, Qin Feng got a clear look at the attacker dressed in night-walking garb, slender but powerful build, face hidden behind a mask. The system quickly marked. Character detected, Chun Mo. Dark Primal Force Practitioner Shadow Dancer. Shadow Dancers excel at stealth, ambush, and assassination, with agility near the impossible. Their combat prowess reaches its peak under cover of night. Hearing the crackle of Chow Yi's chest armor, Chun Mo paused briefly, then coldly asked, "Are you from the Ivory Tower?" "Ivory Tower? What's that?" Chow Yi's face showed no expression. Remaining silent to leave the opponent guessing is always the safest choice. The Summer Rhapsody quietly drew a small magic wand wrapped in lush green vines from the waist. Green light instantly enveloped Chow Yi. His muscles surged with power, speed, and reflex, his body on the verge of bursting. At the same time, the vines rapidly grew from the wand tip, wrapping toward Chun Mo's ankle. Fury, fire, burn the flesh. Boom. A blazing fireball erupted in the night sky. The Zon Hunter ignited a sea of crimson flames, crashing forward like a fireball. This was the Flame Demon's self-combustion buff trading burning primal force for peak power, speed, and destructive force. Flame Fist. The firelight bathed his mysterious arm guard, and the blazing airflow distorted the surrounding air. If he weren't worried about revealing his identity, Chow Yi wouldn't hesitate to use such a signature move. Anyone who saw this would instantly think of the name Flame Demon. Suddenly, a wind barrier descended from above, colliding fiercely and stirring up wild winds and tongues of flames scattering in all directions. Chun Mo, caught by the vines, was struck hard and flew backward. But she was caught perfectly by a newly appeared comrade. Character detected, Wang Jinbao. The scent of the ocean surged as brilliant blue light poured from his palm, enveloping Chun Mo and instantly restoring her condition. Wang Jinbao shares the same profession as Wang Yao Ocean Spirit. As spirits of the sea, the ocean elves' powers are greatly amplified by the coastal environment. Waves surged and the salty night breeze carried raw energy, granting a natural-like boost to the three on Lu Lei's side. Lu Lei, the strongest early-game profession, the Wind Whisperer, Summer Rhapsodian Adept Support, specializing in nature-based buffs, and Wang Jinbei, Sniper, harnessing water elemental energy. Opposing them were four under Chow Yi's command, but they were at a natural disadvantage. 1. Chow Yi himself, a firegun user of the Flame Demon lineage, whose fire energy was weakest by the sea. 2. Zwan Huntress, the team's main melee fighter, needing buffs to truly unleash power. 3. Qin Feng, a wind element swordsman responsible for shielding and anti-air. 4. Chun Mo, a stealth assassin silently circling the battlefield edges. Take out those two, Lu Lei ordered in the Great Xia language, a security measure ensuring no local native could eavesdrop. Summer Rhapsody raised his staff, and waves of natural light surged like a tide as he transferred all his enhancement magic previously on Chow Yi to the Zwan Huntress. In his current strength, he couldn't support both simultaneously. Clang, 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 clang. Massive wind blades poured from the night sky, targeting Chow Yi. Only Chow Yi possessed anti-air firepower. If he fell, the Wind Whisperer would hold uncontested air superiority. Meanwhile, Chun Mo took advantage of the darkness to activate stealth and silently advanced toward the battlefield's edge. His target was also Chow Yi. Riding the power of the sea waves, Wang Jinbao swept his arm, launching dozens of water arrows into the air, forcing the Zwan Huntress to retreat step by step. Summer Rhapsody coordinated from the middle, sustaining Wang Jinbao's fire to hold the water barrier, temporarily halting the Huntress' advance. The battlefield was quickly split into two: the sky where Lu Lei and Chow Yi exchanged fire, and the ground where Wang Jinbao and Summer Rhapsody pressed the Zwan Huntress. Qin Feng drew his blade, slashing out a wide barrier of wind to help Chow Yi fend off the wind blades. Chow Yi flipped up nimbly, spinning his pistol justice in hand. 6 fiery bullets danced at his fingertips as the chamber instantly reloaded. Boom. The blazing serpent shot forth from the barrel. Augmented vision layered with raw energy allowed Chow Yi to pierce through Chun Mo's stealth even in the dark. The furious flaming serpent's roar pushed the closing Chun Mo back once again. It was clear that Lu Lei's trio were seasoned level 1 veterans, but hampered by limited equipment and skills. By contrast, Chow Yi's four were each equipped with high-quality gear tailored to their abilities. Though basic professions could surpass average humans, they struggled to thrive comfortably otherwise. They wouldn't risk human trafficking. All for copper engravings. Only by collecting enough copper could one quickly improve oneself. Damn, Lu Lei clenched his teeth in the high sky and cursed. The equipment level of Chow Yi's team far exceeded expectations, not gear ordinary wild professions could afford. They likely came from the Ivory Tower. If they killed Ivory Tower apprentices, Lu Lei doubted their employer could protect them. Doubts about retreat were growing inside him. Clang, clang, clang. Under the moonlight, Qin Feng used a shifting air current to precisely lock onto Chun Mo. Sparks flew as long sword met dagger in close combat. While a longer blade normally had the advantage, Qin Feng's skills were inferior to Qin Mo's. After several exchanges, Qin Feng's situation grew dire. Qin Mo had already slashed his arm with a dagger. Out of the way, Chow Yi reached into his pocket and pulled out the rune contract and the thunder shock bomb. Qin Feng immediately understood. Although the hero class was mediocre in firepower and magic, it was the fastest on the ground among all professions. Even the Wind Whisperers only had the aerial advantage. Almost simultaneously with Chow Yi drawing the contract, Qin Feng instinctively sidestepped and dashed backward. Watch the sky, be careful. Lu Lei shouted to Chun Mo, but his warning came a half-beat too late. Chow Yi roared the incantation, Aminos. The rune contract erupted with blinding lightning, and a thunderclap shockwave swept forward in an instant. Chun Mo dropped low, hugging the ground. The Shadow Dancer had terrifying explosive power too, but the thundershock bomb covered a wide fan-shaped area. Avoiding the center, he was still caught by the edge of the lightning surge. Dizziness, knockback, and paralysis all struck together, overwhelming him. He lost consciousness and was blasted high into the air by the thunderous light. At the same time, Chow Yi's right arm spasmed violently from the contract's backlash, muscles twitching like he was electrocuted. Expressionless, he pulled a stabilizing wrist guard from his satchel and snapped it onto his wrist. In the next second, the spasm stopped. His fingers regained dexterity, his Parkinson's-like symptoms seemingly cured instantly. With his right hand restored, Chow Yi didn't hesitate and raised the justice gun. Its blazing barrel locked precisely on the falling Chun Mo. In the high air, Lu Lei hesitated only briefly before deciding to save Zhao by attacking Wei. He unleashed dozens of wind blades, slicing sharply through the air toward Chow Yi. If Chow Yi insisted on shooting, Lu Lei would take him down with himself. If Chow Yi dodged, Chun Mo would get a chance to live. Unfortunately, Lu Lei didn't understand the skeletal armor grafting Chow Yi wore. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery, serpent-like rounds sprayed out non-stop. Meanwhile, the skeleton armor on Chow Yi's body burst apart into dozens of bone arrows, shooting upwards to collide with the wind blades in midair. The bone arrows were fragile and shattered against most wind blades, but remember, Qin Feng had dodged early. The hero's speed advantage was fully apparent now. He was only grazed by residual shockwave energy from the thunder shock bomb and recovered from the brief daze instantly, drawing his blade and charging toward the junction between Chow Yi and Lu Lei. A true expert's judgment isn't based on stats or kill count, but on whether they know what they should be doing. Qin Feng knew exactly. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades exploded into sparks before him, but were all deflected with the blunt edge of his blade, none grazing Chow Yi. In the air, the fiery serpent bullets pierced through Chun Mo's chest and exited his skull. Flames and intense heat instantly carbonized his flesh. His half-charred body fell silently, dead without a trace of struggle. Chun Mo! Wang Jinbao yelled in fury, but Lu Lei's heart sank. The four seemingly inexperienced opponents, each armed with top-tier gear, even pulling out a rune contract of such caliber, were clearly products of the Ivory Tower. With that realization, his fighting spirit shattered instantly. Lu Lei barely glanced at Wang Jinbao before summoning the wind and ascending, fleeing the battlefield without looking back. He knew very well carrying Wang Jinbao would slow him down. With fast heroes chasing on the ground, he stood no chance. Better to save himself than die with a comrade. Lu Lei, damn you! Wang Jinbao, who had been holding the line against two enemies alone, couldn't contain his rage watching his ally desert him. What brotherhood could there be between a bunch of human traffickers? At least he didn't stab me in the back. You idiot. Remember this, my name is Chow Yi. If you don't like it, come find me in Zhuahong City. But Chow Yi has already changed his name to Li Yi. What does bothering Chow Yi have to do with me, Li Yi? High above, Lu Lei stumbled, veins bulging across his forehead, his eyes blazing with fury at what he saw. Chow Yi, huh? He'll remember you. His gaze gradually faded away until he vanished into the darkness of night. Wang Jinbao was completely hopeless now. Even though he was a second-tier professional, facing four first-tier professionals working in perfect coordination was no match at all. Qin Feng and Zhuan the Hunter, like wind and fire of this world, pressed in from both sides. Chow Yi occasionally fired a few cold shots. Soon, Wang Jinbao's screams echoed as Qin Feng hacked him into a bloody pulp. Feels good. Qin Feng was secretly delighted. Yet the ones who suffered the most were the purely melee fighters himself, and Zhuan the hunter, both with heavy faces and gasping breaths. While Chao Yi and Xia Riquang Xiang Chu looked only slightly pale, a normal response after drawing so much primal energy in a short time. Dong dong dong, accompanied by two bloodied corpses collapsing to the ground. A strange craving surged within Chao Yi, a genuine, primal hunger. Chao Yi's mind screamed, "Am I insane? I actually want to eat people?" Though he denied it verbally, his actions betrayed him when he came to his senses. He was half kneeling before Wang Jinbeo's body, his finger bones crystallized, piercing the bleeding flesh. Within 2 breaths, Wang Jinbeo's flesh, bones, and hair vanished entirely, leaving only a tattered, empty set of clothes scattered on the wilderness. His energy was rapidly absorbed. A water primal energy field instantly ignited. The voice of truth echoed in Chao Yi's ears, but besides that, truth gave no other response. A sea breeze blew, and behind Qin Feng, Zhuan the hunter, and Xia Riquang Xiang Chu, a chill wave through the air. Chao Yi actually devoured Wang Jinbao. Like a machine, Chao Yi stood up, a flesh puppet, slowly moving toward the fallen Chinmo. After another breath, Chunmo's body was also completely devoured, replenishing his energy. As if waking from a nightmare, Chao Yi was shaken to his core. What the hell? What did I just do? The one who wanted to eat people wasn't me at all, it was truth. It's just a parasite in me that causes this desire. This thing was pure evil beyond belief. Old Chao? Qin Feng swallowed hard. You okay? I'm fine, you're right. Chao Yi gave a bitter smile. Don't tell anyone about this. Perhaps only the most powerful professionals could extract truth, but who could guarantee the cost wouldn't be brutally fatal? Chao Yi was determined not to become a test subject, nor a sacrificial pawn burned at the official stake. Mission abnormal completed. Rating, good. He had narrowly escaped death, and one wind whisperer still survived. The moonlight was cool and gentle. Chao Yi's brow was tightly furrowed. Truth's energy seemed only able to be replenished through extraordinary flesh, consistent with the alchemist's premise. Yet strangely, Chunmo's dark primal energy had never formed an energy field, providing no explanation for this water primal energy field. The Yinqing Public Security Headquarters has cracked a major child trafficking case. After days of surveillance and covert evidence gathering, the officers finally pinpointed the traffickers' hideout at warehouse number 142 in the Port District. In the dead of night, the security officers launched a surprise assault, engaging the traffickers in close combat. Amid smoke and flames, all 21 members of the gang were killed on the spot, and 128 abducted children were safely rescued. This marks the largest child trafficking bust in Yinqing's history, with all masterminds brought to justice. Respectfully submitted to the Yinqing City Council by the Yinqing Public Security Headquarters on August 23, Year 183 New Calendar. Investigation report on the extraordinary incident in the Yinqing child trafficking case. Upon receiving the brief from the Security Bureau, the Yinqing operatives team immediately conducted a second inspection of warehouse number 142. However, the heavy rain early that morning washed away most traces, leaving only faint smoke residue on the charred ground. Water dripped through holes in the damaged roof. The team identified burn patterns matching the flame demon, slicing marks from the wind whisperer's blades, aquatic traces left by the ocean spirit, and weapon damage consistent with the hero and the miracle walker. Apart from some extremely subtle residual energies, no other suspicious clues remained at the scene. The team requests that a fate diviner or a beast tamer arrive in Yinqing promptly to perform high-level tracking in order to fully unravel the truth behind the child trafficking case. Respectfully submitted to the Yinqing City Council by the Yinqing operatives team on August 23, Year 183 New Calendar. It's ruined. Summer Reverie grimaced as he held 2 pieces of charred, brittle cloth, uttering only these 2 words. From the ashes, he salvaged only 6 copper coins and 50 li worth of copper bills. His old wallet and cash had turned to dust long ago. Whether it was the flame spear or the fiery fist, when it came to burning money, there were no half measures. Beneath the 2 scorched garments, the only valuable item found was Chun Mo's primal energy dagger, etched with faint crimson patterns. No rune talisman? None. No alchemical blueprints? Still nothing. Clearly, low-level native operatives without official task channels had no access to decent supernatural resources. Otherwise, Lu Lei and the others would not have to work for such a shady trade. Ha the Zan huntress ignited orange-eared flames at her fingertips, turning the remains of Chun Mo's and Wang Jinbeo's clothing into flying ashes. The dagger's division would be discussed once they were back at the inn. Rain hammered the shattered roof as the lead gray sky rolled on. The 4 turned back along the gravel path toward the carriage. The original plan was to bring the children into Yinqing first, then return for the carriage, but events were clearly more complicated than imagined. Since supernatural operatives were involved, the mastermind was no ordinary gang, but likely connected to local power brokers or even naval high command. The waters were too deep, and Chao Yi knew he could not control this. For now, rescuing over 100 children was the greatest good they could achieve. A cold sea wind swept in with fine rain that quickly turned into a downpour. By the time the four leapt onto the carriage, the temperature had dropped sharply. Chao Yi, Summer Reverie, and Lu Lei, wearing only short sleeves and shorts, shivered, while the flame demon-bodied Zon Huntress remained calm, waves of heat rolling off her chest, warming the driver's hands. Don't enter from the southern suburbs, Chao Yi instructed quietly, directing the Zon Huntress to take the northern route instead. The southern suburbs would inevitably be the Public Security Bureau's focus tonight. Having over 100 children suddenly appear there would invite countless questions. Chao Yi had no desire to stir up trouble tonight. The rain fell hard and fast, rattling against the roof of the carriage. A chill draft seeped through the cracks, but for Chao Yi and his group, the biting stormy night was actually a rare stroke of luck. The torrential downpour would erase every trace of their passage. After circumnavigating the city, they arrived at the White Feather Inn at 6 in the morning. The sky remained overcast and heavy with gray mist pressing down on the rooftops, while raindrops streamed like broken pearls from the eaves. Inside the inn's corridor, dampness surged, wallpaper stained with watermarks, and the halo of the light bulbs felt icy and cold. Chao Yi simply collapsed onto his bed, relinquishing all concerns as he slipped straight offline. Outside, it was deep autumn. Sunshine poured through the window, and the air conditioning hummed warmth, making it easy to forget the seasonal shift. Chao Yi opened the fridge and searched for a while before pulling out a bag of frozen pork and scallion dumplings to drop into boiling water. Steam billowed in his face as he leaned against the kitchen doorway, waiting. Once cooked, he dipped them in soy sauce and swallowed big bites, finally banishing the lingering chill left by the inn. Hey, boss, are you there? Wiping oil from the corner of his mouth, he pressed his hand to the branded mark on his chest and attempted to communicate with truth. Yet as usual, the Evercool plug-in remained silent. His consciousness sank into that mysterious inner space, revealing only two faintly glowing options. 1. Go to the potion workshop. 2. Go to the hydrokinesis energy field. He chose the latter. A white-hot flash transported him to a sealed hall. Embedded in the floor was a massive sapphire blue magic array, its intricate design layered like ocean waves. Chao Yi crouched to study it for a long time, but still couldn't grasp its function. He clicked his tongue thoughtfully. Developing these plugins is a long, arduous road. Back to reality, he issued a command: claim quest rewards. System prompts appeared in rapid succession. Calculating quest rewards. You received 300 beginner force essences. You received 1 rank treasure chest. Not bad. Comparing with the abnormal quest back in Xinjiang, he estimated the difficulty. This one was less than half as hard, yet yielded similarly generous gains. He rubbed his hands and muttered under his breath, Heaven's spirit, Earth's spirit, give me something big. He tossed the chest into the air. A warm brown glow burst forth with a snap, and an ancient scroll of worn parchment landed in his palm. You obtained Rune Contract Genetic Potential. Rune Contract Genetic Potential. Upon activation, learn skill Genetic Potential. Required class, Potion Master. Effect: instantaneously excavates and releases latent gene energy, greatly enhancing cognitive ability, insight, strength, coordination, explosive power, and endurance. The stronger and longer the state lasts, the more severe the post-effect weakness. Overexertion without timely nutrient replenishment may cause serious negative consequences. Damn. Chao Yi skimmed the description and took a sharp breath. Definitely a forbidden technique. What intrigued him even more was the clear note that genetic potential belonged to the flesh magic category but could only be learned by potion masters. Even alchemists specializing in flesh research had no access. That difference was quite thought-provoking. Without hesitation, he activated the rune contract. Rune fragments pierced his skin, and the skill's principles instantly etched themselves into his mind. The next moment, his heart seemed to pound like war drums. Thump, 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 urgent and strong. Blood surged with heat through his veins, every cell ignited and rejoicing. Chao Yi entered an otherworldly, overclocked state. Vision could see the trajectory of raindrops hitting the window, every ripple distinct. Hearing the faint friction of elevator cables whispered clearly in his ears. Smell the damp corner scents mingled with the mustiness of cardboard struck his nose sharply. The gates of perception were violently flung open, as if his world had been turbocharged in speed and resolution. Chao Yi could even hear the top-floor resident getting up and washing through layers of reinforced concrete and steel. What a complete shock. Chao Yi swung his turtle fist fiercely. His arms sliced through the air in sharp arcs, joints moving as smoothly as if oiled, muscles coiling with explosive power like a warm current surging through his veins. Even his footwork seemed to speed up as if someone had hit fast forward. Although he was still a step behind the brawny brute force types like Yen Mo and Hao Xia, at least the weak, breathless body he once had completely turned around. The core of a potion alchemist's combat style lies in mutation. First, they use flesh magic to transform their own bodies, then continuously stimulate their inner potential with potions, refining the mutations over and over until perfected. Only after mastering genetic potential do they truly enter the path of a potion alchemist. But stepping through that door wasn't easy. The genetic potential state lasted less than 30 seconds before fatigue surged through Chao E like wave after wave crashing over him. Taking a deep breath, he decisively cut off the skill, exiting the enhanced state. Sweat trickled down his temples, sticking to his collar. Phew. This feeling is almost like kidney deficiency. He quickly pulled up his player panel. Stamina, spirit, and primal energy, all three were plummeting like free fall, dropping below 60 within just half a minute. Combining this with earlier tests, Chao E had concluded a harsh truth: any state below 60 except HP triggers fatigue. Dropping under 40 becomes severe fatigue, and beyond that limbs weaken, consciousness blurs, leading to immobility or even unconsciousness. To stave off the draining exhaustion, he collapsed into his gaming chair and closed his eyes to enter deep meditation and rest, trying to claw back the vitality had just spent. At exactly 7 o'clock, the ding of his phone pulled him from half-sleep. Rob from the rich to help the poor squad sent a message. Xiaobao Wang talking book. The sun's up. Hurry and log in. Xiaobao Wang talking book. We still haven't bought tickets back to Zhuahong City. Chicken Soup's here. Are you finally coming home? One more from Chicken Soup. That guy hadn't gotten home much earlier than Xiao Yi either. Earlier, had been leading his stubborn donkey down rural roads with over 200 gen of luggage on its back and been dragged around so much he ended up sore for 2 days. In the night, he hauled 5 captured fierce dogs into town and handed in the guns. Then early the next morning sold the donkey to a fellow villager for the full price, 100 copper coins. Outsiders assumed Chicken Soup's martial arts practice was holding back his business success. Otherwise, had have been a businessman long ago. Startled awake by the steady notifications, Chao yawned and got up, feeling some of the hollow emptiness inside him fill back in. The status bars rebounded to a safe level. Prime Minister Chao, deal with it when I get back. With those words, he quickly logged online. The sunlight in Yinqing was still soft, but the chill hadn't faded. As soon as he stepped out of the inn door, a biting cold wind snuck down his collar, raising tiny goosebumps along his arms. Temperature, probably no more than 15 degrees Celsius. Looks like Zhuahong City would be just as cold. I'd have to get some autumn clothes first. At 8 sharp, the morning mist still lingering, for rare customers arrived at Yinqing's commercial street Floating Clouds clothing store just as the shutters were rolled up. The clerk greeted them warmly. Good morning. Welcome to Floating Clouds clothing store. In the divine descended lands, where communication and transport were still underdeveloped, big brand effects were far from established. The quality of ready-made clothing was often directly tied to the shop size and decoration. Brighter storefronts, more luxurious furnishings, and finer fabrics naturally meant higher prices. Li Yi considered himself an investor from the Ilias's continent and couldn't afford to lose face, so dressing sharply was a must. Like him, most social elites preferred crisp suits and neatly pressed trousers. But no matter how well-tailored or thoughtfully colored, Chao Yi had always been indifferent to such attire. His heart only held the thought. He really wasn't keen on that sort of thing. With the clerk's enthusiastic guidance, Chao Yi chose a light-colored island cotton button-down shirt, a high-quality handmade dark-wool double-breasted coat, a pair of dark khaki island cotton casual trousers, and a pair of calfskin Oxford shoes. Equally important was a black bowler hat, a symbol of the social elite. In the Orvieto continent, this hat marked a clear class divide across every major province. Entering the middle class meant wearing hats to show your status. A well-crafted soft felt hat signaled you were no longer poor, while a custom-made bowler was the definitive mark of the upper class. The clerk did not look down on Chao Yi's originally simple attire. Instead, she warmly brought the entire outfit and hat into the fitting room. A few minutes later, Chao Yi buttoned the bowler and stepped out. The light shirt fit snugly. The dark coat was sharply tailored. The trouser hems matched the Oxford shoes perfectly, and not a single wrinkle was in sight. He looked every bit the elegant gentleman just stepped out from a noble salon. Sir, may I invite you to dinner tonight? The clerk bit her lip gently and leaned in. Their southern province had yet to widely use telephones. Otherwise, she would have slipped her number into his coat pocket. I'm sorry, Chao Yi smiled politely and declined. I'm heading to Zhuahong City shortly. Could you find me a larger briefcase, please? Thank you. The clerk's expression briefly dimmed, but she turned and went to the storage. Moments later, she returned with a large pure black crocodile leather briefcase and carefully set it on the counter. It might be a bit expensive at 120 copper marks, but only a briefcase like this matches your status, sir. 120 copper marks. Chao Yi clicked his tongue quietly, but nodded. This was exactly what he needed to reinforce his upper-class image. No problem. Back in the fitting room, he emptied all his belongings from the old messenger bag, pocket watch, money pouch, several documents, and a small bag of bullets into the new briefcase. This shop was a luxury haven. Every item handmade, with source traceable materials: cotton, linen, leather off the highest global quality, including clothing, hat, shoes, and briefcase. The total came to 260 copper marks. The clerk even rounded down the change, so he didn't need coins. Stepping out of the store, Chao Yi wore his bowler and carried the briefcase. the dark wool coat fitting crisp and sharp. Walking through the streets, not only would the patrolling constables not stop him for questioning, some even tipped their hats in greeting. His companions Qin Feng, Zhu and Limerin, and another teammate had also splurged on upgrades. To conceal his weapons, Qin Feng even bought an extended leather suitcase. As for the horse-drawn carriage rented from Zhuahong City, Zhu and Limerin sold it to the Bayou Inn for 150 copper marks, a low price, but it saved the trouble of going through Salt City's black market again. Head to Salt City train station, they climbed into a yellow rickshaw. All set, hold tight, the driver shouted, bending forward into a jog. The Salt City station was bustling with crowds. Chao Yi pulled out his pocket watch from the briefcase, 9:48 a.m. After disembarking, he patted the driver's shoulder. Keep the change. He handed over a 25-leaf coin. Thank you, master. Thank you. The driver smiled widely, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Physical labor was always the toughest and lowest paid. Such a tip was deeply appreciated. Chao Yi pressed down on his new bowler hat, still not completely used to it. He approached the ticket window. One first-class ticket to Qinghe Station in Zhuahong City, please. Please show your ID. Thank you. Chao Yi handed over his trade visa from Elias's province through the window. First-class ticket, 2 copper coins and 75 li charge. The ticket clerk returned the ticket and ID with a sweet reminder. Please keep your documents and ticket safe. Chao Yi felt a stir inside. When you have money, the world around you always seems a little kinder. The large waiting room was mostly empty, with only about 20 scattered passengers. The expensive first-class tickets kept the vast majority of travelers outside. The truly wealthy bought first class, the middle class opted for second class for better value, and common folk heading to Zhuahong City for work shoved into third-class compartments. Chao Yi and his 3 companions entered the room. The few passengers present greeted them with nods and smiles, and the staff were especially polite and attentive. Qin Feng settled into a soft sofa, switching to the Daxiao language with a chuckle. These people show their true colors too plainly. The more advanced a civilization, the more skillful the disguises. But the natives of the land where gods descended are more straightforward in their good and evil. Just staying alive is tough enough. Who has time to pretend? Money makes you king, no need to hide it. He waved a hand. A pot of black tea, please. In less than a minute, a neatly uniformed waitress appeared with a carved silver teapot, pouring tea into 4 bone china cups. Chao Yi took a small sip. The aroma was pure but unimpressive. High-end tea was a luxury across the states, but Orvieto had low output and inferior craftsmanship compared to Sky Blue Planet. The finest tea from the southern continent all had to be imported across landmasses. This world had more continents than just Orvieto, even if it sat at the center. The so-called premium tea before him was no better than the Dozinsofu and Perling tea from Sky Blue. At 10:30 a.m., the announcement called first-class passengers for early ticket checks. There was no advanced security equipment. Here everything was done by hand, but the inspection was purely formal. Nobody would roughly search a distinguished guest's luggage. Qin Feng's elongated suitcase was only politely asked, "What's inside?" "Artworks. Please take good care of them." And so, the 4 men, carrying 4 revolvers and a tang sword openly, boarded the steam train bound for Zhuahong City. The first-class carriage was right next to the locomotive, consisting of only 2 compartments with 40 seats total. Each seat was an electric leather chair that reclined into a curved bed, complete with a soft blanket. The carriage also offered a finely crafted business lunch. The main dish was tender stir-fried cumin beef with onions, supplemented by salt-baked sea shrimp, several vegetable stir-fries, seaweed soup, and the southern continent's beloved premium white rice. Having just completed his genetic potential test that morning, Chao Yi was ravenous, devouring 4 bowls of rice in a row and finishing 3 full helpings of main and side dishes. He smacked his lips in satisfaction. The chef's skills are quite good. Yin City was always known for its high culinary standards. He thought to himself, if he wasn't so busy, he should come back here for a vacation. After lunch, Chao Yi leaned back in his seat and began to meditate. It wasn't until 5:10 in the afternoon that Chao Yi was finally roused by the staff. "Sir, the train is about to arrive at the station." The reminder had barely faded when the train's whistle sounded outside, trailing a steady, unhurried echo. Steam trains were never exactly on time, whether early or late. It was all normal. Zhuahong City served as a transportation hub for Yunhai Province, and naturally, the city had more than one station. The Lingang Station in the east served the slums and the port. To the west lay Qinghe North Station and Guandi South Station, one north and one south, catering exclusively to the elite districts of Qinghe and Guandi, so they wouldn't have to travel all the way to the east side. The setting sun slipped between the skyscrapers and towers in the west, golden light filtering through the steel trusses above the station. Chao Yi grabbed his briefcase and stepped slowly out of Qinghe North Station, the unfamiliar yet prosperous Qinghe district unfolding before him. He pulled out a Yunxiu cigarette from his coat pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, squinting as the smoke burned smoothly down his throat. "I, Puhan-san, have returned." After the brief emotional release, he pulled his thoughts back to business. The first joint operation of the Robin Hood squad had concluded successfully. The 5 of them agreed. After returning to Zhuahong City, they would scatter and operate discreetly, reconnecting only when more help was needed or for larger missions. As outlaws operating on the edge of the law, despite new identities, they still needed to minimize social ties for no matter what. They would inevitably have to do more stealing from the rich to aid the poor jobs in the future, and the more traces left behind, the quicker they'd be exposed. Anyway, we're all set financially. Surviving in Qinghe district won't be a problem, he casually reminded in the Daxiao language, like chatting with friends. Don't waste money. Keep at least 1,500 copper coins on hand. Never less than 1,000. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll lead you all to make a big score soon. Details will be shared in the group chat. Meeting adjourned. With the Yunxiu cigarette burnt out, he flicked off the ash and was the first to leave Qinghe North Station. The internal auction before departure had also ended. Shunmo's force dagger was bought by Qin Feng at an internal price of 600 copper coins. More flexible in the city than a revolver, and since Qin Feng was a cold weapon master, it was put to good use. The remaining 600 copper coins were split evenly among the other 3 auctioning item proceeds internally was the most common and fairest way to distribute loot. Chao Yi had a clear destination this time. A third profession team in Jianghai City, address number 3168 Liming Street. Public transportation in Qinghe district mainly consisted of 2 types: municipal trams and horse-drawn carriages. Human-powered rickshaws had long been banned for blocking traffic and harming the city's image. Horses weren't allowed to appear on their own in the city, only hitched to carriages. Private carriages were forbidden from taking passengers as well, or the street plan would unravel. The wealthy rode their own carriages. Those without had to rely either on their own feet or public transit. Just outside the station was a tram line that ran directly to the district center. Starting fare was 5 lis, with an additional 1 li added every 3 stops. City carriage fees matched those in the Xia district. Chao Yi boarded the tram first, watching the street scenes blur backwards through the vibration of the rails and crackle of electric arcs. Upon arrival, he transferred to a carriage, the clip-clop of hooves and the glow of street gas lamps dragging the evening into night. At exactly 7 o'clock, he arrived at 3168 Liming Street. It was a 3-story shop, neither big nor small. Chao Yi was illiterate and couldn't discern what the signboard said, but he couldn't hide his admiration. Shunhe and Chongyun really had this kind of financial muscle? Land in Qinghe district was precious, and just renting a place like this wasn't easy. Pushing open the door, a wave of tea fragrance greeted him. Welcome to Mo Tea House. A system prompt flickered in his retina. You have discovered characters Yu and you. Player? Chao Yi was momentarily stunned. Yu and you are both young people in their early 20s, dressed in fitted pale green robes with long hair, giving off a refined aura. Ah, he murmured softly, his gaze landing on the ID above the man in front of him, Chancellor Chao. I've been looking forward to your arrival for so long. He eagerly stepped forward, grabbing Chao Yikong's free left hand and shaking it back and forth. I'm a squad member. My ID is Yu and you, profession musician. The mysterious charm of the musician matched well with his elegant attire. This profession belonged to the mystical category, skilled at various instruments and capable of unleashing incredible powers through extraordinary melodies. Though it appeared to be a support role, in the divine descent realm, there was no purely supportive job. Every profession wielded lethal skills, some overt and fierce, others subtle and stealthy. Hello, Chancellor Chao. Who's that? Came the voice of Shun He Chongyun from inside the shop. He lifted the curtain and stepped out, spotting the 2 standing face to face. Raising an eyebrow, he teased, "Oh, did you settle things?" "Yeah, thanks, Captain." Chao Yi smiled and nodded. "Come on in. This tea house is our squad's base in Zhuahong City." Shun He Chongyun gestured. Entertainment venues in Zhuahong City were clearly ranked. Bars and taverns were low tier, dance halls were high tier, and tea houses were the most formal, high-end business places. Both in the divine descent realm and on Tianlan planet, tea was considered more luxurious than alcohol. Shun He Chongyun had run a tea business in the real world, and after traveling between worlds, he gathered funds by various means to rent this shop and continue his old trade, naming the tea house Mohe. Yu and you worked here using his musician role, playing melodies to draw customers. Combining culture and strength, they ran Mohe Tea House impressively. The rest of the squad showed their own talents to make a living in Zhuahong City, for official squads received funding only in the real world, and once in the divine descent realm, they had to fend for themselves. No matter how high a player's official status, in this city they were mostly treated like outcasts. Chao Yi was a typical example, running around for a few thousand copper coins and a new identity. Have you eaten yet? They'll go get you a bowl of noodles downstairs, Shun He Chongyun said as he turned toward the kitchen. Chao Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, but accepted the kindness. The captain's quite a good cook. You and you added with a smile. All the tea house's food was handled by Shun He Chongyun himself officially to save costs, but you and you suspected he was just being stingy. An autumn rain had just passed, and Zhuahong City was a degree or two colder than Yinqing. Chao Yi's black trench coat was now the most suitable attire. The city's winter wasn't harsh, but the coat would still see him through until spring. Luckily, the tea house was warm and steamy. Upon entering, he took off his hat and coat. And you quickly took the garments, hung the coat, and ran his fingers over the fabric, exclaiming, "Wow, this trench coat must cost a pretty penny." A trademark might be fake, but you can't fake the feel and craftsmanship. When and UMO laid eyes on that price tag for 8 copper coins, they couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Potion masters sure know how to spend lavishly. That coat on Chao Yi was worth half a month's rent for the Mo Tea House. Mo Tea House was located on Dawn Street, a 3-story building with a basement. Even without counting the underground space, the usable area exceeded 400 square meters. At first, the landlord asked for 1.5 li fun per square meter per day, but Shen He Chongyun haggled for several rounds and got the price down to a mere 100 copper coins per month for the entire building with the basement and courtyard thrown in for free. The layout was clear. The first floor was the public tea room, where customers could stay all day by ordering just one pot of tea. The second floor had 4 private rooms, tastefully decorated and very private, often used by wealthy businessmen from Qinghe district for negotiations. The third floor was the residence of Shen He Chongyun and Yu and UMO, and also where the team held their meetings. In the bustling Qinghe district, such a place would cost far more than 100 copper coins a month. The rent's still pretty steep. Yu shrugged wryly. It's not a loss, but don't expect to make a killing either. Wherever you open a shop, you're mostly working for the landlord. Tea culture wasn't yet popular in the southern mainland, but Shen He Chongyun had already made a name for himself among local tea lovers thanks to his precise brewing skills. As musicians, Yu and Yumo's clear, melodious strings also brought no shortage of customers to the tea house. The place was small, but these 2 well-known faces kept the clientele steady, and most regulars were comfortably well off. Right now, Yu was leaning over the bar counter searching for a tea tin, and soon whipped up a rich cup of black tea for Chao Yi. Chao Yi wasn't skilled in the artful tea ceremony, nor could he appreciate many subtleties, but his brothers were easygoing about that. He took a small sip and nodded slightly. It was definitely far better than the poor excuse for tea served at the Yinqing bus station. "What about the others?" he asked, setting down his cup. "We all meet on Mondays. It's only Saturday today, so I guess it depends if they're free." Yu wiped the counter as he spoke. Just then, the wind chimes at the door jingled sharply as someone pushed it open. "I just saw some big news today. Oh, a customer?" "Sorry." The newcomer stopped mid-sentence. Chao Yi turned to see a young man wearing a gray newsboy cap, a jacket, and jeans casually tossed over one leg. His face was unremarkable, easy to lose in a crowd, about the same age as Yu and UMO. "Wow, you're Chancellor Chao, right? Welcome, welcome." The youth smiled brightly. He was Flirt even in death, the only new teammate who actually welcomed Chao Yi in the group chat, and the only one who'd ever been caught slacking off in the shop by Shen He Chongyun. Chao Yi stood and shook his hand. This man was an operative specializing in shadow-based powers, a shadow dancer. Just last night, Chao Yi had a close encounter of the dangerous kind with one of these operatives. The shadow dancer had stabbed him with a dagger. "What big news did you come across?" Shen He Chongyun had just brought out a large steaming bowl of wide noodles from the kitchen. The white porcelain bowl was blurred by the rising steam, sprinkled with bright green scallions. 7 or 8 thick slices of beef floated halfway submerged, while the oily broth shimmered with a golden red glow. "Do you like cilantro?" he asked, looking up. "No, I don't." Chao Yi waved his hand without hesitation, adding offhandedly, "The first thing I'd do if I ever took power would be to wipe cilantro off the face of the earth." "Well, urine loop kit wasn't added this time." Shen He Chongyun grinned. "And you know, cilantro's getting pricey in Qinghe district lately. A pound costs 8 li fun." Beside them, Zhuge Yi Fenglu stared at the bowl of beef noodles, swallowing hard. "Wow, Captain, I want a bowl too." 30 li fun a bowl. Shen He Chongyun rolled his eyes. Despite tagging along with them for over half a year, Zhuge Yi Fenglu was always looking to mooch food and drink. He firmly set the bowl on the table and beckoned Chao Yi. "Here, Chancellor, try my cooking." Zhuge Yi Fenglu had actually just come back from Wudong Tavern and had eaten dinner long ago. He only wanted to snag a couple slices of beef. When that failed, he sighed and pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper from his satchel. "Just got some fresh intel." He unfolded the paper. It was a bounty notice. Chao Yi, member of the Fei Xia gang in Shaohua district. Uffed. Chao Yi spat out some broth he was slurping as soon as he heard the name. "What's wrong, buddy?" Zhuge Yi Fenglu stopped reading aloud and looked at him curiously. Comparing Chao Yi's expression with the sketch on the paper, he was stunned. The person on the bounty bore a striking resemblance to Chancellor Chao, though the sketch showed a disheveled hairstyle, scruffy beard, and dull, dark eyes, while the real Chao Yi looked much more spirited. Thinking about it, with so many people in the world, some resemblance was to be expected, but the note on the bounty notice sent a chill down their spine. Released from Binghuai Hudong security office a week ago, wanted by the Snake Venom gang for killing a member, now missing. Bounty raised to 1,000 copper marks. Alive capture or precise location required. Duo shall. You, and you said the name in unison, astonished. At that price, it surpassed the bounty on many famous fugitive bandits. Shen He Chongyun narrowed his eyes and appraised Chao Yi with a knowing look. He was certain Chancellor Chao's real name was Chao Yi. Despite the differences between the portrait and the real man, he knew it was the same person. A few days ago, Chao Yi had hurried away to get a new identity for some big matter, and now it seemed the secret was out. However, Shen He Chongyun had no intention of betraying him, nor would Wang Yao. Subjectively, they were not the kind to forsake loyalty for profit. Objectively, they had all signed the virtue covenant forbidding harm to comrades. A security office bounty? Chao Yi looked up calmly. Definitely not. Zhuge Yi Fenglu shook his head. This is from Zhuohong City's underworld. It has nothing to do with the snake venom gang. Their grudges are only worth 50 copper marks. Can I see it? Zhuge Yi Fenglu handed over the bounty notice. The sketch on the paper was vivid. Messy hair, stubbly beard, dark restless eyes, the whole person looking corrupted and degenerate, as if poisoned by all 5 venomous insects. In contrast, after changing careers to a potion master, Chao Yi's features were sharper and fuller, with deep and clear eyes. With his hairstyle and beard all neatly groomed, he barely resembled the original person by more than a passing 2%. Yet, Yu Peijio still managed to identify Chao Yi through careful scrutiny. But what connection did Chao Yi's actions have with Li Yi? Casually pressing the bounty notice flat on the table, he spoke with ease, though inside he was perfectly aware that facing an old noble family heathen with brute force was utterly unrealistic. He'll have to buy a pair of decorative glasses tomorrow. That way, I definitely won't get recognized. He quietly set this small goal for himself. Nearby, the flamboyant rogue who wouldn't stop pestering had drifted over, sitting beside Chao Yi like an old friend, winking and nudging him. Brother, what kind of magical potions have you learned to brew now? Got anything you know, special? Kid, you want a steel strengthening elixir already at your age? Chao Yi chuckled inwardly. After all, no man would complain about being a bit stronger. Shen He Chongyun couldn't stand it any longer and expressionlessly grabbed the pest. Prime Minister Chao just switched roles a few days. Agate don't bother him. With that, he promptly threw the man out of the tea house. The loud slam of the door instantly quieted the room. Zhuohong City had been drenched in rain all day and only cleared up around 5 p.m. The chill still lingered inside the tea house, and since Tiannan province didn't observe weekends, the place felt especially quiet and empty. The enterprises in Qinghe district only had 1 day off a week, which had to be negotiated with their supervisors, so there was never a weekend rush crowd. Shen He Chongyun casually tossed the bounty notice into the kitchen stove. Flames licked the paper, reducing it to ash in moments. He returned to the main hall and asked Chao Yi, "What are your plans moving forward?" Chao Yi hesitated a moment, then pulled a thick grimoire on potion making from his briefcase. Shen He Chongyun took it, flipping through the pages, raising an eyebrow. What language is this? Impressive. Runic primordial tongue. He clicked his tongue in surprise. He hadn't expected a newcomer to possess such a fitting and high-grade artifact. The runic primordial tongue was not a common language of the divine descent lands, but a specialized script of the supernatural realms. It was indispensable for drafting alchemical blueprints, engraving rune compacts, and conducting magical rituals. Vast primordial knowledge was preserved this way. Runus-enhanced parchment resisted decay for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, serving as the cornerstone of supernatural heritage. Only now did Chao Yi realize most of the primordial knowledge in today's supernatural world was actually excavated from ancient relics. Its perfect preservation was thanks to the runic primordial tongue. Early practitioners deciphered this ancient script, inheriting treasures, then recompiled a new chronicle of runic primordial tongue. Today, it remained a precious resource. The Daxia Federation's archives contained many writings and pronunciations of this tongue, but the identity of the original contributor remained a mystery. Shen He Chongyun joked that person was the greatest benefactor in the world. Since you're officially on the team, they'll send you the relevant materials later. He set down the grimoire, his tone serious. This is one of the few benefits the organization can offer in the divine descent lands, and primordial knowledge totally inaccessible to ordinary wild practitioners. Do you have a place to stay tonight? If not, we can make do on the 3rd floor for the night. There are still empty rooms anyway. Shen He Chongyun set down the kettle and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 8 o'clock. The last light of sunset had just faded, and the courtyard quickly darkened. Thanks, Captain, Chao Yi said, carrying his luggage. He had planned to find an inn, but couldn't refuse the warm hospitality of Shen He Chongyun and the deputy team members Yu Yu, so he stayed. The hallway on the 3rd floor was dimly lit. Shen He Chongyun moved efficiently, tidying the guest rooms in just a few minutes until everything was spotless. I don't think anyone else will be coming tonight. Yu murmured as they stood by the window, looking up at the gloomy sky. Boom. Just as the words left their lips, a muffled thunderclap rumbled, making the glass vibrate. Then a soft drizzle began tapping on the windows, as if on cue. Shen Hechanjian shot a deadly glare at the jinx and opened a black umbrella to go downstairs, hanging a closed sign at the courtyard gate. I'm logging off now to send you the files. No rush, Captain, Chow Yi nodded. Night had fully fallen. Qinghe District was the wealthiest area in Zhuahong City, with municipal power grids reaching every household. The streets were brightly lit on both sides, making the whole district glow as if bathed in light. Amid the rain's patter, Chow Yi explained his plan. I want to find an adult university that teaches a common language, preferably with a stock exchange nearby. He needed to move out quickly. First, carrying trouble with him might drag down Shen Hechanjian and Yu if anything happened. Second, he naturally preferred solitude after enrolling. He planned to rent a place near the campus and the exchange, learn the language, then open a trading account. A stock exchange? Shen Hechanjian's eyes widened in confusion and awe. He didn't understand the real stock market, let alone the one in Tianan continent. He didn't ask further, instead pulling out a recent brochure map of Zhuahong City and spread it on the table, comparing locations carefully. Zhuahong had many colleges, many with adult education programs, but there were only 3 stock exchanges, all in the bustling financial Huashang district, downstream of Qinghe. Soon he circled a spot in red marker Malin Academy. Malin Academy isn't top-tier public, but it's well known in Tianan continent. It was funded by old noble families from Yunhai province, and many aristocrat descendants study there. Outside the gate, there's a tram that goes straight to Yunjin Exchange. It perfectly matched all of Chow Yi's requirements. Malin Academy. He'll go check it out tomorrow. Chow Yi noted the name. Outside, the rain gradually eased. The headquarters of Jianghai City's 3rd professional squad remained quiet. Recently, the higher-ups hadn't assigned any missions. Jianghai had 3 professional squads. The first 2 were staffed with veteran players and handled tough tasks, while the 3rd acted as reserve, taking on miscellaneous duties only when the others were overwhelmed, effectively cultivating newcomers for the Greater Xia Federation. After all, the 3rd squad didn't have a single 3rd-tier professional yet. For now, Shun He and Chongyun didn't have any tasks to assign to Chow Yi. He just reminded Chow Yi not to forget the regular meeting at 10 p.m. on Monday, then pushed the door open and left. The room fell silent immediately. Without any assignments, the rest of the time was all Chow Yi's to manage. He first hung his changed clothes on the rack in the room, then turned off the light and logged off, returning to the real world. Today's meditation had already been completed on the steam train, and doing more rounds wouldn't bring any extra benefits. Rather than wasting time, he decided to finish reviewing the rune primal language materials sent by Shun He and Chongyun. Wait a moment. Okay. Chow Yi took his phone and walked into the bathroom, running water into the bathtub while waiting for the files to transfer. Steam quickly filled the room as the hot water poured in, fogging the mirror and turning the light into a soft glow. Just as he settled into the tub, a notification sounded. Shun He and Chongyun had sent an encrypted link. Only the squad leader was authorized to share it. The link contained an entire video course on the rune primal language, both visuals and narration generated by AI, comparing each rune directly to the Daxiao language. How thoughtful. If the creator had used Qing language, he probably would have been left staring blankly. The screen showed symbols jumping like ancient hieroglyphs, carrying a mysterious resonance in tune with the laws of nature. Activating primal power movements required precisely writing or reciting each character without a single mistake. Since becoming a potion master, Chow Yi's thinking, logic, and memory had been greatly enhanced far beyond normal humans. This was a universal talent of the sorcerer system. Currently, 4 sorcerer categories were known: fate sorcerers, potion sorcerers, alchemists, and rune sorcerers. Each one had to absorb massive amounts of primal power knowledge. Without a sufficiently active mind, there was no way to progress. The lessons grew longer and more detailed, explaining the stroke order and pronunciation points of each rune primal language character. A tiny stroke error or even a half-tone difference could invalidate the rune or trigger unexpected anomalies, because that would count as a different action altogether. The water in the bathtub started cooling, and he had just finished the first lesson. Thanks to his enhanced memory, he had already mastered many basic symbols. At that moment, his phone screen went black, dead battery. He dried off, tidied the bathroom, plugged in his phone charger, then opened his computer to continue. Rune primal language wasn't figurative script, but highly abstract symbols. When he reached familiar sections, he sped through at triple speed, his eyes quickly picking out the key points. Late at night, the dim room was lit only by the blue glow of the screen. On the desk sat a bowl of instant noodles, a sausage stick, and a cold glass of iced black tea. Chow Yi buried himself in notes, more focused than he had been during the college entrance exams. After Xiao He logged off, she lay draped over the back of his chair, her glossy black eyes following the screen, occasionally twitching her ears. Master and servant immersed themselves in a sea of primal power knowledge, occasionally uttering strange syllables like aminos. Primal power did not exist in the real world. As long as one didn't hold a rune pact, loudly reciting the rune primal language caused no issues at all. At 6 in the morning, the sun was already up. Chow stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his right palm covering his brow. He pressed his temples with thumb and forefinger, massaging the ache around his eyes that throbbed from exhaustion. After staring at coarse materials all night, he could clearly feel the greasy sheen on his face, something he never imagined when he graduated from university 4 years ago, that he would still be burning the midnight oil for the sake of studying. It was unrealistic to expect to fully grasp the language of runic primal force overnight. He had only skimmed through all the materials at triple speed, forcing a rough framework into his mind. Later, if he encountered unfamiliar symbols, he would rely on meditation to slowly retrieve his memory. Chow, I have to log in now, Xiaohe reminded him from the living room, wagging his tail. Despite still having the body of a shepherd dog, his posture, gaze, and tone of voice all felt distinctly human. Any news lately? Xiao Yi asked casually while changing his shoes. Xiaohe shook his head. Since that private meeting, Li Yue had been indulging in extravagance, either spending lavishly, surrounded by women, or taking Xiaohe hunting at the game preserve. Fortunately, Xiaohe conscientiously trained in the estate every day, or had have gotten fat by now. With that, Xiaohe smoothly grabbed the helmet that had already been calibrated, fastened it with his paws, and vanished from the real world with a whoosh. Xiao Yi entered the washroom, cupped water and splashed it on his face, letting the cold sensation wash away the drowsiness. The electric toothbrush buzzed, and he stared into the mirror at his bloodshot eyes, suddenly remembering something. The truth hadn't responded yet. Had its energy really run out? Or was it because he hadn't spoken the runic primal force language? Well, there was only one way to find out. Xiao Yi pressed his palm against the branding on his chest and whispered hoarsely an obscure syllable, truth. The next moment, the scenery before him distorted like ink spreading on paper, and he was dragged straight into the familiar alchemy workshop. No way, it actually works, Xiao Yi exclaimed. On the experiment table, a blank sheet of paper had appeared, glowing slightly with rows of dripping runic symbols. You may make a wish to the truth, but it must be within the truth's power. The entire message was written in runic primal force script. Xiao Yi couldn't immediately recognize so many symbols, so he closed his eyes and meditated, rewinding the course pages he had just read. After about 30 seconds, he finally grasped the gist. He frowned, recalling the first time he communicated with the truth. Back then, he couldn't even use runic primal force language and had spoken in the Daxia tongue instead. So, truth would only auto-translate when initiating contact. But to call it actively himself, he had to speak runic primal force? Really double standards, Xiao Yi muttered, grabbing the pen by the paper to write. Who are you? No reaction from the paper. What is equivalent exchange? What is creation from nothing? What exactly can you do? Why do you? He wrote a long list of questions, all met with silence. Taking a deep breath, he switched tack. Does your energy specifically mean supernatural flesh and blood? Finally, ink appeared on the paper. Yes, but not entirely. After all that effort, he had only two concrete pieces of information. 1. He could make wishes to the truth. 2. The truth's energy source mainly required supernatural flesh and blood. As long as it had enough power, it could grant wishes, provided they didn't exceed its limits. Wishes like what? Copper talismans? Power boosts? Xiao Yi scratched his head, feeling any idea sounded ridiculous. The paper stayed silent as if vague requests couldn't stir the truth's interest. Biting the pen cap, suddenly an idea popped into his head. He wrote on the paper, "Can you help me improve my meditation method?" At last, Xiao Yi raised a relatively reliable question. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, a reddish-brown symbol of primal energy appeared on the paper, its patterns writhing like a living creature, radiating a faint heat. The next moment, an irresistible force engulfed him. Like an invisible hand controlling him, he lifted off the lab bench and fell straight onto the bed in the center of the room. His body instinctively took on a strange posture, legs spread wide, soles facing each other, left palm pressed on his lower abdomen, right hand supporting the back of his head, face turned upward. As soon as the pose formed, his consciousness was pulled into deep meditation. Suddenly, his pitch-black mind expanded. He saw a model of his body floating within his awareness, his meridians shimmering like a galaxy, threads of primal energy flowing rapidly along them. He couldn't tell whether minutes or hours had passed, only sensing that the energy inside him was drained to nothingness. Finally, the last warm stream faded, and a faint, low murmur exploded in his ears. Startled, Xiao Yi jolted and opened his eyes, realizing he was still lying on the bed. The clock on the wall showed only 1 hour had passed. This is the extraordinary flesh and blood of 2 professionals. And it burns out this fast? He clicked his tongue and immediately pulled up his status panel. The experience bar had surprisingly jumped by 0.1. Previously, 6 hours of deep meditation rarely moved it by even 0.2, but now, after just 1 hour, he had gained half of that. The effect was astounding. No way. Where does primal energy come from in the real world? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. It's from Chun Mo and Wang Jinbeo's extraordinary flesh and blood. Thinking that those two precious materials had just turned into starlight, Chao Yi grimaced in pain. In the land blessed by the gods, primal energy can be freely harvested, but now he had to burn living flesh and blood, essentially paying out of pocket to meditate. Feeding energy to the truth was hard enough. Burning it all up in 1 hour was truly painful. I need to figure out a way to replenish my supply quickly, he silently calculated. Fortunately, having grasped the key posture to communicate with the truth, he could still rely on wish-based power surges in emergencies, but ammunition reserves had to keep up. His gaze soon settled on the Xiaohua district, the Viper Gang. The mission to wipe out the Viper Gang still hung on his panel, but truly exterminating hundreds or thousands of gang members was pure fantasy. Besides, without professional support behind it, who would believe it? The extraordinary world had always lurked in the shadows of the mundane. If he rashly targeted the gang leader, he would certainly draw the attention of professional enforcers from Zhuohong City. Therefore, his target had to be the upper echelon. The Viper Gang's 4 top leaders. He had some knowledge about the deputies, but the head boss remained a mystery, rarely seen, and even whispered about in the underground circles. Chao Yi guessed this man was likely a professional himself. Otherwise, why hide so thoroughly? I need to find time to go back to Xiaohua and gather intelligence, and meanwhile check which parts of Yunhai province still have active extraordinary beings or relics suitable for first-level professionals. There are many ways to get flesh and blood, no rush for now. What was more urgent right now was to get rid of his semi-literate status. Chao Yi raised his hand, donned his helmet, and plunged his consciousness into the virtual space of the Mo tea house. Lights shifted, and just as his vision steadied, an irresistible scent of fresh meat wafted into his nostrils. Shun, he and Chong Yun had already gotten up and steamed a large basket of fresh meat buns in the kitchen downstairs. Chao Yi swallowed and thought to himself, I knew there'd be someone to share a meal with. No sleep all night. Seeing the red veins in Chao Yi's eyes, Shun Hechanjian raised an eyebrow. Chao Yi nodded in confirmation. To fully grasp the Runeforce language courseware as quickly as possible, he had spent the entire night hunched over his desk. Unlike the mysterious arts, which demanded long stretches of theory, the Force path focused more on combat techniques. However, to truly master runes, one could not afford to slack off. Force practitioners usually concentrated on battle skills, neither practicing alchemy nor brewing potions, and certainly not forging rune contracts. Yet Chao Yi held a bulky potion handbook entirely written in Runeforce script, a text impossible to progress without mastering it. Thus, sleepless nights had become routine. Captain, I won't be coming back to the shop tonight, but I'll be there on time for tomorrow's meeting. After finishing 3 steaming meat buns, he stood to take his leave. All right, come back anytime if needed. Shun Hechanjian nodded. You accompanied him to the courtyard gate. On August 24th, low-hanging clouds thickened the sky, and damp, cool air swirled around the entrance of the alley. Chao Yi pulled his rounded top hat down low and stepped into a municipal carriage parked outside. Qinghe District, home to Mo Tea House, was quiet and still without tram lines, and rumor had it none would arrive soon. For better transit, underground tunnels and subways would have to be dug and linked someday. The carriage jolted as it headed to the nearest tram station. After transferring to a tram that followed the river downstream, the cityscape slowly grew louder and livelier. When he arrived in Huashang District, they were swallowed by bustling crowds and a chorus of street vendors. Skyscrapers towered over neatly aligned shop signs, and pedestrian commercial streets stretched one after another, a vivid picture of modern prosperity. Getting off near Malin Academy's commercial street, Chao Yi entered an elegantly decorated eyewear shop. He selected a pair of glasses with wooden temples and clear, ultralight lenses without prescription. 12 copper coins. Please come again, the shopkeeper said with a friendly smile as he boxed the glasses for him. Once perched on his nose, the frames instantly sharpened his scholarly gaze. If he had resembled his wanted poster by a margin yesterday, now not even a hint remained. His tailored overcoat hung perfectly, black hair neatly tucked under the top hat, a squared briefcase in hand, and a newly bought dark umbrella under his arm. All signs pointed to a polished, elite businessman, nothing like the thug from Xiaohua District. Tapping the umbrella's tip on the bluestone pavement, Chao Yi strolled toward Malin Academy. The academy resembled a Jiangnan-style garden, whitewashed walls with black tiles, small bridges arching over gentle streams, pavilions and towers scattered among vast plum groves. Autumn's chill had just begun. Plum blossoms hadn't bloomed yet, but a few fallen leaves danced in the breeze, adding an elegant touch to the stone pathway. The security guard at the gate took a second look at the stranger, but, judging by his refined attire, assumed he was wealthy or influential. After a brief registration, he politely directed him to the Wensi building, the academic affairs office by the lake. At present, Malin Academy offered only 2 adult education majors, linguistics and finance. Those who chose adult education usually shared one background: growing up poor, lacking proper learning opportunities in childhood. Having grown up and built his wealth through hard work, he had finally reached a level of success that allowed him to pursue further studies at an academy. People like him often shared a few traits: illiteracy, decent luck, and limited knowledge. To hold on to the wealth they earned, they had no choice but to catch up and learn more. The schedule at Merlin Academy was relaxed. 2 classes from 9 to 11 in the morning, and 2 more from 2 to 4 in the afternoon. At 10:35, Chowie glanced at his pocket watch. Sunlight streamed through the tall stained glass windows, casting patterns on the empty stone hallway. Few people walked by the academy. Those who did either brushed past or gave a polite smile. I want to systematically study Qing language and Utgard language, he decided inwardly. The languages of the divine descent varied by region and ethnicity. Yellow-skinned peoples commonly used Qing, Zeph, and Jinmai languages. Qing was spoken in the southern part of the Orville continent, while Zeph and Jinmai dominated the north. Although Utgard was the official language of the Ilices continent, it wasn't unusual for someone of yellow descent like Li Yi to know only Qing. As a businessman from Ilices investing in Tiannan, Chowie felt compelled to learn Utgard. Interacting with local fellow townsmen without the official language felt awkward. The prices were clear: 12 copper coins per week for the Qing language class, 18 for the Utgard class. Foreign languages were naturally more expensive. These language classes were separate from the academy's formal curriculum, staffed by specialized instructors, and held in dedicated classrooms. Enrollment was open anytime, no exams or certificates were awarded, pure learning. Students could come and go at will. Only the finance class offered an economics degree certificate. Usually, language classes capped at 8 people, so instructors could provide individual attention. For successful adults, hiring a private tutor wasn't hard, but this adult university was more affordable and offered networking opportunities. They'll sign up for next week's Qing class, and the week after's Utgard class. Do you have any good teachers to recommend? The registrar smiled and handed him a resume card. The photo was of a woman in her early 30s, wearing a professional suit and half-rimmed glasses, with a gentle expression. Chowie scanned it briefly, then raised his eyes helplessly. Sorry, I can't read. Understanding, the staff explained. This is instructor Tai Wanxian. Affable, gentle, and a top-notch teacher. She has only 1 slot left in both the Qing class next week and the Utgard class the week after. She teaches 2 languages by herself? Yes, sir, the staff nodded. Instructor Tai is fluent in 7 of the world's major languages and knows over 30 minor ones. A language master? Chowie raised an eyebrow. Why would someone like her teach adult social classes here? Maybe money was tight. He pulled out 30 copper notes from his wallet and placed them on the counter. He'll register. Please show your ID. Chowie handed over his trade visa. The registrar took it and glanced at him a moment longer than necessary. Someone from the Ilices continent, learning Utgard in Tiannan continent? It was strange, indeed, but learning what freedom meant to Mr. Li Yi was a lesson in itself. Sir, here is your campus ID. With this, you can dine at the academy's cafeterias, said the staff member from the academic affairs office, handing over a card embossed with a gilded badge. Then she produced a schedule. This is your class timetable. Since Chowie couldn't read, she kindly read it aloud. Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., weekends off. The academy operates from 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening with a 2-day weekend. Both teachers and students follow the same hours and have winter and summer breaks, though nowhere near as long as those on Tianlan Star. Shorter working hours and increased pay mark the progress of human civilization. Chowie mused after hearing this, suggesting this system be expanded across Zhuahong City. The Qingyu class is in Building 3, Room 311, and the Utgard German class is in Room 407. Have you memorized them, sir? Of course. He tucked the campus ID and schedule into his briefcase. As a potion alchemist, his near-perfect memory was simply standard skill. Leaving the academic affairs office, Chowie carried his briefcase as he walked along the bluestone path, surveying the campus. Merlin Academy covered a considerable area. To avoid getting lost, he familiarized himself early with the surroundings: the main road lined with towering phoenix trees, the clock tower adorned with the gilded school emblem, and the tranquil yet bright northern district shimmering over the lake. The students were neatly dressed and greeted him politely with nods. Unfortunately, the enthusiasm of the girls caught him somewhat off guard. One after another asked about his major, invited him to lunch, or even tried to find out where he was living. But at the moment, he didn't have a place to stay and still needed to find time that afternoon to rent a room. The academy had 7 dining halls, each sizable. The 3rd teaching building was in the northern district, about a 30-minute walk from the main gate. After touring the campus, he had lunch at the nearest cafeteria. A serving of stir-fried green peppers with pork, 2 vegetable dishes, a bowl of seaweed soup, and a large bowl of rice, all for just 10 leaf and local currency units. It was a true campus-subsidized price. In any city restaurant, even in the Xiaohua district, such a meal would be impossible to find at that cost. After eating, the long-missed sunshine appeared over Zhuahong City, and the temperature rose slightly. Chowie unbuttoned his trench coat and strolled slowly down a tree-lined path, heading toward the south gate. A grayish-brown covered carriage was just pulling in from outside the campus. The coachman brushed past him. System prompt. You have discovered the character Wang Shan. Wang Shan. The sight of that face made Chow Yi's brow twitch. A foul-mouthed guy from Binghuai Alley Detention Center. Back when he first landed in the Divine Descent realm, had pinned this man down and given him a proper lesson. Looks like Wang Shan had completed his sentence and now worked driving horse carts in Qinghe district. Wang Shan's eyes flicked over to Chow Yi on the carriage. He saw a sharply dressed, confident gentleman and felt a strange sense of familiarity. Chow Yi, he sneered, then shook his head. This outfit alone probably cost more than that kid's entire life. Besides, rumors said Chow Yi had crossed the Viper gang and had long since disappeared into some foul gutter. A brief encounter, forgotten by both Wang Shan and Chow Yi as they continued on their separate paths. The main road outside the south gate of Merlin Academy was called Merlin Academy South Street. In the afternoon breeze carrying the scent of books, Chow Yi strolled along the street. Just a few hundred meters ahead, he spotted a neat and tidy real estate agency called Koi Realty. Welcome to Koi Realty. Sir, how can I assist you today? The agent greeted him with a bright smile, his steps almost matching his words. I'm looking to rent a place near Merlin University, Chow Yi said straight away. He'll be living alone. It needs to be quiet, clean, and sunny. The decoration can't be too old-fashioned. Convenient for daily life and transportation. Price isn't a problem. His clear and straightforward requirements made the agent's eyes light up, a high-value client. Several properties instantly formed in his mind. No need to even check the files. When do you need to move in? Now. Preferably today. Excellent. He first brought a cup of warm black tea, then turned to his assistant to fetch the keys for all suitable nearby properties. Returning with hands full of documents, he asked, would you like me to introduce the options first? No need. Let's go see them directly. If I find something right, they'll sign today. The agent nodded and quickly mapped out a route. The carriage wheels clattered as they left South Street. Within 3 hours, they visited about 7 or 8 places before finally stopping in front of number 9216 on Merlin Academy South Street. It was a row of light gray townhouses. The walls were clean, no tall buildings around. The whole neighborhood basked in the sunset glow. The house had 2 floors. First floor a living room, dining room, kitchen, and a guest bathroom. Second floor a bedroom, study, a private bathroom with a bathtub, and an extra storage room. All utilities were connected, water, electricity, gas. The furniture was all wax solid with those showing some age. It had a unique charm. The rent was 35 copper coins per month. Chow Yi agreed on the spot, paying a deposit plus 3 months in advance, and negotiated a quarterly price of 100 copper coins. On the way back to sign the contract, he paid 135 copper coins up front. Koi Realty was so grateful they included a complimentary thorough cleaning service. Night fell. Everything was settled by 8 o'clock. A 15-minute walk from here took you to Merlin Academy's South Gate. Walking less than 10 minutes the other way led to a bustling commercial street with department stores and taverns. Chow Yi grabbed a quick, casual meal at a street corner tavern, then returned to his new home, feeling tired. The study's desk lamp lit the surface spotless. He sank into the soft leather chair and opened the first page of the potion handbook. In the field of potion making, I am but a humble newcomer, far from having achieved greatness. I record these notes hoping that a lifetime's learning does not vanish into the river of history. May these pages offer some small help to future potion makers. Arturo Strauss. To most professionals, potion makers are just logistic medics or apothecaries. But I want to say, potion makers are physicians and apothecaries, but not merely subordinates confined by other professions. When I brew potions, it's not only to serve the extraordinary world. More than power, fame, wealth, or status, I hope to create the cheapest potions affordable for ordinary people. Chow Yi was not proficient in the runic primal language, so reading it was quite laborious. Yet, from just the densely packed symbols on the first page, he quickly formed a vivid image in his mind of Arturo Strauss, a powerful, benevolent, and kind-hearted elderly man with white hair. This alchemy manual was quite hefty, divided into 3 parts. Chow Yi flipped through it casually and first browsed the longest section, a blend of medicine, potion making, and botany, all intertwined and mutually supportive. According to Strauss' theory, all living beings, humans, animals, or supernatural creatures, are composed of 9 major systems: digestive, nervous, respiratory, muscular, meridian, endocrine, reproductive, urinary, and sensory. Every disease revolves around these 9 systems. They operated independently, yet interconnect. A small malfunction in one could easily trigger a chain reaction affecting the others. The first part detailed diseases from common to rare across those systems, from minor headaches and fevers to deadly internal organ conditions. It explained how to diagnose ailments, prepare corresponding potions, and even perform surgeries when needed. To prevent confusion caused by changes in herb names over time, Strauss thoughtfully included colorful illustrations alongside his recipes. Such an extensive medical encyclopedia hardly seemed possible to fit into a single manual. But that was the magic of the runic primal language. A few symbols combined could carry complex meanings, compressing vast knowledge into just a few thin pages. Still, Chowie had no medical background and couldn't absorb it quickly. After skimming a few pages, he decided to skip this first part for now. The second part was the true core of the potions. Strauss stated plainly, ordinary people cannot withstand the full power of authentic magical potions. Only potions made with no or minimal supernatural ingredients are suitable for mortals. This section recorded formulas designed for the supernatural world, intended to benefit future generations. Life potions formulas, preparation methods, and effects. Potions enhancing stamina, strength, agility, spirit, meditation. Fire primal resistance potions, primal surge potions, potential burst potions, over 100 kinds in total. Though overwhelmed by the many technical terms, Chowie could still sense Strauss' astounding collection of knowledge. Strauss emphasized in his notes that supernatural materials inherently resist fusion. This applied to both alchemy and potion making. But potion masters possessed a rare talent unreachable by ordinary people: the ability to find one or more potential fusion paths among naturally incompatible materials. When those materials truly fused, a potion with miraculous effects was born. This was the essence of potion alchemy, mining possibility out of the impossible. Finally, the old master solemnly warned beginners not to overreach. One should only brew potions matching their own spiritual rank. Never try potions beyond your level. Though you might gain a huge power boost for a short time, it would be like digging your own grave. As a potion alchemist, we are scholars of life, masters of the human body. We must grasp the transformations of the flesh with utmost precision. We need to strengthen and mutate within reasonable limits, but never turn into monsters outside the human race. This passage is the closing remark Arturo Strauss wrote in the second section. Reading this, Chowie finally understood the true meaning of the three words potion alchemist. It is a unique gift of this profession. Only potion alchemists can detect the potential for fusion within complex, diverse ingredients and craft genuine magical elixirs accordingly. Other practitioners, even if they throw all the materials into the cauldron, can only produce a bizarrely flavored stew. Those ingredients remain isolated in the pot, without any chemical reaction, let alone any miraculous effect. The third section is the core of this potion handbook regarding the combat power of potion alchemists. To ordinary eyes, practitioners of the Force are the undisputed kings of the battlefield, while potion alchemists often seem weak and unmatched. Yet Arturo coldly refuted this. If you truly think that way, it only proves you have never set foot on the right path. Flesh magic holds infinite possibilities. The human body itself is a deeply buried treasure. Only potion alchemists know the entrance to that treasure. Unfortunately, he only fully grasped this truth late in life, when his physical functions had already declined and he was no longer qualified to open it. Arturo solemnly warns in his book, each practitioner's level corresponds to a single chance to unlock the treasure. Miss it at a low rank, and the treasure is sealed forever. Force it open prematurely, and you will end up as nothing but bones. He considered these some superficial insights into excavating the Bodish treasure, writing cautiously and solemnly, hoping to inspire future generations. Once a potion alchemist truly understands their own level, they will instinctively know how to craft a custom elixir to break that lock. Because everyone's treasure lies in a different place, the required formula can never be uniform. The treasure is a vault, and the tailor-made potion is the key. Only when both align can you blast open that door and surpass the human limit. At that moment, the proud fighting power of Force users will lie crushed beneath your feet, reduced to a joke. Here, Arturo shifts his tone and looks to future heirs. He does not expect them to have saintly medical compassion, but hopes someone can stand on his shoulders and bring the miracles of potion alchemy to a wider people, to develop affordable elixirs within reach of ordinary folk. Yet, between ideal and reality stretches a chasm of funding. To bridge that gap, in his final years he poured all his strength into creating 3 commoner potions yet untested by the market. 1. Steel elixir to make the drinker the hardest man alive. 2. Ascension elixir to make the drinker the most enduring man. 3. Youth elixir to reverse the effects of aging. Arturo admits the names may sound vulgar, but they perfectly hit the deepest desires of men and women alike. If anyone can further improve them, unimaginable wealth awaits. Yet in the end, he wrote a warning. When your strength is insufficient to protect these formulas, do not recklessly release them to the market. Otherwise this will no longer be wealth, but your death knell. Never forget your original intention. Arturo Strauss. Chowie closed the well-worn, yellowed corners of the potion handbook and sank into the soft leather sofa, fingertips still tasting the faint bitterness of the herbs. To be honest, he never fancied himself noble, just an ordinary person looking out for his own interests, hardly anyone with lofty ideals. Yet it was precisely because of that Arturo Strauss' kindness and humility shone all the more brightly. Between the lines, Chowie could almost see the figure of that ancient alchemist bent over his desk, formulas countless and meticulously arranged, boldly exploring unheard-of realms like the hidden secrets of the human body. Feet no ordinary figure of the era could achieve. Still, such a mighty figure treated affordable potions for all as trivial, never boasting of accolades, but instead dedicating his life to driving disease, suffering, and sorrow from the world. Great visions should never be mocked by the mediocre. Arturo Strauss truly deserved respect and admiration as an elder. With those thoughts, Chowie rose and bowed deeply 3 times to the handbook. Respect for teachers and orderly inheritance were ingrained in every Chinese bone. Even though Arturo Strauss' own era might be forgotten by time, and no formal master-disciple title existed between them, all Chowie's knowledge of potion making came from this book, so the reality of that relationship was clear. Whether he could realize his teacher's grand vision was uncertain, but his reverence had to be fully expressed. With this expertise, I can finally become a true potion master, he murmured softly. By now, Chowie was no longer a helpless novice. He knew that battle skills were never recorded in ordinary manuals. Their essence was stored only in rune seals, which only rune masters could create. Alchemists, potion masters, rune masters, the 3 pillars of the extraordinary world's craftsmanship. Alchemists specialized in energy artifacts. Potion masters studied medicine and the human body. Rune masters drew seals and conducted intricate rituals. Whichever kind of professional, there would be times when they needed support from one of these 3. That's why the members of Jianghai City's 3rd specialist team treated Chao Yi, a potion master, with special warmth. And now he had leveled up. Freed from being wild with no formal lineage, no longer worried about lacking orthodox inheritance. Even potion masters from official or secret organizations might not match his depth of knowledge. Of course, he had only skimmed through the potion handbook. The vast professional content required repeated study, and mastering the recipes demanded countless trials. Chao Yi looked up at the silent clock on the study wall. The hands pointed steadily to 4 o'clock. Schvit. He muttered a curse under his breath. Another all-nighter. Besides a set of furniture left by the previous tenant, the new home contained nothing else. Thinking about the work ahead to turn this place into a potion lab, he could truly focus in. He rubbed the soreness around his eyes. At dawn, the first order of business would be to shop. Chao Yi needed to buy bedding, toiletries, bathroom supplies, and kitchen essentials. Chao Yi also needed homeware, pajamas, and extra changes of clothing. Only when these daily essentials were complete could this rented house truly become a home. He drew back the heavy curtains to reveal a faint but clear morning light breaking through the night. The continuous rain from last night had finally stopped. Today was at last a bright sunny day. After confirming the time in the real world, Chao Yi logged out of the game pod, rubbed his tired eyes, and headed straight for the wash basin. The cool tap water refreshed his face. He brushed his teeth with one hand while scrolling through his phone with the other, checking the flood of messages that had piled up overnight in the Rob the Rich to help the poor task force group chat. On the screen, the conversation between Summer Fantasy and Zwan Lima was the most active. Just as he expected, the 2 were now fully wanted by the underground world. Recalling the day before Henry Berg's incident, their unusually frequent activities came back clearly. 1. Summer Fantasy lent a high-interest loan to Zwan Lima, an amount nearly equal to the deposit paid to Henry Berg. 2. Zwan Lima vanished completely after picking up a horse carriage from a rental agency. 3. Shortly after, Summer Fantasy's gang, the Chikoan crew, was ambushed while transporting illicit liquor by the Cine gang in an internal struggle. Summer Fantasy's body was never found, and he disappeared as well. Henry Berg's backers were obviously no fools. Connecting these coincidences made the truth unmistakable. Summer Fantasy, Zwan Lima, and a few unidentified accomplices had temporarily teamed up to orchestrate an arms robbery and then sparked an internal gang war in the Cine faction using the stolen weapons. The Public Security Bureau required evidence to investigate, but the underground world played by different rules. Now, the bounty on Summer Fantasy was as high as 380 copper marks, and Zwan Lima's was 250 copper marks. Fortunately for them, both had changed disguises and identities, re-emerging as investment merchants in the Ilisis province. As for Qin Feng, he was still safe and sound. With over 1 million people in the Lower Hollow district, disappearances and deaths were daily occurrences. No one paid attention to the whereabouts of a lowly bartender, not even the owner of the Four Seas Tavern. The group member Chicken Soup's back continued with steady updates. On duty during the day at the Northgate District Public Security Bureau, and after work actively networking with underground contacts, trying to infiltrate the more secretive circles of professionals. After finishing his wash, Chao Yi plugged in his phone to charge and walked back to the rented house on Merlin Academy Avenue. The interior remained sparse. Aside from a mattress, his bedroom was almost empty. He took off his shoes and lay down on the bed, assuming a meditative posture refined by the school of truth. The moment his body touched the mattress, his consciousness plunged into deep meditation. An invisible current of primal energy surged along his meridians, converging finally in his heart. Arturo Strauss' teachings echoed in his mind. To unlock the Bodhi's hidden reserves, one must first master control of the body itself. The The first step in mastery was to find the self in a state of deep meditation. Only by locating the self could one turn inward to observe every inch of flesh and tissue. Through repeated introspection, a warlock might glimpse the spark hidden deep within the flesh. But at this stage, Chowi still struggled to stabilize his awareness. Each time he entered deep meditation, he nearly lost all connection to the outside world, as if heaven and earth went blank. This session lasted until 7:30 in the morning, 3 full hours. Upon exiting his meditative state, he was pleasantly surprised to see his experience had increased by 0.18. This efficiency was at least double his previous methods. If he continued accumulating experience at this rate, and completed several more tasks, perhaps by the end of this year or early next year, Chao Yi would be eligible to advance to the second energy level. At 7:35 a.m., Chao Yi was dressed and ready, pushing open the door to step outside. The alley in the early morning was already deserted. Companies in the Huashang district started work at 8, and neighbors had set off on their commutes early. Only the wind chimes at the street corner jingled softly in the breeze. Chao Yi carried a dark brown briefcase and headed straight for the nearby commercial pedestrian street. He first ducked into a steamy breakfast stall, a bowl of savory and spicy tofu pudding with 2 golden fried dough sticks, plus a piping hot tea egg, totaling 10 Li coins. The aroma of the hot soup mingled with the crunch of the dough sticks, and within minutes, he finished everything like a whirlwind. The department store at the door had just opened, so he took the chance to pick up some study supplies: a black lacquer fountain pen, a bottle of ink, and a hardbound notebook, which came to 1 copper coin. He tucked the stationery into his briefcase and glanced at his reflection in the shop window, silently thinking, "Finally, I look like a student." At 8:40 a.m., in classroom 311 of the 3rd teaching building, Chao Yi thought he had arrived early, but as soon as he pushed open the door, he froze. 7 young faces were already gathered in a circle, chatting and laughing, and he was the last to arrive. "Good morning, classmates," he said, removing his gray wool hat and nodding slightly. If you didn't know better, this Coatin hat guy could easily be mistaken for the teacher. Teacher, the nearest boy to the door, nearly called out, then caught himself, remembering their instructor was Taiwan Xian, a woman in her early 30s with an elegant demeanor, so he cleared his throat awkwardly. The classroom immediately filled with friendly laughter. Room 311 was a large open space with about 30 loosely arranged individual seats. To ensure quality, the adult continuing education class had only 8 students. The only empty seat was by the window in the front row. Chao Yi slid his briefcase and hat into the open drawer under the desk and draped his coat over the chair back. A burly man beside him handed over a gold-embossed business card. "Wang Lin, this is my card. Nice to meet you." Chao Yi took it and stared at the dense lettering, puzzled. "No, man, if I could read these letters, do you think I'd be here?" The classmates burst into laughter. Before the instructor arrived, they exchanged names. Among the 8, 7 men and 1 woman, all under 26, new individual entrepreneurs who had struggled from east to west side of the city. Wang Lin had firmly rooted himself in the west by dealing in seafood on the fish market street. To his right, Lu Xing worked as a small subcontractor. In the back row, Hua Qian was engaged in building materials trade, none running businesses too big or too small. They came to Malin Academy hoping to expand their businesses and move up socially. The only woman, Meng Zhan, about 23 or 24, wore a pale green skirt that covered her knees. Her long hair cascaded lightly, and though her makeup was subtle, she was quietly attractive. She didn't mention her occupation, but Chao Yi guessed she probably worked in nightlife. After all, nightclub girls studying for graduate school sounded far more aspirational than female graduate student working nightlife. As the new classmates chatted animatedly, the mood grew warmer. Just then, Meng Zhan smiled and turned her dark bright eyes toward Chao Yi. "Hey brother, what should I call you?" Though these people now possessed a certain degree of wealth and dressed in flashy, stylish clothes, a closer look revealed a complete lack of genuine nobility in their demeanor, thoroughly nouveau riche, with neither culture nor insight, let alone any profound background. By contrast, Chao Yi seemed completely out of place in the classroom. His calm and reserved aura made him seem nothing like the rumored illiterate country bumpkin. Even the formal students of Merlin Academy, standing beside him, appeared somewhat inferior. When Li Yi introduced himself, he said, "I'm from Yalexis province, here to invest in my hometown." Wang Lin responded with an "Oh," suddenly enlightened. According to historians' research, Tianan province is most likely the cradle of the yellow-skinned civilizations on the Orvieto continent. The yellow-skinned peoples scattered across the major provinces today probably all originate from this land. So when Chao Yi said, "This is my hometown," it was not an inaccurate claim. People from Tianan province were xenophobic, but mainly rejected other ethnic groups. Yellow-skinned people who spoke Qingyu, like Chao Yi, were regarded as fellow countrymen. Going back 500 years, they might have even been neighbors. Just as everyone was chatting back and forth, the classroom door opened. A woman in her early 30s walked in, wearing a tailored, smart, dark business suit and half-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Her role was Taiwan Xian. Her appearance was fairly ordinary, but but she was tall, about 1.7 meters, with a warm and friendly smile that inspired instant goodwill even before she spoke. Hello everyone. I'm your Qingyu instructor, Tai Wanxian. I hope we have a pleasant week ahead. She approached the podium and neatly placed the textbooks she was holding on the desk. Hello, teacher, the students responded in unison. Don't be so formal, come up and get your textbooks. Her voice was sweet and gentle, like an older sister next door, drawing admiring glances from many of the male students. Xiao Yi also stepped forward to take his textbook. Meanwhile, Tai Wanxian checked the attendance list one by one. Smiling, she said, any person with working vocal cords and a brain can speak. But written language is different. It starts with creation, and once formed, someone has to teach it. Otherwise, how would anyone know what these letters or words mean? Then she quickly wrote the 36 basic letters of Qingyu on the blackboard. Qingyu consists of these 36 letters, some concrete, some abstract. Letters form words, and words form sentences. Thus began the Qingyu class. As an alchemist, Xiao Yi mastered the sounds and forms of all the letters after hearing Tai Wanxian read them just once. The others couldn't memorize everything, but that didn't matter much. Anyone who could speak only had to connect the pronunciations with the letters, and then rely on memory. Next, Tai Wanxian wrote common words such as you, I, and he, daily pronouns. After mastering these basic words, Xiao Yi realized he could already understand parts of the textbook. Turns out this book was actually a Qingyu dictionary. It became clear that the Academic Affairs Office's recommendation of her was well-deserved. Throughout the lesson, she wasted no words, never delved into complicated language theory, only focusing on the most frequently used vocabulary and demonstrating how to look things up by relating letters to word roots. Xiao Yi quickly learned how to use the dictionary. By recognizing the words in it once, he could completely grasp the Qingyu language. Class ended. As soon as the clock struck 11, Tai Wanxian promptly finished her class. The students poured out of the classroom like a swarm, none happier than they for a teacher who never kept them past the bell. Tai Wanxian tucked her textbook under her arm, her heels clicking crisply against the tiled hallway floor as she strode ahead, first out the door. Wang Lin had been about to ask Xiao Yi to stay and figure out where to eat lunch together, but he noticed Xiao had already closed his briefcase, grabbed his folded trench coat, and was jogging after Tai Wanxian toward the exit. Teacher, wait up. On the steps of the third teaching building, Xiao Yi draped the trench coat over his shoulders and rushed to catch up. What's up, Li Yi? Tai Wanxian stopped. She always mixed up Xiao Yi's name with another student's. Teacher, would you like to have lunch together? Xiao Yi raised the briefcase in his hand. Tai Wanxian appraised him from head to toe, her eyes tinged with confusion. I'm almost old enough to be your mother. Xiao Yi gave a wry smile. What was she thinking? He hurried to explain. I just wanted to ask if you're available for private tutoring sessions at night. I have a pretty good memory and want to memorize more words quickly. Indeed, his learning pace was far ahead of the rest of the class. Even with unknown coaching, others still struggled to keep up. Oh, Tai Wanxian adjusted her glasses. Lunch is off the table then. I've actually had some free evenings lately. Each lesson is 2 hours, 3 copper coins. If you want, I can come straight to your place after work. Tonight? Not tonight, Xiao Yi said, knowing he had the Monday meeting at Mo Tea House. How about tomorrow evening at 6? 9216, Merlin Academy Street. Tai Wanxian nodded and jotted down the address in her little notebook. All right. Are you still attending the daytime classes? If not, I can ask the academic office to process a refund. No need to refund for now, Xiao Yi waved off. The academy cafeteria food is pretty good, and I want to meet more friends. Okay, see you tomorrow night then. Tai Wanxian waved and turned away. Though her back was straight and confident as she walked, her plain face hardly screamed charismatic. But Xiao Yi knew she was a mature woman with undeniable grace. It was only 11 o'clock, just 3 hours after breakfast. Xiao Yi wasn't hungry. He checked his pocket watch and decided to go on a shopping spree at the commercial pedestrian street. In the department store, he handed the shopping list to a clerk. Rice, flour, grains and oil, pots, pans and bowls, towels, bathrobes, pajamas, soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo, bitter tea seeds, socks, plus sets of everyday clothes and shoes. This wasn't a luxury store. Even choosing mostly mid-range quality items, the total only came to 100 copper coins. After checking out, he stared at his rapidly draining wallet. Yinqing ID processing and Tianan province visa, 300 copper coins. Outfit from head to toe, 260 copper coins. Rent, clothes, and daily necessities, 700 copper coins. Now only 2,200 copper coins remained. Luckily, no big expenses were coming up soon. He silently calculated. Passing the medical licensing exam and doing part-time medical work could bring in income provided he first learned to write Qingyu. How could someone who couldn't recognize a single character practice medicine? By the time the movers delivered all his purchases to his residence, the pocket watch read 12:30. What a busy day, and he still had housework to do tonight. Xiao Yi sighed, put on his fedora, and strode briskly toward Merlin Academy. At 1:15 p.m., he returned to the academy cafeteria beside the third teaching building. Past the lunch rush, the spacious hall was quiet and nearly empty, with only a few students quietly eating. Chow Yi casually ordered a bowl of beef noodles, a large bowl of hot broth topped with thick slices of beef, the aroma rich and inviting, yet priced at just 12 li fun, surprisingly affordable. After taking 2 bites, 3 female students carrying trays approached his table. "Hey, is this seat taken? Can we sit here?" The round-faced girl at the front asked politely. "No, please go ahead." Chow Yi looked up, his gaze settling on the 3, especially the one directly opposite him, Zhongbena. About 1.6 meters tall, she had big eyes and a baby face, with delicate fair skin. Her light-colored chiffon silk dress, along with the gleam of jewelry on her wrist and neck, marked her social standing clearly, either wealthy or noble. Why does she look so familiar? Chow Yi wondered silently. His life path shouldn't intersect with someone from such an elite background. After Zhongbena sat down, the girl next to her spoke in a clear voice. "Which college are you from? I don't think I've ever seen you around." That was Qian Xiaofeng, impeccably made up and carrying herself with aristocratic grace. The girl on the far right, Xiaqin, smiled silently, but also stirred a vague sense of familiarity in Chow Yi. "I'm not a student here. I'm in the social class program," Chow Yi answered shortly. As the words left his mouth, a sudden pressure built behind his head, as if something was about to burst beneath his scalp. An itchy, dizzying sensation. Familiar but blurry images flashed before him. A mansion bathed in lights during a banquet, where he served wine as a waiter to Zhongbena, dressed in a gorgeous silk evening gown. She smiled politely but distantly. From the corner of his eye, he vaguely saw Qian Xiaofeng and Xiaqin, also lavishly dressed, conversing nearby. Damn, that was the banquet at Viscount Pagius' estate. After that evening, his memories were shrouded in a foggy blankness. Even after becoming an alchemist, fragments only resurfaced when he encountered related people. The square-faced man who was the instigator, and these 3 noble women who had close contact with him, were the keys. "Hey, you okay? Do you want to go to the infirmary?" Zhongbena noticed his odd behavior and asked gently. Chow Yi rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath. "I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night." But in his mind, he was turning over the scapegoat Missiano leads. Couldn't even find the square-faced man, and even if he did, odds were he wouldn't win. Coming to Merlin Academy was the right move. These upper-class people wouldn't remember the face of a lowly waiter from a banquet, let alone connect him to the current Li. Meanwhile, he could trigger more memories through this renewed contact and make progress, maybe even complete the mission. "Here, have a piece of candy." Zhongbena kindly pulled out a nicely wrapped candy from her purse. Chow Yi took the candy from Zhongbena. The green apple-flavored wrapper crinkled softly beneath his fingers, just the taste he liked. The little girl in front of him smiled sweetly, clearly someone with good taste. "Hi, I'm Zhongbena," she said confidently, pointing to her 2 friends beside her. "These are my good friends, Qian Xiaofeng and Xiaqin. We're all from the Art Institute. What's your name? Are you from Zhuohong City? Do you live in Qinghe District or Guandili District?" Her rapid-fire questions bounced at Chow Yi like a census interview. If a boy asked a girl so many questions at once, it might seem rude or pushy, but coming from this adorable, well-off young lady, it somehow came off as charming. Yes, the world really does have double standards. Most people think beauties are the rare treasure, but in truth, handsome guys are even harder to find. Most girls just need to be young and look decent with a bit of grooming, but many guys don't bother to take care of themselves and just go out asses. Chow Yi was different, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, with fair, smooth skin, sharp, defined features, and a faint aura of mystery. Even among aristocrats, he was rare. Since becoming an alchemist, wherever he went, beautiful girls often approached him first. Facing these 3 today, he remained his usual calm self. "Li, I'm from Alasius province." Oh, the 3 college girls all stretched the sound, full of curiosity. As local aristocrats of Zhuohong City, they had met outsiders before, but Alasius province was still a new name to them. "Is Alasius fun? I've never been." Zhongbena leaned forward eagerly. Chow Yi smiled wryly inside. He actually knew nothing about that land after all. It was just a false identity. Looks like he needed to hurry and buy a copy of the Atlas of Alasius province to catch up on the local customs. "We're having a party tonight. Do you want to come?" After some small talk, Zhongbena finally got to the point. Chow Yi pushed up his glasses. "Sorry, I have plans tonight." No excuse needed, there were household chores and a club meeting. "How about tomorrow night?" She persisted. "I'm busy then too, going to a tutoring class." Chow Yi touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. "Then the night after tomorrow?" Zhongbena pressed on, clearly interested. "That works," Chow Yi nodded. He wanted an opportunity to blend into the aristocratic circle and maybe uncover some of his hazy memories. "Great. Give me your address, and I'll send you the invitation." The so-called party was really just a last-minute excuse fueled by Zhongbena's crush, but with her resources, throwing a party anytime was no problem. Chow Yi gave his address, 216, number 9 Merlin Academy Street. In this phone-free era, every household had a small mailbox at the door, so he wasn't worried about missing mail. The candy was a little tart up front, leaving a sweet aftertaste. The class bell was about to ring. Chow Yi folded the wrapper into his palm. "See you the night after tomorrow." I have to get to class now. Okay, see you then. The three voices trailed off softly and sweetly. Watching Chow Yi's figure walk away, the three aristocratic freshmen stood side by side along the tree-lined path. He's so handsome, so classy. Zhang Beina couldn't help but whisper dreamily. Qian Xiaofeng and Xie Qi nodded vigorously, their eyes sparkling too. You two better not steal him from me. Zhang Beina suddenly turned around, serious. Why can't the four of us be together? Her two friends smiled slyly, half joking. Zhang Beina clenched her fists, scolding, you two are such scoundrels. The afternoon classes remained just as packed. Tai Wanxian quickly noticed Chow Yi's incredible memory and gave him a few extra words of encouragement. As soon as the bell rang, Wang Lin and the others invited him out for a drink, but he politely declined and hurried home with quick steps. Back at his new place, he unpacked two large bags brimming with supplies, sorting everything neatly into kitchenware, daily necessities, and emergency medicines. It wasn't until exactly 6 o'clock that he finished. The once empty apartment was now filled with the lively scent of home cooking, as if it had suddenly come to life. He then took off his flashy shirt and trench coat, swapping them for a simple t-shirt, a jacket, and sweatpants, before heading straight to the bustling commercial pedestrian street. Inside the brightly lit department store, he selected a good 1.5 pounds of prime pork ribs, over half a pound of fresh tender yard-long beans, and grabbed a bundle of handmade noodles, planning to cook a pot of braised ribs with beans and noodles at his new home. Back in the kitchen, the ribs had already been cut into strips, so there was no need to blanch them again. He picked up the spatula and melted rock sugar until it turned a glossy amber, then tossed in the ribs to stir-fry, coating each piece evenly with the caramelized color. He added scallion sections, ginger slices, garlic cloves, star anise, bay leaves, and dried chili peppers one by one. The fragrant oil quickly released a rich aroma, filling the kitchen. He poured a circle of soy sauce around the wok, added a spoonful of soybean paste, then covered the ribs with hot water, put the lid on, and let it simmer gently for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, he cut the yard-long beans into segments and added them to the pot, letting everything braise slowly for another 30 minutes. As the sauce thickened, he tasted a spoonful perfectly seasoned, needing no further adjustment. Finally, he spread the handmade noodles evenly over the top, stirred gently to let the noodles soak up the thick sauce, and cooked until the liquid nearly evaporated, leaving just a bit of broth clinging to the strands. The rich reddish color and the mingled fragrance of meat and beans made it a flawless first meal in his new home. Chow Yi devoured the braised ribs and beans with noodles in no time. He rinsed the pots and bowls in the sink, slipped on a gray soft wool hat, put on his jacket and casual pants, and headed out the door. At 9:45 p.m., he arrived at the Moh tea house shrouded in night. The autumn breeze carried a chill, and the wind chimes jingled softly by the door, whose sign had been flipped to closed. I hope I'm not the last one, he asked as he pushed inside. Under the dim yellow light, the spacious tea room on the first floor already held several figures: Wang Yao, Shen Hechanjian, Yi with you, and Zhuagui Yi Fenglu, plus two unfamiliar faces. You're the second to last, Shen Hechanjian said with a smile, waving him over. What will you have? Just a glass of water, thanks. Chow Yi sat down and glanced toward the new faces. One of them used the ID Wei Wushi. She was under 1.6 meters tall with a round face and large eyes, looking like an adorable little girl, which made it hard to imagine her weighing 200 G of pressure. Chow Yi inwardly chuckled. If this were a Crazy Thursday ad, no one would believe it. Hi there. Wei Wushi bounced over cheerfully. I'm actually 23. I just look young. Nice to meet you. He shook hands with the girl. The other was Qin Wuang, who loves lifting ding, with tough short hair and a towering frame over 1.9 meters tall. His muscular lines were clearly defined, and his sharp gaze revealed him to be a force-type professional. Just as everyone was exchanging greetings, the wind chimes rang again at the door. I'm actually the last one here. The newcomer pushed the door open with a hearty laugh. Oh wow, you must be Chow Prime Minister. It's an honor. The members of Jianghai City's third professional team had all gathered. You're a young man dressed entirely in white sportswear, with a close-cropped haircut and black sport-style laces on your head. When he shook your hand, Chow Yi immediately noticed the thick calluses on your palm and the webbing between your thumb and index finger, rough like a sharpening stone. Those were the marks left by years of handling cold weapons. Following the sleeve upward, he saw the natural and well-defined muscle lines, clearly marking you as another force-wielding professional. Chow Yi nodded to himself. The squad's lineup looked solid indeed. All right. Team leader Shun Hezongyuan approached, holding a cup of warm water, raising his hand to invite everyone to sit freely. No missions for this week. The theme of this meeting is to welcome our new member Qingxiang Chao's edition. Just as the words left his mouth, enthusiastic applause exploded throughout the conference room. Any team with even a shred of reason wouldn't refuse a seasoned potion master. Shun Hezongyuan pointed to those next to him. You already know the four of us. Let me introduce the remaining three. First is Wei Wushi, this adorable little girl here. Her profession is hunter. Hunters belong to the mysterious class, natural-born wilderness hunters. She excels at close-quarters combat, is skilled with cold weapons and firearms, and can even set up forced traps. She's a master of concealment, stealth, tracking, reconnaissance, and counter-surveillance, with a near-instinctive sense of direction. Even in the harshest and most complicated environments, a hunter can find the right way without any guidance. What's rarer is that she can tame extraordinary life forms to fight alongside her, making her an all-around and powerful frontline profession. Chao Yi couldn't help but ask, "Have you tamed any extraordinary life partners?" The little girl pointed at the ceiling. Following her gaze, Chao Yi saw a shadow of an owl hanging upside down from above. "Niho." The system notification popped up. "You have discovered an extraordinary life form, Qiuqiu." Qiuqiu blinked her big, bright eyes and said in a clear, boyish voice, "Hello." Chao Yi already knew that some extraordinary life forms possessed language skills, like Xiaohe. The owl's appearance was cute, but it was actually a fierce raptor king of the night sky. Most flying creatures suffer from night blindness, except this one. Hunters normally operate in jungles, but have to come to the city to earn a living. The city can't accommodate large extraordinary beasts, and ordinary cats and dogs have no combat power. A raptor is the best choice, portable, efficient, and functional. Carrying an owl in the city looks unique but acceptable, whereas walking around with a big beast would get you arrested by the patrol officers in no time. Next, Shun Hezonyan pointed to a muscular young man, Qin Wuwang, who wields the great tripod. He's a thunder force type the Judgment Knight. Thunder symbolizes divine punishment, and punishment is judgment. The Judgment Knight and the Flame Demon are the twin top damage dealers, one thunder from the sky, the other fire from the earth. Few professions can rival their destructive power and burst damage. He paused, shrugged, and added, "But these two also have a less flattering nickname, the Thunder and Flame Dimwits." The Flame Demon is hot-tempered and impulsive. As for the Judgment Knight, well, maybe he's been struck by lightning too many times. She has occasional brain outages. The last to appear was the close-cropped young man in all-white sportswear, as if asking, "What more do you want from me?" He was a light force wielder swordsman. The light force had two derived professions. First, there is the priest, and second, the sword-bearer. The priest tends to be an all-around support class, notably weak in combat compared to other force-type practitioners. In contrast, the sword-bearer commands the power of light in battle, possessing an almost obsessive mastery of swordsmanship and an effortless control over various light magic spells. Most scholars agree this is closely tied to the nature of the luminary force. Sword-bearers hold fairness and justice in the highest regard. They are among the most disciplined of all the practitioners, but still maintain a flexible personal code, never becoming rigid to the point of suffocation. The core combat power of Jing Haishi's third practitioner team consists of an ocean elf, a shadow dancer, a judgment knight, a sword bearer, and a beast tamer. Although the musician is also a force type, their role leans heavily toward support. At this point, newcomers often wonder, since team captain Shinha Chongyun is force type as well, why is his Voidwalker form not considered part of the main fighting force? The answer is simple and harsh. Voidwalkers, apart from exceptional escape skills early on, have almost no damage output. Because of this, no one has ever formed a clear impression of their true late-game potential. They might remain a forever bottom-tier class. From now on, I look forward to working with you all. No, I mean, please take care of me. At the meeting, Shinha Chongyun smiled as he corrected his verbal slip. Looking around, his colleagues all seemed easy to get along with, especially the two beauties, Wang Yao and Weiwa 51, a striking contrast that lightened the mood considerably. Any business to report? If none, let's eat. He scanned the room again to make sure there were no pressing issues. The so-called business fell into two categories. First, daily communication between members. Second, reporting mission progress to the organization. The team had no missions last week or this week, so it was just casual interaction today. The topics covered mostly fell into three areas. 1. Legitimate and reasonable ways to make money collectively. Anything shady or illegal had to have strictly controlled risks. In Zhuahong City, official practitioner factions were dominant. Every team leader was rank 3, and an average team could easily wipe out Shinha Chongyun's squad. So nobody dared to act recklessly. 2. Information sharing, including but not limited to buying or selling extraordinary items. 3. Personal requests for help. Anyone with a tough problem could bring it up during the meeting. Chao Yi held a legal, reasonable, and highly profitable money-making plan. But since the team was still new, he chose to stay low-key and observe a little longer to make sure everyone could be trusted before leading them to wealth. Then let's eat. Shinha Chongyun called the dinner meeting to order. It turned out these weekly team meetings were really just excuses for group meals. Chao Yi grumbled silently. Nobody had told him dinner was provided. But hey, as long as there was alcohol, he was fine. He watched as Shinha Chongyun pushed several scattered tables together on the first floor to form one long banquet table, then carried out 12 dishes and one soup from the kitchen, everything from chicken, duck, fish, to various meats, filling the room with delicious aromas instantly. Then the captain, smiling warmly, brought out 2 bottles of fine wine previously banned by official regulations. Red, white. You should try both. My advice, drink them all. Wang Yao smiled softly. Agreed. The usually quiet, innocent girl raised her hand enthusiastically. Pop. The corks of the red and rice wines popped simultaneously. The moment the bottles opened, fruity and grain aromas filled the air, making even the sharp-nosed Chow Yi swallow involuntarily. Shinha Chongyun's two wines were really something special. This book is basically done for. Even a sudden flurry of updates won't save it now. Chow Yi's attempt at Qingyu wasn't quite up to par. He couldn't make out the brand of baijiu that Shun He and Chongyun were drinking. All he could do was watch as the clear liquor was poured into the small glass, shimmering amber in the glow of the wall lamp, crystal clear and exquisitely beautiful. The rich aroma of grains wafted up: sorghum, rice, glutinous rice, wheat, and corn, all blending together. Thanks to his extraordinary sense of taste, he instantly recognized it as a fine, soft, delicate liquor with a powerful kick, probably at least 50% alcohol by volume. Excuse me, I want to sit here, Wang Yao said as she approached Chow Yi, beckoning with her finger at even as a ghost, still charming, who was lounging next to him, signaling him to get up and give up the seat. Why should I? Even as a ghost, he protested. He just wanted to sit next to the chancellor, so he could pour him drinks and pass dishes at a moment's notice. Huh. Wei Wuwusher looked up. She was one of the only two women on the team and was very close to Wang Yao. Clenching her tiny fists the size of little bean buns, she glared fiercely at even as a ghost, still charming. Though small and probably not taller standing up than he was sitting down, her reputation as a violent little Lolita was no joke, especially with that ball hanging upside down from the ceiling above her, adding an invisible sense of intimidation. Fine, fine, even as a ghost, still charming, backed down and slunk away, reluctantly freeing the chair. Thus, the two beauties, one tall and one small, took up the seats on either side of Chow Yi, making Shun He and Chongyun look on in exasperated amusement. What a shameless bunch of groupies, practically glued to the magic alchemist the moment they saw him. He walked over, swaying the bottle, filled the cup in front of Chow Yi. Here you go, Chancellor. Finally, all eight gathered around the large round table. Shun He led the toast first. The first cup, to our meeting. Glasses clinked, and everyone downed their drinks. The liquor was even smoother than Chow Yi had anticipated. Almost no bitterness or burn, leaving only a faint sweetness and rich warmth that slid down the throat all the way to the stomach, heating the chest as well. The second cup, to tomorrow, they clinked again and drank decisively. As professionals even in the mysterious arts, their physical endurance far exceeded ordinary people. Several rounds of strong liquor barely registered. The third cup, to our new member. Qin Wuwang, who loved raising his cup, lifted his quietly while fishing out a can of dark beer from under the table, mixing the two for a hardcore combo. He'll drink. Chancellor, your call. He tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Thank you all for the warm welcome. Please take care of me going forward. Chow Yi poured himself a full cup and drained it as well. After 3 cups to break the ice, all feelings of awkwardness disappeared immediately. Going forward, huh? That won't do. Even as a ghost, still charming, suddenly rubbed his backside and grinned mischievously, tossing out a pun that set everyone into peals of laughter. You'd better stick with the pretty girls, and Wei Wuwusher. If not, two can do it too, someone teased. Like hell you can. Wei Wuwusher raised her fists. Even as a ghost, still charming, turned pale and quickly used both hands to protect himself, looking like he was hearing footsteps behind him. After the laughter died down, Wang Yao started passing Chow Yi some food. Wei Wuwusher occasionally refilled his glass. Before long, his plate was piled high. I really have eaten enough, Chow Yi smiled wryly. You only get a little bit of everything. Just taste it, Wang Yao said without giving him a choice, and shoved a tender slice of veal directly into his mouth. Hey, there are people here too. Can you at least treat us like human beings? Then get me some meditation potions, and I'll feed you in return. How about that? Cough. Around the round table, several men coughed simultaneously, awkwardly lowering their heads and pretending to focus on their food. Their chopsticks tapped against their bowls, creating a chaotic clatter. Chow Yi sat at the head of the table, fingers tapping the tabletop absent-mindedly. Though he was just a self-taught potion master, Wang Yao had already learned from Shinha and Chongyun that this seemingly casual young man carried a profound potion-making legacy. Prime Minister, can you brew potions now? Wei Wuwu scooted over to Chow Yi's right side, her bright eyes shining as if silently pleading, please? As soon as she spoke, the entire private room fell completely silent. Everyone looked up, their gazes slicing through the air like a troop of trained assassins, all focused on Chow Yi at once. Hiss. Chow Yi drew a sharp breath inward. This scene felt exactly like Tang Sun crashing into the spider cave. The tension was palpable. I can, but the problem is, I don't have any potion ingredients on hand, and I haven't really practiced much yet. What kind of potions do you want? But everyone only caught the I can part, completely ignoring the difficulties he mentioned afterward. In the transcendent world, the 5 most commonly demanded universal potions were 1. Rapid healing potion. 2. Rapid stamina recovery potion. 3. Rapid mental recovery potion. 4. Rapid mana replenishment potion. 5. Meditation Efficiency Enhancement Potion. The first 4 potions were directly tied to combat power. Pulling one out at a critical moment could save your life or turn the tide of battle. The 5th was even rarer. It determined how fast a professional could advance in rank. All 5 were nearly impossible to find on the market. The potion manual recorded recipes for all 5. While the formulas were the same, the quality wasn't strictly fixed. The potion's level depended on how old and rare the ingredients were. Ingredients harvested many decades ago yielded stronger, higher-tier potions. For instance, 10-year-old ingredients might only reach the first tier, while 30-year-old ones could achieve the second tier. Some materials possessed extraordinary properties and could produce high-level potions even after just a few years. The potency depended entirely on the potion master's skill in preparation and analysis. Qiao Yi immediately listed a long series of ingredient names. Anyone with a need should find a way to gather the raw materials and bring them to him for processing. He would only take half the finished potions as a processing fee. That price was already quite generous. Most potion masters took 70 to 80% of the output, thanks to the monopoly on production. Think it's expensive? Others would disagree. After all, these potions sold on the market for 5 times that price. Godfather above. Some nearly knelt down on the spot, overwhelmed with excitement. Others shared similar expressions, their eyes practically shouting, "Jackpot!" Wang Yao pressed her full red lips together, inwardly scoffing. "Cheap? I fed every one of those potions to you spoonful by spoonful. How dare you not show me respect? Prime Minister, I raise a cup to you. I also toast to you." Shinhe and Chongyun were dumbfounded. "Wait, now that makes us subordinates? I am the team captain here. Prime Minister, I also toast to you. If you can't beat them, join them." Qiao Yi raised his cup like pouring water, gulping down one drink after another. Before long, he lost all sense of direction. Even a potion sorcerer can't handle this much drinking. He swayed the cup against his lips, eyes glassy. "Oh, little weakling, already giving up?" Wang Yao laughed wildly, grabbing his collar and pulling him into her embrace. "Come on, have another drink with me. You can craft a persona and fake a personality, but once the alcohol hits the head," Qiao Yi realized Wang Yao was like a different person. She stood on a chair wearing 10-centimeter black stilettos, one foot on a chair, the other on the table, throwing back the bottle with her head tilted back. As a sea elf, her formidable alcohol metabolizing ability easily outmatched 7 teammates around the table. The baijiu and red wine went down smoothly but hit hard. The dark stout thrown into the mix just made Qiao Yi's brain tangle instantly. I can't do this, sis." A man can't just say he's done, but the intoxicating scent and softness in front of him nearly made him fall asleep. The first to fall was Kyukiyuth, extraordinary owl. After 2 drinks, it simply sprawled under the table, flapping its wings twice before slipping into a deep sleep. Soon, except for Wang Yao, everyone else was swaying and sprawling, with cups and plates scattered everywhere. "They're all wasted," Wang Yao said, holding Qiao Yi's face and shaking it gently. Qiao Yi hazily looked up at the table and floor littered with people. "Should we make some sobering soup for them?" Wang Yao asked. "Oh." Qiao Yi, supported by her, staggered over to the wash basin and splashed cold water on his face for 2 minutes before regaining some clarity. He flipped through his potion sorcery notes in his mind. Go flower, dried tangerine peel, hawthorn, white hyacinth bean, ginger, rock sugar, white rice vinegar. Does this recipe work? Wang Yao jotted it down. But she found Shunhe and Zhongyun's kitchen was lacking supplies, so she put on a coat and ran to the pharmacy near Mo Tea House to buy ingredients. After who knows how long, Qiao Yi was roused from a semi-conscious state. Wang Yao thrust a big bag of herbs into his arms. "How much of each?" "You didn't specify. They'll handle it." Qiao Yi steadied himself against the wall and shuffled into the kitchen, steps unsteady. "Does this soup really sober you up? Or is it even drinkable?" Following the recipe, he put ingredients for 8 servings into the clay pot, soaked in cold water for 15 minutes, then boiled on high heat before simmering on low for another 15. The amber broth bubbled, mingling fruity and herbal aromas. Only a potion sorcerer's handcrafted brew could truly be called a potion. Qiao Yi focused his mind slightly, guiding the medicinal properties to deeply fuse. Even mundane herbs and grains yielded remarkably different effects. As the soup boiled, Wang Yao placed both hands over the pot, sending a chill from her palms that quickly cooled the broth to a drinkable temperature. "An artificial refrigerator?" Qiao Yi joked. He ladled a bowl. The broth was clear and tasted sweet and tart like umebashi plums. After drinking, a rush of hot sweat broke out, and the alcohol buzz was whisked away like a breeze dispersing clouds. He exhaled deeply, feeling refreshed all over. So potent. Wang Yao's eyes widened. Is this the true power of a potion sorcerer? Even a simple hangover soup could work wonders. The two of them carried the clay pot and porcelain bowls, steam rising from the soup with a faint herbal aroma. Soon, each member of the team received their own steaming bowl. Still drinking? Shinhe, who had been force-fed a bowl, struggled to open his eyes, but only managed to roll them back half a turn. As the medicinal broth slid down his throat, he finally regained some clarity, exhaling a long breath of alcohol and sitting up fully awake. Everyone quickly set aside their little snacks. Each person had a bowl. The room was a mess, cups and plates everywhere, oil stains blotting the tablecloth, scraps of food, leaves, and bones littered the floor. Shunhee frowned, rubbing his forehead. The alcohol's all gone, and the food's finished too. The cook won't wash the dishes. You four, go wash the bowls and mop the floor. Got it. You, and you, Zwe, Gui also windswept. Qin Wuwang, who loved to raise the cauldron. And what more do you want? Immediately divided the chores. Dishwashers scrubbing with heads down, table wipers swinging cloths, and moppers pushing the long-handled mop back and forth. The clinking of porcelain and the rush of water quickly drowned out the lingering drunken chatter. Chancellor, could you leave me your address? Shunhee raised his hand. Only the team leader held the real contact addresses of all members as a security measure. After all, not every team had a virtue covenant to guarantee absolute trust. Whether members shared addresses was entirely voluntary. Chao Yi pulled out a pen from his briefcase and quickly wrote, Number 9216, South Street, Merlin Academy. If the organization sent a mission and couldn't reach someone, Shunhee could send a letter or personally visit in Zhuahong City. The recipient would immediately log off and check the group messages. All done. Team leader, we're heading out now. After tidying the hall and kitchen, everyone said their goodbyes and left. Stepping out of the MOHT house doors, Chao Yi realized it was already 2 a.m. The city's trams had stopped running, and streetlights cast long shadows on the stone pavement. Elemental professional sword masters, judgment knights, shadow dancers were all incredibly fast runners, able to match carriage speeds on foot. With few pedestrians at night, no one noticed their swift strides. The ocean elf, whose speed was average, lived nearby and wasn't worried about the return trip. But Chao Yi, the potion master, hesitated. Should he find an inn and rest until dawn, then take the tram back to South Street, Merlin Academy? Far from here. Wei Wuwu suddenly appeared behind him silently, gently patting his shoulder. Want to stay at my sister's place? Wang Yao asked with a smile. Chao Yi blinked. Your husband's not home. He's home. It's fine. That won't do. Chao Yi was uncomfortable with this personnel distribution. He could tolerate 1 man and 2 women, but not 1 woman and 2 men. I don't allow your husband to touch you. You're so anxious again. Wang Yao blew him a kiss and disappeared into the moonlight. Need a ride home? The little girl bounced again, patting his shoulder. Do you have a carriage? No, but Chiao can take you. Chao Yi glanced at the tiny owl perched on her Shadera palm-sized puffball of feathers, unmistakably juvenile. Is the little guy grown up? Even grown owls couldn't carry a person, right? As if sensing his doubt, Chiao gave a soft trill and spread its wings into the night sky. In the moonlight, its brown-gray wings suddenly expanded to over 5 meters, gusting winds swirling overhead. Chao Yi. No wonder it's called Kukia. Turns out it can inflate. Isn't that a bit flashy? Chao Yi instinctively touched Kukia's swollen body, feeling uneasy. Well, if it flies higher, it won't be obvious, the little girl explained seriously. If it stays at just a few hundred meters, official professionals might spot it, but at 1 or 2,000 meters, it's much safer. Besides, it's the middle of the night. Wo's going to be staring at the sky at 2 a.m.? Then, thank you, Chiao. You're welcome. Your soup was delicious, Chiao answered in a clear, small boy's voice. Then it lightly landed beside Chao Yi and waved its wings in farewell. Bye-bye. Taking a deep breath, Chao Yi nervously climbed up onto Kukia's broad, sturdy back. The little girl's figure rapidly shrank to the size of a matchstick as the night blurred past. Suddenly, Chiao shot upward like a released arrow. The whistling cold wind slammed against his ears, and the moon seemed so close he could almost touch it. The clouds churned below, the air was thin, and the temperature dropped sharply, so cold that Chao Yi's teeth chattered uncontrollably. Reluctantly, he activated his bone armor implant, enveloping himself in cold but reliable protection against the chill. Chiao, do you know where Nan Street of Malin Academy is? Of course. From this altitude, the bustling Zhuahong city sparkled with lights, and the Jia River curved through the city like a silver ribbon. Kukia's speed could only be described as lightning fast, covering in 10 minutes what normally took Chao Yi 2 hours on foot. Thank you. As he landed, Chao Yi's legs gave way and his face turned pale. He was clearly hit hard by bird sickness. He muttered to himself. Chiao is no ordinary first-rank transcendent. How on earth did the little girl tame it? You're welcome. Chiao shrank back to palm size and perched atop Chao Yi's mailbox, tilting its head. Is this your home? Can I come visit you here sometime? Of course. Okay, bye. With a flap of its snowy wings, it quickly turned into a tiny black, almost invisible in the distance. Chao Yi glanced down at the mailbox and noticed its lid had been flipped open. A thought struck him. Could this be an invitation from Zhang Baina's party? He opened the envelope to reveal a finely crafted, gold-embossed invitation. Wednesday at 8 p.m., 5001, Suyes Street, Guandi District, Firefox Club. Good thing had looked up some words earlier, or he might not have recognized these fancy-sounding addresses. He stuffed the invitation into his briefcase, pulled out his keys, and unlocked the door, worrying silently. Does the party require formal wear? Head just said no big expenses recently, and now he'd have to shell out money for a suit. But if he wanted to fit in with the upper class, it seemed unavoidable. Wearing silk pajamas, Chowie briefly washed up in the second-floor bathroom before lying down in his neatly made bed and entering deep meditation. He stayed in that state until 7:30 a.m., when he finally emerged, experience points up by 0.38, progress at 11.08, a satisfying pace. Only half a month remained before heading to the land of divine descent. He got up and went through his morning routine, washing his face, brushing his teeth, shaving with practiced efficiency. He ate breakfast with ingredients bought last night. 2 fried eggs, 2 slices of bacon, 1 sausage, 2 slices of buttered toast, and a cup of microwaved pre-made soy milk. Though pre-packaged, the soy milk contained no technological additives, just sealed in a freshness bag with a shelf life under a day. After breakfast, he used the bathroom, dressed neatly, locked the door, and headed straight to Malin Academy. Nothing special today, just the usual classes to attend. At lunch, Chowie did not see Zhang Bena or her 2 companions in the dining hall. After afternoon classes ended, Chowie ran into Wang Shan again at the south gate, this time driving a horse-drawn carriage. As the crowd poured out of the school, Chowie headed toward the gate, scanning the area with a sideways glance. Just then, the elegant purple sandalwood carriage rolled slowly past him. The window was half open, and there was Wang Shan's smug face, grinning with obvious pride. Chowie's hand itched to throw a couple more punches, but he clenched his teeth in silence. No one knew how Wang Shan had pulled it off, but now he was apparently the personal coachman for some official at Merlin Academy. At exactly 5 o'clock, Chowie casually returned to his modest townhouse. After changing into loose pajamas and brewing a cup of warm black tea, he spread out his potion handbook on the coffee table and settled in to seriously study the specialized material. At 6, the doorbell rang punctually. Tai Wanxian had arrived. In the evening, she wore a light-colored long dress with flat cloth shoes, her hair down and flowing, free from the daytime's professional constraints, exuding a more gentle and refined air. The academy provided staff housing within a 10-minute walk from here, so it was convenient for her to visit. Would you like to change your shoes? Chow Yi bent down and pulled out a brand new pair of light gray slippers from the shoe cabinet. Tai Wanxian swapped shoes and looked around curiously as she walked in. Dark wood floors, minimalist sofas, fine silver-trimmed porcelain, tasteful and well-appointed. Clearly the owner was financially comfortable. Would you like something to drink? Black tea, okay? Thank you. She sat upright in the living room's single chair, turned slightly to maintain a polite distance. With only the 2 of them in the room, going to the study felt too private, so they decided to hold the lesson here. Have you eaten dinner yet? Yes, I already have. Tai Wanxian sipped her tea quietly, her voice delicate as if not to disturb the tea's aroma. In the evenings, I only eat vegetables and fruit to keep in shape. Chowie absent-mindedly rubbed his slightly rounded belly. The Merlin Academy cafeteria was cheap and tasty. He had indeed indulged a little over these past few days. Following her example, he decided to skip staples tonight, just slicing some green grapes to add to the fruit bowl. Then he went upstairs to fetch the Qingyu dictionary and his notebook. Teacher, I want to ask, do you know a music student named Zhang Bena? Zhang Bena? Tai Wanxian paused briefly, then nodded. You mean Zhang Shuxu's youngest daughter, Zhang Bena? Chow Yi wasn't familiar with Count Zhang Shuxue, but thinking about the girl's dress and demeanor, it made sense she was a count's daughter. She invited me to a party, but I've only met her once. Tai Wanxian nodded gently. Zhang Bena is the youngest princess of the Zhang family. She holds great influence in Zhuahong City. Fortunately, she's not spoiled, just fond of new things, and does whatever crosses her mind. She studied Chow Yi carefully. You're from the Alasis continent, right? Just arrived in Zhuahong City, and probably don't know much. Be very careful not to offend Zhang Bena, or it will be nearly impossible for you to get by here. Zhang Bena herself might not hold grudges, but her huge circle of admirers from old nobility to politics, military, and business is enough to force any outsider lacking connections to leave in disgrace. That's serious? Chow Yi sucked in a breath. In Zhuahong City, counts are the peak of the aristocracy, Tai Wanxian explained. There are no marquises here, only 1 duke in retirement. Beneath the old duke are 3 counts and 8 viscounts. These 11 nobles control the city's economic lifeblood. You'd better hope that Zhang Bena is just amused by you, not actually falling for you. Otherwise, Tai Wangshuan's voice was calm, but her eyes flicked back and forth, appraising Chow Yi. As a young man, Chow Yi had sharp, well-defined features, smooth skin, and a tall, lean yet sturdy build. His every movement exuded a confident composure shaped by experience. These qualities definitely scored points in a woman's eyes, but among other men, especially Zhang Bena's suitors, they only stood out as obstacles. After all, who wouldn't want to marry the favored youngest daughter of Count Zhang Shuxue and instantly ascend to the next level? Chow Yi smiled wryly. He wasn't interested in the little girl. Mainly, Zhang Bena was too plain. Honestly, Tai Wanxian herself wasn't particularly curvy either. What he really liked was someone like Wang Yao, a mature, shapely married woman. Still, classes came first. In theory, he could learn at home by slowly working through the Qingyu dictionary, matching pinyin to pronunciation and then looking up meanings. But the efficiency was miserable. Having Tai Wanxian teach and pronounce any unfamiliar words on the spot, then explain them that, combined with his nearly eidetic memory, would burn each word into his mind instantly, at least 100 times faster. The 3 copper coin fee per lesson was well worth it, and he didn't have time to waste. The stock exchange account opening was still waiting. Usually, Chao Yi studied potion-making theory, practiced relevant skills, then set aside time to meditate at night. His schedule was so packed, there wasn't even space for a grain of sand. 2 hours flew by in a blink, leaving him hungry for more. "Teacher, can we add another session?" He closed his book, then suddenly realized how that sounded and hurried to clarify. "I don't mean that. If you're not busy, can I take another lesson?" "Sure." Tai Wanxian nodded, a spark lighting her eyes. As a teacher, she had taught many students and seen plenty of talent, but a sweetheart like Chao Yi with his perfect recall was still a rare find. By 11 p.m., continuing would have been presumptuous. Chao Yi pulled out a 5-cent and a 1-cent copper note, handing them over with formal thanks. At this pace, he'd have the Qingyu language mastered in under a week. "May I escort you, teacher?" "No need, just to the door is fine." Tai Wanxian declined politely, and soon her tall figure vanished into the night. The day's studying was over for now. Chao Yi washed an apple for dinner, paired it with a half cup of hot black tea, then returned to the study to focus on the potion handbook. At 2 a.m., he closed the book to wash up before settling into meditation. When deep meditation ended at 7:30 a.m., he opened his eyes and suddenly realized he'd been running around so busy every day that he couldn't even say what for. After a quick wash, he changed clothes and glanced at the laundry basket. His coat required dry cleaning, but there was no washing machine or dry cleaning at home. After some thought, he put on his soft felt hat and decided to tackle the rental problem first, heading straight to Koi Realty. The agency had already opened early at 8 o'clock. "I need a senior laundry maid to come to my house today between 12 o'clock and 12:30 to clean my clothes." "No problem, Mr. Lee," the real estate consultant replied immediately. She knew every piece of Chao Yi's clothing was high-end, so naturally she understood what level of laundry maid to recommend. Large agencies and housekeeping companies often partnered, making housekeeping services common whether buying or renting a home. Someone able to afford a monthly rent of 35 copper coins certainly wouldn't be doing chores personally. As soon as his morning classes ended, Chao Yi boarded the tram near Malin Academy, heading straight to the upscale commercial district. He pondered for a long time en route, but in the end hesitated no longer and picked out a premium suit from a luxury ready-tower store. Chao Yi's physique was like a walking clothes hanger, though not tailor-made. The suit fitted him perfectly and impressively, earning applause from the in-store designer. "If you ever want a bespoke suit, please allow me to assist you," the designer said eagerly. With a body like that, anything he wore would look sharp. Wearing a flashy burgundy suit, dark high-end Oxford shoes, and a tall silk hat adorned with bright feathers, Chao Yi looked every bit the dandyish nobleman stepping out of a folk tale. The total came to 188 copper coins. After carefully packaging the suit, the shop arranged a carriage to take him home. When the carriage stopped outside his door, the clock hand pointed to exactly 12:18. Chao Yi stepped down to see a young woman in her early 20s, dressed in a housekeeping uniform. Quietly waiting by the door, you noticed the character Fu Yuexin. "You must be Mr. Lee." "I'm Fu Yuexin, a senior laundry maid from Mulan Housekeeping Company. It's a pleasure to serve you." "How pleased?" Chao Yi asked expressionlessly, carrying his briefcase and laundry bag. "Very pleased." Fu Yuexin hesitated briefly, then gave a professional smile. Chao Yi let her in with his key and pointed to the dirty laundry basket and the trench coat on the coat rack by the door. "These all need washing. You know how to handle them, right?" "Rest assured, Mr. Lee, I'm a professional." Fu Yuexin counted quickly. "Dry cleaning the high-end trench coat is 20 copper coins. The rest are washed with water, costing between 1 and 3 copper coins each, totaling 25 copper coins." Chao Yi took out a 25 copper coin from his wallet and handed it to her. "Remember to lock the door after hanging the clothes to dry. If it's not cleaned properly, they'll complain and ask for compensation. If it's done well, they'll hire you again next time." After hanging the new suit in the bedroom wardrobe on the second floor, he took a nap on the bed until exactly 1 o'clock. On his way downstairs, he saw Fu Yuexin scrubbing the clothes in the bathroom meticulously and efficiently. When Chao Yi returned home after his afternoon class, Fu Yuexin had already left. The cleaned clothes were neatly hung on the balcony, with a subtle scent of soap pods lingering. The floor was also scrubbed spotless. "What a diligent girl. Next time I'll have to pay her more," he thought to himself. In his second-floor bedroom, he changed into the flamboyant suit. Since he was dressed like that, taking public transport was clearly out of place. So, Chao Yi decided to rent a carriage nearby and hire a coachman to take him to the Firefox Club in the Guandi district. Chao Yi had just pushed open the door when he saw a lavishly decorated 2-horse carriage parked right in front of his house. The glossy black carriage exterior reflected the faint glow of the street lamps, and a silver-white frost sword emblem was affixed in the most prominent spoda, unique family crest of the Zhua Hongzhang clan. Standing by the carriage was a coachman dressed in a suit, wearing a dark tie and a tall top hat. He looked to be in his early 40s, with smooth brows and an air of undeniable superiority in his every gesture. Clearly, he wasn't an ordinary driver, but likely a family retainer of the Zhang's. Good evening. The coachman approached briskly, his voice gentle yet measured. I am Zhang Chong. May I ask if you are Mr. Li? That's me. Chao Yi nodded slightly. Please, step inside. Miss has instructed me to come and fetch you. Zhang Chong bowed politely, flawless in his demeanor. Chao Yi thought to himself. Perfect, saves me the fare. The carriage door was pulled open, releasing an almost tangible aura of luxury. The cushions, sewn from golden silk, shimmered softly. Beneath his feet lay a diffused carpet made from the pelt of some fierce, unknown beast, still plush even through his shoes. The seats featured adjustable backs and footrests, all surrounded by deep blue patterned drapes. Looking up, one could see the night sky through the carriage's glass roof. Even the small drawer beside the seat was decorated with neatly cut gemstone handles. Chao Yi suspected this carriage alone could buy a respectable home in the eastern district of Zhuahong City. Rich people really are rich, he muttered in his mind. I hate rich people, well, unless one day I become rich myself. Then just forget I said that. Zhang Chong took the reins, driving off with the same respectful tone, though his eyes couldn't hide a calculating glance. Sir, you're from the Ellis continent? May I ask which province you hail from? The carriage rolled onto Jiechuan Avenue, a straight thoroughfare built along the eastern bank of the Jiechuan River, connecting Qinghe in the north to Guandili in the south. On both sides stood riverside villas, brilliantly lit. Even the cost of a single bathroom in any of them could make ordinary people dizzy with envy. The northern edge of Malin Academy wasn't far from here, though Chao Yi had never set foot inside. From the Rhine province, he replied. That was the information on Li Yi's ID card. The documents were written in Utgard script, which Chao Yi couldn't read, but the visa was bilingual. The Rhine province lies in the central region of Ellis and is notoriously poor. Zhang Chong had initially assumed from Chao Yi's demeanor that he was a noble from the Li family of Ellis, but hearing this, it was clear the gentleman came from humble origins. The Li clan is widespread across the Orvieto continent, with extensive noble branches in every major region. Some of the most prominent aristocrats of the southern continents come from that family. Zhang Chong's assumptions made sense. For the rest of the trip, he casually probed into Chao Yi's background and the customs of Ellis. Chao Yi knew little and answered honestly. My parents died early. I grew up scavenging. In plain terms, Li Yi was just a provincial bumpkin who had never seen the world. The fact he'd come this far and amassed some wealth was owed entirely to courage and a stroke of insignificant luck. Everything Chao Yi said was true except for the address. This is how Chao Yi gradually grew up in the land where gods once descended, still not 10 years old, when both his parents died one after another. He survived by scavenging through heaps of garbage to fill his stomach. Later, he was taken in by an old thief with rough skills and learned a few tricks before that man passed away during a harsh winter. Fortunately, Chao Yi had a natural talent for stealing and, with his nimble hands, he slowly turned his life around. Because of this, he could almost deduce Li Yi's life path with his eyes closed. It had to be even harsher than his own, forcing him to leave home and die alone in a dark, cold, damp ship's hold, his body ultimately swallowed by the sea. Zhang Chong was momentarily silenced by these words. This young man before him was clearly far more capable than expected, yet utterly without any connections. Marriages were about matching social status. If it were his own daughter, he might hesitate, but the Count's beloved youngest daughter? No way. They simply weren't from the same world. After considering carefully, Zhang Chong began. The young lady just came of age this year and lacks worldly experience, especially regarding relationships between men and women. Since you are the latter's friend, I hope you can advise her properly. Before he could finish, Chao Yi interrupted with a cold voice. Are you warning me? Zhang Chong turned his head and caught a pair of eyes through the half-open curtain, deep and unassuming. Yet they carried a natural, noble sense of superiority. That proud demeanor. It was worth noting that even the officially titled knights among the Zhang family's retainers didn't dare look at him that way. But here was a boy who had climbed up from the muddy streets, doing just that. I understand. I am not some reckless kid unaware of his place, Chao Yi said, and that fleeting feeling of being looked down upon vanished from Zhang Chong's mind so quickly he wondered if he'd imagined it, choosing to stay silent instead. Zhuahong City was vast. From the north to the south end of the city's east side stretched 100 miles. The Mo Tea House wasn't far from Malin University, but traveling from Malin University to the Foxfire Club in the Guandi district required crossing half the city. The twin-horse carriage raced along Jiechuan Avenue for a full 3 hours, horses' hooves pounding a dense rhythm on the cobblestone road before finally slowing down. Suiya Street branched off Jiechuan Avenue as a wide side road. The entire villa district was built along the river, each house a standalone residence with its own yard. Standing by a third-floor window, one could take in the magnificent view of the Jechuan River in full. At 7:35 p.m., darkness had fallen. Lights blazed on both sides of the river, machines roared, and construction lights burned like daylight on the east bank, while neon signs flashed and tavern music boomed on the west bank. The river divided the scene like heaven and hell. Mr. Li, I must beg your pardon, but I cannot stay any longer at this event. When the evening concludes, I will see you home. Enjoy the rest of your night, Zhang Chong said, helping Chao Yi out of the carriage. He tipped his hat and bowed slightly. Chao Yi straightened his suit jacket and pulled out a gilded invitation from his briefcase. The Foxfire Club covered a large area. Its three-story villa looked like a sleeping red fox under the lights. As one of the top private clubs downtown, even the cheapest membership fee here was as high as 100 copper coins per year. Inside the club, members enjoyed world-class cuisine from all over the globe. There were also lounges, game rooms, tea rooms, and shooting ranges available. Whether it was alcohol, firearms, or absolutely forbidden hallucinogenic drugs, anything illegal was perfectly legal at the Firefox Club. No sheriff would ever come to check. Nobles understood the unspoken rule. Life was far too comfortable for many aristocrats, who had developed a habit of whining without illness. The more abundant their material wealth, the emptier their souls. To seek thrills, banned substances were common fare. During the 2-gene period of the Great Xia Federation on the Blue Sky Star, this trend was especially widespread among the scholar official class, who seemed perpetually fogged in a daze. At the villa's main entrance, Chao Yi presented his invitation. The doorman immediately accepted it with both hands and bowed as he ushered him into the banquet hall. Melodious piano notes echoed under the soaring ceiling. The buffet table was already filled with silver-domed trays and tall-stemmed glasses, as white-gloved servers moved gracefully among the guests. Chao Yi glanced inside from the doorway. Aside from the staff, there were about 20 formal guests, mostly young and beautiful women. Each wore silk gowns that shimmered softly under the crystal chandeliers, with precious jewels adorning their necks and wrists. Their exaggerated bell-shaped hats were trimmed with lace, rare feathers, jeweled pins, and silk flowers, sparkling brilliantly. Chao Yi, who had once thought his own hat was fancy, felt like a small fish compared to this parade of walking works of art. There were few men, mostly friends of Zhang Beina, or male companions brought by the ladies. Although the guest list was small, the Firefox Club was fully booked out. Zhang Beina, the countess' daughter, had that kind of influence. His unfamiliar face immediately caught the attention of the young men and women, who were usually regulars in the same social circle. Chao Yi's presence made them take a few extra glances. While Zhang Beina spotted him among the crowd and breathed quietly with a hopeless romantic's heart. Chao Yi stood tall in a wynard suit that hugged his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his sharp features outlining a lean, masculine handsomeness. Many girls simultaneously turned their gaze to him. Zhang Beina lifted her gown and hurried over with quick steps. Chao Yi took off his hat and bent slightly, offering what he thought was a perfect nobleman's bow. Thank you, Miss Zhang, for your kind invitation. Honestly, he didn't know real aristocratic etiquette, but while he hadn't tasted pork, had seen pigs run TV dramas offered plenty of convenient templates, enough to get by. Besides, he was playing the role of Li Yi, an outsider from another region, so not knowing the customs of the southern hemisphere was believable. Zhang Beina bit her lip and linked her arm through his right. Everyone hey race my friend, so no need to be so formal. Chao Yi smiled awkwardly but politely. We've only met once before, and you're already this close? So this is how nobles socialize. She looked around and loudly introduced him. Let me introduce my good friend from Merlin Academy, Li Yi, an investor from the Ellis's continent. Then she pulled Chao Yi toward the center of the hall. He scanned the room and thought, oh no, they're all old acquaintances. He kept smiling and greeting as he quietly absorbed the memory fragments restored into his mind. Since he had prepared in advance, his focus was sharp and he avoided dizziness. The scenes from that night became more and more coherent. Most of the guests Zhang Beina invited had likely attended Viscount Eupagius' grand banquet. The opulent hall, shimmering like a majestic ship, was awash with lights resembling a rolling tide, bustling with over 1,000 elegantly dressed guests moving gracefully through the space. At that time, Chao Yi was just an inconspicuous fragment of the crowd, a server carrying a silver tray, passing around drinks. He vividly remembered the polished marble floors gleaming like mirrors and the towering columns entwined with metallic vines. He even recalled the massive crystal chandelier suspended from the domed ceiling, casting fractured diamond-like cold light. Yet strangely, he couldn't remember how he had slipped unnoticed into the waitstaff ranks or grasped the true purpose behind Viscount Eupagius' elaborate, star-studded gathering. Most troubling of all was that the lead on the square-jawed man remained a complete blank. Chao Yi knew that only by reconnecting with the person involved could he hope to fill in the missing pieces of his memory. He had no recollection of how he left that night or why he later ended up in the detention center of Binghuai Alley. The fragments felt like a roughly edited film reel, missing crucial frames that left everything out of focus. His gut told him these events were closely linked, and the square-jawed man might be the key to unlocking the mystery. At this moment, while mingling, Xiao Yi's mind raced with rehearsed scenarios. Zhang Bena beamed, linking her arm with his as they weaved through the brightly lit hall, introducing one expensive face after another. This is the Viscount's granddaughter. That one is the city councilor's granddaughter. The little grandson of the Yunhai Navy admiral over there. And this young lady is the daughter of the rising star in the business world. Her social web spanned the oldest nobles, political figures, military elites, and business magnates across Yunhai province. Proudly patting Xiao Yi's arm, she said, if you want to invest in Zhuohong City, they can all help you. So, don't you want to thank me? Thank you very much, Xiao Yi replied politely. But inwardly he hoped her brief enthusiasm would fade quickly and preferably that she would completely forget a nobody like him. Living off someone else's wealth was hard to swallow, he muttered silently. Guys, time to call it a night. Besides, his investor cover was just a front. If he truly went into business, he'd likely lose everything down to his last hawthorn berry. Xiao Yi's real fortune lay in the stock market and occasionally moonlighting as a doctor, peddling homemade counterfeit medicine on the black market. That was his modest source of income. Mr. Li, what kind of investments are you planning in Zhuohong City? A voice interrupted. Xiao Yi looked toward its character, Gong Yuchen. This young man was barely in his early 20s, standing just over 1.8 meters, slightly taller than Xiao Yi, with sharp features and an air of refined nobility. In high society, there were few unattractive faces. Good genes had been carefully selected over generations. Gong Yuchen's tone was gentle, but a hint of concealed hostility flickered in his eyes. There were always those who saw Na as prey, despite her self-proclaimed bros. I've only been in Zhuohong City for 3 days, still surveying the scene. Xiao Yi replied calmly, a mild smile on his lips. Gong Yuchen nodded slightly, then casually shifted the conversation to coastal shipping, tax policies, and shifting land prices with flawless fluency, subtly implying, this is the top echelon of Yunhai province's elite. It won't be easy for an outsider like you to establish yourself. It was also a veiled warning. Zhang Bena was not a branch you could easily climb. But as a citizen of planet Sky Blue in an era flooded with information, Xiao Yi's scope far exceeded ordinary limits. The planet was round, the universe infinite, tanks had no rearview mirrors, and guns didn't discriminate. He rattled off obscure facts so unexpectedly that Gong Yuchen found himself momentarily stunned. Mr. Li, could you be from the noble Li family of the Alicia continent? Gong Yuchen finally couldn't resist probing. The other man's confident demeanor suggested he was no ordinary player. I'm not. Xiao Yi smiled again. Rhine province is actually the poorest place in Alicia continent. I'm just a stray kid, a scavenger. Were the original princes and marquises all born noble? Xiao Yi had originally wanted to say, kings and nobles, how can one be born into it? But in Tiananmen, there was no official rank called prime minister, nor did they follow the elegant bureaucratic formats of the Greater Xia Federation. He guessed Gong Yuchen wouldn't understand, so he switched to the bluntest wording possible. In just a few sentences, it felt like scalding molten iron had been poured into icy water. There was a sharp hiss, and the huge banquet hall instantly fell silent. Gong Yuchen froze in place. Zhang Bena and the young servers carrying trays also stopped mid-motion. Every eye turned toward Xiao Yi. Nobility comes from within, never from birth or bloodline. As everyone digested that sentence, Xiao Yi noticed a new face. Xinjia. The man looked older and more mature than most young people there, about 25 or 26, with a tall, upright posture, a sharply tailored suit, and cufflinks that caught a subtle metallic gleam. Men his age in this region typically had families already, was no exception. The Shi family and the Zhang family had long-standing ties. Zhang Bena was practically a little sister he had watched grow up. Earlier, Xiao Yi had wondered why Zhang Bena suddenly arranged this banquet. Now the answer was clear. It was all because of this outsider, Li Yi, that is, Xiao Yi himself. To be honest, with that kind of eloquence and insight, anyone would suspect he came from the noble Li clan. Xinjia took 2 sparkling wine glasses from the waiter's tray and strode over to Xiao Yi. A toast to you. Thanks. Xiao Yi shrugged off the formalities and downed the glass in one gulp. His manner might break noble etiquette, but it was undeniably free and easy. Xinjia chuckled. Bena's friends are my friends. If you ever need help, just say the word. He reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a gold-trimmed business card, only an address printed on it, and handed it over. Xiao Yi pocketed it, watching as Xinjia returned to the buffet and resumed slicing into a juicy roasted lamb chop. Who's that? Xiao Yi asked Zhang Bena quietly. The grandson of the 3rd chairman of the Yunhai Provincial Assembly. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. That was a genuinely powerful figure. In many other administrative systems, someone like that would rival even the descendants of top political families, possibly wielding even greater influence. With Xinjia openly expressing admiration, Gong Yuchen had no choice but to set aside his earlier hostility. The conversation soon turned to poetry, calligraphy, music, chess, astronomy, geography, even handsome men and beautiful women. When the topic shifted to grander themes, distinctions of gender and race seemed to dissolve. and the atmosphere felt light and cheerful. At 10 that night, Gong Yuchen beckoned two young men nearby. How about a couple rounds in the gaming room? Know how to play Tian and Dajo's card game. Back in his old life, Chao Yi was versed in many vices, including gambling tricks he knew inside out. But now he loathed anything related to gambling that had once destroyed his original happy family. I've never played. Sorry, he said with a faint smile. How about the card game from Yalexis Dajo? Don't know that either? Chao Yi shook his head. Jize, standing next to Gong Yuchen, shrugged. Is it true you can't play? Or you just don't wanna? You got it. Chao Yi thought bitterly to himself. I just don't want to play with you. Gong Yuchen turned his gaze and pointed elsewhere. How about the shooting range? You can shoot, right? Shooting. Chao Yi looked up and gave the three a meaningful glance. Sure. Kids, do you know what it means to show off a big saber in front of Guangdong? Are you all heading to the shooting range? Hearing this, Zhang Beina, Qian Xiaofeng, Xie Qin, and a dozen other girls quickly came running from the other end of the corridor. Their families were always strict with them, especially forbidding anything to do with firearms, but the young ladies still sneaked out to join the fun. In a time before the internet, hunting and shooting were among the most thrilling and fashionable pastimes. It's been a while since we practiced. Let's go enjoy ourselves. Shi Xingjia pulled out a napkin and leisurely wiped his mouth. Hadn't stopped eating since the banquet started and had an even bigger appetite than Chao Yi, who suspected his friend might be some kind of force user. Everyone chatted and laughed as they headed to the locker room to change into the Foxfire Club's professional shooting outfits. The club thoughtfully provided full gear, including protective goggles, noise-canceling earmuffs, and wrist guards. Chao Yi waved off the offer, indicating he didn't need any of it and didn't even bother to take off his suit. The shooting range was located underground with extra soundproofing. When they pushed open the door, the large, open space was brightly lit like daytime, with targets set as far as 400 meters away. Ladies, who wants to go first and try the guns? A long table displayed a neat row of golden revolvers, each coated from barrel to wooden grip in a dazzling layer of gold dust, luxurious to the extreme. Of course, the girls crowded around, handling the heavy revolvers and skillfully loading bullets into the chambers. About a dozen bright and youthful girls simultaneously aimed at the 20-meter targets, the gunshots ringing out in quick succession. But when the smoke cleared, there were barely any bullet holes on the paper. Zhang Beina missed all 6 shots, laughing at herself in frustration. Not fun at all. She slapped the revolver down on the table and shook out her wrist to loosen up. Want me to teach you? Gong Yuchen took the revolver with a confident smile. Zhang Beina scoffed. As if you're so great. If anyone's teaching me, it's sure go. Li Yi, how's your shooting? Me? Chao Yi pointed to himself. Just average. Come on, let's have a competition. Gong Yuchen grabbed another revolver and handed over the grip. Count me in. Shi Xingjia arrived, finally after a bathroom break. He waved to all the men present. 30-meter target, 1 shot per chamber, highest score wins. Loser owes the winner a favor. Deal? Chao Yi accepted the revolver without objection, going along with the host. The attendants set all 6 sheets to the 30-meter distance. Chao Yi stood next to Gong Yuchen, spinning the heavy golden revolver in one hand, the gun's intricate patterns dancing. Nice gun, effective up to 80 meters, he remarked casually. Gong Yuchen was stunned. No way, bro, you really know your stuff? Please, go ahead. Chao Yi tilted his chin, inviting Gong Yuchen to take the first shot. Bang bang bang. 6 shots rang out crisply. Gong Yuchen performed decently, scoring a total of 42 points, averaging 7 per shot. When the scores were tallied, Chao Yi twirled the revolver again in a flourish, the gun spinning effortlessly between his fingers. He brought it to rest steadily, the muzzle pointing dead center at the bullseye. Bang bang bang. In a flash of light and smoke, a single bullet hole appeared right in the middle of the target. 1 perfect 10-ring shot, followed by 5 that supposedly missed the mark. The attendant crouched beside the target stand, forehead pressed against his goggles, repeatedly checking the bullet holes. After a moment, he looked up pale-faced. All 5 of Chao Yi's missed shots had actually passed straight through the same hole made by his very first bullet. 6 shots with full 10 rings, all through a single bullet hole, not a hair's breadth off. The swallowing sound of his throat was unusually sharp in the silence. Comparing it to the Navy sharpshooters stationed along the Yunhai coast, even he couldn't confidently say they could be that precise. As the results were announced, the Foxfire Club's lounge instantly erupted. Wow, Li Yi is amazing. Outside the viewing area, the girls leaned over the railing, whispering excitedly, but unable to hide their enthusiasm. To Chao Yi's right, Shi Xingjia shook his head helplessly. Is this even a competition anymore? Just declare you the champion right now. He patted Chao Yi's shoulder. You call this just luck? Ever think about a job at the Public Security Bureau or Navy? Chao Yi set his revolver down gently and waved his hand. Just got lucky. Sure, teach me some tricks later. After Shi Xingjia spoke, he raised his gun and cocked it. 6 sharp shots rang out in quick succession, all 10 rings though the bullet holes were spread out. Nothing like Chao Yi's terrifying one-hole cluster. The Foxfire Club used oversized targets to accommodate guests, so even casual shooters could hit the target. But facing Chao Yi here, no one dared claim to be on his level. All right, you win, Gong Yuqin admitted, genuinely impressed. No wealthy kid in the room was one to back down. They exchanged business cards with addresses if Chow E ever needed anything or wanted to get in touch. The cards were the key. 2 more rounds. Let me see your limits. Shi Xingjie raised an eyebrow. Of course. Chow E responded smoothly. 80 meters. The attendant blinked. Sir, the revolver's max effective range is 80 meters. 80 meters meant almost no reliable aiming reference at all. Only 80 meters. Chow Yi's tone was even. The target moved along its electric track to the farthest distance. Chow Yi spun the revolver between his fingers. The silver barrel flashed twice. Then he raised his arm. 6 crisp shots cracked like a whip. The target paper was retrieved again. 6 perfect 10 rings. The bullet holes weren't all in one spot this time, but tightly clustered beyond all normal limits. For Chow Yi, 30 meters or 80 meters made no difference. He just chose not to cluster them into a single hole. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Shi Xingjie was the first to applaud. In his family's security detail, anyone guarding the 3rd chairman of Yunhai province was a 9 million marksman, yet he thought Chow Yi's accuracy matches or even surpasses theirs. To rise from the city's lowliest ranks, he truly was exceptional. Wow. Li Yi, can you teach me? Zhang Beina and a group of girls surged forward, surrounding Chow Yi so tightly he couldn't move. Shi Xingjie looked at the human wall and smiled wryly. Looks like no coaching from Chow Yi tonight. Boring. Let's go home. Full and satisfied, he rubbed his belly. As a married man, he and these under-20 kids weren't really in the same world. Changing into a suit, buttoning cuffs, donning a fedora, he was the first to leave the villa. Halfway out, he called back to the room. Kids, don't get married so young, got it? Laughter exploded inside the villa. Tomorrow I'm telling my wife. Zhang Beina laughed with her hands on her hips. Have mercy on me, Shi Xingjie pleaded, clutching his head as he fled, looking as awkward as a squirrel chased from its nest. The girl's enthusiasm rarely lasted more than 3 minutes, especially when handling a revolver toy with a brutal recoil that made their delicate arms go numb, even with protective wristbands on. After about half an hour in the shooting range, interest waned, and the group headed in a lively procession to the quiet tea room on the other side of the club. Chow Yi took the opportunity to change into a special outfit, a loose silk robe custom-made for the Firefox Club, deep green with subtle patterns, perfectly matching the antique style of the tea room. The waiter lit a faint sandalwood incense, wisps of blue smoke curling through the air. Behind a folding screen, a guzheng player plucked the strings, producing clear, crisp notes like water droplets falling on jade. Chow Yi sat by the tea table, watching the waiter meticulously perform the gongfu tea ceremony, suddenly struck by a feeling of déjà vu. This routine is exactly the same as the gongfu tea tutorial I saw on Douyin. There's a Mo tea house on Liming Street in Qinghe District, Zhang Beina explained with a calm voice, and this tea brewing technique is said to have originated there. Chow Yi, why does this suddenly relate to Xinhe and Chongyan? He muttered softly. As the waiter poured the last drop of tea into the cup, Zhang Beina waved a hand casually. All right, you all can leave now. The waiter and guzheng player respectfully exited, closing the door behind them. Zhang Beina, barefoot on the soft carpet, checked the curtains and door locks one last time before hurrying back to the group with a mysterious glint in her eyes. She lowered her voice. Do any of you know about supernatural things? Supernatural? The crowd's curiosity instantly sparked. As high society members, they'd heard terms like transcendent world and professionals, but remained confused. Several had professionals in their family, but no one ever really explained what that meant. What kind of supernatural things? Chow Yi felt a rising sense of foreboding. Zhang Beina had drunk quite a bit tonight, her cheeks flushed with a soft pink that made her look even more charming in the dim light. She leaned close to Chow Yi, her eyes shining as if they might overflow with tears. I recently got hold of an ancient magic ritual, said to help people find their true love for life. While the girls exclaimed in unison, is there really such a ritual? Can we join? Of course. Zhang Beina pulled a crumpled slip of paper from her pocket, her expression serious. Come on, Gong Yuqin instinctively resisted, not because he feared Zhang Beina truly found a soulmate, but because the words magic ritual triggered alarm bells. Most rituals came from dark organizations. Once triggered, they could be dangerously unpredictable. It's just a love ritual, probably safe, right? Qian Xiaofeng whispered. The girls always dreamed of perfect romance. Worst case. Failure meant going back to zero. If you're really scared, you can leave, Zhang Beina said lightly. I am not scared. Gong Yuqin forced himself to stay. Chow Yi's unease deepened. He reached out. Can I see the ritual? Of course. Zhang Beina handed over the paper without hesitation. The entire party tonight really was to test if Chow Yi was her destined partner. The paper unfolded to reveal a jumble of nonsensical Qing language words, scrambled in a logical order like a child's doodle. Chow Yi stared at it for a long moment, a muscle twitching in his temple. Wait, I can read now. Chow Yi fell into a deep, baffled confusion. These Qingyu words were just jumbled nonsense. They couldn't form a proper sentence at all. It was like like using the pronunciation of Qingyu to express a different language. Li Yi, do you understand magical rituals? I don't, and Xiao Yi knows nothing. Who even knows what this thing is? Probably just a trick to fool kids. How much did you pay for it? 150 copper coins. Xiao Yi, if you have money and nowhere to spend it, I suggest you give it to me. This really is a magic ritual. He has supernatural powers. Zhang Beina snatched back the paper angrily and quietly chanted the words according to the pronunciation on the note. The incense smoke curled gently, creating a peaceful atmosphere in the tea room. You are lust. Your touch surges like the tides. Your gaze burns fiercely like flames. Odd tones came from Zhang Beina's mouth. Xiao Yi first froze, then widened his eyes. That pronunciation is rune force language, just not very standard. Using Qingyu pronunciation to piece together rune force language. Xiao Yi's rune force skills weren't yet good enough for simultaneous translation. By the time Xiao Yi realized what it actually said, Zhang Beina's chanting was nearly finished. You are the longing of union. You are the throbbing of conception. Love and desire, so sweet and pure. Boundaries, ever melting away. We tremble in openness, devoutly embracing you. The rune force language unlocked the power of the force. Xiao Yi opened his force vision and saw a strange, mysterious vortex swirling with power. By the time Xiao Yi finished translating, it was already too late. This really is a magic ritual. But it's not a ritual to find a lifelong love, it's an impartation ritual. Huff. Zhang Beina was panting heavily, hot breaths coming through her mouth and nose. Black, devilish patterns began spreading over her snow-white skin. These were the blossoming marks of lust. Li Yi am so hot. Zhang Beina lifted her head, her eyes shimmering like water. On her forehead appeared a strange black demonic pattern, while the once plain little steamed bun visibly and rapidly swelled up in size. Zhang Beina gave off an alluring fragrance. It even overpowered the incense in the tea room. Although Xiao Yi covered his mouth and nose immediately, he still felt abnormal physiological reactions. More than 10 heavy breaths echoed through the quiet room. Xiao Yi turned his head and saw that everyone had become mentally foggy, their bodies undergoing shocking changes. The women grew full and dewy, like enchanting beauties. The men became vigorous and strong, radiating masculinity. Men and women unconsciously drew closer, desperately kissing and tearing at each other's clothes. Zhang Beina, Qian Xiaofeng, Xiaqin, the girls near Qiao Yi pressed against him even more desperately. They were almost outrageously strong. Qiao Yi's robe was grabbed and torn to shreds. You have triggered the quest, lust magic ritual. Quest, lust magic ritual. Join or refuse. Whatever you do, you have to figure out how to resolve the problem at hand, by any means necessary. Quest reward, 100 units of basic force essence. Accept quest? Damn. The only one not controlled by the lust magic ritual was Qiao Yi, was a potion master. Stay calm. While resisting desire, Qiao Yi loudly chanted in the rune force language. An invisible cyclone stirred the air, causing everyone's movements to suddenly freeze. Qiao Yi spread out his palms, and tiny seeds of flesh and blood, glowing red like sparks, shot out precisely into the bodies of Zhang Beina and the others. No one could have predicted the ultimate consequences of this lustful magical ritual. Many might simply collapse from exhaustion, their lives hanging by a thread. So many privileged heirs had been lost to impart before. Even if Qiao Yi survived this ordeal, he knew death was just a breath away. He controlled those flesh and blood seeds expertly, firmly restraining the bodies of the men and women, temporarily separating them. On the surface, mating seemed only to involve the reproductive system, but in truth, the nervous system was the real master. As long as the nervous system's craving for union was suppressed, this lust magic would fail. Sweat dotted Qiao Yi's forehead as he simultaneously manipulated over a dozen bodies, his mind cycling through the medical knowledge recorded in the potion manual. The pressure was immense. His heartbeat raced wildly. The tremendous expenditure of energy meant he had to finish quickly or he wouldn't make it through the night. His primary target was the source of the ritual, Zhang Beina herself. As long as she remained clear-headed, the others wouldn't continue to be corrupted by the magic. Qiao Yi tapped his fingers lightly, ordering Zhang Beina to lie down. Then, alternating hands, he held her ankles and formed concentrated energy into fine needles, thrusting them precisely into the Taishi acupoint on the inner side of her feet, a point located between the San Yin Jiao and Yongquan acupoints on the leg. Starting here would block the flow of kidney essence. Next, he summoned more energy to pierce the San Yin Jiao and Yongquan points, further suppressing the surging desire and awakening her confused mind. Finally, he lifted her hands and inserted the energy needles again into the Shunmin point on her wrists. Through this careful, detailed modulation, the chaotic tidal wave of energy within Zhang Beina gradually calmed, the tumultuous peaks shrinking down into a quiet, modest talisman, a tiny benign figure, like a plain Wangzai mantabun. Qiao Yi exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow. In his heart, he silently thanked teacher Arturo and the sleepless, grueling study over these past days. Without it, tonight would have truly ended in Impart's grasp. Using the same method, he proceeded to regulate the others, finally gaining control over the lustful state of more than a dozen people before his energy was fully drained. Though the magic's power was temporarily suppressed, the group was not yet fully awakened. Mission accomplished. Lust magic ritual complete. Rating: excellent. Chow Yi slowly opened the window, letting fresh, cool air rush in. Sitting cross-legged on a meditation cushion, he began shallow meditation to recover the spent energy. After about half an hour, Zhang Beina suddenly let out a faint moan, as if awakening from a dream. She looked around at herself and her friends, their clothes disheveled and messy, and couldn't help but scream out, "Is this my magic ritual?" Chow Yi opened his eyes and exhaled a long, pent-up breath. "You should be grateful that I know some medicine and some supernatural phenomena, otherwise you and your families would have been front-page news in Zhuahong Daily by morning," he said calmly. Zhang Beina folded her arms tightly, curling up as tears streamed unchecked down her cheeks. "I really didn't know it would be like this. I had no idea." Chow Yi stood and gently patted her shoulder. "What you need now is to get some blankets and clothes. Surely you don't want your friends to be caught naked like this, right?" Zhang Beina rubbed her eyes, slowly got up, and staggered out of the tea room. Shortly after, servants brought blankets and clothes to the door. Chow Yi helped carry them in, carefully draping the blankets over these young masters and princesses. "The ones who sold you this magic ritual were never decent people. From now on, no matter what, don't attempt any magic rituals again, understand? You just triggered task. Lust. The mission is about lust." Who exactly disguised a lust magic ritual as a love magic ritual and sold it to Zhang Beina? What kind of scheme is hidden behind this? Or is it just a coincidence? Should we find out the truth? The reward is unknown. Do you accept the mission? Of course, there is no reason to refuse. Zhang Beina curled up by the window, hugging her knees tightly, her big eyes red from crying. "Thank you, Li Yi. I understand now." Chow Yi scratched his head and admitted with a wry smile that it was indeed his fault. If not for him, Zhang Beina wouldn't have held that party, let alone used the ritual so quickly. "Tell me how you got this magic ritual," he asked, turning to her. Zhang Beina sniffled softly. "From the black market in the Huashang district. You know Mei loves sneaking into those eastern city black markets to find rare things." The black market was especially thriving in the east of the city, where wealthy customers were plenty and demand ran high. There were about a dozen hidden places scattered across 3 administrative zones. Contraband, strange devices, smuggled weapons, all sorts of things, and occasionally some extraordinary items with mysterious powers. That scroll camouflaged as a love ritual was one of those. What did the seller look like? Chow Yi pressed. Really tall, at least 1.9 meters thin as a ruler, with a hoarse voice. He wore a cloak, so I couldn't see his face clearly, but I had the feeling he was a middle-aged man in his early 30s, she said, looking up. "Li Yi, why are you asking?" Zhang Beina gradually realized the man in front of her was no ordinary guy. A sharpshooter who claimed his marksmanship was average, well-versed in mysticism, yet insisting he didn't understand it, and even providing her with professional care amid the chaos. Flashbacks of a hazy scene flooded her mind, his palm lightly touching her forehead and wrist, softly chanting phrases she couldn't comprehend. That mysterious charm made her heart race. Maybe if something actually happened between them, it wouldn't be so bad. Just curious. Chow Yi shook his head but privately labeled that lanky seller as a member of an evil organization. The authorities called such groups secret organizations. Some were mere pretenders to evil, but those profiting from lust rituals were mostly truly sinister. If the matter was just recruiting members, he might be able to investigate quietly. If it targeted the Zhang family directly, he'd have to leave. Aristocratic power struggles were beyond his reach. Damn, what happened? On the other side of the tea house, the young men and women were gradually waking up, looking at their disheveled clothes with a chorus of shocked gasps. Even among the nobles of Tiannan continent, who were relatively open-minded, an uninhibited multi-person silver party was hard to accept, especially since the participants were longtime friends. Zhang Beina took a deep breath and forced herself to stand. "I'm sorry, everyone, this is my fault. Li Yi saved us." She gave a brief summary. It wasn't a love magic ritual at all, but a lust ritual that had been tampered with. The crowd's rationality was overwhelmed by the spell, nearly turning the tea house into an uncontrollable fiasco. It wasn't a love magic ritual, but a lust magic ritual. Everyone had been intoxicated by the power of the ritual, ready to engage in an uninhibited multi-person event. Fortunately, Li Yi stayed clear-headed and acted quickly. Everyone scrambled to pick up the scattered clothes, helping each other put them back on, and carefully checking themselves. Aside from the fabric being shredded beyond repair, there were no other marks on their bodies. "Thank goodness," Qian Xiaofeng patted his chest repeatedly, still shaken. Thank you, Li Yi. If something had really happened, it would have been a huge scandal." One by one, the group steadied themselves and kept thanking Chow Yi. The second and third generation youngsters respected only 2 types of people, those with greater power, and those genuinely capable like Chow Yi. "We're friends, aren't we?" Chow Yi raised his hand to quiet everyone. "Yes, we are friends." Gong Yuchen wiped the sweat off his forehead, heart still pounding. Listen, friends. Chowie looked around the circle. Nothing strange happened tonight, right? The young men and women exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. If this got back to their parents, Zhuohong City would be turned upside down, and they'd never be allowed out again. With the awkwardness killing the mood, the gathering broke up. Everyone packed away their torn clothes themselves, ensuring no trace was left behind. The tea house was soon restored to its original spotless state. They'll keep this magical ritual talisman paper for now, Chowie said, pocketing the charm that Zhang Beina had written it might come in handy later. The boys tidied their collars, the girls retouched their makeup, and soon it was as if nothing had happened. With complete sincerity, they all accompanied Chao Yi to his carriage. Zhang Chong watched in astonishment. He recognized everyone here. Several families matched the Zhangs in standing, yet now they treated Chao Yi with utmost respect. His own young lady seemed practically glued to Chao Yi, yet no one showed any sign of displeasure. The carriage headed towards South Street of Malin Academy. Zhang Chong stayed silent, increasingly convinced that Chao Yi must be a direct scion of the Li family from the vast Elise's continent. Or else how else could these young masters and ladies bow so low? Inside the carriage, Chao Yi drew the curtain and sank into the soft seat. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. His mind drained. Fake silver parties are even more exhausting than the real ones, he muttered to himself, letting the evening breeze stir his hair as he drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Sir, we're home. At 3 a.m., under a bright moon and few stars, Zhang Chong gently woke him. Oh, Chowie groggily reached for his wallet. How much? Zhang Qiang. Mid-sentence, he suddenly snapped, fully awake, paid the fare, thanked the driver, and hurried home. After deep meditation until 8 a.m., he slowly woke up. It was Thursday, August 28th, overcast, windy, and feeling unusually cold. After washing up, he threw on his wool coat and walked toward Malin Academy. How'd the party go? Taiwan Xian waited deliberately by the classroom door after the morning class. Chow Yi's mouth twitched sharply. Went great. Almost didn't. Still studying tonight. No need for now. After 2 days of hard work, he felt head grasped the core professional knowledge. After school, he planned. That evening, Chow Yi intended to buy some herbs for practicing his skills. At 11:40 a.m., Chow Yi returned home. From a distance, he saw another luxurious carriage drawn by 2 horses parked at his doorstep, completely different in style from the one last night. This carriage had bolder lines, with gilded reliefs embedded in the window frames and doors. It looked lavish enough to be a miniature mobile palace. The only similarity was the Zhang family's frost sword insignia decorated on the side of the carriage. A question popped into Chow Yi's mind. Just how many top-tier carriages does the Zhang family own? Before he could get closer, he heard the soft laughter and chatter of Zhang Beina, Qian Xiaofeng, and Xie Qin coming from inside the carriage. Zhang Chong was still the coachman. Mr. Li has returned, Zhang Chong said, standing by the 2 tall horses and saluting Chow Yi from a distance. Chow Yi nodded in response. Really? Zhang Beina lifted the curtain and peeked out, then hurriedly stepped down with a tap-tap-tap in her heels, lifting her skirt as she did. Today she was wearing yet another new outfit, with a fresh hat and new jewelry. Qian Xiaofeng and Xie Qin followed closely behind, equally well-dressed. Although their family backgrounds weren't as prestigious as Zhang Beina's, they were still daughters of 2 of the 8 viscounts in Zhuohong City. In families like that, they never wore the same outfit twice in a whole year. Although viscount is the second lowest noble rank, it still holds great prestige in the current aristocratic system. Since the new era abolished noble land ownership, only those who make outstanding contributions to the system can ensure their heirs fully inherit the title, otherwise, it gets downgraded. Maintaining even the current rank is difficult, let alone rising higher. In the 83 years since the world government's establishment, noble power has shifted 2 or 3 generations. Families still holding viscount titles today must have been immensely wealthy from the start. Why are you here? Isn't there class today? Chow Yi asked. Zhang Beina shook her head. She wore light makeup and looked quite refreshed. The sudden event last night left the 3 of them in low spirits, so they had taken the day off to rest at home. The more she thought about it overnight, the more she felt that a simple thank you wasn't enough. So they came together today, bringing a small gift as a token of appreciation. Can we come in and sit for a bit? Chow Yi gestured invitingly. Zhang Chong carried several gift bags from the carriage and politely followed them inside. After putting the gifts down, he wisely returned to wait by the carriage. Fortunately, Chow Yi had anticipated this kind of social visit and had rented a fairly spacious small Western-style house. Cozy enough for one, but respectable enough to host guests. The 3 young ladies sat side by side on the living room sofa, looking around as if they were visiting a gallery. Having grown up in city villas and countryside estates, they rarely encountered such Western-style homes, let alone lived in one. Have you eaten? Chow Yi asked. Before he brought it up, they hadn't noticed, but the moment he did, all 3 instinctively rubbed their stomachs. They hadn't had a proper meal since last night. Shall I make you something simple to eat? You can cook? Only a spoiled rich girl like you wouldn't know how to cook. Do you like spicy food? Anything's fine. The three curious little princesses immediately tried to sneak into the kitchen, but were stopped at the door by Chow Yi's expressionless voice. Helping and getting in the way are two different things. Go away. There was no refrigerator in the kitchen, so the available ingredients were limited. Chow Yi scooped out a bag of flour, poured it into a large bowl, then added warm water, sprinkled in salt, and dropped a few drops of cooking oil. She first stirred with chopsticks until there were no dry spots, then rolled up her sleeves and kneaded the dough back and forth with her fingertips until it became smooth and delicate. After that, she covered the dough and let it rest in the bowl. While waiting, she cracked a few eggs into a bowl and sliced green chilies, red chilies, and small bird's eye chilies into even little pieces. Heating the iron wok, she first poured in oil, scrambled the eggs until golden and appetizing, then took them out to set aside. Leaving some oil in the pan, she added the green and red chilies and turned the heat down to medium. Less than a minute later, she dropped in soybean paste with a sizzling sound, releasing a strong aroma of sauce and spice. Chow Yi added some water mixed with starch to thicken, stirred for 10 seconds, then pushed the cooked eggs back into the pan. The sauce thickened quickly, and finally, she sprinkled in the tiny hot chilies before taking it off the heat a large bowl of bright red, fragrant, spicy scrambled eggs with peppers. The dough's resting time was nearly 30 minutes. Chow Yi cleaned the wok, filled it with water, and brought it to a boil. Holding a knife, she shaved thin strips of dough directly into the boiling water. The noodles quickly puffed up and cooked through in an instant. She served the freshly knife-shaved noodles together with the bubbling chili egg sauce on the table. Every alchemist is a natural chef, sharp sense of smell, discerning taste, steady hands like robotic arms, so as long as Chow Yi remembered the process, she could perfectly replicate any dish. In her previous life, she would never dare challenge knife-shaved noodles, but now she could whip it up effortlessly. Wow, this smells amazing. Try it, see if you like it. The four of them sat around, chopsticks clinking against bowls, slurping sounds rising one after another. The spicy sauce coated the chewy noodles thoroughly. The three little princesses, who usually ate delicate desserts, blushed deeply as they ate, wiping sweat from their faces while sticking out their tongues to cool down. After lunch, Zhang Beina, Wu Miaohan, and the other girl collapsed on the living room sofa without any ladle-like manners. Each had just finished a big bowl of noodles, yet their taste buds were still tingling from the intense spiciness. You still have classes this afternoon, right? It's getting late. Zhang Beina glanced at the wall clock and stood up first. We won't keep you. Let's hang out again next time, okay? She gently shook Chow Yi's hand in a soft voice. If it's another magic ritual, then forget it, Chow Yi half joked, half serious. Thinking of last night's near-real group outing joke, the three girls blushed all at once and quickly made their goodbyes before rushing out. After tossing all the dishes into the sink, Chow Yi sank onto the sofa and began opening gifts. Besides Zhang Beina's group, other girlfriends had also sent their regards. The few boys weren't very delicate, but their intentions were clear. She tore open the largest blind box first, a dark-colored, high-end custom soft felt hat, somewhere between a fedora and a casual cap, finely crafted with a soft texture. Tucked at the bottom of the box was a handwritten note signed by Wu Miaohan, full of heartfelt thanks. The second blind box was from Zhang Beina. Opening the exquisite package, her palm suddenly held something heavy, a pocket watch that looked obviously very precious. Zhang Beina had observed Chow Yi carefully. One day, by chance, she noticed that the pocket watch hanging on Chow Yi's chest was worn and tarnished, its case scratched, and the chain darkened with age. It was clearly an old keepsake. So she rummaged through her father's collection and picked out a substantial pocket watch from a box of exquisite timepieces as a gift for him. The watch was made entirely of gold, with a smooth ring of white pearls around the cover's edge and a diamond the size of a fingernail set in the center, reflecting cold flashes of light whenever it caught the rays. Holding the weighty present, Chow Yi's heart raced. How much could this be worth? That same day, Qian Xiaofeng handed Chow Yi a dark red leather wallet, while Xie presented him with an elaborately patterned smoking pipe in red and yellow hues. The girls paid close attention to details. Chow Yi's shabby old watch had been stolen by his original self as a cheap knockoff. The leather wallet, a trophy from looting Henry Berg's body, was finely crafted but still not befitting noble status, and the pipe's tobacco scent was indeed his recent habit. In her accompanying note, Xie warned, smoking harms health, but a well-made pipe can at least filter impurities. Besides these three items, there were also a fountain pen, decorative glasses, and even a lifetime membership card for the Firefox Club. If he sold them all, he could get rich quickly. Yet these gifts carried the girls' sincere feelings, and he couldn't bear to trade them for money. Chow Yi put his everyday wallet, fountain pen, and the new pocket watch into his briefcase, organizing the rest neatly in his wardrobe and desk drawers. The elegant smoking pipe took pride of place right in the middle of his study desk. Looking at it, he chuckled. This kid even got me a pipe. Why didn't she send some tobacco along with it? Teacher, will there be tutoring sessions in the evenings from now on? Xie asked. Tonight, you'll be doing a formal potion practice, but we'll definitely continue the tutoring, especially since you have zero foundation in Utgardic. Weekends are no good. Make appointments for weekdays in advance. Got it, teacher. Goodbye. Night fell, and streetlights flickered on. Chow Yi grabbed his briefcase and boarded a clattering streetcar, heading toward the busiest shopping district of the Huashan Quarter. There's a rumor that true hidden masters hide in plain sight. Zhang Beino once bought magical ritual supplies from a black market there tucked beneath these glowing lights, only opening after midnight and accessible only through trusted guides. But tonight Chow Yi wasn't taking on any missions. He was headed to an established old pharmacy nearby. The mild, sobering tonic was hardly a true potion. Today, he was ready to formally step into the ranks of potioneers. Once inside, he recited the herb names: Suyang grass, epimedium, dodder seed, cistanche, buplurum, acaranthes, angelica, atractylodes, poria, licorice, platycodon. The clerk was stunned. These were all common herbs, with no ginseng, reishi mushrooms, or pricey whipper-fixed tonics in sight. Yet this was the complete recipe for the iron elixir. Chow Yi wasn't worried about leaking secrets. Real mysteries never lay in the ingredients themselves, but in their proportions and brewing techniques. He continued, add some glossy privet fruit, mulberry cicada sloe, cornelian cherry, gorgon fruit, Siberian ginseng, anamarina, oyster shell, schisandra, polygala root, and albizia bark, plus extra licorice. These final ingredients completed the formula for the Ascension elixir. As a professional potioneer, Chow Yi offered a friendly reminder: if it won't harden, it just won't, and if it's brief, it's just brief. This isn't truly an illness. Erectile dysfunction requires the iron elixir. For premature ejaculation, you need to use the Ascension elixir. Never trust the so-called two-in-one products on the market, as they can place a heavy burden on the body and cause serious harm. If there's a real problem, it's best to seek treatment at a reputable hospital or contact Chow Yi promptly. Not blindly take medication on your own. You really know your stuff? The apprentice at the herb shop quietly gave Chow Yi a thumbs up. Facing the compliment, Chow Yi could only offer an awkward but polite smile. True extraordinary magical potions require rare, supernatural ingredients to brew. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet accessed those channels, so for now, he had to practice with ordinary herbs. After some thought, the iron elixir and Ascension elixir, both in high demand, were the most suitable. He then added a few pieces of top-grade tobacco leaves to the formula before heading home with his bundle of herbs. After a simple snack of fruit to settle his stomach, Chow Yi locked himself in his study and carefully studied the potion notes left behind by Arturo Strauss. Even in Arturo's era, aphrodisiacs and delay potions were far from perfect. Truly effective formulas with minimal side effects required precious or even supernatural materials, making them costly, difficult to brew, and impossible for mass distribution. 2. Cheap recipes were either ineffective or secretly laced with banned herbs carrying severe side effects. Until Arturo's final years, no fundamental improvements had been made. On his deathbed, he poured his lifetime of knowledge into 2 new formulas still in the theoretical phase without even animal testing recorded in the notes. Chow Yi held the heavy herbs in his right hand and gently touched the mark on his chest with his left. The next moment, he and the notes and herbs were transported into the potion workshop granted by Truth Itselfan Alchemist's Dream Sanctuary. It was fully equipped with all the brewing tools needed, endlessly replenishable. All items related to potion brewing would transfer with him. Inside the lab, he sat cross-legged and began 15 minutes of shallow meditation to sync his mind with the primal force. Then he cleansed his hands, weighed the ingredients, and took them out in order. Iron elixir formula: Cinnamorium Suyang grass 15g, Epimedium Yin Yang Hua 15g, Dodder seed 2cz 15g, Cistanche 10g, Buplurum Chai Hu 7.5g, Acaranthes Chuan Nyo Shi 10g, Angelica Dang Gue 10g, Atractylodes by Zhu 10g, Poria Fu Ling 7.5g, Licorice Gon Chao 5g, Platycodon Jiegong 5g. Following the recipe, he soaked the herbs in a moderate amount of pure water and warmed them with primal force for 30 minutes to fully activate their potency. Then he put everything into a clay pot, added 600 milliliters of pure water, boiled it on high heat, and then simmered gently until the liquid reduced to 200 milliliters. In this era, obtaining truly pure water was difficult, but the lab's tap supplied high-purity water directly. Ordinary herbs could produce countless fusion results based on timing and temperature, so the key to the formula was not the ingredients themselves, but how to fuse them. After warming, he poured the herbs and 600 milliliters of pure water into the clay pot, and, following Arturo's instructions, ignited the primal fire at the pot's base. True magical potions were not cooked over external flames, but through this abstract, controllable primal fire. Chow Yi had to precisely manage the heat, so each component fused in the exact rhythm the formula required. 2.5 hours later, Chow Yi confirmed that the water had been reduced precisely to 200 milliliters. Chow Yi's right hand was encased in a bony armor as he lifted the pottery jar. A golden, lava-like viscous potion poured down smoothly, leaving no residue as it filled the test tube. He then sealed it with a stopper. Under the bright white light, the vial of elixir shimmered with a uniform, translucent golden glow, without a trace of sediment, as if every speck of dust had been locked into a perfectly even layer. Steel elixir. Item type, common potion. Applicability, suitable for ordinary people and professionals alike. Usage 1 divided dose. Divide 1 dose of steel elixir into 10 small portions. Each portion mixed with 18 milliliters of warm yellow wine and 2 milliliters of high-quality honey, taken twice daily, strengthens the stomach. Mild cases see results in 5 days, while moderate to severe cases improve within 15 days. Usage 2 full dose. Take the entire dose of steel elixir with 200 milliliters of strong liquor at once for immediate effect. Difficulty assessment. Even the most inexperienced potion maker is unlikely to fail if the recipe is followed exactly. Despite the success, Chao Yi remained composed. He placed the test tube back on the lab bench and considered how to verify its efficacy. Normally, human trials require mice or monkeys. Since he had no classes on the weekend, he planned to go to the mountains to find a male monkey for testing. After a brief plan, he sat back down and entered a light meditation to restore his energy. Half an hour later, fully refreshed, he began preparing the second formula, the Ascension Elixir. Ascension Elixir Recipe. Jinyingzi Rosa Levigata 20g crushed. Sancpioxio 15g crushed. Cornus officinalis 15g. Euryli seeds 15g. Acanthopanax 15g. Dissimulate 10g. Oyster shell 20g pre-boiled. Schisandra 10g. Polygala 7.5g. Albizia bark 10g. Cinnamon twig 5g. Licorice 5g. Steps. 1. Place oyster shells in a clay pot with 400 milliliters purified water. Boil vigorously for 15 minutes. 2. Add remaining herbs and 400 milliliters purified water. Bring to boil, then simmer until reduced to 200 milliliters. Thanks to his experience with the steel elixir, he operated with greater skill. Around 3 hours later, a silver-white, mercurial liquid flowed into a second test tube. Ascension Elixir. Item type, common potion. Applicability, suitable for ordinary people and professionals alike. Usage 1 divided dose. Divide 1 dose into 10 portions, each mixed with 18 milliliters warm yellow wine and 2 milliliters honey, taken twice daily for 6 consecutive courses to noticeably alleviate the shortened time problem. Usage 2 full dose. Take the entire dose with 200 milliliters strong liquor at once for immediate effect. Chao Yi returned to his chair, spread open his right hand, pressing his temples with thumb and middle finger. Although he had successfully concocted 2 potions simultaneously and they looked flawless, the true effects remained unknown. Only the tests in the mountains on Saturday would reveal the results. After tidying the workspace, he dragged his tired body out of the potion lab and filled the bathtub with hot water. By now it was nearly midnight. Lighting incense and adding a few drops of essential oil, he sank into warm water and entered deep meditation. Ding-ling-ling. About 3 hours later, around 3 a.m., Chao Yi was suddenly jolted awake by the doorbell ringing downstairs. Chao Yi suddenly woke up, sitting up in the cold bathtub. It was 3 in the morning. Who would be knocking on his door at this hour? He shook off the water droplets, threw on a light gray, breathable cotton bathrobe, and walked barefoot across the chilly tile floor toward the living room. The door opened to reveal Captain Shun He and Zhong Yun, along with their serious-faced, pottery-loving little girl, standing side by side at the entrance along with her transport, the owl Qiuqiu. So something had happened after all. Chao Yi stepped aside to welcome the 3 inside. Urgent mission. 3 minutes to gather your combat gear, then log off. Shun He said abruptly before dissolving into a shimmer of light in the living room and disappearing. The little girl gave Chao Yi a thumbs up and picked up Qiuqiu as she logged off as well. Hunters, those who have the ability to tame supernatural beings, can bring their tamed life forms back to reality with them. All life forms from the divine descent realm must obey the rules of the mortal world. If they don't return within 3 days, their states collapse. Native supernatural beings can't cross between worlds on their own. Only hunters can bring them along. Chao Yi locked the door behind him, hurried upstairs to his study, and checked all his primal force gear. Wrist guards, short blades, 2 compressed energy capsules. Once confirmed, he logged off from the real world. It was his first mission. His heart pounded with a mix of nerves and excitement. No sooner had he logged off than a voice call popped up in the Jianghai City 3rd Professional Team Group chat. Chancellor, take all your primal force tools and head out. A special vehicle is waiting downstairs. Details on the way. It was Shun He's brief message. Chao Yi slipped into lightweight sneakers, grabbed his messenger bag, and rushed downstairs. A black SUV with a special license plate was waiting steadily by the curb. The door opened, and a tall, composed young woman stepped out. Giving a crisp salute, she said, "Commander, I'm Chiyu Liuhua from the Special Operations Division, assigned as your escort." She pulled the rear door open for Chao Yi. Chiyu Liuhua was also a player, though not yet fully promoted, currently auxiliary staff. If her profession suits, Shun He would consider inducting her into the 3rd squad. The SUV sailed through green lights, speeding toward a special base on the city outskirts. When they arrived, all the team members were present except for the captain, who was still nowhere to be seen. Sis, what's going on? Chow Yi asked. Wang Yao shook her head gently. Urgent mission, not in Zhanghai City. We're here to cover, but I don't have details either. 10 minutes later, Shun He finally arrived in a hurry and tossed out one sentence. Board the plane. The team immediately grabbed their bags and boarded. A special military licensed flight tore through the night sky, heading straight for Guiyu City, Jianghai's neighboring city. Meanwhile, an announcement suddenly interrupted flights at Jianghai Airport. Your flight airspace is occupied by other users. Please wait patiently for further notice. Puzzled passengers immediately opened Douyin to search for news, quickly showing expressions of realization. Guiyu City, located in the southern Daxia Federation, was also a bustling metropolis but only had one official hunter team. According to official coordination data, this team was currently trapped in the Divine Descent realm and unable to log off anytime soon. Coincidentally, multiple violent incidents attributed to the same suspect had occurred in Guiyu City over the past 3 days. Following protocol, the cases were reported to local public security. If supernatural elements were confirmed, the Security Bureau would refer the case to the nearest hunter team captain. Shun Hezongian handed out a copy of the dossier to each team member. The cold white light in the room made the rustling of the papers sharp as everyone's eyes fixed on the photo on the cover. 1. Wang Dali, male, 37, a native of Guiyu City, formerly a long-haul truck driver. 6 months ago, he abruptly quit his job and then cut off nearly all contact with friends, family, and colleagues. Such a decisive disappearance left the intelligence department with only one conclusion had been chosen by the Divine Descent site. 2. The file included a full-body photo, standing 1.93 meters tall, broad-shouldered but slightly stooped. With gaunt cheeks and heavy brows, his honest, unsophisticated look made him almost invisible in a crowd. 3. Timeline of crimes. 3 days ago, 10:15 a.m., the Jinfeng District Police Station in Guiyu City received a report of a home invasion involving a female victim. At 4 p.m. the same day, a similar case was reported in Hufeng District. At 8 p.m., Lakely District reported another emergency. Surveillance footage identified the suspect Wang Dali. 4. However, capturing a player with supernatural powers was no easy task. Lower-tier professions could not withstand modern firearms on Earth Blue, but first you had to find them. Players could physically cross realms, and once in combat mode, ordinary police forces could not lock them down. 5. Wang Dali showed no signs of laying low after being wanted. Over the next 2 days and into today, he committed 9 more home invasions across multiple districts of Guiyu City, each attack brazen and invasive. 6. Only then did the police realize the situation was out of control, urgently handing the case to the Special Operations Department. The first and second squads were overloaded with missions, so naturally the third squad took the case. 7. Victim conditions. Physical, no obvious external injuries. Crime scenes showed almost no signs of struggle. Mental, all victims developed severe hypersexuality post-incident and were undergoing psychological intervention in hospital. Appearance, even more disturbing, all women showed visibly enhanced looks, figures, and even aura after the attacks. Around the conference table, everyone's brows knitted tightly. This sounds too bizarre, someone whispered. Could this be a new profession we haven't encountered before? Wang Yao's face darkened, her knuckles whitening as she clenched them. No woman could tolerate these kinds of crimes. Shun Hezongian nodded gravely. We know nothing beyond his real identity, profession, level, skills, power artifacts, all blank. This mission is very tricky. Based on experience, players who strike repeatedly with brute force are often newcomers. Veterans understand the chaos value rules and wouldn't blindly sabotage themselves. Chow Yi frowned. The steel alloy hasn't hit the market yet. What the hell is he smoking? Even a defender, known for physical prowess, couldn't pull off more than a dozen runs in 3 days hunting, dodging capture, carrying out crimes that would burn anyone out. He glanced again at the dossier, incredulous. Victims' appearances improved drastically? Suddenly, a memory flashed. Zhang Beina's lust magic ritual where her favorite little guy ballooned to the size of Mount Everest. Already strikingly handsome, he became even more dazzling under the influence of the lustful power. No, it can't be such a coincidence. The group exchanged glances instinctively when thinking of Wang Dali. If even he was affected by lust, then everything would make sense. Tall, over 1.9 meters, slim build, 37 years old. Chow Yi whispered the details softly, then suddenly looked up. It fits perfectly. A bold guess flashed through his mind. Could Wang Dali be the one who sold the lust magic ritual to Zhang Beina? Although this reasoning sounded a bit too convenient, the world was full of countless coincidences every day. Chow Yi didn't dare delay and stood at attention in front of the team leader. Captain, I have something to report. He didn't reveal Zhang Beina's true identity, only mentioning the extraordinary event he recently witnessed firsthand. A lust-type profession? I've never heard of that. Could it be a secret organization? Or a cult? Voices of speculation rose and fell. Their conclusions converged. Wang Dali had very likely come into contact with some evil secret cult and used it to change professions. After the switch, whether due to side effects or brainwashing, he could no longer control his desires. Ideas and clues were pieced together, and the more they discussed, the more it seemed logical. They quickly recalled the 3-day rule of the real world, a rough guideline. But the reality was that professionals had to return almost daily to the divine descent realm for forced meditation. If they spent more than a day in the real world, their condition visibly declined. By the 3rd day, the plunge was nearly irreversible. Most players behaved like Chow E. Log in, get tasks done, then log out to spend time with family or catch up on messages, rarely staying long. Wang Dali, however, was an exception. His chaos level had clearly surpassed 100, his madness complete. His reason no longer stood against his desires. It was only a matter of time before he crossed the line. As for why he didn't act in the divine descent, but came back to the real world, it was simple. The official professional squads operated within the divine descent, so he assumed no one controlled the real world, or even if they did, they'd rather deal with players there than official teams armed with ancient legacies and powerful force artifacts. Between the two, he chose the lesser evil. 35 minutes later, a special flight landed in Guayu City. Auxiliary personnel were already waiting on the tarmac, handing over personal items taken from Wang Dali's house to the team. These are his clothes, Wei Wuwu said, putting on gloves and holding up the garments to Kyuki's nose. Qiuqiu inhaled deeply, frowning sharply, not because the scent was pungent, but the overwhelming, evil aura of lust was nauseating. It fluttered its wings and said firmly, he's still in this world. Clearly, this wasn't Kyuki's first visit to Tianlong planet. Long ago, it had accepted Wei Wuwu's parallel world theory. If the planet didn't weaken extraordinary powers, it might have preferred to reside permanently in this peaceful and tranquil land. Good. Shunhe and Chongyin clasped their hands together with a sharp clap, eyes shining with fighting spirit. Let's find him. Even if he's a 3rd-stage force user, the 8 of us can give it a try. The team nodded in agreement, expressions resolute. Qiuqiu suddenly spread its snow-white wings and soared into the night sky. Below, 2 armed off-road vehicles sped after it. 54 people, including Shunhe, Chongyun, Wang Yao, Chao Yi, and Wei Wuyi, sat inside the SUVs. Wei Wuyi had his eyes closed, leaning against the seat back as if resting. But in reality, he was tapping into the shared senses of the hunter-beast Qiuqiu, gathering live intelligence through its vision and smell. The vehicles sped through the city, soon entering Guayu City's busiest district, the most dangerous, yet safest place to hide. Qiuqiu circled high overhead, pinpointing the target. Unit 402, Building 9, Hong Kong Residential Complex. The location was clear, but the man inside, Wang Dali, didn't match the suspect in the photo at all. His height, appearance, and build were completely different. Still, relying on its extraordinary sense of smell, Qiuqiu was certain the scent matched. Can he alter his appearance? Chao Yi whispered. Highly plausible, Wang Yao nodded. Combining lust-based magic rituals with the victim's bodily transformation, this is the only explanation. This meant Wang Dali was deliberately committing the crime in his true form, a brazen provocation. The two exchanged cold glances, their expressions hardening. Shunhe cleared his throat to bring everyone back. Everyone heard that, right? Evacuate the civilians. Prepare to move. Understood. Yu and Yu Chi from the rear vehicle responded in unison. 10 minutes later, 2 SUVs came to a smooth halt at the south gate of Hong Kong Community. The gentle sound of gouging filled the air, and outside Building 9, residents of other apartments wandered out in dazed confusion. Yu and Yu Chi were second-tier musicians capable of weaving dreams through their music, ordinary people unaware and powerless to resist. Prime Minister, this is your first mission. You've already provided critical intel. Be sure to protect yourself, Shunhe reminded him. Beautiful girl, watch over the Prime Minister, Wang Yao added. Don't worry, sister will keep him alive, Wang Yao said, stroking her weapon with fierce eyes. Hearing the keywords, Chao Yi activated his auto-targeting quietly, locking onto the 2 key weak points Wang Yao mentioned. Chao Yi, actually, I'm pretty strong, Wang Yao raised an eyebrow. Yeah, we know, Shunhe replied lazily. They'll look after you too. When it came to survival and self-preservation, Shunhe was a master. His 3rd squad had 0 casualties so far, thanks largely to him. Chao Yi just pouted and said nothing. The gouging melody ended. The residential area around Building 9 was empty. The convoy entered and stopped beneath the building. Yu and Yu Chi left the gouging in the vehicle and descended carrying only a flute. The flute's notes echoed softly on the 1st floor, luring residents into their dreams and away from home. What more do you want from me? The sword wielder stood guard in front of Yu and Yu Chi. Even ghosts can be charming. Another slipped into the shadows behind them. The musicians played their way floor by floor, the flute keeping their movements silent and undetected. Within 10 minutes, every resident except those on the 4th floor had evacuated. On the 4th floor, Yu and Yuchi condensed the flute's sound to the hallway. Hong Kong had just 3 units per floor, 401, 402, and 403. Wang Dali was in the middle apartment, 402. Wang Dali was right in the center. Both 401 and 403 had been safely cleared out. The entire residential complex had been reduced to a ghost town. Only 9 professionals remained, along with a hidden, transcendent life form. 10 minutes later, Shun He and Chong Yun removed their headphones, leaving their phones on the car seats. 2 dark sedans switched off their lights and silently slipped out of the complex. Prepare to move. Capture alive if possible. If the target proves too dangerous, life or death is irrelevant. The final command echoed deeply over the radio. Ding dong. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor. Standing at the doorway of room 402 was the burly Qin Wu Wang, the one who loves lifting tripods, dragging a black briefcase. He bent down and flipped open the lid. Inside lay a 3-segment alloy battle rifle resting quietly in shock-absorbing foam. In a few quick motions, he assembled the gun, its cold metal stretching to 2.2 meters as faint electric arcs flickered along the barrel. What do you think? Qin Wu Wang glanced sideways, toward Yu and you. Yu and you shook their heads slightly. To evacuate the residents inside, she had already depleted much of her spiritual energy. Without confirming Wang Dali's profession and power level, recklessly probing with her musician ability would only alert him. She raised a hand to mask Qin Wu Wang's aura, signaling him to proceed on his own. In the next instant, the gun sprang forth like a dragon. A cold gleam sliced through the door gap, silently tearing off the security door. Qin Wu Wang charged in, spear raised like a lance. Inside the bedroom, Wang Dali sat cross-legged on the bed, absorbing lust energy. Suddenly, a tight knot formed in his chest, a powerful sense of impending doom erupting at once. Professionals typically possessed intuitive hunch warnings, within certain time and space constraints. If something unfavorable to themselves occurred, and the opposing entity's rank wasn't higher, they would sense it. This was why ordinary people found it nearly impossible to trap professionals using firearms. Unless the target was cornered, they always reacted first. Those of the mysterious school had senses far stronger than the spiritual school. Meditative channeling of spiritual energy was a main method of strength enhancement, but not the only one. Rare faith school existed. Apostles could draw gifts from deities or unknown cosmic forces, each with unique powers. Lust apostles absorbed desire through copulation to grow stronger. Wang Dali was one of them. His intense premonition exploded. He snapped his eyes open just as the rifle's tip lifted the bedroom door. The cold metal gleamed against the night. A system-like notification flashed through his mind. You have detected character A heavy truck, Brother Wang. Their eyes locked. Suddenly, a thunderous electric flash cracked. Qin Wu Wang shouted, muscles surging as the electrified spear transformed into blue-white lightning, roaring forward. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dali rolled off the bed. Boom! The spear pierced through the bed frame, blasting out a massive hole along with the floorboard, shards of wood and concrete scattering everywhere. The destructive power of a second-tier Judgment Knight displayed without restraint. The interior damage was acceptable, the cost of the mission. Afterward, the federal government would pay generous compensation. Wang Dali fell through the hole toward the 3rd floor. Qin Wu Wang followed close behind. With what else do you want from me? And even as a ghost, still charming, right behind, one electric, one light, one shadow. 3 figures leapt simultaneously into the void. Snap! In the hallway, Shun He clicked his fingers. In the next instant, a phantom spatial portal appeared beneath his feet. Lately, I haven't been able to update frequently because the author's family has been renovating their home, so no writing for a whole week. The posts now are all from saved drafts. Once writing resumes, there will be more regular updates. Jump! Shun He and Chong Yun muttered arcane rune incantations under their breath, and the illusory portal beneath their feet suddenly expanded. It swept up Chao Yi and 3 others in an instant, teleporting them down to the 1st floor. With his ample combat experience, Shun He knew the 3rd floor's floorboards couldn't withstand the force of several professionals clashing. He decided to change the battlefield without hesitation. So why don't we just wait here on the 1st floor? Chao Yi asked, confused. Kid, you asked too many questions, Shun He responded tersely. The musician controlled sound, and with Yu and Yu Neng had created various sonic barriers, including a soundless barrier. Without early warning, opponents could get close without realizing the danger. Similar battles had happened before. 3 burly men sneaking into bed while others were asleep, then you can guess the rest. This time, however, Wang Dali clearly sensed the danger. Such alertness showed he was no rookie, just switching professions. But how a veteran could make such a mistake was puzzling. Who are you? Inside room 302, dust swirled everywhere. It was hard to imagine that the plain-looking Wang Dali actually possessed a voice as sweet as a nightingale's. If used for online dating, he could probably win over anyone, young or old. Ahem. The ghostly rogue cleared his throat with exaggerated flair. To prevent the world from being destroyed. What do you want from me? Wang Dali kicked him aside. You're on the wrong channel. Oh, that line's from the Sacred Realm scene. The ghost robe dusted himself off and corrected. In the real world it should be. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and don't resist. Only then did Wang Dali recognize where they came from. A special enforcement unit formed by Daxia Federation recruiting players to combat crimes committed by players in the real world. Lust. With a sinister and filthy rune incantation, both the main battlefield on the third floor and the 5 waiting on the first floor were all tainted by lust. Chao Yi instinctively bent over as obvious physiological changes took hold inside him. Shouldn't he widen his eyes in shock? Impossible? He, Qin Wuong of AI Juding. What do you want from me? And you, and Yu Ning 4 second-tier professionals stood together. In front of them were 4 first-tier professionals. Yet Wang Dali was able to impose such a powerful negative effect on all 8 at once. This meant Wang Dali was not only no rookie, but actually third tier. But he had cut off all social ties just 6 months ago. Breaking beyond second tier in half a year was already tough, let alone reaching third tier. The 3 on the third floor were affected the worst. Simply put, it was miserable. You know how it is. In battle, muscles need increased blood flow to sustain bursts of strength, but now the blood was drained toward their core, weakening their arms and legs. Even worse, looking at teammates now felt strangely delicate and unsettling on a mental level. What exactly is Wang Dali's profession? How can he be so twisted? Wang Dali let out a low, sinister laugh as his chest ripped through his shirt. His originally skinny, bamboo-like frame suddenly swelled up, transforming into a muscle giant over 1.9 meters tall. Without a second thought, he tore off the belt at his waist and snapped it like a whip at the nearest. Even ghosts would envy his charm. Upon closer inspection, the belt wriggled in the wind as if made of fleshy tendrils, stretching out like a living whip. Chastity. Purification. Calm. You expect me to keep a solemn expression, sword raised high, blade radiating blinding holy light. Both swordbearers and priests excel at restraining evil forces. Though priests dominate the fields of purification and law, swordbearers also wield similar divine powers. Woo. A melodic flute sound drifted up from the first floor, accompanied by the gentle crashing of waves. The musicians soothed the restless air with music, and the lingering water elemental aura of the ocean spirit helped suppress the chaos. Boom. The ceiling shattered in layers. Even ghosts would envy his charm, crashed down from the third floor like a cannonball heading to the first. With his mere late stage 1 power, he simply couldn't withstand a frontal blow from a stage 3 professional. Were it not for what else do you want from me and Qin Wuong sharing the burden, the fall would have been far worse than just being blasted down. Shun He and Chong Yun appeared in a flash, catching the falling. Even ghosts would envy his charm midair. That's basically cheating. Damn it. Even ghosts would envy his charm. Cursed, his shoulders shredded and bleeding from the fleshy whip strikes. He had been playing the game for half a year, but remained stuck at level 1, while Wang Dali had pulled far ahead. If that's not cheating, what else could it be? An apostle. Chao Yi murmured. What? There's only one explanation. Wang Dali has pledged allegiance to an unknown entity that wields the power of lust, and has earned its favor. Only apostles can ascend ranks so quickly. This isn't about meditation or hard training, it's a divine or alien gift. Accepting and internalizing it accelerates advancement. Of course, such gifts come with a price. He's already fallen into the abyss of chaos, and will eventually become a sacrifice. Rumble. Thunder rolled as pure, holy white light intertwined with filthy peach-red radiance overhead. As an apostle of lust, Wang Dali spat out a stream of incomprehensible curses, forcibly overpowering the flute melodies from Yu and Yu, along with what else do you want from mess purifying light. The newly reborn Wang Yao, only 3 months into the new class, barely made a ripple in this clash. Shriek. Wei of 50 shouted commands loudly, and Xiao descended from the sky, smashing through the shattered window of room 302, catching Wang Dali completely off guard. Xiao is a stage 2 extraordinary raptor. Severely injured and crashed in the wilderness, it was rescued by Wei of 50 by chance. After recovering, it chose to stay willingly. No question of taming here. Sharp claws sliced the air, tearing bloody wounds across Wang Dali's back, and immense force slammed him hard into the wall. Xiao then spread its wings and swiftly flew away. While extraordinary beings possess intelligence, only those who reach higher ranks can control their instincts like grown humans. At Qiqi's current level, if it becomes corrupted, its rationality probably won't hold. If Xiao is corrupted, chances are it'll turn against its mother in the skies. Boom. Wang Dali erupted with a surge of filthy, pinkish red aura. The explosive impact cracked the entire wall in an instant. Bricks, floor debris, and exposed steel-reinforced concrete shattered and rained down to the floor below, while dust billowed like a thick fog. The Faith Force had no clear attribute, yet it couldn't be simply categorized as a mysterious force either. Chao Yi could only label it temporarily as an unknown force. Its true nature might be linked directly to a deity granting power to the apostles, or perhaps a powerful being lurking in the shadows. On the battlefield, for second-tier and 4 first-tier professionals surrounded Wang Dali. Trying to capture a third-tier apostle alive with such a formation was nearly a fool's dream. So everyone gritted their teeth, sharpened their focus, and relied on their complementary skills to try to cut him down on the spot. In low-level confrontations, rank isn't everything. A single profession's weaknesses are often exploited when outnumbered and outcoordinated. 8 against 1. Even with Wang Dallas' third-tier status, victory wasn't guaranteed. Rumble. Thunder cracked as a blazing lance descended from above, smashing through room 302 and reducing the already battered chamber to rubble. Lance tips, long swords, and a crimson whip clashed in a chaotic tangle, sparks flying. 3 figures rolled and grappled, toppling the second floor, which collapsed under the strain. Exile. Shun He's heavy breath whispered the incantation. In a flash, the first floor's ceiling tore open into a dark void. Stones and dust were swiftly sucked away as if dragged into an invisible hand's unknown dimension. As a void walker, he commanded spatial power. His most reliable abilities were a short-range leap of several dozen meters capable of bringing limited companions along, and rending rifts connecting to other realms to exile objects. But if banishing a large living creature, even a normal person, the forcibly opened rift would collapse due to reverse pressure. Early-stage void walkers were indeed quite constrained. With the second floor giving way, 3 figures fell along with rubble onto the first floor in utter chaos. Outside the combat circle, Wang Yao hastily grabbed Chao Yi and retreated to the room's edge. The two were the weakest on sight. A stray shockwave could severely injure them instantly. Steadying herself, Wang Yao pulled out an exquisite conch horn and blew sharply. A long, low wailing echoed through the ruins. Streams of shimmering bubbles flowed from the shell's opening, drifting toward the battlefield with rippling glimmers. The bubbles had dual effects, binding enemies or healing allies controlled by Wang Yao's will, ensnaring foes, whipping them into submission, or mending wounds, cleansing injuries. Though her healing aura helped their side, facing Wang Dallas' overwhelming power, any binding bubble touching him exploded immediately under that filthy pink flame. On the other side, Yu and Yu Dai's foreheads beaded with sweat as they struggled to suppress Wang Dallas spewing lustful profanities. After engaging in close combat, the cleansing ability of "What more do you want from me?" could no longer maintain the field's purity, and pressure mounted rapidly. As for Weiwa 50, its combat strength was no stronger than even as a ghost, still charming, and it was frustrated by having no chance to intervene in the main fight. Wang Dali, Qin Wuwang wielding the idle giant cauldron, and "What more do you want from me?" were locked in fierce melee, making rash approaches suicidal. Searching for an opening, Weiwa 50 took down a small, angled alloy bow slung across its back, quietly shifting position to adjust its shooting angle. As a hunter, it excelled in both cold and hot weapons, but knew that loud firearms were ill-suited for stealth hunts. Tightening fingers on the bowstring, it held breath and fixed its gaze, but hot weapons were simply too noisy for hunting. The tense battlefield simmered, every breath a gamble in the deadly struggle. Weiwu 50 fought using weapons like bow and arrow, daggers, throwing knives, and blowpipes. However, the 3 opponents before him moved so fast, like 3 streaks of lightning, that he couldn't guarantee not hitting his own teammates in the chaos. In a shadowed corner of the room, Chao Yi, half hidden, silently analyzed the battle. He shifted slightly and drew his spear justice, the barrel spinning to emit dazzling sparks. Layers of super aim and force vision unfolded deeply in his pupils. Yet even with that, he struggled to lock onto the 3 figures of Wang Dali, one moving like electricity, another like light, and the third far surpassing that, moving beyond his ability to track. Then gene potential. Chao Yi thought swiftly. Suddenly, a surging aura exploded out. Wang Yao glanced sideways in alarm, her expression shifting. At Chao Yi's side, a phantom revolver wrapped in ornate flames silently materialized. Meanwhile, his right arm took on a gleaming silver bone armor, sharp as a deadly blade. Bang! The gun's muzzle flared with fire as a scorching bullet transformed into a roaring fiery python, nimbly weaving through the paths of allies like Qin Wu Wang and others beneath the AI giant tripod, heading straight for Wang Dallas' chest. Boom! Wang Dali grunted harshly, blown back several steps by the fire serpent's mighty strike. Nice shot, Qin Wu Wang bellowed, raising his spear in the firelight. The spear's tip gathered crackling lightning, unleashing a pure, brutal thunderstrike, a true thundershock blast. Crash! The wall shattered on impact, sending Wang Dali flying backward amid flying debris and electric arcs. Chao Yi's expression remained cold, seeing smoke and lightning as nothingness, pressing the trigger repeatedly. Several fire pythons shot forth, alternately tearing at Wang Dallas' body midair. Almost simultaneously, Weiwu 50, having relocked the target, drew his bow fully in, arrow flashing golden light streaked through the air, cleanly piercing what little defense Wang Dali had left. Nice shot. Nice arrow. Battlefield reporter Shun He Chongyun bringing you the update. A figure flickered as Shun He Chongyun drew his revolver, teleporting out from the rubble, Trying to close the distance for follow-up fire lacked the mysterious arts for ranged attacks. But before he could pull the trigger, battered Wang Dali struggled to unroll a rune contract. Teleport. The arcane force incantation echoed obscurely among the ruins. Shen He Changyan's face darkened instantly. This was a high-grade space rune contract. He could only watch helplessly as a portal opened, swallowing Wang Dali into the void. You all just wait for me, a venomous voice lingered long in the air. Damn! Qin Wu Wang roared as he dashed outside, pounding his spear shaft hard. Just let him run? Everyone's expressions mirrored the gloom. The third professional squad of Jianghai City had thrown out all 8 members to encircle him, yet Wang Dali still escaped. Although the enemy used an unstoppable spatial contract, the mission had ended in failure. Can we still track him? Wei Wu 50 asked bitterly, shaking his head. Once out of combat, Wang Dali regained login access. His virtual helmet would obey disengagement laws and immediately return to his side. Where the contract sent him was unknown. Even their little orb couldn't sense Wang Dali's presence. He likely returned to the divine descent realm. It's not a failure, Captain, Xiao Yi said calmly as he dispelled all statuses and spoke. Wang Dali was very likely somewhere in Zhuohong City. Everyone agreed that as long as they returned to the place where the gods descended, they would have a chance to locate and hunt him down. Earlier, after Wang Dali swallowed the thunder shock blast released by King Qin Wuong from the love giant cauldron, his defense had plummeted. Immediately after, Xiao Yi's flame spear and the arrows from the Wei Wu 50 bow struck him consecutively, completely tearing through his armor and dealing horrific damage. Though he was a third-rank apostle, he was pushed to the brink of death. Such a heavy blow meant he would never dare to show himself openly in the real world again right now. Even an ordinary sheriff armed with a rifle could take his life easily. Xiao Yi speculated that for a long time to come, Wang Dali would be forced to hide and barely survive in the god-descended place. What made things even more complicated was that the real world's medical system was fully networked. A small clinic wouldn't dare treat a wound this severe, and entering a proper hospital would immediately trigger security alerts. Although Wang Dali was very likely a cultist, apostles always had faith. In faith-bred organizations, it was possible that professionals would secretly treat his injuries or provide advanced healing items. But given the current severity of his wounds, rapid recovery was impossible. On top of that, he knew law enforcement operated in the real world too, so he would have to restrict his movements. Shun He and Chong Yun observed his condition and concluded he hadn't completely lost his mind. Caught between desire and survival, he clearly chose the latter. Let's stay in Guoyu City for now. Shun He quietly finalized their plan. When we track Wang Dali back to the god-descended place, be on guard for other members of his organization. If you can take care of them yourself, do so. If not, anonymously pass the intelligence to the authorities. For unorganized freelance operatives, the authorities might turn a blind eye. But once someone was confirmed as part of an evil organization, official agents had only one approach: eliminate them on sight. After the discussion, the 8 left the apartment complex and climbed back into the off-road vehicle, leaving the cleanup to the relevant departments. You're pretty talented, Kid Shin, he praised freely in the car. He had originally thought Xiao Yi was just a logistics type who had only recently transferred roles and probably wasn't strong in combat. Letting Xiao Yi tag along was intended as a learning experience, not expecting him to actually jump into the fight. But Xiao Yi's performance on the battlefield completely changed the team's perception. Sharp judgment, calm thinking, fierce firepower, decisive moves. He was nothing like a rookie. I've told you, I'm actually pretty strong, Xiao Yi shrugged. Big head. Wang Yao glanced at him with mild disdain, but had to admit the guy did have skill. Once the battle ended, all the team's negative effects were removed by support specialists Yu, and Ni Hai was Zhen Yang. Wang Yao had stood right beside Xiao Yi and watched his every move clearly. The off-road vehicle sped along, ultimately settling the 8 near the Hong Kong apartment complex. Considering Wang Dali's tendency to operate under the most dangerous place is actually the safest tactic, Shun He took a reverse approach, laying a comprehensive trap near his potential hideout. After a busy night and securing everything thoroughly, dawn broke. The clock showed 8 a.m. Xiao Yi summoned his virtual helmet through his senses. Soon, the helmet from Jianghai City was back in Xiao Yi's hands. The 3 of them gathered around the tea table, quickly devouring a bowl of instant noodles before putting on their helmets and logging in. In the reception room, Shun He and Chong Yun held a slender Yun Xiu cigarette between their fingers, pale blue smoke curling in the air above their heads. Zhuohong City was much larger than Guoyu City, with winding streets and crowds of pedestrians. Fortunately, Qiu had already locked onto Wang Dali's scent, and Xiao Yi had a few possible leads from intelligence. Still, Wang Dali's ability to alter his appearance at will meant that even with similar features caught, they couldn't be 100% sure of their target. Tonight, the 3 of us head to the black market to scout around? Shen He stubbed out the cigarette. Their small team had clear roles. He was good at escaping. Wei Wu sure had an exceptional sense of smell and specialized in tracking. Xiao Yi wasn't much of a fighter but was the intelligence source and couldn't be left alone. The black market rarely involved actual fights too many people drew too much attention. 3 was the perfect number. After deciding this, Shun He and Wei Wuwusher headed back to Qinghe District to rest. Chao Yi, meanwhile, slung his backpack and returned to Malin Academy, casually continuing his classes. The improved truth meditation technique was a godsend. 2 hours of deep meditation daily gave him enough mental stamina to get through the whole day. Frontline fighting was handled by Qin Wuwang of Ajuding. What more do you want from me? You, and you Ding Shang. Chao Yi only needed to occasionally provide long-range sniper support remotely. That Friday was also the last Qingyu Blue language class. After 4 days of regular lessons and extra training sessions with Taiwan Xian, Chao Yi had mostly mastered the language, only occasionally needing to look up rare or technical words. Daily reading and writing were no longer a burden. The day passed quietly. At 4:40 p.m., he returned home punctually, seated cross-legged to meditate and adjust his state for the night's operation. Finding clues in the black market could both fulfill the organization's task and advance his own lust goal, also double win. Night fell, and at exactly 8 p.m., Shun He and Wei Wuwusher knocked on Chao Yi's door. How's Guiyu City? All quiet. Wang Dallas laying low for now. Have you eaten? Not yet. Let's grab a bite somewhere. They changed into inconspicuous gray work uniforms and slung canvas bags diagonally across their chests, looking like night shift laborers at first glance. Qiuqiu slipped quietly into the shadows, never flamboyantly hanging on Wei Wuwusher. Chao Yi donned an ordinary worker's cap and locked his door behind him. They quickly ate dinner in a nearby commercial pedestrian street, then took a tram to the intersection of Lantai Street and Dongfang Street, the most dazzling commercial landmark of Huashang District, brightly lit and crowded with towering buildings. Chao Yi had previously bought his suit and medicinal herbs in this shopping area. Following coordinates provided by Zhang Beina, they passed neon-lit alleyways and found a hidden entrance to an underground market behind an office building. The shutter was half raised, a dim yellow bulb swaying overhead. What's your business here? A man in his 30s blocking the entrance raised an arm to stop them. Introduced by Old Li Tu, Chao Yi said, not knowing who Old Li Tu really was, but that was one of the secret phrases to enter the black market. The man glanced briefly at Chao Yi and the other two without saying another word, then turned and walked away on his own. Brother, wait up. Shun He called out urgently, hurrying after him with quick, determined strides. The man stopped and turned to face them. What do you want? Shun He pulled a bronze token engraved with intricate patterns from his pocket and pressed it into the man's palm. I'm asking about someone. A while ago, did a tall, thin middle-aged man around 6'4" come through here? Always wearing a cloak. A chill brushed his fingertips as the man blinked, quickly rifling through his memory. As the overseer of the black market entrance, he was meant to have met every customer and stall owner. Yeah, sounds like him. Always cloaked, never showed his face. Sold aphrodisiacs and some odd little trinkets. He looked the three over, pausing on the little girl beside them with a subtle change in expression. You brought a kid to buy aphrodisiacs? Just a heads up, those drugs work, but the side effects are bad news. If I weren't desperate, I'd never buy meds in the black market. Those sincere words left Chao Yi and Shun He momentarily speechless. When was the last time he showed up? Chao Yi asked. 3 days ago? 4? Can't remember exactly. The three exchanged glances. The timeline matched Wang Dallas' crime spree almost perfectly. The target was nearly confirmed. But what triggered Wang Dali to bring his crimes into the real world? They bowed in thanks to the man and then stepped into the black market. The black market was staggering in size. Hundreds of stalls scattered unevenly under dim yellow light. Vendors sold antiques and calligraphy. Fortune tellers set up their stands. Lucky charms were openly hawked, and counterfeit medicines blatantly offered. The cacophony of calls filled the air, mingling with the sharp scent of tobacco and powdered drugs. The three split up, pretending to be ordinary customers, crouching by stalls to sift through goods while subtly probing for any sign of Wang Dali. As expected, this black market was dark to the core. Chao Yi's player interface blinked persistently in the corner of his vision. All weapons classified as items showed detailed attributes, but common raw materials like the countless herbs on the stalls only displayed names, with quality judgments left to the user's eye. The display helped, but wasn't foolproof. He focused on screening herbs. Most vendors tried to pass off inferior goods, but their tricks couldn't fool a potions master's discerning gaze. Weaving past rows of stalls, he paused before one selling incense and wood. The surest way to improve meditation was through mild stimulants like incense and essential oils. Taking drugs directly worked faster but overstimulated the brain. Over time, this caused efficiency to drop and was counterproductive. The homemade incense at home barely did the job, falling well short of his ideal. Chao Yi planned to mix his own. Even ordinary materials transformed by his skill could become extraordinary. Cedarwood, frankincense resin, sandalwood, lavender, cypress seeds. He carefully selected each item into his bamboo basket. Then his eyes caught the pale gray resin quietly resting at the stall's corner, a surprisingly high-quality ambergris. Many of the materials used for making incense are prohibited from circulating on the market. The reason is simple. Although the same spice can be used to make a pleasing fragrance, it can also serve as an ingredient for hallucinogenic drugs. Only approved companies are allowed to source these from designated channels. How much for all this? Chowie asked, sorting through and placing several small bags of loose materials on the counter. The shop owner glanced up, scanning the pile of crushed herbs and a small lump of ambergris. 50 copper coins. No bargaining. He almost couldn't keep a straight face at the price. A pained expression quickly took over his face. The only truly valuable item was the ambergris, but such things were notoriously hard to sell. He gritted his teeth, pulled out exactly 50 copper notes, handed them over, and stuffed all the materials into his sling bag. Come again if you need more, the owner said as he pocketed the money, then paused and added, by the way, are you asking about that guy who sells fake medicine? Fake medicine? Chowie stopped, looked back. You mean he's selling counterfeit drugs? The owner snorted disdainfully. Anyone making incense or essential oils knows a bit about pharmacology. Wang Dallas potency pills don't have the basic medicinal properties at all. I have no idea what he's putting in them. They work fast, but it's definitely not legit. Chowie's eyes brightened as he suddenly understood something. Wang Dali was probably infusing those pills with lustful energy to create a quick effect, but at its core, he was draining the user's vitality through supernatural forces. Ordinary people who took the pills repeatedly might end up completely ruined. Do you know who he is? Chowie asked further. The owner shook his head. No clue, but I'm sure he's from Xiaohua District. I've seen him there before. Xiaohua District, the most chaotic and unsavory part of Zhuohong City, home to all manner of scoundrels and the poorest residents. It was also a hotbed for evil organizations. The owner added, he hasn't been at the black market here for 3 days. Probably went back to Xiaohua District to recover. Chao Yi noted the lead and hurried off to report to Shunhe and Chongyun. Captain, Xiaohua District? Shunhe glanced at her pocket watch. It's past 10 now, and the city carriages stop running at 11. We won't make it in time tonight. Let me update the group chat. We'll head to Xiaohua together tomorrow. All right, that's the best plan for now, Chowie nodded. Just then, an energetic voice called out, Chancellor, look what treasure I found. Wei Wuwusher trotted over, carrying a small gray cloth bag. Chow Yi opened the bag, revealing a clump of withered but richly colored dark red moss. Solar moss, he said, instantly recognizing it as one of the main ingredients for making the rapid life-healing Potiona genuine supernatural material. This is the real deal, right? Wei Wuwusher blinked hopefully. Chowie nodded. It's dried, but the active properties remain. It's usable. He took the bag. Let me keep this. If you hold it, it'll spoil within 2 days. He planned to store it directly in his potion workshop, where the ingredients would stay potent indefinitely. Great. Don't forget my credit when we brew the life potion, Wei Wuwusher said with a grin. Of course, Chowie smiled in reply. He knew the black market sellers didn't always gouge prices maliciously. They often couldn't recognize the true value of supernatural materials and treated treasures like ordinary weeds. That's how they missed the solar moss. After circling the black market a few more times with no further finds, the three lowered their cloaks and slipped through the dimly lit alleys, disappearing into the night to return to their respective homes. Xiaohua District. After parting ways from Shunhe, Chongyun, and Wei were 50 steps apart, the streets grew empty and silent. Taking advantage of the quiet, Chao Yi hurriedly tossed the medicinal herbs he had just bought into his alchemy workshop. He had indeed planned to return to Xiaohua District eventually, but not right now. Using Zhang Baina's party as a cover, he made some progress in the scapegoat mission, yet the truth behind the events remained shrouded in mystery. His memory of being detained in the security detention center was blurry, only recalled the word theft, which didn't add up since he was always cautious. The only time he ever ended up in jail before was due to a drunken brawl. This odd discrepancy compelled him to seek out the familiar security officer Zhang Yang, hoping to uncover more clues from him. The last bus took him back to South Street of Merlin Academy, just as the clock struck midnight. After a quick rinse, he slipped into his study and immersed himself in his private alchemy workshop. Tonight's task was to make focus incense. Recipe: 15g cedarwood shavings, 10g frankincense resin, 7.5g sandalwood shavings, 5g dried lavender, 2.5g cypress seeds, 0.5g ambergris. Steps: 1. Use your primal force to grind each of the 6 materials separately into an ultra-fine powder. 2. Take a clean wooden incense box, pour in all the cedar powder first, then add frankincense and sandalwood powders simultaneously, stirring 9 clockwise circles until evenly mixed. 3. Add lavender and cypress seed powders, stirring another 9 clockwise circles. 4. Finally sprinkle in the ambergris powder, stirring 81 9 times 9 clockwise circles, ensuring the fragrance powders thoroughly blend. 5. Wrap the incense box in silk and place it where it can be directly bathed in moonlight. Let it sit undisturbed for 7 days and 7 nights until the incense is complete. This time, Chao Yi had 3 grams of ambergris, so he scaled up the other ingredients 6-fold. Incense making was simpler than potion brewing. Before long, the wooden box overflowed with finely ground semi-finished incense powder. He wrapped it carefully with his silk pajamas and placed it on the bookshelf to ensure it caught the moonlight. The focus incense would be ready by next Friday night. That afternoon's meditation had long ended, and with no other plans at night, he initially intended to log off and relax at home. But remembering he was still in Guayu City, he dismissed the thought. Under bright light, he opened Arturo's potion notes to continue his study. The deeper he read, the more he realized how vast the master's knowledge was, like an ocean of smoke and mystery. Fully absorbing, it would surely secure him a place in the transcendent world. At 2 a.m., the doorbell rang abruptly. Who could possibly be visiting in the dead of night? Another incident in Guayu City? His heart tightened. He rushed downstairs with pounding footsteps. Opening the door, a bloodied figure collapsed into his arms. Tai Wanxian. Covered in wounds, she fainted immediately upon seeing Chao Yi, barely clinging to life. You've triggered a mission. Save or not save. Mission. Save or not save. Mission details. Tai Wanxian appears to be more than just a lecturer at the academy. She harbors other secrets. Severely injured now, her life hangs by a thread at your decision. Will you let fate decide her survival, ignoring her plight? Or will you offer aid? Whatever your choice, unexpected consequences and perhaps rewards await. Accepting the mission reward of 100 junior force essences, Chao Yi cautiously leaned out, using the faint moonlight to observe carefully. Behind Tai Wanxian, there was no sign of anyone following, and no bloodstains were left on the ground. All the blood had somehow been absorbed by her cotton long dress. She really should thank herself for choosing to wear that cotton gown today. A professional? What kind of professional? Tai Wanxian had hidden her true nature so deeply that Chao Yi hadn't noticed at all. He tried to scan her bodhi's internal force with his own energy, but even in her current weakened state, the fluctuations of her internal force were extremely strong, utterly rejecting any intrusion. A codebreaker, and an expert at that. This level had to be at least third level. Chao Yi pondered for a moment, then carefully carried Tai Wanxian inside. The past few days together had made him realize she was no ordinary woman, clever and deep Mindadan, that their relationship was merely that of master and disciple. Since she dared to break into his home so recklessly, she obviously knew the enemy would never find this place. This was a task Chao Yi had to take. As he ascended the stairs, a bitter feeling washed over him as if he had become a joke. Tai Wanxian had already uncovered his identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have barged in here. Most people in this situation would have called the police right away. Chao Yi laid her on the bed and swiftly tore off the bloodied outer garment. On her lower abdomen was a deep, severe knife wound. Perhaps because Tai Wanxian had consciously tightened her abdominal muscles while awake, the blood hadn't flowed out much. But now that she was unconscious, bleeding had escalated significantly. Even more worrying was the serious internal injury she had sustained. An ordinary person with this level of wounds wouldn't lose consciousness, confirming for Chao Yi that she was indeed a genuine professional. He examined the wound thoroughly and quickly found the internal bleeding point. Then, transforming his energy into tools as fine as needles and thread, he stitched the wound closed. Though the external injury was addressed, Tai Wanxian showed no sign of regaining consciousness. Her complexion turned paler and her breathing grew weaker. Even more frustrating, Chao Yi's flesh seed's life-grafting energy refused to implant within her. Are you trying to die on me? Chao Yi had no other option and slapped her cheeks hard twice, alternating hands. This startled her awake enough to sense something. She stopped resisting, allowing the flesh seed to successfully implant. After a delicate scan using the flesh seed, Chao Yi saw Tai Wanxian's internal condition was horrible. Fractures, blood clots, blocked meridians, and even displaced, damaged internal organs. Truly worthy of being a professional, an ordinary person would have been dead on the spot. Luckily, he was a potion alchemist. Without his skills, she'd be sent to a hospital to face fate. He controlled the flesh seed to reset the displaced organs and reconnect the fractured bones. The torn internal organs could be sewn up, but the blood clots needed medication to clear. The organs would also require medicinal energy to restore. After washing the blood from his hands and getting dressed, Chao Yi hurried to a nearby pharmacy. Peach kernels, safflower, angelica, chuanxiong, red peony, chuan nyo 11, licorice, these were for clearing meridians and removing blood stasis. Then he collected astragalus, angelica, yam, bistort, poria, goji berries, and licoricia prescription to nourish and warm the organs. Once he had all the herbs, he quickly returned home. Everything seemed normal now. It appeared Tai Wanxian had successfully shaken off her pursuers. Chao Yi entered his potion workshop and began preparing the magical concoctions to save her life. Both potions required slow simmering over a low flame for about 2.5 hours to complete. But since Chao Yi wasn't sure how much longer Tai Wanxian could hold on, he decided to use strong heat and cook them quickly over a fierce flame with both hands working at once. In less than half an hour, the 2 test tubes of steaming, thick elixirs were freshly brewed. Chao Yi carefully inspected their color and compared it with the reading on the panel, feeling they were roughly fine. The only uncertainty was how effective these ordinary potions would be for a third-tier professional. Without access to higher-grade supernatural ingredients, the success of saving her life was left entirely to fate. Carrying the 2 vials out of the workshop, Chao Yi immediately checked Tai Wangshuan's vital signs. Though still weak, her condition hadn't worsened. As long as the blood stasis inside her could be expelled smoothly and her meridians cleared to restore the normal flow of her primal energy, she could basically be kept alive. Chao Yi gently helped her sit up, pried open her lips, and slowly fed her the potion designed to unclog the meridians and remove the stagnant blood. Because Tai Wanxian still bore those flesh and blood seeds inside her body, Chao Yi could intuitively sense the internal changes. The potion dissolved instantly in her mouth, and its effects became apparent immediately. Although her injuries were severe and complex, they hadn't exceeded the usual scope of supernatural damage. Otherwise, this ordinary remedy wouldn't have worked at all. Chao Yi picked up a basin by the bedside, supporting Tai Wanxian with one hand while massaging the meridians along her back with the other. Before long, Tai Wanxian, still unconscious, suddenly burst into violent coughing fits, nearly choking with exhaustion. A mouthful of dark red, almost black, stagnant blood was coughed into the basin. She coughed 3 times straight, and fresh crimson blood stained the corners of her mouth. At last, Tai Wangshuan's condition stabilized. Chao Yi gently wiped the blood off her cheeks with a clean towel and helped her lie back down. After the first potion had taken effect, he prepared to give her the second one, which would nourish her internal organs. After dealing with the expelled blood and the soiled towels, he carried Tai Wanxian to the carpet, changed the bedsheets and covers, and threw the blood-stained bedding directly into the bathroom, where he completely burned it with a flame lance. By the time he finished all this, the sun had quietly begun to rise over the eastern hillside. Sitting back down by the bed, Chao Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and checked her latest status through the flesh and blood seeds. The first potion's effects had basically been absorbed. Tai Wangshuan's vital signs were stable and her breathing steady. Although the blocked meridians wouldn't clear fully in the short term, her primal energy was no longer chaotic. Chao Yi helped her sit up again and administered the second dose of potion. After this second treatment, which replenished and warmed her organs, Tai Wangshuan's complexion was no longer pale, and the icy coldness of her body gradually retreated. Chao Yi muttered under his breath, "All this fuss for 100 experience points, this isn't easy," but thinking about the quest, whether he accepted or abandoned it, trouble was inevitable, so he bit the bullet. He also gained Tai Wangshuan's friendship in the process. Strangely, the mission still hadn't been completed. No success message or determination appeared. Chao Yi stood up, scratching his head in confusion. Just then, a faint moan came from behind him. Was Tai Wanxian waking up? No, that sound it absolutely wasn't her. Although it was just a soft hum, Chao Yi's extraordinary hearing immediately caught this was definitely not the usual voice of Tai Wanxian. The sound was so tender it made his heart twitch, faintly tinged with a playful seductiveness, yet intertwined with a lazy comfort. That voice was like a clear, tranquil lake, yet also like the most potent aphrodisiac in existence. Just that single sound ignited a restless fire deep within Chao Yi. He turned to look as the morning light slanted through the curtains, bathing the bed in pale sunshine. The plain Tai Wanxian he knew was gone, replaced by a radiant goddess, her entire body shimmering with a soft glow like creamy jade. No, more accurately a sorceress. Her brows and eyes were poetic, her face a masterpiece, breathtaking and utterly bewitching. Every adjective for exquisite beauty fell short of describing her perfectly flawless features. Her delicate face resembled the finest porcelain in the world, without a single flaw. Her figure was luxuriously curved, peaks and valleys that captivated even lying flat. Her alluring sensuality was undeniable. With just one glance, Chao Yi felt his mouth dry up, a fierce blaze igniting within him. If lust were like forcibly injected aphrodisiac to induce abnormal desire, then Tai Wanxian herself was like a perfectly brewed potion, making one wish to swallow her whole. As a potion master, Chao Yi knew this was no ordinary phenomenon. It was probably her primal energy restoring itself, unconsciously revealing her professional nature. Startled awake, he realized he was already standing by the bed, his hand uncontrollably brushing her jade-like cheek. Hissing softly, Chao Yi summoned his primal energy into a needlepoint and stabbed it into the Yongquan acupoint, forcing himself to stay alert. When it comes to women, one must be upright to either negotiate money or feelings. Taking advantage of someone's vulnerability? That's beneath him. Just as he thought to turn away, a burning body coiled around him like a serpent. Tai Wanxian was awake. Her breath, fragrant like orchids, brushed against Chao Yi's ear. She asked, "Did you just slap me?" Frozen, Chao Yi forced a polite, awkward smile. Just a necessary medical technique. She gently pushed him, pinning him onto the bed. Her radiant face, bright enough to outshine the sun, leaned close. "If you're saving someone, you have to save them fully. I'm still missing one ingredient." The floral scent lingered, as if the orchid fragrance from her lips had completely ignited Chao Yi's desire. What ingredient? He asked. The ultimate human elixir, she replied with a half-smile. Tai Wangshuan's true identities, a mysterious succubus, was on the verge of breaking through the low-tier limit, about to transform into a high-tier life form, a third-rank succubus. As for a first-rank rookie potion master versus a top-tier third-rank succubus, the outcome could only be Chao Yi's humiliating defeat, his pride utterly shattered. Such disgrace was a first in his life. Had been ignorant about the succubus profession, thinking even a third-rank defender could be crushed instantly. But the succubus trait infinite pleasure was far beyond his comprehension. No worries, you've done pretty well. Tai Wanxian radiated a powerful maternal glow, gently caressing Chao Yi's face. Suddenly, a loud roar escaped him. Naked, Chao Yi stormed out of the bedroom straight to the dining room. He grabbed the strongest liquor from the cabinet, 2 bottles, each 200 land, mixed them with steel and ascension potions. Downing both magical brews, he felt himself return to his peak, his power surging to unprecedented heights. Tai Wanxian. This time, he vowed, he would show you what a real man is. Truly worthy of the steel elixir. Truly worthy of the ascension elixir. The relentless barrage, like cannon fire, thundered from dawn at 5 o'clock until 10 in the morning. At last, Chao Yi regained his dignity as a man through the succubus. Exhausted, he held Tai Wanxian in his arms and fell into a deep, unprecedentedly gentle dream. After an unknown length of time, a tickle at his nose stirred him. Chao Yi slowly opened his eyes to see Tai Wanxian draped in his bathrobe, her damp hair silky smooth as it lightly brushed his nose. Oh, the real man is awake. She smiled at him. Water Chao Yi's lips felt dry and bitter. The steel elixir and ascension elixir were indeed powerful, but their side effects were brutal. If he weren't a potion master himself, he might have been utterly spent by now. He gritted his teeth and sat up. His waist ached, his back hurt, his thighs trembled, even his hip bones were numb. In contrast, Tai Wanxian looked radiant and vibrant, not a single injury visible. Her beauty in the morning light was almost dazzling, leaving Chao Yi momentarily stunned. He accepted the cup of water she handed him and drank it all in one gulp. Quest, to save or not to save completed, rating, excellent. Seeing this prompt flash on his player panel nearly made Chao Yi spit out the water. She was already saved, and in bed. How could they only give an excellent? Tai Wanxian stretched lazily by the bedside. The loose bathrobe couldn't hide her striking curves. Every move she made exuded natural allure. Thankfully, after hours of close contact, Chao Yi had developed a bit of an antibody against her charm. He set the cup back on the nightstand and pushed away his distracting thoughts. Don't you want to explain what happened last night? What exactly do you want to know? Tai Wanxian smiled and leaned down to pull him close. Chao Yi pounded her thigh firmly. Hugging's fine, but can I get some air in here? Tai Wanxian laughed softly but relaxed her grip, her voice warm against his ear. I'm a mysterious class of succubus. By now her wounds were mostly healed. If she wanted, she could easily crush Chao Yi like dough, leaving him no room to resist, forced to glare as she held him tight. Look at you. Rookie, you clearly don't understand what a succubus is. Indeed, the succubus class wasn't listed in official records of the Great Xia Federation. After rebirth, whether male or female, succubi possessed an innate gift for seduction. Their looks, figure, and aura elevated to an epic level. The breathtaking face before him was actually a disguise, precisely controlling muscles and bones. They could transform into someone else at will. A flash of insight lit up Chao Yi's mind. Was Wang Dali also a male succubus? But that didn't quite fit. While succubi were legitimate professionals, they didn't level up that fast. Tai Wanxian caught a faint change in his expression. Succubi also had the power to read hearts, able to make a preliminary judgment on others' good or evil, loyalty or treachery. On the first day she arrived, she had noticed Chao Yi's extraordinary memory. That skill seemed more like a warlock system, but exactly which type, she couldn't tell yet. After ambushes and breaking through enemy lines, she pondered carefully whom she could turn to for help. Perhaps her own connections had already been thoroughly compromised. Only Chao Yi, the sorcerer he had just recently met, was definitely out of the other party's line of sight. Tai Wanxian observed him quietly, confident she had about an 80% chance of coaxing Chao Yi to intervene. As for the grueling 5-hour-long battle, that was entirely unexpected. Succubi could quickly restore their primal energy and heal wounds through yin-yang convergence, but as a chaste succubus, she usually exercised great restraint. This time, however, her injuries were too severe, and instinct overpowered reason. Moreover, she had just discovered that Chao Yi was actually an alchemist sorcerer. Although he was only a novice, he was a promising potential stock, which made her drop her last trace of reserve. Have you ever met others of my kind? She asked casually. Chao Yi nodded. He thought of Wang Dali, whose profession seemed closely related to Tai Wangshuan's, and hoped to find clues from her. Yet Chao Yi dared not reveal everything, uncertain if Tai Wanxian might be allied with Wang Dali. But succubi are naturally skilled at reading hearts. Xiao Yi was weak and ranked below her, yet from his subtle expression she caught key information. You Li, it was you who trapped me all along. Suddenly, she lifted her hand and pulled Xiao Yi into a tight embrace, rubbing her head against his chest. Breathe, give me some air. Xiao Yi nearly suffocated. In truth, Wang Dali was not a succubus but a apostle of lust. Though both belonged to the same secret organization, they were rivals. After Wang Dali was severely injured by a third-class professional squad from Jianghai City, the group decided to hunt a chaste succubus. To heal him, the pure primal energy of such a succubus was a coveted tonic for all lustful believers. Tai Wanxian became their target accordingly. After holding Xiao Yi breathless for 2.5 minutes, she released him expressionlessly and pushed him away. The more she thought about it, the more unfair it seemed. Despite Xiao Yi being the root cause of all her troubles, she still had to rely on him for rescue and even exposed her secrets in the process. If he hadn't performed decently last night, she would have cut ties immediately. Are you from the ivory tower? Tai Wanxian narrowed her eyes. Xiao Yi was taken aback. This was the second time he had heard of the ivory tower, but he knew little about it. Tai Wanxian explained that the ivory tower was one of the top secret organizations in the transcendent world, centered on alchemists, sorcerers, and recruiting all kinds of powerful individuals, wielding influence even over the authorities at times. Seeing that Xiao Yi was unrelated to the ivory tower, Tai Wanxian felt a surge of hope. A lone wanderer was even better ideal for recruiting into her own faction. Immediately switching into enchantress mode, her natural charm blossomed as she leaned softly against Xiao Yi's chest, lightly tracing his jaw with her fingertip. Real men, how about joining the organization behind me? We not only have the complete inheritance of alchemist sorcery, but many sister succubi as well. Xiao Yi expressionlessly pushed her away. If one Tai Wanxian almost cost him half his life, then an entire group of succubi would surely be suicidal. In sage mode, Xiao Yi held absolute control, cool, composed, and steady. What kind of organization are you? Tai Wanxian didn't even seem to reach into a bag. Suddenly, she produced a pair of half-rimmed gold glasses, gently pushing them up onto the bridge of her nose. Her deep, alluring eyes behind the lenses carried a subtle scholarly aura. She was already dazzling enough to be almost overwhelming, but now, with an added touch of intellect, even Xiao Yuho was in full sage mode, felt his heart race. He had no choice but to turn his head away. But the moment his gaze slipped, slender fingers pinched his chin, forcibly turning his face back toward her. Our organization is the Seven Deadly Sins. The Seven Deadly Sins, one of the top secret factions in the transcendent world. Under it, 7 sects operate independently yet remain secretly connected. Lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. Each sect worships a powerful, mysterious entity that is rumored to be godlike. Tai Wangshuan's profession was succubus, naturally aligned with the power of lust, so she belonged to the lust sect. Wang Dali was in the same faction, but their statuses differed. Tai Wanxian, a shallow believer drawing power from her own innate gift. Wang Dali, zealously chosen by lust itself, blessed as a lust apostle. Not all believers ascend to apostleship. Only the most devout and favored earn this title, gaining great prestige within the sect. Within the lust sect, members were divided into 4 factions defined by 2 criteria. 1. Level of faith, devout or shallow. 2. Behavior code, indulgent or restrained. This produced 4 combinations: devout indulgent, shallow indulgent, devout restrained, and shallow restrained. Wang Dali belonged to devout indulgent. Tai Wanxian was shallow restrained. Historically, these 2 factions were the most antagonistic. The indulgent faction believed in do whatever you want, regardless of gender, race, or distinction. The restrained faction was the opposite, maintaining only a few chosen partners, with many female succubi even tending toward lifelong monogamy. Xiao Yi suddenly grabbed Tai Wangshuan's soft cheek with a teasing grip. So how many do you have? You rascal. Tai Wangshuan's fingers jabbed at the soft flesh of his waist. Her husband had died many years ago, and she remained a widow to this day. Had she found the right partner sooner, she would have already advanced to the 4th-level succubus realm, where a single unyielding grip could kill Xiao Yi in an instant. It's dead, don't touch it. Xiao Yi expressionlessly pulled her hand out from under the blanket. Even if you did it for 5 hours straight, it would still be dead. The 7 deadly sins did not originate from the Alvido continent. They came from the southern hemisphere and have only gradually spread into the northern hemisphere, where Alvido lies, over the past decade. Alvido is the largest and most livable continental landmass in the world of the land of the divine descent, often called the world's center. The world government headquarters are located there. Geographically, Alvido sits in the western part of the northern hemisphere, while the eastern and northern parts of the northern hemisphere contain other continental landmasses shown in the north, even larger than Alvido itself. The continent is mostly made up of glacial permafrost, with only a few primitive tribes managing to survive on it. The extreme northern land is dominated by snow and barren frozen tundra, where hardly anything grows, while the southern hemisphere is split into 2 continents. one with a relatively mild climate, and another locked away beneath millennia-old glaciers like the north. Between the north and south lie countless islands of varying sizes forming a labyrinthine maritime ring, which geographers call the Odyssey Ring. Over 70% of the sacred land is covered by ocean, a true realm belonging only to transcendent beings. Humans can safely traverse less than 5% of these waters. Most of the seas remain mysterious, unfamiliar, and fraught with danger. Besides the official routes set by the world government, anyone else venturing into these waters is risking near certain death. You guys sound like an evil organization. Tai Wanxian almost laughed at Chao Yi's words. Come on, any non-official group looks evil through the government's eyes. Besides, do you really think I'm evil? Chao Yi sized her up and raised an eyebrow. Evil juicer? Wanxian didn't mind. We don't have strict requirements for members. Aside from necessary missions, there are no extra constraints. If you're willing, I'll make it official. Inherit the legacy of the potion alchemists, provide the materials, and you just need to submit a certain amount of potions on schedule. Zhuahong City is the largest stronghold of the 7 deadly sins on the Orvieto continent. Though the leader of the moderate temperance faction is only a 4th-tier succubus, the devout indulgence faction is the same. Wanxian was about to break through to 4th tier herself and join the upper ranks of temperance, gaining the authority to recruit newcomers. You want to hunt down the apostles from the devout indulgence side, right? They'll help you. She laid down her final card. That offer was truly tempting. Chao Yi's biggest obstacle right now was entering the transcendent circles. Still, he countered, why shouldn't I join the ivory tower instead? Wanxian hooked a finger on his collar, lightly licking her red lips. Joining the 7 deadly sins means you get to fire me. Think the ivory tower lets you do that? The lust sect is the strongest branch of the 7 deadly sins. Their core roles, succubi and lust apostles, inevitably hold absolute dominance. Those bound to lust apostles rarely escape their control for life, unless there's a vast gap in status. Succubi don't force obedience, but once you experience their allure, refusing them afterward is almost impossible. Reasonable requests are hard to deny, and unreasonable ones even harder. Check your own primal energy state, real man. Chao Yi instinctively pulled up his player panel. Energy level stage. First tier 28.46. His experience bar surged by over 10%, making his pupils dilate sharply. Dual cultivation, the words exploded in his mind. Lust apostles draw power from desire, as do succubi. As a chaste succubus, Tai Wanxian pursues a dual fusion of spirit and desire, with energy flowing both ways, empowering both sides. All the pros and cons swirled rapidly through his mind, finally settling on one conclusion. I've decided to join the 7 deadly sins, this authoritative organization. Absolutely authoritative, unmatched in every way. Not only could he cook, but he also gained experience while doing it. Chao Yi confidently declared that there was no organization more authoritative than the 7 deadly sins lust sect in the whole world. Just from cooking through the entire night, his experience points had risen by more than 10%. If he kept this up for a few more nights, it would be hard for him not to advance to the 2nd tier. Yet he suppressed his impulse to rush and reminded himself he needed to find the human secret stash first. Tai Wanxian sighed helplessly and gave him a side glance, interrupting his daydreams. In fact, Chao Yi's recent boost was a one-time exception because it was his first time cooking with a succubus. For one, Tai Wanxian was a chaste succubus who hadn't been with a man for years, relying on her superb cooking skills and some small tricks to ease her lustful cravings. Secondly, she was a 3rd-tier succubus on the verge of advancing to mid-tier, blessed with powerful status enhancements. This was what benefited Chao Yi so greatly. Dual cultivation with a succubus might indeed improve one's primal power faster than meditation alone, but not to such an exaggerated degree. Otherwise, the lust sect would have already dominated the world. There was an even more important question. Could Chao Yi's body handle all this? You were able to hunt a 3rd-tier lust apostle together, so your strength must be considerable, Tai Wanxian mused. I have a rough idea where the pious indulgence faction is hiding. She had planned to recruit Chao Yi's friends to return and launch a direct assault. But suddenly she realized things were more complicated. Last night, she attended a routine gathering in the suburbs for the organization but was ambushed. This was no coincidence. There must be a mole. Her top priority now wasn't revenge, but uncovering the traitor's identity. Chao Yi raised a question. Why not just report anonymously to the authorities? His way of thinking was completely different from hers. As an outsider, he only cared about minimizing losses and maximizing gains. But reporting like that, akin to calling the cops after a gang fight, was taboo among supernatural secret organizations. Tai Wanxian and Wang Dali were still in the same group. If she used official channels to solve the problem, even if it meant killing Wang Dali through them, she would inevitably face consequences. If the indulgence faction's leaders came personally to Zhuahong City, the fallout would be disastrous. It was actually safer for Tai Wanxian to take matters into her own hands and kill Wang Dali herself, avoiding attention from the higher-ups. Looking at her, Chao Yi's eyes were firm and sincere as he asked, "Do you trust me?" Tell me where the pious indulgence faction is hiding. I promise I won't implicate you. Tai Wanxian was stunned by his penetrating gaze, hesitated briefly, then said, there are several farms north of Shewa district. They might be Wang Dallas hideouts. The pious indulgence faction can't move stealthily because sometimes they gather a bunch of men and women for unrestricted orgies. With so many people moving frequently, it's hard to conceal their tracks. Don't worry, leave it to me. Within 3 days, you'll hear news of Wang Dallas' death. Although Chao Yi wasn't sure if the name was accurate, the root cause of Tai Wangshuan's hunt was clear. Wang Dali needed a furnace to nurture, and a chaste succubus was the ideal candidate. Training an apostle had never been an easy task. Wang Dali was a prodigy who managed to receive divine blessings 3 times in quick succession. After the 3rd blessing, his mind was clearly deteriorating, but the devout indulgence faction still planned to do everything they could to save him, using the pure primal power of a chaste succubus to purify his injuries, accelerating his recovery while pulling him back from the brink of complete madness, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On the other hand, if Wang Dali died, the devout chaos faction would lose their reason to entangle with Tai Wanxian. The 7 deadly sins was always a fiercely pure lawful evil organization. Are you hungry? Do you want me to make you something to eat? Tai Wanxian rose, her gaze soft like a breeze brushing across a lake. Throughout the entire conversation, she never asked about the grudge between Chao Yi and Wang Dali, nor did she question what he planned to do next. A mature woman understands how to respect silence. If he wanted to speak, he would. His silence now meant it wasn't convenient. You can cook? Chao Yi eyed her suspiciously. She didn't look like someone who'd ever step into a kitchen. Yes, I can stir fry. Tai Wanxian produced a hair tie seemingly out of nowhere and swiftly tied up her long hair. Help! Chao Yi shouted, clutching the blanket up to his chin. I know you alchemists like messing around with weird potions, but you have to take care of yourself too. I promise I'll be gentler from now on. Tai Wanxian smiled softly and tapped his chest gently, then ultimately let him off the hook. After suppressing her succubus transformation, she quickly dressed neatly, returning to the appearance of an ordinary office worker as she prepared to root out the traitor within their organization. Is it safe to just go out like that? Chao Yi couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, professionals don't dare act openly in the city. Once I find the mole, they'll bring you into the organization. Saying this, she leaned in to press a light kiss to his forehead, then opened the door and left. The room still held a lingering sweet scent that didn't fade easily. Chao Yi pulled open the curtains, opened the window for fresh air, then hobbled over to throw the sheets and quilt into the laundry basket. Using his primal power once more, he gave himself a full body massage, finally feeling a bit better. According to the original plan, the team was supposed to head to the lower district to gather clues on Wang Dali today. Clearly, he was in no condition to go, and there was no point pushing it. Chao Yi logged off and left a message in the group chat. Prime Minister Chao, I found specific clues on Wang Dali. Captain, contact me at my place later. The chat room was silent. All team members were online. When he logged on again, he quickly tidied up and headed straight for the nearest shopping street to feast. The physical toll was terrifying. While eating, he reviewed the morning's potion. Arturo's formula was sound, with potent effects. The problem was likely not the ingredient ratios, but his own faulty brewing technique that had overamplified its properties. Thinking of Tai Wangshuan's strength, he chuckled wryly. Her true terror wasn't her skill, but her succubus profession's innate talent. The ability to infinitely raise her partner's pleasure threshold, causing someone who was only moderately off to lose control instantly. No matter how restrained she was, he was currently no match and could only pin his hopes on the Ascension Elixir. Back home, he meditated until 7 p.m., then eagerly dove into his alchemy workshop to improve the formula. This time, he didn't cautiously brew just one bottle. He made 5 vials of the Ascension Elixir in one go. Humph. Chao Yi shook the improved Ascension Elixir and gave a low hum. The amber liquid rippled inside the glass bottle, casting a sharp gleam. Little Tai Wanxian was as good as taken. As a potion master, he was extremely sensitive to every subtle change in the body. The first version of the Steel Elixir and the Ascension Elixir had no real side effects, just an overwhelming effect that left users utterly exhausted afterwards, something ordinary people simply couldn't handle. It was a matter of potency, not actual harmful side effects. As long as the Bodis potential wasn't depleted, these 2 potions were the best male health tonics in the world. This time, he had refined the brewing process again and decided not to use experimental test subjects. A great potion master must test his own creations firsthand. He carefully arranged the Ascension Elixirs on the workbench in his potion workshop, then turned and headed back to his study. Why hasn't the captain arrived yet? What time is it now? As he muttered to himself, the doorbell chimed. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Did you find Wang Dali? He opened the door to reveal Shun Hechanjian and Wei Wuwu 50 arriving together. The ball transport could only carry 2 people at a time, so upon receiving the message in Shuwa district, they rode owls directly over here. Come in and sit down. The floor lamp in the parlor cast a warm glow as Chao Yi brewed each of them a cup of red tea. Shen Hechanjian and Wei Wuwu chugged half their cups with a comfortable sigh before listening as Chao Yi calmly explained the plan. Tai Wanxian was Chao Yi's personal matter. He only revealed that he had located Wang Dallas' hideout. There are several estates over there. We'll rattle the grass to scare the snake and confirm exactly where he is. The specific plan was simple. Chao Yi would make a public appearance openly seeking Wang Dali, so the indulgent faction wouldn't suspect Tai Wangshuan's involvement. Outsiders would assume it was a private feud between Wang Dali and the official enforcers of the Daxia Federation. Since there was already a huntmaster on the team hunting Wang Dali, it made sense that they were tracking him. Then, the three of them, Shin Hechanjian and the others, would pretend to encounter a superior enemy and be forced to retreat. The official Daxia Federation players were no match for the Lust cultists, so Wang Dali would likely feel safe enough to stay put. Even if he wanted to relocate, it would be too late. Once Shin Hechanjian escaped the fight, they would immediately log off and notify the rest of their team. Members stationed in the city would anonymously slip tip-off letters into every public safety bureau mailbox like snowflakes. Once such intelligence reached the bureaus, it would be forwarded immediately to the Professional Enforcer Department. Given the swift response of professional enforcers in Zhuohong City, the Lust cult would be surrounded and crushed instantly, and, if all went well, Wang Dali would be slain on the spot. If Wang Dali tried to escape using spatial rune contracts, Chao Yi had contingency plans ready. What's Wang Dali's most likely move after disengaging from combat? Chao Yi asked Shen Hechanjian. Shen Hechanjian furrowed his brow in thought before suddenly slapping his thigh. Log off. Exactly, log off, Chao Yi nodded. Reality is dangerous, but it's still safer than Zhuohong City. To avoid official pursuit, he'll definitely go offline to lay low. Little did he know, the third professional enforcer squad of Jianghai City was already waiting for him in the real world. Given Wang Dali's personality, he would definitely pull off the most dangerous place is the safest place trick again. He probably wouldn't take any public transportation either. Instead, he'd quietly change his appearance and slip back into the busy streets of Guiyu City, most likely hiding somewhere near the Hong Kong residential complex. A typical tactician's move, thinking several steps ahead. No time to waste. We'll act tonight, Chao Yi said just as Shun He and Chong Yun confirmed the plan with a decisive nod. The three logged off immediately. Offline, the other 5 team members were already waiting. Hey, race the plan in detail, Chao Yi summarized briefly. Each of you 5 will ambush near a major public security bureau office. Once you get our signal, immediately come online and submit the complaint letters. Got it. The 8-person squad took their positions. At 1 a.m., the crescent moon hung sharp like a blade. The summoned beast, Qiu, flapped its 2 pairs of tiny wings with effort, carrying Chao Yi, Shun He, Chong Yun, and Wei Wuxi through the night breeze, diving toward the northern outskirts of the lower valley district. You're abusing me. Hukia's tail flicked as it protested, its voice trembling in the wind. They'll give you an extra 5 pounds of beef tomorrow, Shun He pat its back. Deal. At 1:30 a.m., Qiu landed. Sniff sniff. I smell that person, it said, perching on Wei Wuxi's shoulder, its big round eyes fixed on the dimly lit farm ahead. Longzhou Farm. Chao Yi pricked up his ears. Under a flickering yellow bulb, a string of faint, irregular noises pierced the night and slipped into his supernatural hearing. Shen He pondered for a moment and said, they'll log off first and have the others report Longzhou Farm. Then we'll move in and stir things up to lure Wang Dali out. That way, your friend won't get caught up in this. Even if there really was a 4th-tier succubus there, he wasn't afraid the spatial rune contract at his waist was enough to ensure their safe retreat. Unless there was a mid-level Voidwalker waiting, no one could stop them. With orders given, Shen He logged off to set the trap, then went back online. The 3 slipped through the shadows into the farm. Should we just finish off Wang Dali right now? Wei Wuxi whispered. Shen He snorted softly, you're overthinking it. As it turned out, his concern was justified. As a powerful secret organization, the Lust cult quickly detected the foreign intrusion. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire ripped through the moonlit night. Chao Yi and Shun He drew their revolvers simultaneously and exchanged fire with enemies lurking in the dark. The fiery trajectory of the bullets cut through the dry grass like a blazing python, instantly turning Longzhou Farm into a blazing inferno. Inside, Wang Dali, enjoying the company of several cult followers, suddenly jolted awake. The unmistakable smell of gunpowder was etched forever in his memory. His early defeat was sealed by Chao Yi's unexpected shot. Damn fools. They'll kill them all, Wang Dali roared. In reality, he was meek and submissive, but in the divine realm he shattered the heavens with a single punch. Tonight, however, all his fury struck only a wisp of cotton. The 3 figures vanished, as if by teleportation. Seeing the situation turn sour, Shun He decisively grabbed Chao Yi and Wei Wuxi, tore open the rune, and escaped through the void. Voidwalker. Wang Dali gritted his teeth in rage, but was powerless. Only spatial force artifacts could limit a Voidwalker, and even among the 7 deadly sins, genuine ones were rare. Meanwhile, the file on the Lust cult was urgently dispatched to the relevant district's professional squad. After confirming their opponent's identity, the team captain didn't hesitate and took the file straight to the superior battalion. An evil organization of this scale was no match for a single squad. It required a battalion leader to intervene. Have you noticed that in recent years, the transcendent world has started to feel a little strange? The office lights reflected off a thick stack of case reports. The battalion commander looked up, glanced over the squad leaders before him, and his voice carried a hint of barely restrained puzzlement. Strange? Yes, it is a bit strange. The squad leaders exchanged looks and nodded in agreement. The ranking system in Zhuahong City was clear. Third-level practitioners could become squad leaders, with each squad consisting of 8 to 14 members, generally low-tier in rank. Fourth-level practitioners acted as battalion commanders, overseeing multiple squads, though the administrative divisions varied slightly between regions. Fifth level and above composed the leadership of the practitioner department. Nowadays, whether human forces or transcendent life forms, the top-ranking operatives roaming outside rarely exceeded the fifth level. In this world where spiritual energy has revived, reaching the fifth level is already impressive. After all, practitioners gain their abilities entirely by deciphering ancient civilization relics, but deciphering was never guaranteed to be accurate. Exploration meant sacrifice, especially in the early days of the spiritual forces' rebirth. No one understood the rules of chaos value back then. Practitioners often lost control after gaining power. Many didn't die on battlefields, but rather pushed themselves into the depths of chaos. After a century of trial and error, meditation methods and codes of conduct gradually improved. By the midpoint of the Third Great Transcendent Era, the practitioner community finally reached its peak. The year was close to 138 in the new calendar. Sixth-level practitioners were still extremely rare, more like mythical beings levels that had largely transcended humanity. As for even higher ranks, their existence was uncertain. Even the supreme commanders had never truly encountered such entities. The battalion commander's eyes returned to the report. It detailed a surge of recent anonymous tips. Most perplexing were those mysterious pro-government individuals. Wild practitioners or secret organization members had always been hostile toward the authorities, who monopolized the richest transcendent resources. Yet in recent years, a surprising number of eager citizens had appeared. The Public Security Bureau received anonymous letters almost daily. Their contents varied, but after thorough investigation, most were found to be true, targeting practitioners involved in illegal and criminal activities. This phenomenon was especially concentrated in Zhuahong City and the capital, Xi'an City, and persisted to this day. For official practitioners, it remained an enigma. These citizens never approached the government directly, sought no rewards, displayed no selfish motives, simply submitting tips irregularly purely out of goodwill. With the help of these concerned citizens, the official squads in Zhuahong City saw their case-solving rate soar. This latest dossier was clear. Since the investigation had identified the lust cult, the matter must be reported to the Supreme Commander for personal intervention. The two Supreme Commanders of Zhuahong City had been in a foul mood lately. Sadias forcibly opened the treasure chest, scattering official resources meant to be kept secure all over the place. Although some were later recovered, a large portion was picked up by freelance and covert organization operatives, making it impossible to trace. Sadias then slipped quietly back inland, which clearly indicated there was a fairly high-ranking mole within the Yunhai Provincial Navy. Such a mole couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. It was either someone bought by the Illicis province as a spy or recruited as a follower by a secret organization. But so far, the investigation into the mole had made no progress, and the Navy had to call in outside operatives. The pressure to investigate internally then shifted onto the Zhuahong City Operatives Department. Several squad leaders urgently reported the situation, and the frustrated commander of the tribunal, desperate for a way to vent anger, made an immediate decision. Send out 8 operative squads, 2 squad leaders, and a 5th-rank tribunal knight, all at once. The large force took to the airship, charging toward Changjiu Farm with the unstoppable speed and noise of thunder. Void walkers are ultimately the fastest class. Shen He Chongyun was carrying Chao Yi in his left hand and Wei Wa 50 in his right, flashing past the cult of lust operatives until they were out of sight. Without any measures to block spatial teleportation, others wouldn't even catch a trace of a void walker's afterimage. Shen He Chongyun's rune of spatial secrecy saved them from detection. At Changjiu Farm, Wang Dali let out a helpless roar. Constant promotions had already clouded his mind, and now badly wounded, his thoughts were sluggish. After extinguishing the farm fire, before he could plan his next move, he saw a massive object rapidly approaching the night sky. Woe! The 3 hiding operatives Chao Yi and 2 others voiced their surprise in unison. Even the experienced Shen He Chongyun was seeing official operatives using this scale of force for the first time. They even have planes now. Incredible. Advanced technology did exist, but due to limited productive capacity, it couldn't be widely deployed. If Chao Yi had seen the Navy's full tech tree, his jaw would drop even lower. After all, the Navy's ability to confront the supernatural beings of the endless ocean wasn't just about manpower. Everyone inside, listen up. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and avoid pointless resistance. The airship's loudspeakers tore through the night as squads of operatives parachuted down, encircling Changzhou Farm. Chao, different worlds, the same opening lines. He gave a bitter smile. The flames of war ignited instantly as the three crouched and quickly retreated to increase distance. Chio's night vision was remarkable, silently hanging upside down from a tree branch. Thanks to Wei Wa50's communication device, Chao Yi and Shun He Chongyun received frontline updates instantly if Wang Dali died at the farm. The mission was complete on the spot. If he escaped, they would withdraw and wait for him to fall into their trap. Inside the farm, the only fourth-rank succubus face turned pale. Compared to a fourth-rank force user, a succubus' direct combat ability was inferior, and now she was being locked onto by two fourth-rank presences. Putting the pieces together, she immediately realized that Wang Dali had caused this disaster. Wang Dali. The succubus grabbed him by the collar. You're the one who led the official operatives here. I can't argue with Wang Dali. One moment, he was caught off guard by official players biting at his heels. The next, someone reported him to the J Bureau. The underhanded tactics moved so fast they left his head spinning, especially the speed at which the official operatives from Zhuahong City deployed, as if they had rehearsed this in advance. Hovering midair, the commander known as Judgment Marshal looked grim and swung his arm down sharply. Move out. Capture them alive if possible. Kill any resistors on the spot. He had expected some tough resistance from the Lust sect, but ended up capturing only a fourth-tier succubus who happened to be male. What use is a male succubus? To placate the mistress or satisfy some strange fetish? The marshal sneered inwardly. Female succubi were far more valuable. But the Lust sect was notorious. Succubi were as common as buses, and those who clung to chastity would rather kill themselves than be captured. The firefight lasted barely 2 minutes before the outcome was clear. The Lust sect believers were nearly brainwashed by hormones. Beyond help, the easiest solution was physical elimination. Sensing the tide turning, the fourth-tier succubus activated a burning spatial rune scroll, vanishing in purple light. The official squad had anticipated this. Though they carried top-tier power tools to seal off space, the stronger the tool, the worse the side effects, and wiping out the Lust sect was not yet a strategic priority warranting self-sacrifice. Besides, they had more advanced spatial tracking technology. At the same moment the succubus fled, Wang Dali seized the opportunity to run too. Though weaker than the succubus, his status was close enough to be noteworthy. Last time he escaped the third squad using a reusable spatial rune. This time, he tore open a one-time use scroll and forcibly broke free from battle lock. He slipped into thick grass, immediately logging out and holding his breath. Everything's going according to plan. Outside the grass, Chao Yi removed his virtual visor and smiled softly. A white silhouette zipped back onto Wei Wuxi's shoulder, his mechanical scout ball. Chiao. Ah, he got away again. Shun He and Chongyun snorted coldly. Got away? The main act has only just begun. The three first moved completely out of Changzhou Farm, then hid in another grass patch to log off, each returning to reality separately. Guoyu City. Under Wei Wuxi's direction, Chiao flew up to the tallest building in the Hong Kong complex, hovering to monitor. As the first morning rays crossed the horizon, Chao Yi, Shun He, Chongyun, and Taiwan Xian sat meditating in a guest room, leaving only Wei Wuxi watching all the city's electronic signals. A cool morning breeze swept the rooftop. Huki's optical lens contracted slightly as it finally locked onto the target. Wang Dali had disguised himself and even used potions to mask his scent, but he was unaware that what truly betrayed him was the persistent aura of lustful fluctuations leaking from him. Taiwan Xian had reviewed the files on this sect member. His rapid promotion had caused mental chaos, making him stubborn, arrogant, and inflexible. Returning to old haunts was not by chance, but necessity. She imagined Wang Dali's state of mind now. Probably relieved the officials were only checking key transport points, never guessing he had slipped back to a former hideout. Keep him under close watch. Let him enjoy this one day of confidence, Taiwan Xian whispered. Acting in broad daylight would be too conspicuous. They would have to wait for the dead of night to strike. As dusk approached, Wang Dali registered at a nearby and under a fake ID, renting a single room. His internal power was slightly recovering, but he was still far from his peak. Quickly healing wounds through the balance of yin and yang is the specialty of the chaste succubi. Wang Dali had mastered a similar technique, though its effects were mediocre at best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked everything to trap Taiwan Xian. As night fell, the shops surrounding the small inn gradually pulled down their shutters. This rather quiet commercial district rarely had permanent residents, and apart from the old inn, no lights remained on, providing a natural cover for the operations of the third squad. At 2 in the morning, the flute's eerie melody rose again, drifting through the silence like mist flowing into every guest room. The inn's patrons all rose from their sleep, their expressions vacant and eyes dull, moving stiffly as if puppets on strings, gradually drifting away from the building. At this moment, Wang Dali tossed restlessly, his wounds and desires like two venomous snakes writhing inside him, making sleep impossible. He knew clearly that whether in the divine realm or the real world, he must remain hidden and lie low no matter how much the flames of craving threatened to consume him. He planned that once he returned to the divine realm, he would immediately leave the resource-rich but perilous Tianan province, heading instead to one of the four northern provinces. Though barren, those territories were far better suited for the development of the Seven Deadly Sins sect. As an apostle, once there he could still enjoy the faction's protection and support. The night was unusually still. Even the wind seemed swallowed by the flute's haunting tune. His thoughts in turmoil, Wang Dali suddenly rose and pulled back the heavy curtains. His pupils constricted sharply down the hallway. Those motionless guests shuffled forward like transbound automatons. Damn it! He muttered a curse, instinctively sensing a trap, though he couldn't pinpoint its flaw. He bowed his head and whispered a lewd incantation, his voice slithering through the night like a serpent's tongue. Suddenly, footsteps downstairs faltered, then spiraled into raving, lust-driven madness as people reached out to embrace and caress one another. At the same time, the flute's tones soared sharply. You, and you cried out in unison, chastity. A burst of holy light poured out, dispersing the writhing desires in the darkness. Wang Yao raised a hand, summoning a surging water barrier that swept the innocent toward the street's depths. With their cover blown, the third squad decisively chose to confront the enemy heathen. Snap! A crimson whip shot forth from Wang Dao's palm, its body writhing like living flesh, lashing toward the focused Yu and Yu mid-performance. Boom! The fiery projectile and a golden arrow streaked through the air, colliding with the whip and erupting in blinding sparks. Taking advantage of the distraction, Wang Dali feigned an attack, then smashed the whip against the opposite wall and leaped through the window. But as he dropped into midair, a blazing bolt of lightning cleaved down from above. A spear crackling with thunder pierced his chest like a dragon striking, driving him and his whip into the concrete with a ground-shaking impact that cracked a deep hole. Howling winds sprayed debris everywhere as Qin Wuang of the AI Zhu Ding clan descended, the spear's electric arcs crackling. Inside the gaping crater, Wang Dali screamed in agony, blood and fury boiling within him. He tore open a talisman inscribed with ancient runes, unleashing a violent gale that twisted into a shrieking tornado. Then a second talisman burned to ash, releasing several fire dragons that roared from the flames, spiraling with the vortex and battering the airborne enemy. Fueled by wind and flame, Qin Wuang was blasted dozens of meters away, his steel spear shattered by crackling electricity. Shun He and Chong Yun arrived just in time, grabbing Qin Wuang's shoulders and teleporting away from the ravaging vortex. Bloodied and desperate, Wang Dali's eyes burned red like a cornered beast. Though every energy artifact brought terrible backlash, he shredded them one by one, weaving wind, thunder, and fire through the night sky in wild chaos. The third squad's encirclement had only just closed in and, yet he carved mad, gaping holes through it. At this moment, Wang Dali was clearly reckless, no longer considering the consequences. With his life nearly gone, what consequences was he still worried about? Although no one knew the hidden side effects of those two rune contracts, just looking at Wang Dali's twisted face made it clear they were anything but pleasant. Are you okay? Someone tentatively asked. Do you think I am? He snapped back. At this moment, Qin Wuang, the stalwart of the Iron Giant Cauldron, looked like a charred lump of coal gasping for breath. Large patches of flesh burned and blackened, over half his hair singed off, his face cracked and pitch black. If not for the naturally powerful physique granted by his Judgment Knight lineage second only to a defender, this blow would have killed him outright. Afterwards, as long as Wang Yao applied healing magic and Xiao Yi mixed some medicine, Qin Wuang's strong constitution would likely prevent permanent scarring. The wild wind surged, flames roared with fury, and the entire street was swallowed in an instant by a sea of fire. Wang Yao teleported out ordinary civilians just in time, then raised her hand to pray for rain, trying to suppress the fire's tongues. But with the powers of the two rune contracts stacking, their might nearly rivaled a Tier 3 professional's. The blaze raged endlessly. Her only option was to hold the fire line stubbornly, preventing it from spreading. Fully extinguishing it would require calling several fire trucks. At the corner of the street, Wang Dali neared madness, bombarding with contract after contract of runes, determined to drag down some casualties with him. These contracts came from varied sources. 1. Some were rewards from past missions. 2. Some were purchased at great expense in the extraordinary realm. 3. Others were last resort survival cards granted by the Lust sect. Outsiders assumed players were flush with cash, but that wasn't true. When players first logged into the god-descended land, the first 1,015 days were considered a newbie reward period. If they completed high-difficulty missions in that window, they'd gain massive loot, treasure chests, items, and all kinds of extraordinary resources. After the reward period ended, Mission rewards dwindled mostly to pure essence of force, unless the difficulty spiked dramatically again, which might yield rare resources. This made a strong start. Crucial players had to conquer tough challenges in mortal bodies to lay the foundation for extraordinary power. Chao Yi was exactly this case. Nearly all his profession cards, rune contracts, and essence items came from that turbulent early mission period. Recently, after the reward window closed, and with only mediocre missions, he only obtained essence of force. Wang Dali knew he probably couldn't escape today, so he went all in for vengeance. If he could take down a few more as collateral, great. If not, he'd at least make the official players pay dearly. Unfortunately, even as a lust apostle, his sect would never hand him such powerful mid-rank rune contracts. The fiercest round of attacks severely wounded Qin Wuwang, but Shun He and Chong Yun quickly teleported him away, avoiding mutual destruction. The remaining rune contracts were blocked hidden by two Tier 2 professionals. What would you like from me, and you and Rain, aided by fellow Tier 2 extraordinary life-form Qiuqiu harrying the enemies, plus Shun He and Chong Yun's constant emergency support. The team suffered no further casualties despite the chaos. Just as everyone thought Wang Dali had drained his reserves, his body suddenly froze. In his pocket lay a disposable spatial rune contract. Damn, why didn't I use this sooner? He threw his head back and laughed wildly, pouring surging force into the silver-white contract. The power of space hummed open. Heaven will not forsake me. But Wang Dali realized he might have been a bit too quick to feel relieved. Shun Hechangjian and Chong Yun appeared beside the just-opened void portal, fingertips tracing a series of icy symbols in the air as Shin muttered, "Obliterate." It was a low-tier spatial rune contract, easily destroyed by even a second-rank voidwalker like him. The last escape route shattered in an instant, and the light behind Wang Dali's eyes flickered out like a candle snuffed by a hand, leaving only the cold ashes of despair. I surrender." His voice barely trailed off before. Boom. A gunshot tore through the air. A bullet engulfed in flames spiraled through the night, blasting Wang Dali's skull apart. Blood mist sprayed everywhere. Chao Yi's extraordinary vision caught the last flicker of madness in Wang Dali's eyes. He had no real intention to surrender most likely. He was trying to lull Shun Hechangjian into a false sense of security, then kill them both in a final, desperate explosion. Blood dripped down Shun Hechangjian's mask. He reached up and wiped it away, saying, "Well done." With that, the Zhanghai City 3rd-tier occupational team support mission was complete, and Chao Yi's first field operation ended in success. Mission, Lust, completed. Rating, medium. This outcome was expected. Since Wang Dali couldn't be captured alive, they couldn't extract deeper intelligence on the cult, thus a higher rating was impossible. The information gaps were too large. Chao Yi still didn't know if the Lust cult's attack on Zhongbena was deliberate or accidental. Now that the Lust cult's devout indulgence faction's base was uprooted and their last survivor Wang Dali killed, the system closed the case with a medium rating. Elsewhere, Wang Yao was still talking with Qin Wuwang, who was busy treating AI Juding. In fact, the Swordmaster class had some healing abilities, but their self-healing was strongest while healing others was only half effective. This was a class limitation. Among all healing roles, priests were the true masters of light energy healing, with ocean elves and miracle walkers pale in comparison. Only high-level potions brewed by alchemists came close to rivaling them. "Clear the battlefield and get the fire trucks in," Shun Hechangjian said, bending down first to check the bodies and start inventorying Wang Dali's remains. As was customary, these spoils would first be auctioned off internally. Those who wanted something could buy it at an internal price, while unwanted items would be sold discreetly through the team leader's private channels. 1/3 of the proceeds would go to team funds, and the rest split evenly among the members. The Monday meeting tomorrow night would be the perfect time to discuss distribution. However, when Shin finished compiling the loot, he was surprised to find Wang Dali hadn't produced a decomposable occupation card. He murmured, "Apostle? Could it be a non-occupational class turned into a job?" At that moment, Chao Yi scratched his nose awkwardly. "Captain, about Wang Dali's corpse. Could I have it?" Shin Hechangjian paused, appraising him. "What's your current chaos level?" 82. Chao Yi answered without hesitation. "Not bad at all." Shin mused for a moment before waving him off to do as he pleased. Everyone had their secret so long as one kept chaos in check. He wasn't too curious. Under the night sky, Chao Yi dragged the headless corpse into a secluded alley. The silver-white skeletal armor spread from the chest like a living thing, spikes piercing into the body, greedily devouring flesh and blood. Moments later, Wang Dali was fully digested, pouring a massive surge of energy into Chao Yi accumulated power from a third-rank Lust Apostle, far more than Shin Mo or Wang Jinbao once had. This supply could save his life in a crisis, or even let him make a wish to the truth, completing the still unfinished formula of his potion. "Prime Minister, I need burn ointment." All right. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.